Chapter 1. Can we not get divorced? I stared at the prepared divorce agreement on the table, already bearing his signature, Shin Jingjue's name. Lifting my gaze toward the window, my moist eyes took in Shin Jingjue's towering figure bathed in the afternoon sunlight, godlike in beauty, haughty and domineering, even his back view exuding icy detachment. It's signed. You should do the same quickly. I want all legal procedures completed before Roa returns, he said with hands clasped behind his back, not bothering to turn around. Since we had a prenuptial agreement, there's no property division issue. But as compensation, you'll get 20 million plus a villa in the western suburbs. After all, you left with nothing. It would be hard for me to explain this to grandfather. As if struck by lightning, my heart plummeted. Does grandfather know you want to divorce me? What does it matter if he doesn't? Would that change my decision? My frail body nearly buckled. Clutching the edge of the table, I asked through tearful whisper, Jingjue, can we not get divorced? At last, Shin Jingjue turned and scrutinized me with an odd gaze. The man's thin lips and deep-set eyes, his stern, sword-like brows, and well-defined features still made my heart race. Why? Because I love you. My eyes reddened repeatedly, brimming with tears. I love you, Jingjue. I still want to be your wife, even if you feel nothing for me. I've had enough. By Xiao Xiao. A marriage without love is torture every second to me. Shin Jingjue waved his hand dismissively, lacking even the patience to hear me out. Marrying me back then was a mistake to begin with. You knew full well I was defying Grandpa at the time, and that my heart belonged to someone else. Only circumstances kept us apart. Now that the 3 years are up and Rower has returned from Country M, I will marry her. So, you need to step down from the position of Mrs. Shin. I lowered my head, my crystal-clear tears plopping quietly onto the table before I stealthily wiped them away. Yet Shin Jueju still noticed, his peach blossom eyes darkening faintly. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen, he hastily answered it. Rower, have you boarded the plane yet? His tone was so tender. Was this really the same cold man I knew? Brother Jingjue, I've already arrived at Xingjing Airport, came Kim Eunwoo's cheerful voice. What? But you were supposed to come tonight. I wanted to surprise you, Brother Jingjue. Wait for me, Rower, I'll come pick you up right now. With those words, Shin Jingjue swept past me like a gust of wind. As the study door closed, the air was thick with the scent of sorrow. 10 years of unrequited love, 3 years of marriage. I had toiled like a beast of burden for this family, devoted myself wholeheartedly to him, only to discover that for him, it had all been torment. Now, Shin Jingjue has abandoned me heartlessly as if finally released from prison, turning to marry the white moonlight who had always occupied his thoughts. It hurt so much. Even after pouring out all my passion, I still couldn't melt his stone-cold heart. I took a sharp breath, shook my head with a bitter laugh, and watched as unwilling tears blurred Shin Jingjue's elegant signature on the divorce papers. That evening, Shin Jueju brought Jin Enru back to Guanchao Manor. The frail and delicate woman was carried horizontally in the arms of the second young master of the Shin family, who strode boldly into the villa, drawing sidelong glances from everyone. Jueju Gij, you and sister-in-law aren't divorced yet. Shouldn't we keep some distance? She might resent me if she sees us like this, Jin Enru murmured softly, her fingers tracing the man's chest. She won't, Shin Jueju replied without hesitation, his cool gaze indifferent. Besides, I don't love her. What we have is nothing more than a contractual relationship. She should know her place. The Shin family fussed over Jin Enru like stars surrounding the moon, while I was the only one left setting the table in the dining room. Amidst the clamor, Shin Jueju caught sight of my solitary figure, his thin lips curling into a mocking smirk. At this point, I'm still groveling and fawning over the Shin family. He probably thinks I believe this will turn the divorce around. How laughable. Second young master. Second young master. Before long, the butler came running in a panic. The second young madam has left. Left? When? Just now. The second young madam took nothing, just removed her apron and left through the back gate. A black car picked her up. Shinju strode back to the bedroom, which was clean and tidy, with only a signed divorce agreement quietly placed on the bedside table, stained with tear marks. The man's brow furrowed sharply as he walked to the window and looked out. A Rolls-Royce sped away from Guanchao Manor at top speed, its taillights soon disappearing from sight. This afternoon, she was still reluctant to leave, and now she's running away faster than a rabbit. Shinju felt as if he'd been played, frustratedly pulling out his phone to call his secretary. License plate, Xing'e 9999, find out who owns that car. Yes, President Shin. 5 minutes later. President Shin, we've traced it, it's the private vehicle of KS Group's chairman. KS, the eldest son of the Tang family? Me, a girl from a small village with no money or connections, who didn't even have a social circle during our 3 years together. How did I manage to latch onto the Tang family's young master? Moving on without skipping a beat. How impressive. But President Shin, did you really file for divorce from your wife today? The secretary cautiously inquired. What? Not today? Are you saving it for the Lunar New Year? Shin Jingjua's chest burned with rising fury. It's not that. Today is Madame's birthday. He froze in stunned silence. In the backseat of the black Rolls-Royce, the Tang family's eldest young master, Tang Yu, gently took my hand and held it with tender warmth. Your second brother heard you were back and has prepared millions of dollars worth of fireworks to celebrate your return tonight. I'm really not in the mood for fireworks, I sighed, leaning against my eldest brother's shoulder as the newly restored Tang family heiress, my nose tingling and eyes brimming with unshed tears. I glanced at my phone. The last message wasn't from my ex-husband, but from Kim Moon-jo. What did I tell you? You stole my position, and sooner or later I'll make you spit it back out. Jingju is mine, don't you dare keep dreaming. I bitterly curved my lips, the last tear bringing me sudden enlightenment. What? After all this, you still can't bear to let go? Tang Yu pulled me into a comforting embrace, his voice tinged with heartache. Big brother, today's my birthday. I know. Shin Jueja deliberately chose today. That damned bastard deserves to be struck by lightning. So, I have no regrets. Bai Xiaoxiao was already killed by Shinju's own hands. When I opened my eyes again, my determined almond-shaped eyes held not a trace of lingering affection for that man. I barely made it out alive. If I ever look back, I deserve to die. Chapter 2, Bai Xiaoxiao, who is he? At dinner, Jin En-ru, as the niece of Mrs. Shin, was dining happily with the Shin family. Only I, with furrowed brows, had no appetite. Just like that, I left with Tang Yu, taking none of my belongings, not even the 20 million or the villa. Where's Xiaoxiao? Why hasn't she come down to eat? Shin Guangjing, Chairman Shin, asked in surprise. We're divorced. The agreement has been signed, I replied, lowering my eyes. We'll complete the formalities and get the divorce certificate on a chosen date soon. Shin Guangjing was stunned. Divorce? Why? Brother Jing, I've told you before, Jueju and Xiaoxiao were never suited for each other. Their marriage was forcibly arranged by the old master to begin with. Madame Shin, Qin Shu, sighed and said, that child endured grievances for 3 years. Now that she's willing to let go and part ways with Jueju so both may find happiness, this is actually good for both young people. You know very well that Jueju has always loved Roer in his heart. Suddenly realizing that marriage is no child's play, let alone when it concerns that child Xiaoxiao. Dad, we've already signed the divorce papers. Bai Xiaoxiao has left this place, walking away with nothing. I frowned irritably. Well, that country girl sure has some backbone. Third Miss Shin Bailu sneered. Could this be some kind of self-sacrifice scheme? Let's hope she doesn't go around spouting nonsense about our Shin family mistreating her. Hearing this, a trace of anger clouded my brow. Jingjue, you've acted too rashly this time. Grandfather is still ill. How will you explain this to him? Shin Guangjing, worried this might anger the elderly man, couldn't hide his agitation. I'll tell him the truth. Moreover, next month, I will publicly announce my marriage and officially take Roer as my wife. Jin En-ru gazed at my handsome profile, her eyes so sweetly affectionate they seemed capable of spinning silk and weaving webs. Uncle Shin, please don't blame Jingjue brother. If you must blame someone, blame me. Jin En-ru leaned against my broad shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears. It's my fault. I shouldn't have appeared before Jingjue brother. I will return to M country first thing tomorrow morning. Brother Jingjue, you should make up with sister-in-law soon. I don't want to be the villain who tore you apart. Roer, this isn't your fault. My gaze darkened as I took her slender hand in mine. My relationship with Bai Xiaoxiao is over for good. You've endured for my sake for 3 years. I won't let you suffer anymore. The evening breeze carried a refreshing chill as Tang Yu took me to Moonlight River to relax. We boarded a cruise ship to admire the dazzling city skyline at night. Glumly eyeing the couples around us, I complained to Tang Yu, Big brother, are you trying to break my heart? This is the holy land for dating couples. I wouldn't even dare come here normally. Tang Yu said, blame your second brother. He said fireworks would be set off here at exactly 8 o'clock. As he spoke, he gracefully glanced at his wristwatch and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a sudden boom, a massive violet-red firework burst across the sky. The deck was packed with young couples, and crowds gradually gathered along the riverbank. I clicked my tongue and shook my head, disapprovingly saying, second brother's taste is so tacky. But deep down, my heart felt warm. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around my shoulders, gently pulling me into his embrace. Compared to all those bizarre gifts you've received over the years, this one is definitely an improvement, he said. Your presents today don't end here. Everyone has prepared gifts for you, stacking your room full. Chia Chiao, many people love you. Save your love and time for those who deserve it. Hearing this, a sudden lump rose in my throat, and I was utterly overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, a black Maybach pulled up beyond the crowd. Shinju held Jin En-ru's hand as they stepped out of the car. The night breeze was chilly, and Jin En-ru coquettishly nestled into his arms. Wow, such beautiful fireworks. Look, Juji. Jin En-ru always put on a youthful, innocent act around Shinju, and that was precisely what he adored about her. In Shinjueju's heart, I'm dull and unromantic, totally unlike what he desires. Over these 3 years, my only merit was being obedient and compliant, but it was all futile. I wasn't the one he truly wanted. Walking to the railing, they suddenly saw 4 fireworks blossom in unison, transforming midair into 4 radiant characters. Happy birthday. Jin and Ro couldn't help sighing wistfully. Oh, so it's someone's birthday. I wonder who's fortunate enough to receive such a gift. How blissful. Shinjueju's dark pupils constricted violently, as if an invisible force clutched his heart. His thin lips pressed into a taut line. Today is my birthday, he must have thought. Could these fireworks be Tangyu's birthday gift to me? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice pierced his eardrums, so familiar. The cruise ship passed before them, and standing on the deck were none other than me and Tangyu. Oh, isn't that my sister-in-law? Who's the man beside her? He looks somewhat familiar. They seem quite close, don't they? Jin and Ro feigned innocence as she asked. Shinjueju's handsome eyebrows furrowed with an unfathomable gloom, his knuckles whitening where he gripped the railing. He must be thinking, we haven't even formalized our divorce yet, and she's already eager to spend the night with someone else, throwing herself into his arms. Then what was all that pitiful crying in front of me this afternoon about? After completing 2 laps around the bay, the cruise ship docked at the pier. Once most of the tourists had dispersed, Tangyu placed his arm around my waist as we disembarked. By Xiao Xiao. Hearing Shinju's call, my entire body tensed up instantly. I turned my head slowly, seeing him stride forth through the dim, ambiguous light, his dashingly handsome face still gripping my heart with its allure. But what use is that now? My love was utterly destroyed by his own hands, and I simply can't love anymore. Who is he? Shinju's expression was icy and imposing. Tangyu held me close, a serene and faint smile playing on his lips. On the business battlefield, we've locked horns more than once. Shinjueju completely ignored Tangyu, advancing step by step as he demanded, by Xiao Xiao, answer my question. My cherry lips parted as I retorted with icy defiance, we're already divorced, President Shin. Who this gentleman is has nothing to do with you. Shinjueju's expression shifted dramatically. He couldn't believe I'd dare speak to him in such a tone. Before our divorce is even finalized, you're already rushing into another man's arms? His words were laughable, given that he was the one who'd first committed marital infidelity. Tangyu's eyes darkened as he stepped forward, but I blocked him. My act of defending another man only fueled Shinjueju's irritation. My raven hair fluttered in the wind as my crimson lips curled into a mocking smile, so strikingly beautiful with an untamed wildness. We're not even officially divorced yet, but Mr. Shin's white moonlight couldn't wait to make herself at home. I've watched a cuckoo usurp the magpie's nest without uttering a word. What gives you the right to interfere with whom I choose to be with? What's this? Are you saying the divorced husband can set fires but the ex-wife can't even light a lamp? The retort left Shinjueju speechless. Just then, Jin and Ru, who'd lost track of him, caught up. Seeing Shinjueju's lingering gaze on me, she stamped her foot in rage, twisted her ankle in her high heels, and tumbled to the ground. Ah, brother Jingjue, my foot hurts so much. Shin Jingjue finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly turned to help Jin and Ru, who had fallen to the ground. By the time he looked back for me, Tangyu and I had already vanished without a trace like a pair of celestial lovers. Afterwards, we returned to the Yuetang villa of the Tang family in Haimen. The vintage luxury mansion's grand entrance was adorned with a red carpet, where a Rolls-Royce parked steadily at the center. My second brother, Tang Su, personally greeted me and opened the car door. Welcome back, Your Highness the Princess. I slipped off my sneakers in the car and switched to sharp stiletto heels, carrying myself with the poised arrogance of a queen. Smiling, I asked second brother, is everyone doing well? We're fine, but nothing compares to having you back. Did you enjoy the fireworks? My birthday gift caused a citywide sensation. It even trended online. Second brother's handsome face glowed with excitement. I teased him, yeah, I saw it. People are saying some nouveau riche went all out to win back his ex, and they're calling you a bedazzled country bumpkin. Congrats, second brother, on unlocking a new life achievement with that. I clapped cheerfully, my smile radiant. Ignoring my teasing, second brother sniffled emotionally and pulled me into a tight hug. Chia Chiao, you're not leaving again this time, right? He asked, his voice trembling. I'm not leaving. What's the point now that I've been divorced? I patted my second brother's back with resignation. Ah, I've let everyone down. To think I gambled everything for 3 years, gave my heart and soul, and still couldn't even keep a man in the end. What a complete failure. Only I knew how I truly felt, like I'd swallowed a double dose of bitter herbs, so wretched I could barely hold back tears. I swore to myself that once I stepped out of the Shin family's gates, I'd never shed another tear for Shinju. He wasn't worth it. Second brother was furious, stamping his feet. That damned Shin bastard. How dare he betray my sister? Tomorrow I'm launching a full investigation into Shin Corporation, or better yet, let fourth brother find time to assassinate him. Tang Yu lowered his eyes and murmured, "Amen." I forced a bitter smile and tried to soothe second brother. "Cut it out, second brother. You're a public prosecutor, a civil servant. Couldn't you take a leaf out of Big Brother's book and be a bit more peace and love about this?" "Nonsense. Your big brother only turned into Buddha after putting down his slaughtering knife," second brother hissed angrily, tugging at his tie. "Anyway, I'm not letting this slide. They can mess with me if they want, but anyone who bullies my little sister will find the entire Shin Corporation permanently in my crosshairs." With my left arm linked through Tang Yu's and my right wrapped around second brother, the three of us siblings walked through the long unseen threshold of our family home, chatting and laughing all the way. In the study, my father Tang Wanting, hearing of my return, couldn't conceal the joy on his stern and dignified face as he paced excitedly back and forth. With my two older brothers, I entered the study and, completely abandoning the gentle, virtuous demeanor I'd maintained at the Shin residence, unceremoniously sprawled sideways across the sofa, raising my delicate feet to kick off my high heels with abandon. Tang Yu sat down and naturally took my slender, fair feet into his lap, kneading them with his hands. Putting on a stern expression, father deliberately scolded me, "No posture when sitting or standing. Where on earth have you been working as a Doctors Without Borders? Some bandit den?" I glanced up at the wall and felt my heart skip a beat. There, hanging prominently, was the couplet I'd handwritten over a decade ago. Heaven knows what possessed the old man to dig it out, yet there it was, professionally mounted. First scroll, 3 wives and 4 concubines? Thinking you're some emperor? The Qing dynasty collapsed ages ago. Second scroll, 70 or 80 years old and still not prioritizing health? Enjoy your potential heart attack. Horizontal plaque, have some dignity, and thanks in advance. This was the wedding gift I gave my father for his 3rd marriage. Now, with father having 4 wives, the Tang family has repeatedly become gossip material for the nation. Back then, it was precisely my dissatisfaction with this family environment that drove me to leave for foreign lands early, becoming a medicine sans frontières doctor to heal and save lives. Father fumed, his nostrils flaring, returning after 3 wild years just to curse your own father with grave illness. Such a thoughtful daughter you are. My red lips parted over pearly teeth as I smiled sweetly. Thank you for the praise, Daddy. At this moment, Tang Yu helped me put on my shoes and said solemnly to my father, Dad, since Xiao has returned now, certain matters should be put on the agenda. I've decided to step down as CEO of KS Group and give the position to Xiao. I'm by Xiao, and so many things have happened these past few days. Tang Xiao watched the resolute profile of her eldest brother Tang Yu, her bright eyes narrowing as she stared intently. Tang Wanting was so angry he momentarily couldn't speak. Tang Yu said he had only agreed to manage things for Tang Wanting for 3 years, and now that the 3-year period was up, he wanted to return to the church. Becoming a pastor was his lifelong calling. His attitude brooked no argument. Tang Wanting had no choice but to assign the role to the second son, Tang Su. However, Tang Su was a civil servant and feared being implicated with a major conglomerate, worried he might face suspension for investigation. His face turned pale with fright. Tang Wanting was so frustrated he could vomit blood. His health was declining year by year, and he had long wanted to retire from the front lines. Yet, shockingly, no one in the family could inherit his business empire. Though he wasn't unkind to his daughter, the old conservative firmly believed his successor should be a son. Just then, Tang Xiao stepped forward and announced she wanted to become the CEO of KS Group. Tang Wanting grew furious, saying being a CEO wasn't child's play. He accused her of being flighty, vanishing at the drop of a hat, and admitted he worried about her. Tang Xiao felt a pang of guilt. After all, she'd secretly married Shin Jueju and disappeared for 3 years without telling her father. Tang Yu and Tang Su spoke up for her, praising her intelligence. They mentioned she'd proposed effective corporate governance measures and even drafted acquisition plans for the Wu Group. Tang Wanting was astonished upon hearing this. Ultimately, he decided to test Tang Xiao by sending her to the KS World Hotel in Xinjiang. Her challenge was to revitalize the hotel and turn its losses into profits within 6 months. Only then would he consider making her the president of KS. As she left the study, her eldest and second brothers placed their hands on Tang Xiao's shoulders, declaring that heaven had bestowed upon her a great responsibility. Tang Xiao, however, suspected Tang Wanting was trying to discourage her, but she wasn't afraid of pressure. 5 days later, Shinju called his secretary Han Xian into his office after the morning meeting to ask about the progress in investigating by Xiao. Han Xian reported no leads. She hadn't returned to the sanatorium after leaving, her hometown address was fake, and inquiries about Tang Yu yielded no clues either. Shinju was stunned, feeling as if she were some sort of female spy. Han Xian accidentally blurted out, hiding a beauty away in a golden house, which infuriated Shinju. The memory of Tang Yu shielding her flashed through his mind, leaving his chest inexplicably tight. At this moment, Jin Enro called Shin Jingjue, saying she was in the lobby of the Shin group with homemade snacks she had prepared for him. Shin Jingjue asked Han Xian to go fetch her, but as soon as he hung up, Shin Nanhui, the elderly patriarch of the Shin family, called and furiously admonished him, forbidding him from having any further contact with the Jin family's daughter and ordering him to come immediately. In the reception room, Shin Nanhui's face was dark as ink, while Jin Enru was barred outside the door. Shin Jingjue declared that the 3-year term had expired. He intended to end his marriage with me and be with the one he truly loved. I had already signed the divorce agreement. Shin Nanhui looked as if struck by lightning, trembling with rage and nearly collapsing. Shin Guangjing hurried to console him, reminding him they hadn't officially filed for divorce yet. Shin Nanhui threw a tantrum, insisting that only I could be his granddaughter-in-law, and demanded Shin Jingjue bring me back. But Shin Jueju felt that even if I were to return now to accompany grandfather, our marriage had already reached its end. There was no possibility of continuing. Suddenly, Shin Huainan began shivering violently before stiffly collapsing backward, sending both father and son into a panic. They scrambled to call for a doctor while searching for medicine, utter chaos ensuing. Left with no choice, Shin Jueju gritted his teeth and called me, only to hear the automated message, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Not only had I disappeared, but I'd even cancelled my phone number. Furious, Shin Jueju's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, in front of KS World Hotel's entrance, a group of executives were waiting to welcome their new parachuting leader. Someone remarked, "I heard the new general manager is a young woman." Another scoffed, for male managers before couldn't even turn this hotel around, either transferred or resigned. What can this girl possibly do? What a joke. Another added, "I heard she's Chairman Tang's own daughter." Then came the speculation, with Chairman Tang having 3 wives and numerous concubines, she must be an unloved illegitimate daughter. If she were his treasured child, why would she be sent to clean up this mess? The crowd shared a muffled chuckle. At that moment, a top-tier Rolls-Royce pulled up smoothly in front of the entrance, followed by several fully equipped Maybachs in an extravagant convoy. Everyone fell instantly silent at the sight of the license plate 9999. Not daring to even breathe loudly. The car door opened, revealing first a pair of aggressive black stilettos with red soles, then a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a graceful figure, cascading black hair, and radiant features stepped out. Sharp-eyed and imposing, her fierce aura made others afraid to meet her gaze directly. She spoke, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your new general manager, but just to disappoint you all, I'm no illegitimate child." The moment these words left her lips, those who had been gossiping earlier broke out in a cold sweat. As it turned out, while still in the car moments ago, she had hacked into the hotel surveillance system via her laptop. Every shameful whisper and rumor these executives had spoken behind the female CEO's back, she had seen it all. The CEO's secretary, Lin Su, flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "Absolutely ridiculous. Our young lady is the Tang family's only legitimate daughter. Are their brains filled with pig intestines?" She, however, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, come on. Legitimate or not, the Qing dynasty fell ages ago. I don't care about that. Why are you so fixated on it?" While speaking, she reached out and pinched Lin Su's cheek, causing his face to turn beet red instantly. Tang Yu frowned slightly and said, "Qiao Qiao, you're the future CEO of KS Group. Act more dignified as someone in power. Stop messing around with a Su." She clicked her tongue. What's the big deal? Male tycoons can flirt with their secretaries, but female bosses can't even touch their male secretary's face. If I touch him, he's getting a steal. Tang Yu shook her head helplessly, a faint, indulgent smile gracing her lips. The senior executives crowded around the Tang siblings as they entered the hotel. Vice President Gao was guiding them toward the VIP elevator when she said indifferently, "I'd like to visit the restaurant first." With that opening remark, it was clear this was an inspection. Vice President Gao nervously led them to the buffet hall. Tang Yu remained silent on the side, letting his sister take the reins. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so there were no guests in the restaurant, but the servers were already setting up the dishes. Her sharp eyes swept over the food and stopped at the seafood section. Rolling up her sleeves, she reached into the glass container holding hundreds of shrimp and unerringly picked out a dead one. "Explain," she said coldly. Vice President Gao stammered, This one isn't dead, surely." With a smile, she replied, "Not dead? Then please, Vice President, be my guest and eat it." Assistant Vice President Gao explained further, "President Tang, with so many shrimp, it's normal for one to suffocate." She immediately furrowed her brows. It's normal for a shrimp to die, but is it normal for customers to get food poisoning from eating it? In this glass tank, there are 356 shrimp at a glance. 5 are already dead, and no less than 30 are half dead. I don't know how guests paying $300 per head would feel about eating such things, but as for me, I'm permanently blacklisting this hotel. Dispose of all the seafood ingredients immediately and change suppliers. If I see another dead shrimp at tomorrow's lunch, I'll personally bring it back for you to taste. Deputy General Manager Gao nearly crumpled in fear, leaving the other executives utterly stunned. In fact, only Tang Yu and Lin Shua knew that she had a photographic memory and could read 10 lines at a glance. As a child, she had even used this talent to help the police solve major criminal cases, so picking out a few dead shrimp was effortless for her. Upon reaching the guest room area, she took a pristine white handkerchief from Lin Shua, lightly wiping it along the baseboards and picture frames. Inadequate cleaning, there's surface dust. Do it again. The executives inwardly groaned. She stated sternly, you probably think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill or nitpicking, but even a century-old hotel can be undone by details. If these issues reach the star rating jury, they could strip us of our stars. She shot Lin Shua a meaningful glance, prompting him to order a guest room door opened. The housekeeping supervisor trembled as he came to unlock it. Previously, leaders would inspect just 2 showrooms prepared for appearances, but this President Tang defied conventions. She entered the room, first examining the bathroom, then sitting briefly on the bed, her expression instantly turning frosty. Yet she said nothing, proceeding to conclude the inspection before heading with her elder brother to the general manager's office. Tang Yu asked with a smile, how do you feel after the inspection? She collapsed onto the sofa, propping her forehead on her hand with a sigh. Ugh, it's full of filth and chaos. Old one, is this a test or a joke? This hotel is a complete mess. Is it really part of our family's business? Tang Yu explained patiently, Chow Chow. This hotel was founded by Grandpa. The Tang family expanded step by step through the hotel industry back then. Through hard work, we built what is now the KS Group. This hotel isn't a disaster. It carries the sentiment of 3 generations of the Tang family. It's just that our family now has many businesses, and the hotel industry hasn't been thriving these past 2 years. Your brothers are preoccupied with their own responsibilities, so its management has been neglected. Little sister, you'll have to put in the extra effort. At that moment, she noticed the black piano in the corner and her breath caught. Tang Yu said, I had this piano placed here. You used to play whenever you were in a bad mood, or go for a few laps at the equestrian club. You must have been very busy these last 2 months. Horse racing is out of the question. If you're tired, just play a few songs. I remember you played the piano beautifully. Yet she replied with difficulty, thank you, brother, but it's been a long time since I last played the piano. Tang Yu was startled. She replied calmly, when I worked as a doctor without borders, I injured my hand while rescuing wounded soldiers in a war zone. The ligament in my little finger was severed. Though it didn't break completely, it became useless. I can't stretch wide enough to play big chords, so I simply stopped playing. Tang Yu gently held her hand, distressed, and asked, was it because of Shinju's injury? She smiled bitterly. Yes, and no. I got hurt for world peace, making my ancestors proud. 5 years ago, she reunited with her long-yearned Shinjingjue on the battlefield at the border of Country K. She was a field doctor, he a peacekeeping soldier. He fought for peace while she nearly crippled her own hand, saving his severely wounded body and bringing him back to safety. Once, she wore this as a badge of honor. Now, looking at the numb little finger, all it brought was heartache. But it was all in the past. Even if Tang Chow'er had loved the wrong man, she refused to regret it. Just then, Lin Su knocked and entered, reporting, Miss, as you instructed, we found out that the supplier for the hotel bedding and some furniture is Ailey Home Furnishings. It was Vice President Gao who handled the contact. She smirked coldly, so it's Ailey. Then she commanded, tell the finance department to sort out all the hotel accounts over the past 2 years. Immediately contact new bedding suppliers and replace Ailey completely. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. All this fuss, she remarked bluntly. Ailey Home was founded by Shinju's White Moonlight brother. Tang Yu and Lin Su spoke in unison. Settling personal scores under official pretext. I am Tang Chow'er, and now I will recount this experience from my perspective. Not at all. It's because Ollie sold us inferior bedding at premium prices for KS World, which is why I must enforce strict penalties. I snorted angrily at the thought of that rock-hard mattress. How could guests form a good impression of the hotel when staying there was so uncomfortable? No wonder there were so many negative reviews online. Right. One more thing. Lin Su hurriedly added, President Tang asked me to keep an eye on the Shin family these past few days. I just received news that old Master Shin has suffered a stroke and was hospitalized, and he's actually staying at our Tang Group's hospital. Grandpa is in the hospital? I abruptly stood up, my chest burning with anxiety. Just then, Tang Yu's phone rang. His long lashes lowered as he glanced at the screen, then his lips curved slightly as he said, Chow Chow, it's your ex-husband. The name Shinju struck my eyes like needles, sending a jolt through my heart. Tang Yu asked, shall I answer? Without hesitation, I replied, answer it. Tang Yu leisurely pressed the speaker button but wasn't in a hurry to speak. Shin Jingjue asked hoarsely, President Tang, Is my wife with you? The words my wife made me boil with rage. I exclaimed loudly, President Shen, mind your words. I'm your ex-wife now. By Xiao, so you really are with him. Shen Jingjua's tone darkened further. I sneered, what else? Should I still be clinging to your home, waiting for you to throw both me and my bedding out? Shen Jingjue on the other end probably had his face darkened to the extreme. He said, I advise you not to be so eager. We haven't completed the divorce procedures yet, nor obtained the divorce certificate. In name, you're still my wife. At least consider the dignity of the Shen family and your own reputation. I let out a mocking laugh and said, you moved Jin and Ru into Tideview Manor while we were still married, forcing me to sign the divorce papers. Shen Jingjue, did you ever consider my dignity when you did all that? Since one good turn deserves another, why should I spare your Shen family's dignity now? After all, I even relinquished the CEO wife position to Kim Eun-ju. Go ask her for face if you care about it so much. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and took a sip of tea from the delicate cup. Shen Ju's voice carried a hint of exhaustion as he said, I don't have time to argue with you right now. Grandpa is sick and in the hospital. The old man keeps clamoring to see you, won't even take his medicine. My heart suddenly clenched. During those 3 years with the Shen family, Grandpa truly treated me well. Even after parting ways with Shen Jueju, I couldn't bear to lose that dear old man. I said, at Tang Group's hospital, right? I understand. I'll go see Grandpa later. After hanging up, I sighed anxiously. Tang Yu gently suggested, Chiao, let me take you there. I waved my hand and replied, no need. I'm going to see Grandpa, not to pick a fight. If you come along, it'll only escalate tensions. I'll drive myself there. At the hospital, I rushed over anxiously and immediately spotted Shen Jingjue and Han Xian standing guard outside the old master's hospital room, just a few days apart, and I noticed the man had visibly slimmed down. I silently cursed myself. Why should I care whether he lost weight or gained it? It wasn't until I walked right up to them that they both turned to look at me, stunned. Especially Shen Jingjue, probably didn't even dare recognize me. I purposely ignored Shen Jingjue and only spoke to Han Xian. Secretary Han, how's grandfather's condition? Han Xian gaped at me and stammered, why young madam, is that really you? That's when I realized, in my haste to come here, I'd completely forgotten to revert back to that white dress and sneakers wearing, docile and obedient by Xiao. Now my delicate face wore flawless makeup with lips red as fire, dressed in a commanding black business suit befitting a female CEO, with that dazzling ruby butterfly brooch pinned prominently at my chest. I said, absolutely genuine. What, does my new look offend your eyes? Han Xian replied, not at all. Your new style is much more beautiful than before, and dressed like this, you actually appear more confident than ever, radiating vibrant energy. I lightly pursed my crimson lips and said, is that so? Maybe it's because I'm divorced now. I've crawled out of the grave and back into daylight. No wonder I'm having this sudden surge of vitality, full of vigor. Shen Jingjue's face darkened as he said, if you really thought it was a grave, why did you stay by my side for 3 years without leaving? I told you more than once if you wanted to break off the engagement, I could take you to see grandfather anytime. You didn't need to serve a 3-year prison sentence. My heart ached with bitterness. Years ago, it was precisely his aloof, solitary pride that I fell madly in love with, diving headfirst into the sea of affection, only to pay a painfully steep price. I said, I promised grandfather, so I must honor the contract. 3 years means 3 years, not a day or even an hour less. But now, Mr. Shen, you're finally free. From now on, you can bring any woman you want into the house. No more sneaking out day and night to meet your lovers. Shen Jingjue's throat tightened, probably with anger at my words. Just then, Jin Enru hurried over, accompanied by Qin Shu. When she saw me, a flash of malice crossed her eyes before quickly shifting into a pitiful expression. Shen Jingjue asked in surprise, what are you doing here? Jin Enru immediately threw herself into his arms and cooed, Jingjue Gij, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Don't you consider me yours? Qin Shu chimed in from the side, that's right, Jingjue. You don't know how worried Roer has been since hearing the old master was hospitalized. She ate some porridge at noon but ended up vomiting again. Shen Jingjue asked with concern, she was fine before, how did she start vomiting again? Qin Shu said, Roer has always had stomach problems. Whenever she feels scared or stressed, it flares up. We've consulted many doctors who all said it's not serious, yet it never seems to get better. Shen Jingjue replied in a gentle tone, I'll find another doctor to examine Roer. If domestic treatments fail, I'll take her abroad for further consultation. I sneered inwardly, recalling the wretched sight of myself struggling alone to the hospital during my own stomach ailment relapses. Never once had Shen Jingjue shown concern for me, so it wasn't that he didn't understand love, it was simply that I wasn't worthy of it. Jin and Ro leaned into Shin Jingqiao's embrace, and I chuckled coldly. She must have noticed the drastic change in me. Her jealousy was probably eating her alive. Seeing the butterfly brooch pinned to my chest, she was surely thinking it was a fake. After all, in her eyes, I was just a rustic country bumpkin barely worth a glance. Qin Shu said warmly, Jingjue, let Roer go in with you to see your father. She even cried on the way here, she's so distressed with worry. I glanced coldly. If I didn't even care about Shinju, why would I spare a thought for a mere stepmother of the Shin family? At that moment, the hospital room door opened, and Secretary Shin stepped out. Mr. Shin sent me to check if his granddaughter-in-law has arrived, he said. Jean and Ru's expression stiffened at the words, her jealousy nearly overflowing. I anxiously stepped forward and said, Uncle Sue, I'm right here, worried about Grandpa. I didn't even pay attention to how I addressed him. Secretary Sue respectfully gestured for us to enter and said, Mr. Shen has requested that you and the second young master come in. Without another word, I strode into the ward with my long legs, and Shin Jingjue followed closely behind. Jean and Ro also tried to enter but was stopped by Secretary Sue, who said, I'm sorry, but Mr. Shen has made it clear that apart from his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, he doesn't wish to see anyone else. Please leave. Chapter 7. The family heirloom jade bracelet is only for the granddaughter-in-law. Inside the ward, the sickly Shin Nanhuai instantly revived upon seeing Tang Qiaoer, his eyes lighting up. Xiao Xiao, come here quick. Come to Grandpa. In a split second, Tang Qiaoer switched personas, sitting obediently by Shin Nanhuai's side. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere you're still uncomfortable? No matter how unwell I am, seeing you makes all my ailments disappear. Shin Nanhuai grabbed her hand and anxiously asked, Xiao Xiao, this wretched boy said you two divorced. Is it true? Yes, Grandpa, we're divorced. Tang Xiaoxiao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart feeling hollow for a moment. You blind fool with lard clouding your judgment. You're throwing away such a wonderful wife. Do you think you're worthy of marrying the Queen Mother of the West? Shin Nanhuai strained to straighten his hunched posture, glaring as he roared in fury. Shin Jueju was worried about his grandfather's health and didn't dare speak recklessly. Grandfather, please don't be angry with Jueju. It was me who no longer wanted to continue this marriage. Jueju and I, it was more like a mutual decision. Tang Qiaoer soothed softly, gently patting the old man's back. Shin Jueju's dark pupils constricted slightly. To his surprise, this woman didn't take the opportunity to complain or vent her grievances to grandfather, using him as leverage for revenge. Was she trying to win back his heart and salvage their marriage, which had already reached its end, by using such an unconventional method? By Xiao Xiao, where did you get the confidence that I would definitely be attracted to you? Xiao Xiao, have you been wronged in our family? Has Qin Shu been mistreating you? Shin Nanhuai asked with concern. No, Grandpa, it's just that Jingjue and I have incompatible values. Neither of us can truly understand each other's hearts, so parting ways is the best outcome for both of us. Tang Qiaoer's bright eyes flickered with a barely perceptible sadness. Don't blame Jingjue. These 3 years we've left each other with beautiful memories, and that's enough. Neither of us has any regrets. Shin Jingjue's handsome brows furrowed slightly as an indescribable emotion stirred in his heart. In his memory, he couldn't recall having any beautiful moments with Bai Xiaoxiao. He hadn't even given her a proper wedding ceremony. It had simply been a rushed marriage certificate under his grandfather's pressure. Then she'd arrived at the Shin family with modest luggage, just like that, carelessly becoming his wife in name only. Does this woman really think it's wonderful? She must be joking. Xiaoxiao, could it be that I was wrong? Shin Nanhuai's eyes became moist as he sighed guiltily. Grandpa truly wanted you to be happy by bringing you together. I never expected that wretched boy would disgrace me like this. When all's said and done, Grandpa owes you an apology. Don't say that, Grandpa. Relationships begin and end by fate. I've truly let go, really I have. 13 years of infatuation, now finally let go. God knows the pain felt like having her skin flayed off. But Shin Jueju had already been so resolute. To continue pestering him would mean losing even her dignity. She refused to become a resentful woman who'd grovel for scraps of a man's affection. Old Sue, quickly bring the birthday gift I prepared for my granddaughter-in-law. Secretary Sue hurriedly put on white gloves and fetched an exquisite red velvet jewelry box. The box opened to reveal a flawless imperial jade bracelet of museum-grade quality. Tang Qiaoer was knowledgeable about antiques. One glance told her this was a genuine antique with at least 100 years of history. Grandfather, isn't this grandmother's? Shin Jueju stared at the bracelet in astonishment. Correct. This was the token of love I gave your grandmother, a treasured heirloom passed down from your great-grandfather in our Shin family. Shin Nanhuai spoke as he picked up the bracelet and held it up to the sunlight, his gaze softening. Before your grandmother passed, she told me that out of all her jewelry, this jade bracelet was her favorite. She hoped I would give it to the granddaughter-in-law who truly meets my approval. Now that your grandmother is gone, I'm giving this to my favorite little one. Only she deserves something this precious. No, Grandpa, this is too generous. Besides, I'm no longer. Tang Qiao's heart raced as she declined. Even if you're no longer with Jingjue, you'll always be the only granddaughter-in-law I recognize. The old man immediately threw a tantrum when he saw her refusal. If you won't accept it, I'll smash it. No, no. Tang Qiao quickly grabbed his hand, her heart practically skipping a beat in fright. I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you, Grandpa. There, good girl, Shen Nanhui said contentedly as he personally put it on for her. Tang Qiao already possessed skin like congealed jade, and now, against this translucent emerald hue, her hands appeared even more radiant, like frost or snow. They outshone them both. Shen Jueju had never looked at her hands so carefully before. Seeing them up close now, soft, pale, and delicate, they weren't overshadowed by the bracelet in the slightest and were truly beautiful. You little rascal, what did you give Xiao Xiao for her birthday? Shen Nanhui asked gruffly. Grandpa, Jueju, has already given me something. A gift I'll never forget, in fact. Shen Jueju suddenly clenched his fist, his lips pressed together so tightly they turned pale. On her birthday, he truly gave her a grand gift, a divorce agreement. By Xiao Xiao, what a stunning ability she has to wound the heart. Xiao Xiao, really? Is there no room left for discussion between you and a Jew? Shen Nanhui still clung to hope. Grandpa, Tang Xiao gently grasped Shen Nanhui's weathered hand. If you truly care for me, you should support me in living the life I choose for myself. Don't you agree? Alas, what's done is done, and grandfather can't persuade you otherwise. All I ask is whether you could wait until after my 80th birthday before you leave. It's just a few more days. Shen Nanhui pleaded bitterly, his heart full of reluctance. Grandfather, that's not appropriate. Shen Jingjue frowned, his voice low and resolute. How is it inappropriate? Would it be more appropriate for you to bring that Jean girl here to wish me longevity and force me to accept her as my granddaughter-in-law? Do they think they can manipulate the men of the Shen family as they please, these two cousins? Let them keep dreaming their crystal glass dreams. Shen Nanhui slammed the bed in anger. If you still acknowledge me as your grandfather and want me to live a few more years, stay away from that Jean girl. I'm telling you, I'll never accept her, not even in death. Outside the door, Jean Enrer paced anxiously, gnashing her teeth and stamping her feet in frustration. Stop pacing, you're making me dizzy. Qin Shu rubbed her temples and shook her head. You're far too impatient. You know perfectly well how the old man feels about you. He's already halfway in the grave. How much longer can he hold Jingjue back? All you need to do is keep Jingjue's heart firmly in your grasp. That's enough. Easy for you to say, but as long as that old man lives, he'll never acknowledge my status. I can't openly marry brother Jingjue. The word slipped out before Jean Enra quickly covered her mouth, nervously glancing around. Back then, Grandpa also put up every obstacle to stop me, but what good did it do? Didn't I still marry your uncle in grand style? Qin Shu admired her freshly done manicure with a smirk. After all, human hearts are made of flesh. Blood is thicker than water. If Jingjue truly insists on having you back, surely we'll wear down the old man sooner or later. Jean Enra thought it made sense, and her emotions calmed down considerably. At this moment, the door to the hospital room finally opened. Secretary Su escorted the young couple out. Jean Enra quickly concealed the scheming look on her face and approached them with fragile tenderness. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. The emerald bracelet on Tang Xiaoxiao's wrist was so stunning it was impossible to look away, far superior to the so-called heirloom on her own wrist. When she went in just now, it wasn't there, but now it is. Who else could have given it to her but that old bastard? Kim Eunyoung burned with jealousy, and a wicked scheme formed in her mind. As she approached them, she suddenly lunged at Tang Qiao. Her plan was to pretend to trip and fall onto Tang Qiao, snatching the bracelet off her wrist in the scuffle and smashing it. But unexpectedly, Tang Qiao narrowed her eyes slightly and gracefully dodged in a swift motion. Jean Enra collapsed right in front of her, falling flat on her face like a dog eating mud. Then came a sharp crack. The bracelet on Jean Enra's wrist snapped clean in two. Chapter 8. Have you ever fulfilled your husbandly duties? Oh no, Rower, are you alright? Qin Shu was startled but couldn't help feeling a bit amused. Shen Jueju immediately rushed forward upon seeing this, bending down to pull Jean Enru up from the ground, but she simply refused to move. Wah, Jueju Gij, everything hurts from the fall, carry me now. Jean Enru's knees were completely numb from the fall as she whined tearfully. Tang Qiao crossed her arms, casting a cold glance at the woman sprawled on the floor. Jean Enru, that vintage green tea, instantly unleashed its full fragrance when steeped in Shen Jueju's cup of hot water. Brother Jueju, Miss Bai, she pushed me. Jean Enru cowered timidly in the man's embrace, shooting Tang Xiao a venomous glance. Rower, what did you say? Shen Jueju froze in shock. Are you sure it was me who pushed you? Tang Xiao chuckled instead of getting angry, calmly watching her performance. Or do you think I threw myself on the ground? Jean Enru's usually delicate voice rose sharply in anger. Well, that's not impossible. After all, you look so sickly, like you're about to die. Maybe a draft blew you over just now. You're actually cursing me to die? Jean Enru's face flushed with anger. I clearly felt your hand push me when I walked past. How dare you deny what you did? Miss Jean, we live in a society governed by law, with surveillance cameras everywhere. You shouldn't make baseless accusations. Suddenly, Tang Xiao's clear, water-like eyes darkened ominously, her presence imposing. Once I find evidence, I can sue you for defamation. Shen Jingjua's pupils trembled in shock. He couldn't help feeling that the current by Xiao was completely different from before. She was no longer that gloomy woman left alone to guard an empty house, that obedient and humble wife. Jean Enru was clearly overwhelmed by Tang Xiao's overpowering presence and hastily sought help from Qin Shu with her eyes. Oh, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Qin Shu secretly glanced at the surveillance camera above and smiled as she smoothed things over. It must be that you lost your footing accidentally, Ruru, and brushed against Xiao, making you think she pushed you. It's all just a misunderstanding. Rower, was it really your own footing that failed you? Shinju's gaze lowered as he scrutinized the woman in his arms, his tone carrying a slight chill. I thought she pushed me. The man's pupils constricted sharply. Jean Enru panicked internally but opted for aggressive sophistry. If she hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have fallen. She clearly did it on purpose. My bracelet broke too. It was left to me by my grandmother. Our Jean family heirloom wouldn't have shattered if not for her. Miss Bai, I know you're still upset about divorcing Jingjue, but you shouldn't take it out on me like this. Their breakup surely isn't my fault, is it? As she spoke, Jean Enru's tears fell again. Truly, a 1,000-year-old faucet come to life. First of all, I'm not upset. Quite the opposite, actually. I should thank you for helping me escape that misery, sparing me from becoming a resentful housewife waiting through endless nights for dawn. Tang Xiao lifted her chin slightly, retorting sharply. Waiting from dusk till dawn? Shinjueju's strikingly handsome face froze. Secondly, if this bracelet truly was a family heirloom, then you should be thanking me today. Tang Miao strolled over, picked up half the bracelet, and examined it against the light. Fake. What? Jean Enru was utterly stunned, while even Qin Shu was left speechless. This bracelet is filled with injected glue. Wearing it for prolonged periods is actually harmful. The toxic substances seep into your system and affect your circulatory functions. Tang Xiao flicked her wrist, sending half of the bracelet into the trash can. The pristine emerald green jade bracelet gifted by her grandfather on her fair wrist served as the ultimate mockery to Jean Enru. President Shen, since Miss Jean is about to become yours, you should at least buy your little sister some proper jewelry. By Xiao. Shinju's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of anger flashing across his features. There's still a jade frog on my dressing table at the Shin family home. If my dear sister doesn't find it beneath her, do take it and have it made into a bracelet. Tang Xiao patted her hands where there was no dust, as if merely touching such a bracelet would dirty her fingers. Frog? A frog? That bitch by Xiao was clearly insulting her in a roundabout way. Jean Enru was so furious she nearly ascended to heaven and descended to the underworld in rage. Before she could retort, Tang Xiao had already walked away with impeccable grace. Outside the hospital, the mere thought of Jean Enru's dumbfounded look of defeat made Tang Xiao burst into uncontrollable goose-like laughter. By Xiao. Hearing Shinjueju's magnetic voice whispering close to her ear, she turned her head indifferently. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting strands of her raven-black hair that fluttered in the wind, adding an ethereal blend of innocence and allure to her beauty. Shinjueju narrowed his eyes slightly as he stepped before her. Any further instructions, President Shen? Tang Xiao's expression was cold and devoid of any emotion. If Miss Jean is still mourning her bracelet, then tell her I'll buy her a whole cartload from the antique market tomorrow. Earlier in the ward, you told Grandpa. Oh, that matter. Don't overthink it. I just didn't want Grandpa to get upset. Mentioning Grandpa, her gaze softened. Let's call it even. Tang Xiao wore a puzzled expression. ? We're even for you forging an identity and secretly marrying me behind everyone's back. I won't tell grandfather or anyone in the Shin family. Shinju's expression turned somber, his star-like eyes glinting with concealed shrewdness. Tang Xiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, is this even human speech? But you must tell me, why did you marry me under a false identity? No, let me rephrase that. Shinjueju's strikingly handsome figure slowly advanced toward her. What was your purpose in using a fake identity to approach grandfather back then? Tang Xiao's chest suddenly tightened with anxiety as she stealthily retreated backward. Then she forgot the steps were right behind her. Her foot missed the edge and she gasped as she toppled backward. But the next instant, she felt warm hands at her waist. Shinjueju had caught her slender figure with steady firmness. Their gazes locked. Tang Xiao's cheeks subtly flushed, while the man's breath grew noticeably unsteady. Even now, she still found Shin Jingjue's appearance breathtakingly divine, every feature perfectly aligned with her aesthetic ideals. 13 years ago, when Tang Qiao'er was merely 11, she'd permanently imprinted those starlit eyes in her memory amidst terrifying darkness and torrential rain. Shen Jingjue had once saved her life. Without him, Tang Qiao'er wouldn't have lived to see this day. But the current Shen Jingjue had truly wounded her so deeply it felt like yet another near-death experience. The man's arm shot out, steadying Tang Qiao'er into an upright position. Thanks. Answer my earlier question, Shen Jingjue pressed relentlessly. I'm not your wife anymore. I have no obligation to tell you. Tang Qiao'er gave a cold, mocking laugh and turned away. Since you've already said we're even, why keep clinging to me? Even if my identity was fake, I never did anything to harm you in these 3 years, did I? Suddenly, Shinju grabbed her arm, his expression darkening. We haven't officially divorced yet. Legally, you're still my wife. So you have an obligation to tell me who you really are. No comment. Tang Qiao'er gasped heavily, her eyes reddening. President Shin keeps preaching about obligations. Don't you find that ridiculous? You haven't fulfilled your husband's duties for 3 years. What right do you have to demand wifely duties from me? By Xiao, don't think staying silent means I can't do anything about you. Shen Jingjue abruptly pulled her into his arms, their ragged breaths mingling. He wasn't someone who angered easily, but ever since leaving him, this woman kept stomping on every one of his triggers. What remarkable audacity. Then go investigate. Why keep asking? Tang Qiao'er forcefully shook off his hand and walked away without looking back. Shinju stared at the woman's cold yet graceful retreating figure, remembering those fiery red lips and the pair of sharp stiletto heels as lethal as weapons. An inexplicable tightness seized his chest. Why had she transformed into this style? Could it be catering to Tang Yu's taste? Scheming and fickle-minded, God knows what grandfather sees in her. President Shen, Miss Jean said she sprained her ankle and is crying, begging you to go see her. Han Xian panted as he caught up. Suddenly, the roaring sound of a sports car engine shook the heavens and earth. Ah, it's the young madam. Shen Jingjue was momentarily stunned when he saw his ex-wife driving past him in a sports car, wearing oversized black shades that covered half her face, looking utterly shameless as she zoomed by. She was driving a top-of-the-line limited edition supercar, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. So the young madam was actually a hidden billionaire all along? Damn. Han Xian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Shen Juege's dark eyes sank deeper, his hands at his sides slowly clenching into fists. Go after her. Chapter 9, The Art of Being a Dutiful Wife. Tang Qiao'er gripped the steering wheel with one hand, dashing down the road with the Queen of the Night's aria, Der Holly Rake cocked and Meinem Herzen blasting from the speakers. She wasn't afraid of Shen Jueju investigating her. She just couldn't understand why a man who had treated her like air for 3 straight years, never showing the slightest concern, would suddenly develop curiosity about her precisely as their marriage reached its end. Truly, men are all worthless creatures. Chase after them with endless care and affection, and you'll only be met with their disdain. But treat them coldly, leave them hanging like a piece of garbage, and they'll come crawling back shamelessly on their own. Suddenly, Tang Qiao'er glanced at the rearview mirror, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Not far behind, Shen Juege's Lamborghini was relentlessly pursuing her. Want to tail me? Try again in your next life. With a wicked smirk playing on her crimson lips, Tang Qiao'er floored the accelerator. The Night Whisper slid into a sharp left turn like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hurry, stay close, Shen Jingjue urged from the passenger seat, his gaze intense. Han Xian had never driven this fast before, his heart was practically jumping out of his mouth. After exhausting every effort just to catch a glimpse of Tang Qiao'er's taillights, Shinju remained expressionless, though secretly relieved. President Shen, the young madam's driving skills are absolutely godlike. Those Fujiwara tofu shop decals aren't just for show. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What tofu shop? Shinju frowned in confusion. Look at the young madam's butt. Shen Jingjue's face instantly darkened, causing Han Xian to break out in a cold sweat from fright. Slip of the tongue. What I meant was, look at the young madam's car's rear end. Shen Jingjue focused his gaze and indeed saw a white decal on the back of the Bugatti. It read, Fujiwara Tofu Shop AE 86. That's quite funny, didn't you know? Our young madam is particularly fond of anime, especially Initial D. Every time I see her, this anime is always playing on the living room TV. Han Xian got more and more excited as he spoke. I never expected our young madam to have such hidden depths. I always thought she was just a delicate, helpless little lady. Don't just blame him. Even Shinju was completely fooled by this woman. What made him even angrier was that he knew less about his wife than his own secretary. Oh no, young madam is accelerating. Keep up with her. If you lose her, I'll deduct your annual bonus. Shinju gritted his teeth, his handsome face stiff and pale as a statue. Han Xian feared salary deductions, but what terrified him more was the possibility of 2 lives being lost. The result was that Tang Qiao'er executed 2 rapid yet elegant turns, and her taillights disappeared from their view. Lost, we've lost her. Han Xian slumped in defeat. Shin Jueju slammed his fist against the car window, veins bulging at his temples. Bai Xiaoxiao, why do you keep concealing yourself from me under layer after layer? Who are you really? At night, the eldest and second brothers arrived at their younger sister's private villa. In the spacious open kitchen, Tang Yu flipped the wok while Tang Su minced ingredients, as Tang Chowder watched the handsome men cook with a lollipop in her mouth, casually playing a game on the side. Gotcha all four. Tang Chowder looked at her achievements on the screen and smugly patted her small hands together. Little sis, still as sharp as ever. Tang Su flashed a bright smile. He had the most affable grin among the four brothers. See that? I'm the Li Xuanhuan of butchers, never miss a shot. Kneeling on the chair with arms propped up, Tang Chowder bounced the lollipop in her mouth up and down, utterly adorable. Hey now, big talker, tomorrow let's set up a match and I'll teach you a proper lesson. Little sis absolutely crushed you last time, nearly made you quit the game. Don't go asking for another beating. Tang Yu spoke while feeding a slice of beef into Tang Chowder's mouth. Damn it. Last time was because that idiot Lao Si suddenly got assigned a mission and had to bail. Otherwise we would have totally won. Tang Su protested indignantly. I'm starting to cook now. Little sis, you're allergic to smoke. Wait in the living room. Tang Yu urged gently. Tang Chowder froze momentarily, a sour emotion welling up in her nasal passages. She hadn't even dared to tell her two elder brothers that she, someone allergic to smoke, had served as the Shin family's cook for 3 years, breathing in grease fumes daily while stir-frying until calluses formed on her hands from constant wok flipping, gradually developing immunity to the smoke. If she had confessed, while her eldest brother might have spared some mercy due to his religious beliefs, the other 3 brothers would probably have eradicated the entire Shin family down to the last trace. After all, Chia Chia was the treasured jewel of the Tang family, someone whose delicate hands had never touched kitchen work. How could the Shin clan have treated her so wretchedly? Fortunately, she had turned back from the brink. She would never again lower herself into the dust for a man she could never have. At that moment, Tang Yu's phone rang. He hurriedly wiped his hands and pulled the phone from his apron, then cast a complicated glance at Tang Chowder. Chowder, it's your ex-husband again. Damn, is he addicted now or what? Tang Chowder's face flushed with anger, and the lollipop in her mouth fell onto the table. What do you mean? Does Shin Shimmy always beat you up, bro? Tang Su sat beside the girl, naturally picking up a lollipop from the table and popping it into his mouth. No way, he said. Don't tell me after running into each other at Moonlight Riverside watching fireworks last time, Shin Shimmy mistook you for Chia Chia's boyfriend? Yes, it is. Tang Su, holy shit? What kind of look was that? What? Am I not worthy? Tang Yu, wearing an apron, smiled with such fatherly kindness. Shin Shimmy must be completely blind. Where do you look like a boyfriend? You've totally got the vibe of someone playing dad. Now even her brothers were teasing her. She was truly about to lose it. Add one more ex-husband to the mix, and it's 3 men in a drama. Should we answer? Tang Yu asked. Don't answer. Answer. Tang Yu still listened to his sister and pressed the speakerphone. I'm looking for my wife. Shin Jueju's tone was even more natural than in the morning, even carrying a hint of possessive implication. What the hell? Tang Su was about to swear in anger when Tang Chowder abruptly pressed his head onto the table with a loud thud. Mr. Shen, Xiaoxiao is no longer your wife, you're divorced now. Tang Yu calmly reminded him, deliberately changing how he addressed her to avoid giving anything away. She knows she still is, and she's well aware of it. Shin Jueju's voice turned so cold it froze the entire kitchen in an instant. Shin Jueju, first you're aggressive, then you chase my car. What exactly are you trying to do? Tang Chowder turned off the speakerphone and answered the call in annoyance. I have something to say, just between us. Tang Chowder found a room, stepped inside, closed the door, and took a deep breath before answering the call again. Speak quickly. I'm busy. Why did you change your phone number? Shin Jueju's tone was icy. A fresh start, to cut ties with the past. Grandfather might need to reach you in the future, and I wouldn't be able to contact you. Give me your new number so I can stay in touch. Shin Juerui's tone carried an air of unquestionable entitlement. Finding me is easy, just call President Tang. You'll naturally get through to me. A faintly mocking smile curled at the corners of Tang Chowder's lips. Bai Xiaoxiao, is this your way of getting back at me? Shin Juerui gritted his teeth as he forced out each word. The moment you left me, you couldn't wait to move in with Tang Yu. You call yourself Bai Xiaoxiao in front of me. What name will you go by in front of Tang Yu? Shin Jueju. Tang Chowder was also furious, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Do you think using this method to get back at me is too naive? Do you really believe I care about which man you're with? Shin Jueju laughed in extreme anger. I just don't want Grandpa to be disappointed in you. I don't want him to realize in the end that the person he truly values is a shameless woman. Even if you want to let yourself go, at least behave properly before Grandpa's 80th birthday. Don't let any rumors reach his ears. Tang Chowder was so choked with anger she couldn't get a word out, immediately hanging up the call. In the darkness, her back pressed against the wall as she gasped heavily, unable to calm the agony inflicted by Shin Jueju's cruel words. Why did it still hurt so much? She'd already sworn to regard him as dead. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, Tang Qiaoer felt bone-deep disappointment gradually reddening her vision. Shin Jueju, how could you look at me like this? So all these 13 years of deep affection were completely wrong. Chapter 10, by Xiaoxiao's Little Notebook. Meanwhile, at Guanchao Manor, Shin Jueju, who had just been forcefully hung up on by his strong-willed ex-wife, stood frozen for several seconds, unable to process what had just happened. So decisive and cold, was this still the same weeping little wife who had begged him not to divorce her? All these 3 years, she must have felt nothing for him. She had only endured the humiliation for some unknown purpose. At this realization, Shin Ju's anger burned fiercer. President Shin, your coffee. Han Xian walked in and, seeing his solemn expression, cautiously asked, Sir, did you manage to reach the young madam? Did you get her new phone number? Shin Jueju rubbed his temples in restless irritation. He had been so preoccupied with his anger that he had completely neglected his actual task. He had thought that parting ways with Bai Xiaoxiao would bring him peace of mind, yet now, the mere thought of her being with Tang Yu filled his chest with suffocating resentment. How utterly preposterous. What right did this woman have to dictate his emotions like this? Let's find another chance. I don't want to talk about that woman now. Shin Jueju picked up his coffee cup and took a sip, then suddenly frowned. What's wrong with this coffee? It's off. But, I followed the exact recipe that young madam gave me. How could this be? Han Xian scratched his head in bewilderment. Recipe? Before young mistress left you, she gave me a small notebook. It records your preferences in meticulous detail, what foods you avoid, how to brew coffee to your liking, even noting down every dish you particularly enjoyed by date and month. Saying this, Han Xian drew out the small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Shin Jueju. The man hesitated momentarily before accepting it, then slowly opened its pages. Before my eyes were elegant and neatly written words, as proper as Bai Xiaoxiao once was. Adding a pinch of salt to coffee enhances the flavor. I was surprised to find I enjoy drinking it this way. This morning's seafood congee with fresh scallops and vegetables was unexpectedly delicious. I ended up having 2 bowls. I should make this for him more often. I've realized I don't particularly enjoy overly sweet foods. Perhaps treats like steamed sugar cheese curds or osmanthus cakes with their delicate sweetness would suit his taste better. Last year, I bought Jingjue several ties with red elements, but he never wore any of them. It seems Jingjue dislikes red. Jingjue, Jingjue, Jingjue. Every word is about him, every sentence circles back to him. Shin Jingjue flipped through the pages, holding his breath as if fearing the words might scatter like dust in the wind. His pupils darkened, fingers crumpling the paper edges tight. If you're so adept at reading people's hearts, it can only mean you're scheming with ulterior motives. Although Shin Jueju felt conflicted about the contents recorded in the notebook, he was still seething with anger. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the notebook into the wastebasket. Hey, don't throw it away, Mr. Shin. This notebook contains 3 years of Madam's hard work. If she didn't care about you, why would she quietly note all these things? It proves how much you weigh in her heart. Han Xian hurried to pick it up, his face filled with anguish. Stop calling her Madam, she doesn't deserve it. At that moment, a chaotic noise erupted outside the study door. It seems to be coming from the right side of the corridor, and that room used to belong to Bai Xiaoxiao. Go out and see what's going on, Shin Ju said wearily, rubbing his temples. Han Xian hurried out of the study and returned shortly after with a complicated look in his eyes. Mr. Shen, the commotion was caused by Miss Jean. What's wrong with Ruer? She's throwing out all the belongings of your ex-wife from her bedroom. At this moment, Jean Enru was acting wildly, wreaking havoc in Bai Xiaoxiao's bedroom. Bitch. You country bumpkin are only this arrogant because the old man favors you, aren't you? What's so great about getting some worthless bracelet? How dare you look down on me? When they signed the divorce agreement, Tang Qiaoer left with nothing. This gave Jean Enru the perfect opportunity to go wild, throwing all the skincare products on her desk and the decorations by the bed onto the floor like garbage. By the time Shin Jueju arrived, the place was already in complete disarray. Rower, what are you doing? His eyebrows furrowed sharply. I hate that there are traces of your life together here, that there's Bai Xiaoxiao's presence lingering. Jean Enru started crying again when she saw Shin Jueju arrive. If it weren't for her, how could we have missed out on 3 whole years? Clearly she's the one who stole my place. Why does she still act like I'm the one who harmed her, making me look like some mistress? Rower, you're not a mistress. Stop overthinking things. Shin Jueju's eyes turned cold as he bent down to pick up the battered and dented jade toad. He suddenly froze, realizing this little thing could actually wink on its own, its tiny paw even forming a scissorhand gesture. The man's thin lips curled unconsciously. Jean Enru then opened the wardrobe and began carelessly tossing out Bai Xiaoxiao's clothes. What's this? She casually opened a large box. Inside was unexpectedly a high-quality, exquisitely tailored men's suit. Heh, is this the gift she prepared for President Tang? Seems she's been making contingency plans early, securing her next wealthy patron, hasn't she? Shin Juexiao's dark amber eyes clouded with shadow as he strode over and took the box. Juexiao brother, that woman is utterly despicable. I thought she married you because she truly cared for you, that she might genuinely look after you. But it turns out she was just using you as a stepping stone, playing you for a fool. Jean Enru's eyes reddened as she snatched a fruit knife from the coffee table and lunged forward to slash the suit to ribbons. Shinju acted swiftly, shielding the box beneath his body. The blade slashed his arm instead, staining his white shirt crimson with blood. I am sorry, brother Ju. The knife slipped from Jean Enru's grip as she covered her mouth in terror, her mind blank except for tears. Oh dear, what on earth is going on here? Qin Shu hurried over with servants trailing behind, and seeing Shin Jueju injured with blood dripping onto the white carpet, turning it crimson, she was also utterly terrified. Jueju, why are knives involved now? Asian, arrange a car to send Miss Kim home, Shin Jueju said, suppressing his pain and exhaling helplessly. Brother Jueju, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with you. Kim Eunwoo anxiously wrapped her arms around the man. Yes, Jingjue, since it's so late, let Rower stay here. She can take care of your injuries too. Qin Shu seized the opportunity to chime in. From her own selfish perspective, she'd have loved nothing more than to shove Jean Enru straight into Shin Jingjue's bed tonight. No need. Have her go back first, came the man's unexpectedly resolute refusal. Sooner or later, Rower will marry you. It's better for Rower to stay with her family before we get married, since we'll have plenty of time together afterwards. First, she can spend more time with her family, and second, my divorce with Bai Xiaoxiao isn't finalized yet. It's not quite appropriate for Rower to stay here. With the discussion reaching this point, Qin Shu had no choice but to relent. After sending off the tearful Jean Enru, Shinju looked at the mess left around and sighed heavily, instructing the servants to clean up the room. Mr. Shen, come take a look. Han Xian stood astonished before the wardrobe, pulling out an exquisitely crafted theatrical costume. Shin Jingjue approached and examined the garment, soft pastel pink fabric embroidered with masterfully lifelike peonies of wealth and nobility, their extravagance evident at first glance. None but the peony can claim true imperial beauty. His long lashes fluttered slightly as his thoughts wavered. Wait, does the young madam even know how to sing opera? That's amazing, Han Xian sincerely exclaimed, having been astonished by the young madam several times that day. He couldn't understand why President Shin just couldn't appreciate such a dashing and beautiful woman. Haven't you heard the saying? Huh? Whores are heartless, and actors lack loyalty. Shin Jueju pressed his thin, slightly upturned lips into a tight line, an inexplicable restlessness surging in his chest once more. Chapter 11, A Birthday Gift Received Early. Meanwhile, Tang Chow'er had casually tied her hair into a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin. Clad in a sky-blue opera costume, her flowing sleeves danced like drifting clouds as she performed Kunku Opera's The Peony Pavilion for Tangyu. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with unshed tears, radiating a delicate charm that was utterly captivating. As the song ended, Tangyu couldn't help but applaud, his smiling eyes filled with unabashed adoration. Excellent, truly excellent. Third aunt has taught you well. In ancient times, you'd have been named imperial consort immediately. Who wants to be some concubine? If I'm going to be anything, I'll be the queen, confidence shining bright. Tang Chow'er instantly broke character, cracking her knuckles audibly. How could there not be? If there weren't, we wouldn't have ended up with 3 extra stepmothers. Tang Yu let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Tang Chow'er lowered her gaze, gathering her water sleeves as she sat beside her eldest brother. Thoughts of the 3 madams made her expression darken slightly. Chow'er, these past 3 years, they've all missed you dearly and cared about you. They've frequently asked me privately about how you've been doing. Big brother, what are you trying to say? Chow, when you left home back then and went to a foreign country alone to work as a doctor without borders, I knew deep down you were acting more out of spite towards Dad. Tang Yu lifted his arm and gently wrapped it around her shoulders, his handsome brows knitting with a trace of melancholy. But that's just the kind of person our father is. We don't get to choose. Moreover, there isn't a single person in this world without flaws. Even Shin Jingjue, whom you've loved for years, didn't you discover plenty of his shortcomings during your 3 years of marriage? Tang Chow'er's lashes fluttered like crow feathers as her slender fingers tightened around the cool jade bracelet encircling her delicate wrist. The only difference is, you can choose to leave Shin Jueyue, but you can never sever the blood ties with your father. Since you can't cut it off, try to accept it. What's more, Dad adores you dearly, and the 3 other wives, they're kind-hearted women too. Over the years, they've managed the household with perfect order, never once overstepping their bounds. I can vouch for their character personally. Truth be told, Tang Yu didn't know this. Because of one incident, Tang Qiaoer had already quietly accepted them in her heart 2 years ago. Han Xian bandaged Shen Jueju's wounds and then quietly left the room. The thought of Jin Enru's tantrums, crying, yelling, and smashing things, filled Shen Jueju with a headache. In his memories, his beloved white moonlight was gentle, quiet, and fragile as a little bird. There was no way she would behave so recklessly. The man sighed. Perhaps people inevitably change. But regardless, Jin Enru was his childhood sweetheart, the one who had walked beside him through his darkest and most desperate days. She was his obsession. He was determined to marry her no matter what. Enduring the pain, Shenju reviewed documents for a while longer when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the suit jacket draped over the sofa. He stood up and walked over, picking up the garment to examine it closely. Although he and Tang Yu were of similar height, his shoulders were slightly broader and his frame more solid than Tang Yu's. It looks just like his size. How hideous, he sneered coldly. Several minutes later, Shen Jueju put on the suit. Standing before the dressing mirror, he adjusted himself and raised his arms slightly. Surprisingly, it fit him perfectly, with craftsmanship rivaling that of high-end designer brands. That bumpkin from the countryside actually has such good taste. Just then, a knock came at the door. Auntie Wu entered to bring him warm milk. Oh, young master, you're actually wearing the clothes madam sent you? She'll be overjoyed when she finds out. Auntie Wu couldn't contain her delight. In the entire Shen household, nobody took Bai Xiaoxiao seriously except Auntie Wu, who had raised Shen Jingjue since childhood. What did you say? Shen Jingjue was stunned. Isn't what you're wearing something the young madam gave you? That's right, it's this one. A month ago, the young madam asked me to pick this up from the tailor shop. She even made me promise to keep it a secret at the time, saying it was a birthday present she had prepared for you. A birthday present? Shen Jingjue stood rooted to the spot in disbelief. Yet his birthday was still a long way off. Aunt Wu, I know you get along well with Bai Xiaoxiao, but she's already left. You don't have to keep taking her side in everything, Shen Jueju said with frost-cool eyes. Young master, I've watched you grow up since childhood. If I must say who I truly side with in the Shen family, there's no one but you. Aunt Wu approached and looked at the extraordinarily handsome man reflected in the mirror, her gaze meaningful. The young mistress said making clothes requires a long process. She stitched every thread with her own hands, personally selected and customized the fabric, even had the buttons specially molded from scratch. Normally busy with household chores, she could only spare a little time each day to rush to the tailor's shop, so she finished it a month early and hid it in the wardrobe, afraid you might discover it. Shen Jingjue felt as if his chest had been struck by a blunt force, his eyes widening in disbelief. If you don't believe me, check the label, your name is still embroidered on it. Shen Jingjue swiftly took off the suit jacket and threw it onto the sofa as if it were on fire. We're already divorced. I have no interest in knowing what she did for me. You should go rest. Young master, why did you divorce the young mistress? She's such a wonderful girl and was utterly devoted to you. Wholeheartedly devoted? Shen Jingjue let out a hollow laugh that scraped his lungs. So devoted that she throws herself into another man's arms the moment she leaves me? How could the young mistress? Nanny Wu gasped in shock. They say it takes 3 years to truly know a person. How terribly true those words are. Shen Jueju gnashed his teeth, shattering those faint lingering thoughts of Bai Xiaoxiao. Blood rushed to his head as he raged. If she never had true feelings, why pretend she couldn't live without me? Did she think I'd grow attached over time? Did she think Shen Jueju is some easy mark who'd let her manipulate him? Young master, I truly believe there must be some misunderstanding. Anyone could see how deeply the young mistress cared for you, said Nanny Wu with a regretful shake of her head as she folded his suit jacket. Enough, Nanny Wu, not another word. You'll regret missing out on the young madam one day. Tang Qiaoer had intended to sleep in, but her biological clock woke her at 5 in the morning. Because at this hour, she would normally be preparing breakfast for the Shen family. Now she no longer had to immerse herself in cooking fumes to feed the entire household, nor endure the Shen family's disdainful looks. Perfect. Divorcing feels amazing. Tang Qiaoer quickly freshened up and changed into tight workout clothes, heading to the lake behind the villa to kayak on a single paddleboard. With birds singing and flowers fragrant along the lakeshore, Tang Qiaoer swung her arms, her graceful and powerful figure swiftly gliding across the mirror-like lake surface, leaving ripples in her wake. After her workout and a light breakfast, Tang Qiaoer went downstairs refreshed and full of energy. Lin Shu gaped at the young mistress, utterly spellbound. Today, Tang Qiaoer had her long hair elegantly pinned up, her makeup as exquisitely vibrant as ever. Her petite face, no larger than a palm, glowed like finest jade, her eyes sparkling with liquid light. Draped in a sleek black blazer over a red lace dress, her alluring curves and shapely long legs were enough to send hearts racing. Hey, wipe that drool. Tang Qiaoer snapped her fingers right in front of him. Gulp, Lin Shu flushed crimson with embarrassment. Why, young mistress, you're breathtaking. You're the chief secretary by my eldest brother's side, Can't you stop looking like a lovesick fool every time you see a beautiful woman? Tang Qiao shook her head, amused and exasperated. The Rolls-Royce headed toward KS World Hotel. The breathtakingly beautiful female CEO appeared in the restaurant as if by magic. Though she was a stunning sight to behold, all the employees trembled like mice before a cat, not daring to even breathe loudly, filled with awe and fear. After yesterday's lesson, no one dared slack off today. The hotel's marble floors gleamed mirror-bright, and all ingredients were of the freshest quality. Tang Qiao made her rounds, offered a few pointers, and then returned to her office. I don't have anything else for you right now, Su. You can head to my elder brother's office. I don't need to go back there anymore. Lin Su smiled warmly. President Tang said from now on, I'll be working with you. I'm your secretary. What? Tang Qiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. My brother said he'd give me a present today. Don't tell me, it's you? Lin Shu blinked his large eyes and nodded. Let's stir things up. Big bro really knows how to give gifts. He gave her a living person. Seeing that Tang Qiao remained silent for a long while, Lin Shu grew anxious. Miss, you wouldn't reject me just because I'm a second-hand secretary, would you? Tang Qiao's lips twitched. Second-hand my ass. Call it abundant work experience. Hee hee, then please guide me more in the future. I don't ask for much, just a nice salary bump. Lin Su joked. Money's not the issue. Do well, and I'll make you filthy rich. Screw up, and you'll be a third-hand secretary. Tang Qiao propped her chin on her hand, her crimson lips quirking up. Lin Su sucked in a cold breath and hurriedly started reporting his current work progress. All the bedding from Ellie Home that you arranged to replace yesterday has been changed. We've also notified all KS-affiliated hotels nationwide, requiring them to replace Ellie Home bedding within a week. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Chapter 12, Ex-Husband Announces Wedding News. Tang Qiao threw Lin Su a meaningful glance. Lin Shua understood and walked over to open the door. Mr. Tang. Yesterday, the Vice President Gao Ming, who had gotten into trouble, barged in from outside. Lin Sua couldn't stop him because he moved too fast. Tang Qiao's eyes turned cold as she watched Gao Ming rush up to her desk. Mr. Gao, why are you still here? I've already approved your resignation paperwork. You're free to seek greener pastures elsewhere. President Tang, you can't do this to me. I've worked for this hotel for nearly 20 years. I gave everything for this hotel, exhausted myself to the point of illness. Even Chairman Tang wouldn't casually remove me. How dare you fire me just like that? Gao Ming shouted, his face flushed and neck veins bulging as sweat poured down his forehead. I've reviewed the profiles of all the hotel's top executives. You really are sick, fatty liver and gallbladder polyps. Seems like the hotel's perks are quite generous. Tang Qiao's icy red lips curled into a smirk, her chilling laughter sending shivers down the spine. Gao Ming caught the sarcasm in those words and trembled in fear. Ellie selling those subpar bedding products to our hotel. I really knew nothing about that. Over these 3 years, Ellie has been our reliable partner, offering fair prices, and she's a reputable brand in Xinjiang. That's why Before the words even finished, there came a sharp crack. Tang Qiao flicked her slender jade-like hand, tossing a document at Gao Ming's feet. These are all the transaction records between the hotel and Ollie over the past 3 years. As the head of the finance department, how could you not spot these glaring discrepancies in the statements? Gao Ming picked up the documents with trembling hands, flipping through the pages as if they were scorching embers. And I also received an anonymous tip here. Tang Qiao leisurely raised her coffee cup for a sip, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. Someone has reported you, saying you've been in close dealings with Ally, profiting from massive kickbacks by purchasing her substandard bedding in bulk and passing them off as quality goods. Gao Ming's teeth chattered with fear, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. I won't dismiss anyone without evidence, but if I do have evidence, I certainly won't go easy on them either. If Mr. Gao still has any objections, we can settle this matter through legal means. President Tang, I was wrong. I made a foolish mistake in a moment of poor judgment. Please give me a way out. If this gets out, I won't be able to survive in the entire Xinjiang. Terrified out of his wits, Gao Ming begged pitifully, almost kneeling before Tang Qiao. It was Ally who came to me first, promising me a way to get rich. All the schemes came from President Jean. I thought all mattresses were pretty much the same, so I didn't think much of it. That's how he tricked me. Tang Qiao couldn't help but laugh. A deputy general manager with 20 years in the hotel industry was now playing dumb to save his own skin. Enough. You know exactly what happened, Mr. Gao. Rather than wasting time with nonsense, you'd be better off sending out more resumes. Secretary Lin, show him out. Gao Ming's face fell, and he was driven out by Lin Su like a stray dog. Outside the office, Gao Ming immediately changed his expression and spat viciously. Screw you. Just wait and see. I won't let this slide. Although Tang Qiao had a noble heart, she was thoroughly angered by the embezzlement and dereliction of duty within the hotel. This Gao Ming seems infamous in the hotel, the moment you decided to deal with him, informants came forward right away. Lin Su gloated with triumphant excitement. No one reported him. What? Are you bluffing him? Tang Qiao responded nonchalantly while opening a game to vent her frustration as a virtual butcher. If you've done nothing wrong, you need fear no ghosts knocking. But before any ghosts could come for him, just a few prods from me made him confess everything. Lin Su couldn't help but applaud the young lady. She truly had mastered the art of manipulation. Gao Ming and Ellie have been collaborating for 3 years now. Seems like he's skimmed quite a bit. We should sue him till the very end. Make him cough up every last cent he swallowed. Leave some leeway for others, so we can meet again someday. If I go too far, the other executives at the hotel might rebel and start plotting against me behind my back. Besides, Gao Ming was originally promoted by Old Wan. I don't want to slap my father in the face too hard. Tang Qiao lazily muttered while brandishing a giant axe in-game as she chased someone down. During this time, have someone keep a close eye on Gao Ming. If he makes contact with Jean Enru's brother again, report it to me immediately. Yes, young miss. Right then, Tang Qiao's phone began buzzing incessantly. Some group chat had exploded. Ah shoo, I'm busy right now, check who messaged me. Tang Qiao was engrossed in playing her game. Lin Shu hurried over and opened her phone. Ah, it's a message from the brothers in your group called Tang Family Confidential Bureau. This group was created by her second brother Tang Su. It included Tang Qiao and her 4 biological brothers. The reason it was called the Confidential Bureau was to ensure absolute secrecy regarding her marriage to Shin Jueju. Not a word could be leaked. Startled, Tang Qiao forgot about her game and immediately snatched the phone away. After all, Lin Su still doesn't know about her marriage and divorce. The fewer people who know about this the better. Otherwise if word gets back to Old Wan, it'll be huge trouble. Tang Su, damn it. I can't fucking take it anymore. Is Shinju trying to destroy both body and soul? This is beyond insulting. Third brother, I'll investigate if the Shin Corporation has any shady dealings recently. I'll do my best to bankrupt Shin Group within a month. Fourth brother, I'll strive to sever Shinju's tendons within a week. Tang Yu, amen. Tang Qiao, stop. Brothers, what on earth is going on? A few seconds later, Tang Su threw over a Weibo link. Tang Su, Shin Shimi has already announced her wedding news. Not only that, but some gossip accounts are exposing you as the homewrecker who snatched him away by forcing him to accept you through sheer persistence, causing the star-crossed lovers to be torn apart. Fourth brother, worlds apart? Shall I make sure they're separated by life and death? Tang Yu, fourth brother, fret not because of evildoers, nor be envious toward the workers of iniquity, for they shall soon wither like grass, and fade as the green herb. Tang Yu, cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Do not fret, it only leads to evil doing. Tang Su, big brother, stop talking already. If you keep this up, halos will start glowing above our heads. Fourth brother, Chia Chiao, in half an hour, I'll delete all the negative news about you, and the trending hashtag about Shin Jingjua's remarriage will also be taken down. Tang Qiao, don't, fourth brother. Tang Qiao, let the storm rage even fiercer. Tang Su sent a confused black emoji face. Tang Qiao, because it has nothing to do with me. Shin Jueju's ex-wife is by Xiao Xiao, and I am the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Tang Qiao, Tang Su, that's right. You've never appeared in public with Shin Jueju in these 3 years, and no outsider has ever seen you. It's impossible for anyone to find any information about you. This matter won't affect you at all. Tang Qiao, but some shameless woman is going to have a headache because of this. The young mistress curled her lips in a cold, proud smirk. Shin Jueju, if you want your beloved white moonlight, I'll step aside and let you 2 lovebirds be together forever. But if your woman tries to turn the tables on me, don't blame me for giving her a taste of her own medicine and making her fall flat on her face. Over at Shin Corporation, everyone was caught completely off guard by the sudden marriage announcement. Both the PR department and Han Xian's phones were nearly blown up by media calls, creating a sensation that shook Xinjiang and even the entire nation. First, President Shen is getting married. Secondly, President Shen is actually remarrying. Well, just as they asked if it had begun, it's already over. Is this a painless quick divorce marriage? The first to announce the wedding news was the Xinjiang Daily. I heard Miss Jean personally went to see their publisher before the news was released. Han Yen stared unblinkingly at his phone. The hashtag reposts have already surpassed 1 million. But the top trend is hashtag Song Jingjua's ex-wife revealed hashtag Young Madam is being torn to shreds online. Take it down. Shin Jingjua's handsome face darkened like an ice sculpture, his eyes devoid of light, chilling to the bone. Xinjiang News is backed by Shin Holdings. One could say this media outlet serves as their mouthpiece in the capital. Who do you want to beat up? Anyone who touches this message is fired, immediately. Yes, but what about the online public opinion? It's probably uncontrollable now. Han Xian couldn't help but worry. AI, who knows what young madam will think when she sees this? She must be very upset. Shin Jueja's eyes darkened abruptly as he immediately picked up his phone and pulled up Tang Yu's contact. Damn it, he'd almost gotten used to making these calls. Anyone watching would think he had a secret crush on Tang Yu. In his moment of hesitation, Jin Enro's name unexpectedly flashed across the screen. Shin Jueja couldn't help but furrow his brows, his chest tightening with an inexplicable heaviness. Chapter 13 Saving the Best for Last. Roar? Shin Ju calmed himself slightly. Brother Ju, come help me quickly. Jin Enro pleaded tearfully. I'm right downstairs at the Shin Corporation building. I'm surrounded by reporters. I'm so scared. I'm coming down to get you right now. Without another word, Shin Ju grabbed his suit jacket and headed for the door. President Shen, you can't. Han Xian hurried to stop him. Just send the bodyguards to escort Miss Jean. If you go personally, you'll be swarmed by reporters. Shin Ju's brow darkened as he rushed out without a moment's hesitation. Miss Jean Enro, when exactly is your wedding with President Shen scheduled? Rumors say you and President Shen were childhood sweethearts, so you've known each other for many years already? What do you think of President Shen's ex-wife? The rumors claim she interfered in your relationship. Is that true? The reporter's long guns and short cannons were practically shoved in Jin Enru's face. Though bodyguards served as human shields, the scene remained chaotic. Jin Enru posed as gentle and vulnerable, but inwardly she was already brimming with delight. She was the one who leaked the wedding announcement to the media, just as she spread the scandalous rumors about Bai Xiaoxiao being the mistress. That wretched woman dared to keep the bracelet that rightfully belonged to her and even humiliated her. She was determined to make her a homewrecker cursed and spat upon by thousands. Thank you all for your concern. President Shen and I will definitely share any good news with everyone at the first opportunity. Jin Enro flashed what she thought was a particularly beautiful and innocent smile at the camera. As for Mr. Shen's ex-wife, Miss Bai, I hardly know her. Please stop attacking her. After all, she's already separated from Mr. Shen. Let her live her life in peace. Not responding might have been better. The moment she spoke, all the reporters grew even more excited, and the scene descended into further chaos. Just as Kim Un-woo was recoiling like a startled bird, a solid chest shielded her, and an arm wrapped around her shoulder as they swiftly moved toward the door. Brother Jingjue, you've finally come. Jin Enro's eyes glistened as if on the verge of tears. Yet Shin Jingjue merely clenched his jawline, sharp as a blade, remaining silent. Suddenly, his footsteps halted as he instinctively turned to survey his surroundings. He couldn't shake the feeling. Bai Xiaoxiao was nearby, watching everything unfold. But how could it be? The security camera at the entrance of Shin Corporation adjusted slightly. Tang Qiaoer sat in her office, watching everything that happened outside Shin Corporation with perfect clarity. She saw it all, Jin Enru and Shin Jingjue leaving together, saw how he shielded her protectively, that woman clinging to him like a delicate little bird. To say it didn't hurt would be a lie even ghosts wouldn't believe. Shin Jueju, you're really protecting her. Did you ever protect me even once? Tang Qiaoer's eyes reddened. That stormy night 2 years ago when I was in agony, I called you too. I knew you wouldn't come, yet I still desperately hoped you'd just answer my call. Yet all that greeted me was your cold, switched-off phone. The thought of loving a man like you with all my heart for 3 years, only to end up being a tool for you to placate your grandfather and stall for time. It's not worth it, Shin Jingjue. You are the biggest mistake of my life. Just then, another message came in from the Confidential Affairs Bureau. Tang Yu, Qiao Qiao, the editor-in-chief of the Shanghai Daily, which first broke the news of your marriage, has already been replaced. Your ex-husband was behind it. It seems this news was likely sent by his girlfriend and has nothing to do with him. Tang Qiaoer fluttered her long eyelashes and typed, as husband and wife, they are one entity. There's no distinction between yours and mine. Tang Su, absolutely, birds of a feather. Tang Su, Qiao Qiao, I've just uncovered some explosive news too. Let's talk privately. Fourth brother, just say it here. Tang Su, no way. I found this myself. Don't try to ride on my coattails. Go investigate it yourselves if you want the credit. Just then, second brother sent a voice message. Little sister, about that Kim Un-ji, I found something pretty interesting. Though Tang Su appeared to be a frivolous prosecutor on the surface, only his brothers and Tang Chinner knew the truth. This second brother possessed hacker skills. Though not as proficient as fourth brother, he was competent enough, with formidable investigative abilities. Criminals never escaped judgment once a case landed in his hands. Jin Enru is just the same. A few photos appeared on WeChat. To everyone's shock, they were scandalous pictures of Jin Enru dressed provocatively and passionately kissing a half-foreign man. Not bad, second brother. You've got some dirt on her. Tang Qiaoer whistled cheerfully, flipping through the photos with great ease. Where did these come from? From Jin Enru's Instagram following list, there were hundreds of people. I've been working day and night checking every one. Then I found this guy suspicious, hacked into his account, and invaded his phone's photo gallery to dig up these treasures. The guy's a fitness trainer and has quite a few fans. Thanks for the hard work, second brother. I'll treat you to a fancy dinner tonight. Just dinner without drinks? Might as well not have lived. Drink up, as much as you want. Don't celebrate yet. I've got something even more explosive here. It even took me by surprise. With that, Tang Su sent over another set of medical diagnosis documents, followed by several images of a woman's abdomen. This is, Tang Cherry froze in shock. Can you believe it? Jean Enra gave birth to a child in country M. These photos show her postpartum stretch marks. Tang Cherry's shoulders trembled suddenly as she enlarged the photos again, scrutinizing them carefully several times. That woman was never sick. Every time she used the hospital as an excuse, she was actually going to the plastic surgery department to remove the stretch marks on her stomach. This high-tech age really makes it convenient for people with ulterior motives. In all my years handling cases, I've heard about swapping paternity test results and repairing hymens, but this is the first time I've heard of treating stretch marks. So that means Jean Enru and Shin Jueju have never slept together. Otherwise, she would have revealed herself long ago. Tang Chao inexplicably felt relieved, her emotions in tumult as she murmured, "Good. Damn right. Since when does the shade of green on your head matter? Little sis, your mindset is messed up. If you swallowed a fly, would you comfort yourself by saying at least it's protein?" Tang Su, terrified his sister might still have lingering feelings for Shin Jueju, wished he could rush over and shake some sense into her. Tang Chao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Second brother, you misunderstood me. I don't have any love left for Shin Jueju. I just think if he never touched Jean Enru during their marriage, at least I wouldn't feel quite so disgusted." Now it's Shin Shimmy's turn to have the wind blowing through his hair and see the cattle and sheep. Tang Su spat viciously, "That bastard deserves it. My sister is the heiress of the richest family in Haimen City, a dazzling princess with both beauty and brains. And yet he chose some imported turned domestic floozy instead. Well, that's Shin Jueru for you. No amount of wealth can buy his preference." Tang Chao scoffed, though bitterness rose in her heart. After all, she'd loved him for 13 years. Letting go in an instant would take time to process. But no matter how she felt, she would never love Shinju again. "That bitch is pecking at you now. Why don't we unleash this and give her a proper lesson?" Tang Su was already eager to crush Jean Enru. "When I was little, I had a habit of saving the best bite for last." Tang Chao narrowed her apricot eyes, glinting like glass, and curled her crimson lips into a dangerous smile. "Save the big move for the critical moment. That's when it'll strike hardest." Chapter 14. I want you to reconcile with Bai Xiaoxiao. Shin Jingjue brought Jean Enru into the CEO's office under the watchful eyes of everyone in the company. As soon as the door closed, Jean Enru burst into delicate sobs, throwing herself into the man's arms and clinging tightly to his waist. "Jingjue Gij, thank goodness you came to pick me up. I was so terrified just now." Shinju's pitch-black pupils seemed like unfathomable dark ink as he raised his hands to Jean Enru's shoulders and slowly pushed her away. "Brother Ju." Jean Enru looked utterly confused. "Why would you do this?" Shinju's tone was icy, his gaze oppressive. "Do what?" "Why contact Xingjing daily to announce our wedding?" Jean Enru secretly breathed a sigh of relief before trying to embrace him again. "Because I simply can't wait to marry you." "Don't tell me you don't want to marry me, Brother Jingjue." "I do want to. But this approach isn't appropriate," Shin Jingjue replied with uncharacteristic seriousness, his usual tenderness absent. "What's inappropriate about it? You've already divorced Bai Xiaoxiao. The paperwork between her and I isn't finalized yet. We promised Grandpa we'd wait until after his 80th birthday celebration before formally divorcing." Shin Jueju instinctively recoiled slightly. "Until then, she's still legally my wife. If you announce your marriage now, all three parties will be affected, and Grandpa will be even more displeased with you." He was intensely pragmatic, always weighing pros and cons first. Emotionally stunted since childhood, the only tenderness he'd ever shown was reserved for Jean Enru, yet even his words to her remained blunt enough to wound hearts. But he'd assumed their childhood connection meant Jean Enru understood him. But this woman completely missed the point. Her eyes burned crimson with rage as she snapped, "Affecting three parties? Brother Ju, are you upset because people online are calling Bai Xiaoxiao the other woman? Does it pain you to hear that?" "No, it doesn't pain me. It's just that Bai Xiaoxiao isn't the other woman, and this shouldn't have blown up like this," Shinju replied, pinching the bridge of his nose as a dull ache throbbed in his temples. "How isn't she? She obviously is." Jean Enru stamped her foot in fury, her shrill voice grating on Shinju's nerves and amplifying his headache. "If it weren't for her, we would have been together long ago. It's all her fault for meddling, for clinging to you and stealing my place for 3 whole years. It was only because Bai Xiaoxiao served as my nominal wife for 3 years that Grandpa finally relented. Without her, there wouldn't have been any chance for you and me to be together." Shin Jueju finished speaking, only to feel an unexpected, sharp pang in his chest. Indeed, if Bai Xiaoxiao hadn't left him after those 3 years, how could Grandpa have possibly allowed him to be with Jean Enru? That woman, she'd always greet him with a warm smile the moment he stepped through the door, help him change his clothes, prepare his bath water, and silently manage everything without ever causing him the slightest worry. Without fuss or fight, without tears or tantrums, she didn't even utter a word of complaint when she signed the divorce papers and left the Shen household. Even if Bai Xiaoxiao ultimately chose Tang Yu without looking back, she had fulfilled her duties as a wife these past 3 years. In contrast, he had treated her as nothing more than a tool from the very beginning, counting down the days until those 3 years would end, eager to be with the one he truly wanted. If they were to tally grievances, he owed her far more than she ever owed him. Brother Jueju, are you actually speaking up for that woman now? Jin Enru was stunned. For the first time, she felt she couldn't quite grasp this man's thoughts anymore. No, I was just stating the facts. At that moment, his phone rang. Shin Jueju took it out and saw it was a call from his grandfather, his furrowed brow betraying visible irritation. He opened the door to find Han Xian waiting outside. Ah Xian, send more people to escort Miss Jean home safely. Yes, President Shin. Han Xian gestured for Jin Enru to leave with a polite please. Jingjue, I don't want to go back. I'm so scared. Jin Enru's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung tightly to his hand. Don't be afraid. Just avoid speaking to any media these next few days. I'll handle the rest. Shin Jingjue resolutely escorted her out and closed the door. Suppressing his pounding headache, he answered his grandfather's call. Grandfather, Shin Jueju, how dare you break your promise to me? Are you really that desperate to marry that fox spirit into the family? Shin Nanhui roared furiously. If you marry that Jin family girl, I, Shin Nanhui, will disown you as my unfilial grandson. Grandfather, the news was released by the media. It has nothing to do with me. I bet it was that Jean girl who leaked it. Seeing you hadn't sent betrothal gifts yet, she grew impatient and resorted to this fait accompli maneuver. It wasn't Rower who did it, don't misunderstand her. Shin Jueju's headache worsened as he tugged at his Windsor knot and slowly leaned against the wall to sit back on the sofa. Having lied to the grandfather who doted on him the most, guilt left a bitter taste in his throat, but he had no other choice now. I forbid you to marry Jin Enru. I want you to get back with Xiao Xiao. Shin Nanhui skipped the small talk and directly championed the Shinbai pairing. Grandfather, this is what you promised me. After 3 years, the choice would be mine. Shin Juer's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his breathing uneven. There's no possibility between Bai Xiaoxiao and me anymore. Rower is the only one who will be my wife in the future. Well, you blind, foolish brat. I, Shin Nanhui, will cling to life just to see the day you lose Xiao Xiao and weep with regret before I close my eyes for good. With that, the old man slammed down the phone in fury. Shin Jingjue let out a weary sigh, pressing a hand to his forehead as he stumbled toward his desk, fumbling to take painkillers. Han Xian had just returned from seeing Jin Enru off when he stumbled upon this scene, immediately rushing over to support him with concern. President Shen, are you alright? Is your headache acting up again? It's nothing, Shin Jingjue replied quietly, sitting down slowly as he massaged his throbbing temples with eyes closed. Relying on painkillers all the time isn't the solution. Remember, for the past 3 years, it was the young madam's massages and acupuncture that significantly relieved your migraines. How did they start acting up again? Han Xian sighed with heartfelt concern. If only the young madam were here. You always slept soundly after her acupuncture sessions. Don't mention her. Shinju drew a sharp breath, his chest tight with suppressed emotion. Actually, President Shin, about the task you assigned me, I've already sent someone to investigate. Han Xian hesitated, his gaze flickering with unspoken words. Speak. The 2 marketing accounts that exposed the young madam's scandals, the person supplying them with material behind the scenes, was Miss Jean. Shin Jingjue abruptly raised his eyes, his heart tightening violently. Are you sure about this? How is that possible? We're sure. We double-checked multiple times. Han Xian braved the storm and said in a low voice, otherwise, how could everything be such a coincidence? The marriage announcement had just gone public, and the scandals appeared right after. It's obvious they were prepared in advance. Shin Jueju stood frozen for a long moment before his towering frame abruptly slumped, overwhelmed by a wave of powerlessness coursing through his limbs. Rower, how could you do this? He knew Jin Enru loved and cared for him, and that she disliked Bai Xiaoxiao, but she shouldn't have vented her anger in this way. Handle it. No matter what it takes, I want those scandals scrubbed from the internet before sunset. Jin Enru returned home to find Mr. and Mrs. Jin along with Jin Ziyu all present, their faces lighting up with joy at her arrival. Aya, little sister, your move worked like magic. Jin Ziyu grinned from ear to ear. The moment you announced your engagement with President Shen, all of Jin Corporation's troubles melted away. Now hotels and inns are clamoring to place orders with us again. We're about to make a killing. My good daughter, you've become our family's savior this time, Mr. Jin praised from the side. Previously, the sudden return of all Ellie products from Gold Group and the permanent termination of cooperation by Tang Group's hotel chain led to widespread industry skepticism about Gold Group's credibility. Many hotels that had placed orders cancelled them, causing significant losses for Gold Group. The father and son were so frantic they resembled ants on a hot skillet. Thus, Jin and Ru came up with the idea of announcing the wedding news to salvage their teetering business. Sure enough, the results were remarkable. Leaning on the Shin family's money tree truly brought in a flood of wealth. But Jin and Ru couldn't muster even a shred of happiness, her face utterly crestfallen. The business might be saved, but do you know the price I had to pay? Brother Jingjue argued with me today, and that old man, he'll probably despise me even more. What's there to fear? That Shin Nanhuai is just an old man on his last legs. How many years can he possibly hold on? We can outlast him. Jin Ziyu smirked darkly. Once that old man kicks the bucket, Auntie will have Shin Guangjing under control, and you'll have Shin Jingjue wrapped around your finger. The entire Shin family will be in our grasp. That's right, roar. Madame Jin approached and stroked Jin and Ru's hair, her eyes gleaming with ambition. As long as Jingjue loves you, Shin Nanhuai won't be able to stop you from marrying into wealth. Your aunt is living proof of that. Hearing these words, Jin and Ru finally felt comforted and nodded with renewed confidence. This time, no matter what, she was determined to marry into the Shin family and become the envied CEO's wife. Chapter 15, a radiant socialite in full bloom. As the sun set in the west, its golden rays pierced through the clouds with extraordinary brilliance. Shinju slumped wearily into the back seat as the luxury car sped toward Guanchao Manor. President Shen, I've dealt with those marketing accounts spreading malicious rumors about the young madam. They've been banned and served with legal notices. That should scare them straight. But the marriage announcement, no matter what we do, it keeps trending. This is really tricky. Han Xian looked troubled. Shinju gazed pensively out the window. Many times along the way, he felt the urge to contact Bai Xiaoxiao, but remembering how their last conversation had ended unhappily, and the fact that now he'd have to go through Tangyu just to speak to her, his pride kept getting in the way. Even if I call her, and she answers, what should I say? Sorry about today? He couldn't bring himself to say it, yet his heart felt crushed by a massive boulder, so heavy that every breath came with difficulty. As the Rolls-Royce approached Guanchao Manor, Shin Jueju suddenly furrowed his brows. Stop the car. The driver braked and pulled over by the roadside. Before Han Xian could voice his question, Shin Jueju had already opened the car door and stepped out. He crossed the street, walking straight toward a retro-looking tailor shop. The brightly lit display window showcased meticulously tailored suits, while above the entrance hung a plaque bearing two calligraphic characters, Zhongyan. Shin Jueju suddenly remembered, those were the same two characters written on the suit packaging box Bai Xiaoxiao had gifted him. His tall, imposing figure pushed open the door, causing wind chimes to tinkle as an elderly tailor emerged. Sir, are you here to pick up garments or place an order? Shin Jueju was momentarily dazed, hesitating for a long while before asking, about a month ago, was there a woman in her 20s who had a men's suit made here? Oh, yes, there was indeed such a young lady. Oh my, she was so skilled with her hands, it left a deep impression on me. The old tailor's eyes lit up as he remembered Bai Xiaoxiao. That girl had a real talent for design. I've been in this trade for 40 years, and honestly, I'm not even on her level. During that time, did she come here every day to work on the clothes? Shin Jueju's voice was hoarse as he asked quietly. Yes, she comes in on time every morning and stays until we close in the evening. Many times I've seen her so exhausted that she rests her head on the table, and by the end of the day, she hasn't even had a sip of water. It's really heartbreaking to see. The old tailor reminisced. I asked if it was for her father or boyfriend, and she blushed saying it was for her husband. Goodness, who'd have thought she'd married so young? Some lucky fellow got himself quite the catch. Lover. These two words were like thorns on a rose stem, stealthily pricking his lightly trembling heart. Her eyes sparkled as she talked animatedly about her beloved. I thought that girl must truly love her husband. Why else would she be so meticulously making clothes by hand? Every stitch is woven with affection. Oh, by the way, who are you? How do you know about this? Shin Jueju's Adam's apple bobbed, and as if bewitched, he blurted, I'm that beloved husband. The old tailor was dumbstruck and gave the man a hard once-over. What a stunning couple, the perfect match. Shin Jueju emerged from the tailor shop, the dying light of sunset casting its glow upon his face. Everything felt like a dream left behind by Bai Xiaoxiao. Could that woman have truly been sincere with him? But does this world truly harbor someone so rational they border on schizophrenia, someone who could be utterly devoted to him one moment, then seamlessly shift her entire heart and soul into another man's embrace the next? Shin Jueju felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, a sensation unlike anything he'd experienced before. President Shen, what are you doing in a tailor shop? You always wear high-end designer brands. When did your taste change? Han Xian, that oblivious fool, clearly didn't grasp the situation at all. Nothing. Let's go back. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Shin Jueju had nearly developed PTSD from his phone today. Furrowing his brows, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he checked it. It was his best friend, the eldest son of the Hua family, Horushi. "Oh? Come out tonight, bro. I'll celebrate for you." Horushi's voice was cheerful, tinged with a hint of teasing. "Celebrate what?" "That depends on you. It could celebrate either your new marriage or your divorce. Get lost." "Haha, just joking, just joking. My new place is opening today. Can't you just come to support me as a favor? You haven't reached out to me in ages. Have we drifted apart? Has the love faded?" Shin Jingjue hesitated for a moment and let out a sigh. "See you tonight." Asterisk. That evening, Tang Chower took charge of the kitchen, preparing a lavish dinner for Tang Su. "Chower, you're allergic to smoke. Though kitchen fumes aren't too harmful, it's still best to avoid inhaling too much," Tang Su said with concern as he looked at the table laden with delicious dishes, worrying about Tang Chower's health. "It's fine. After all, I'm used to cooking often anyway." Tang Chower only then realized she had let slip. There was no helping it. With her brothers around she felt too relaxed, without a single reservation. "Holy shit. Don't tell me you've been cooking for that pretty boy Shin for 3 whole years? I oughta slap the shit out of him." Tang Su nearly flipped the table in rage. "It's nothing, really. A wife cooking for her husband is only natural, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'll never do such things again." Tang Chower laughed brightly, twice over, but the laughter couldn't conceal the loss and sorrow in her eyes. Tang Su, usually so quick with laughter and scolding, suddenly grew serious. He walked up to her, opened his arms, and embraced his younger sister like a clam protecting its pearl. "Consider those 3 years fed to the dogs. From now on, we brothers will spoil you for life, even if it costs us our lives. Your Highness." Exactly 9 p.m. ACE, the Hua family's newly opened nightclub, had gathered quite a few socialites and young heirs. After all, who could resist showing up to support Xingsheng Emperor Horushi's establishment? The roar of an engine cut through the night as the appearance of a globally limited edition Bugatti left women envious and men in tears. From the passenger seat, Tang Suzu stepped out first. Tonight, he wore casual attire, breaking away from his usual stern image as a meticulous prosecutor, radiating both youthful charm and aristocratic elegance. Then, the driver's side door opened. Tang Chower placed her hand on the man's outstretched palm as her slender, porcelain legs gracefully exited the vehicle. Tonight, she shone in a tight, silver spaghetti-strap mini-dress that shimmered like a romantic galaxy under the dreamy lights. Her dark hair cascaded in voluminous waves, while a pair of unique diamond fringe earrings framed her delicate face like a celestial body haloed by stars. All the handsome men outside the door couldn't take their eyes off her, positively drooling over her. Tang Su hurriedly pulled his sister close in alarm. "Good heavens, aren't you dressed a bit too seductively tonight? What? Doesn't your elder sister look gorgeous?" Tang Chower arched an alluring brow. "Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. I'm just afraid those green-eyed wolves will pounce on you and eat you alive. Whoever dares take a bite out of me, I'll pluck out every single one of their teeth. Believe it or not?" Tang Chower's crimson lips curled with wicked amusement. The nightclub was a riot of glamorous intoxication, the frenetic energy sending adrenaline surging through veins. Tang Su didn't dare let his younger sister sit at the bar, so he secured a VIP booth and ordered an extravagant spread of premium liquor, creating an intimidating aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. "TSK, seeing so many handsome guys here, I'm starting to regret coming with you, second brother." Tang Xiaoyao swirled her wine glass, puckering her lips in frustration. "I just got divorced. This is exactly when I need some fresh excitement to nourish and comfort me. With you tagging along, you're just blocking my peach blossoms." "Ugh, picking men in a nightclub is like choosing a horny stray dog from a kennel. Sis, getting divorced doesn't mean downgrading yourself. Can you not ruin your taste by picking men in a place like this?" Tang Su squeezed himself onto the seat right beside her, but even so, he couldn't suppress the greedy glances darting toward Tang Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, in the relatively quiet VIP booth on the second floor, Horushi and Shin Jueju, two handsome and imposing men, walked in. Tonight, young Master Shen was still impeccably dressed in a spotless suit. Horushi glanced at him and clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "Is that suit welded to your body? Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're here to discuss an acquisition rather than have fun." Nearly all the nightlife venues in Xinjiang are on a downward trend, posting losses year after year. "Your place here isn't even worth my time to acquire," Shin Jueju remarked as he took a seat with refined grace. "Haha, just because others are losing money, you assume I am too. Are you sure you're not at a loss?" "Of course I am, but I don't care. I'm so poor all I've got left is fucking money. Ha ha ha." Horushi laughed unrestrainedly as he picked up his whiskey glass by the rim, drinking while gazing at the bustling crowd below. Suddenly, his narrowed eyes fixed on something and he exclaimed, "Damn, she's gorgeous. Dressed like a nightclub queen but moves with the grace of a wealthy heiress." Shin Jueju had always kept his distance from women and initially showed no interest, but he couldn't resist Horushi's persistent dragging that forced him to look. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but once he did, his pupils instantly trembled, and his blood boiled with shock. It was Bai Xiaoxiao. It was actually Bai Xiaoxiao. Who was that man beside her? Tang, you? Chapter 16, The Ex-Wife is the True Stunner. Wow, who's sitting next to the beauty? Isn't that Tang Yu, the CEO of Hyman KS Group? Huorushi arched his rebellious sword-like brows with full amusement. Didn't Tang Yu always pride himself on staying clean and never stepping into such pleasure dens? Haha, what brought him down to earth tonight? No wonder both Shinjueju and Huorushi mistook them for each other, because Tang Qiaoer's 4 brothers were actually quadruplets. Among them, the eldest, Tang Yu, and the second, Tang Su, looked nearly identical at first glance. Those unfamiliar with them would easily get them mixed up. Damn it, I'm jealous. A woman this beautiful should be my mistress. What good is she with Tang Yu, holding hands and praying in bed? Huorushi's words grew increasingly heated. Downstairs, Tang Qiaoer was smiling at the man, sweeter than honey. Shinjueju felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Once, that smile had belonged to him alone. What was even more infuriating was that she seemed utterly unaffected by the overwhelming wave of scandals. This woman actually had the mood to indulge in merrymaking. In stark contrast, he had spent the entire day like a fretful, bitter wife, either busy cleaning up the mess or struggling over how to explain things to her. Why not just take her tonight? Though she's Tang Yu's woman, I don't care. I can still score even with a goalkeeper. Huorushi licked his lower lip, itching to make his move. Don't even think about her. She's my wife. Huorushi's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Ex-wife, Shinju added, his throat burning as if a sharp thorn were lodged in it. What? She was your unromantic blockhead ex-wife? Bro, are you blind or stupid, or both? This is a freaking goddess walking among mortals, 100 times better than that Jin Enru you're so hung up on. Shin Jingjue shot Huorushi a frosty glare, causing the latter to sheepishly stick out his tongue. Well, I'm just speaking my mind here. After all, when I said I wanted to meet your wife back then, you told me there was no need to see that kind of woman. I thought she looked like a dinosaur or something. Never expected. Hey, where the hell are you going? Before he could finish, Shin Jingjue had already stormed out the door. Here, Tang Qiaoer and her second brother had gone several rounds with the wine, her fair cheeks flushed red like spring peaches. Qiaoer, are you okay? Tang Su asked with concern, noticing she was getting a bit tipsy. Another round, let's roll the dice. Tang Qiaoer could usually hold her liquor well, but pent-up worries made her get drunk a little faster this time. Just then, Tang Su received a call from his superior, potentially an important assignment, and couldn't ignore it. Qiaoer, wait here for me, be good, he said apologetically. I'll just take this call and come right back. Tang Qiaoer waved her hand nonchalantly. Permission granted. With the protective net temporarily lifted, the surrounding men began closing in on her like sharks drawn to blood. Tang Qiaoer's sparkling eyes swept lazily over them, as if selecting consorts. This one's too short, this one's too skinny, this one's nose is too flat, this one's eyes are too small. Not a single one could compare to her ex-husband. What a pity that such a fine appearance turned out to be just a flashy showpiece, all bark and no bite, like a gilded toilet bowl. He completely betrayed her passionate devotion and overflowing joy. At that moment, Tang Qiaoer noticed a group of young rich men at the neighboring booth cheering on as a man forced a girl to drink. And that man with a greasy, leering smile turned out to be Kim Un-woo's own elder brother, Kim Juyuk. What infuriated Tang Qiaoer even more was her sharp eyes catching one of the wealthy playboys secretly slipping something into a drink before handing it to Jin Ziyu. Instantly, fury surged through her veins as she abruptly stood up and strode toward them. Wow, a total babe. The playboys drooled at the sight of Tang Qiaoer approaching. The moment Jin Ziyu laid eyes on this stunning beauty, the woman in his arms instantly lost all appeal. Having so much fun? Why don't you include me in the game? Tang Qiaoer blinked drunkenly, her delicate features accentuating her allure. Little girl, whatever game you want to play, Big Brother will keep you company. Jin Ziyu licked his lips lecherously, his eyes glinting with vulgarity. Tang Qiaoer picked up the drugged cocktail. Simple, you drink this glass. The group fell silent as oily-faced Jin Ziyu's expression darkened. Who doesn't know this wine is spiked with a full dose of knockout drops? Only a fool would drink it. Won't drink? Then I'll make you. As the words fell, a fierce glint flashed in Tang Qiaoer's almond-shaped eyes as she flung the entire glass of wine into Jin Ziyu's face. The crowd gasped in shock, and the young girl let out a frightened scream as she dodged to the side. Damn it, you bitch, you dare splash me? Do you know who I am? Jin Ziyu furiously wiped his face and spewed curses. I don't care who you are. Your mouth behaves like a sphincter, forcing drinks on girls and drugging them. Even a dog is better than you. Tang Qiaoer casually flicked her long hair, her eyes seductive as silk. Jin Ziyu flushed with rage. Did this woman just compare his mouth to an asshole? If there weren't so many people around, he'd gladly rush over and slap this bitch across the face. At this moment, 2 Jin family bodyguards followed closely. Jin Ziyu's eyes flickered as he ordered the bodyguards to drag her out. A beating was necessary, and beating her on the bed would make the most of it. 2 burly bodyguards lunged at her. Though Tang Qiaoer was drunk, her muscle memory allowed her to dodge nimbly, leaving both men stumbling forward awkwardly and missing their target. Too slow. Tang Qiaoer yawned. Grab her, Jin Ziyu roared while wiping his face. One of the bodyguards scrambled up and reached for Tang Qiaoer's shoulder. Unexpectedly, a tall figure flashed before her and seized the bodyguard's arm, then flipped him over with a sharp twist. The nearly 6-foot-tall man was thrown to the ground in the blink of an eye. Great moves, hic. Tang Qiaoer hiccuped drowsily, her limp body tilting backward. Suddenly, a strong palm supported her slender waist. She felt the man's deep breathing brushing against her cheek, so warm, so ticklish. Who's there? Don't touch me. Tang Qiaoer struggled weakly. Bai Xiao, open your eyes and see who I am. A familiar voice, cold, deep, and mesmerizing. Tang Qiaoer's heart pounded wildly as she slowly raised her gaze to meet Shin Juejia's captivating peach blossom eyes, ruthless yet enchanting. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, darkening. With fiery red lips and innate seduction, he wouldn't have dared recognize this as the same Bai Xiao he'd been married to for 3 years, if not for those deer-like pure and innocent eyes. Bai Xiao, you've grown quite bold, relying on Tang Yu's backing to pick fights everywhere? Indeed, what of it? Tang Qiaoer lifted her delicate nose with a pout, full of playful defiance. I just feel like beating up anyone surnamed Kim at first sight. Got a problem with that? Even if you do, it won't change a thing. Shinju subtly tightened his grip around her waist, a silent reprimand. That hurts. Let go of me. Tang Qiaoer squirmed in his embrace, her earlier anger intensifying her drunken state, making her voice melt into a soft, sticky sweetness. Which mortal man could withstand this? Shin Juejia's profound gaze darkened slightly. Be brother-in-law? Jin Ziyu turned pale with shock. President Jin, what do you mean by this? Shin Juejia looked at him coldly. Also, Rower and I aren't officially married yet. Is it appropriate for you to call me your brother-in-law? Jin Ziyu was left speechless. Rower? Disgusting. Tang Xiaoer detested Jin Enru to the core, and equally loathed Shin Juejia's intimate way of addressing her. For 3 years of marriage, he had never called her anything but her full name, not even a simple Xiao. The more she thought about it, the more it stung. Summoning all her strength, she wrenched her arm free from his grasp, staggering unsteadily rather than letting this bastard touch her. Apologize to her. Shin Juejia's tone was nothing short of an order. Though the words were directed at Jin Ziyu, his gaze never left Tang Qiaoer for even a second. After all, the woman was quite severely drunk. It's this bitch who went crazy, walked over here and splashed wine in my face for no reason, then personally insulted me. She's the one who should apologize. Jin Ziyu's face was etched with blatant defiance. Watch your mouth. Shinju's star-like eyes darkened sharply. She's my ex-wife. Chapter 17. Can you marry her? Jin Ziyu was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. So this was President Shin's hidden ex-wife all along. Truth be told, her beauty was far more exquisite than his younger sister's. If not relying solely on their childhood connection, his flashy but empty younger sister wouldn't stand a chance against this steel magnolia. Mr. Shin, even if she is your ex-wife, that doesn't mean I have to apologize to her. Jin Ziyu was too proud to back down, insisting stubbornly, if she apologizes to me, I'll let this matter slide. If I had arrived a moment later, your men might have crossed the line with her. Shin Jingjue's face darkened like an impending snowstorm. Letting it slide doesn't mean you're innocent. Apologize. Jin Ziyu was trembling with fear inside, but he still put on a tough front. Tang Qiaoer's cheeks were flushed, the alcohol starting to take effect. All she heard was something about an ex-wife and apologies, thinking to herself, this damned man, does he really expect me to bow my head? I'd be doing him a favor if I just kicked his head around like a soccer ball instead. Apologies are too troublesome. In my opinion, let's handle this according to my rules, either get sent to the police station with me playing the role of a Chaoyang civilian watchdog, or get dragged outside and beaten up. Huarushi walked over with 2 rows of men following behind him, his strikingly handsome face carrying a teasing smile that exuded the domineering aura of a mafia prince. Why should I be beaten? Is there no law anymore? Jin Ziyu's voice trembled with fear when he saw young Master Hua appear. Huarushi crooked his finger, and the girl who had been forced to drink earlier timidly shuffled behind him to hide. First, the girls in my establishment sell drinks just by selling drinks, and dancing just by dancing. Accompanying guests is never part of the service. You've taken turns getting her drunk, which already breaks my rules here. Second, banned substances and drugs are strictly forbidden in my place. The one thing I fucking hate most in life is when someone pulls that shit in my club. Whoever does it, breaking their legs would be me showing mercy. Seems to me you should really thank Miss Bai here. If she hadn't stopped you from drugging that drink, you'd have been carried out of ACE horizontally by now. Shin Jingjue froze abruptly. So that's what had happened. Haha, that's my man. Well done. Tang Qiao's eyes curved into crescents as she gave Huorushi a thumbs up. Thanks for the praise, former sister-in-law. Huorushi winked at her. Watching their flirtatious exchange, Shinju's chest inexplicably tightened with discomfort. Ju, what do you think of my arrangement? Huorushi asked. Feasible, Shinju replied tersely. I was wrong. President Shen, I truly didn't know this lady was your ex-wife. I failed to recognize Mount Tai when seeing it. Let me apologize to Miss Bai, my deepest apologies. Jin Ziyu ground his teeth as he apologized to Tang Qiao, inwardly cursing up a storm with rage. Shinju still found this insufficient, but then he noticed. Bai Xiaoxiao is missing. Looking for your ex-sister-in-law? Here, take a look. Huorushi let out a whistle and jerked his chin toward the stage. Shinjueju's pupils constricted violently, his heart trembling faintly. In the mesmerizing play of light and shadow, Bai Xiaoxiao swayed her slender waist, dancing with a sexy yet playfully coquettish flair. Her unrestrained laughter was utterly bewitching, like a little temptress teasing the senses. The dazzling brilliance radiating from her made all else pale in comparison. Tang Qiao was completely drunk, utterly ecstatic. She had no idea what she was doing anymore. She felt like she was flying, an indefinable gust of wind. Suddenly, she fell backward. Amidst gasps of surprise, she tumbled into a sturdy yet warmly inviting embrace. When she barely managed to make out Shin Jingjue's handsome face clouded with anger, she only giggled foolishly and uttered 3 words. I wanna puke. Shin Jingjue dragged Tang Xiao into the men's restroom. She vomited violently into the toilet, creating a scene where even the most beautiful person looked utterly wretched when throwing up. Shinju initially stood at the door, watching her coldly. Seeing her in real distress, he walked behind her and began patting her trembling back in steady motions. After purging everything, Tang Xiao stumbled to the sink, still aware enough to wash her mouth and rinse it out. So awful. If you knew it was bad, why did you drink? You brought this on yourself. Shinju stood nearby, frowning with icy disapproval. Because, I'm sad, so sad. Tang Qiao wasn't thinking clearly and even mistook the man beside her for her brother, sobbing as she cried out, why doesn't Shinju like me? Why? Shinju's heart clenched slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he listened to her lament. I've tried so hard, I really have, but the harder I try, the more he seems to dislike me. Why is that? Tell me why. Tang Qiao suddenly turned around and threw herself into the man's arms, sobbing loudly against his chest, smearing his clean shirt with a rainbow of makeup, tears, and snot. Shin Jingjue stood frozen in place, his throat tight, feeling each scalding teardrop sear into his chest and soak straight through to his heart. After a long pause, he asked in a low voice, do you really like Shin Jingjue that much? Tang Qiao lifted her flushed little face, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he summoned formidable self-control to resist this purely tempting allure. He even regretted asking that question. What did it matter whether she liked it or not? Their divorce was inevitable. The only woman he could ever love in this lifetime was Kim Eun-jo. With a loud bang, the bathroom door was kicked open. Shin Jueso, have you no shame? How dare you eye another woman when you're already taken? Tang Su's eyes burned crimson with rage as he immediately pulled Tang Qiao behind him, shielding her like an eagle protecting its chick. Shin Jueso's handsome eyebrows furrowed deeply. The usually refined and composed Tang had completely lost his temper for a woman, proof enough of how much he cared for his ex-wife. Breathing suddenly became labored. President Tang, she has a low alcohol tolerance and just threw up badly. If you truly care for her, you shouldn't have brought her to a place like this. Tang Su almost lashed out at this bastard, but hearing him address him as President Tang, he decided to roll with the mistake and impersonate Tang Yu. My woman does whatever she wants. If she wants to have fun, I'll play along. President Shen, since you're already divorced from Xiao Xiao, keep your hands to yourself and stop meddling. Go back and shower your attention on Miss Jean. After speaking, Tang Su helped Tang Qiao walk out, but Shin Jingjue stopped him. What are you doing? Do you really love her? Shin Jingjue asked solemnly. Of course. Can you marry her? The question instantly choked Tang Su. His own baby sister, how could he commit incest? What's it to you? Get lost. Bai Xiaoxiao has no political connections or family backing. She can't withstand this kind of emotional game. If you can't marry her and only treat her as a mistress, then don't drag her down. Give her back an ordinary life while there's still time. A dark fire smoldered in Shinju's eyes. Ha ha ha. Shinju, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. When you divorced Xiao Xiao for Jean and Ru, did you ever think about her predicament? Thanks to you, she became a divorcee at such a young age. And you don't think that's a burden on her? Since divorce was inevitable, why did you marry her 3 years ago? Wasn't it just to use her as a stepping stone to marry your so-called true love? Disgusting. Absolutely vile. Shinju's heart clenched, and his muscular frame beneath the tailored suit trembled imperceptibly. Tang-su shoved him hard. Get lost wherever you find it cool. Shimmy. Shinju didn't even know how he retrieved his wallet, his mind still echoing with those words, using her as a rebound. And then, shimmy. Where's ex-sister-in-law? Gone? Horushi leaned against the railing, sipping his drink while eyeing Shinju's distracted, despondent state. Shinjueju responded gloomily, grabbing a glass of whiskey and downing it in one gulp, the fiery burn searing his throat. If it weren't for your sake tonight, I would have absolutely beaten Jinzu to a pulp. Drugging her was bad enough, but that bastard actually dared to lay hands on the woman I love. He's fucking asking for death. Don't hold back for my sake. Rower is rower, and her brother is her brother. Suddenly, Shinjueju snapped to attention, his brow furrowing deeply. The woman you love? What do you mean by that? I figured good things shouldn't go to outsiders. Since you don't want her anymore, brother Shin, I'll gladly take her off your hands. Horushi arched his villainously handsome brows with a rogue's grin. Though the title would have to change from wife to sister-in-law, wonder if you can handle that adjustment? We haven't even filed for divorce yet, and you're already baring your fangs? Shinju's gaze turned dangerously dark, his lips curling like a cold hook. TCH, the divorce papers are signed, how long could the certificate possibly take? I don't know about other things. Shinju tightened his fingers, his strikingly handsome face frosting over. But you're undoubtedly close to death. Chapter 18, The Female CEO Strikes Back. Tang Shower woke up the next day and vomited again. Little sis, I remember you used to hold your liquor pretty well. How did you regress to this state? Tang-su quickly handed her a glass of water to rinse her mouth and brought sobering pills ready to feed her. 3 years without drinking. Suddenly downing heavy liquor like this, who could handle it? Tang Qiao knew Shinju disliked women reeking of alcohol, so during their 3-year marriage, she had quit drinking altogether. If I didn't know you were wasted, I'd think you were pregnant. Tang-su teased her. Heh, what would you brothers do if I really got pregnant with Shin Jingjue's child? Tang Qiao's eyes held a trace of imperceptible pain. What else can we do? Of course, we'd all pitch in to help raise the kid together. No matter whose blood runs in that child's veins, they'd still be innocent. Though Tang-su loathed Shin Jingjue to the core, he had solid principles, likely a professional ethic from working in the judiciary system. Relax, getting me pregnant? Shin Jingjue? As if he's worthy? Tang Qiao let out a cold laugh and took a sip of water to clear her throat. Tang-su, by the way, do you remember what happened last night? I remember I caused trouble with Jinzu, and Shin Jingjue seemed to show up. After that, I don't remember anything else. You really don't remember? It seems. I also saw a super handsome guy, and he even came over to help me out. Ugh, I was too drunk at the time, otherwise I definitely would have gotten his WeChat. That's Horushi. The place we went to last night was his newly opened venue. Hearing the name of this troublemaker, Tang Qiao instantly lost interest. Forget it. That kid couldn't even afford an iPhone if he sold his kidney. Even dogs would shake their heads at him. Did you know you were later dragged into the men's restroom by Shinjueju? Tang Qiao's eyes widened. I don't know what you two were doing, but when I walked in, you were hugging him and wiping your snot all over him. Tang-su kept shaking his head, unable to bear recalling the scene. Tang Qiao gasped sharply. Little sis, if it weren't for your big brother arriving in time to take you away, that bastard might have tried to. No, Shinjueju isn't that kind of man like Horushi. Tang Qiao pressed her fingers to her temples in irritation. You actually dare to defend him right now. I'm not speaking up for him, but aside from being indifferent, unromantic, and hating me, he's still a decent man. After saying this, Tang Qiao couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. But Shin Shimmy was off his rocker last night for some reason. He actually asked me if I would marry you and told me not to play with your feelings, saying you're from a modest family and can't afford to gamble with love. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Tang-su's lips. Is he just asking for trouble because he's got nothing better to do? Shouldn't he mind his own damn vegetable garden before worrying whether someone else's chickens are fed? Wait, why would he suddenly bring this up with you for no reason? Because he mistook me for Big Brother, I just went along with it and told him never to touch my woman again. Bet that brat is fuming now. Tang-su smugly gloated, his tail practically wagging in the air. Fuck you, drop dead. Tang Qiao snapped in humiliation, throwing a punch straight at Tang-su's handsome face. Lin Shua had prepared a light and appetizing breakfast. Knowing the young miss had drunk too much, he specially made vegetable porridge. Tang Qiao came downstairs for breakfast wearing a peach-pink silk spaghetti strap nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely. Though she had underwear on beneath, the outfit was still breezy and far too sexy for comfort. Lin Su's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look closely. Hey, there are 2 hot-blooded men in this house. Could you please consider our feelings for once? Tang-su rolled a thin-shelled egg over his slapped cheek while making an exaggerated expression of being visually assaulted. I've been sick of white dresses and sneakers for 3 damn years. Now I'll wear whatever I want. If I'm happy enough to go streaking at midnight, who dares stop me? Tang Qiao rolled her eyes dramatically and took an aggressive bite of her toast. Why did you have to wear white dresses and sneakers for 3 whole years? Miss Young Mistress, were you volunteering at some mountain village school? Wouldn't you be leading the next generation of our nation astray with your teaching? Lin Sua asked with genuine seriousness. None of your business? The brother and sister exclaimed in unison. Asterisk. With flawless makeup, dressed in a white pantsuit, and stepping into Jimmy Choo's, Tang Qiao once again transformed into the stunning female boss heading to the hotel, radiating confidence. Even though her head was throbbing painfully as if struck by an African gorilla. Sitting in her office, Tang Qiao recalled her morning conversation with her second brother, her emotions a tangled mess. Last night, Shinju came to her rescue and even spoke those words to Tang Su. Was it genuine concern? As if. He probably just couldn't stand seeing the once subservient personal maid by his side suddenly transformed and aligned with a new master, stirring up that selfish possessive instinct ingrained in men. The same shithole. Tang Qiao would never jump into it a second time. At this moment, a message came through from the confidential bureau. Tang Yu, Qiao, all those negative rumors about you were taken down yesterday afternoon, and the smear marketing accounts targeting you have been deleted. Tang Yu, it was Shinju who did it. Tang Xiao, oh, I thank his ancestors for 8 generations. Fourth brother, you think deleting him solves everything? How naive. Third brother, at this morning's market opening, the Shin Group's stock price only fluctuated slightly. What a pity. Tang Su, little sister, even if we can't deal with him right away, we've got to teach that Jin family a lesson first. Tang Qiao, naturally. Remember this, when this lady seeks revenge, morning till night isn't soon enough. Ah Su, come in for a moment. Tang Qiao called out through the intercom. Lin Su quickly entered. Miss, you wanted to see me? Have you prepared the materials and evidence I asked for? The female boss placed her hands on the armrests, leisurely spinning her leather chair. Everything is prepared and ready to be submitted to the relevant authorities at any time. No need to rush just yet. Tang Qiao crossed her legs, her snowy skin glistening in the sunlight. First, we'll contact several media outlets with close ties to our Tang Corporation, like Hyman News, and feed them credible-sounding information. Let's stir up some serious attention before anything else. Getting the media involved would just complicate things. Wouldn't it be better to storm in and catch the Kim family completely off guard? Lin Su expressed his doubts. I'm someone who values ceremony. When I catch my prey, I don't slit its throat in one stroke. I press it down and torment it slowly, letting the blood drain bit by bit. Tang Qiao gently stroked the jade bracelet on her left wrist, a gift from her grandfather, yet her gaze remained icy and ruthless. Most importantly, once this matter is exposed, the Kim family will face difficulties. At the Kim father and son's level, they aren't even qualified to speak directly to her. So Kim Eun-jung will have only one option left, to beg Shin Jingjue for help. Shin Jingjue, I can't wait to see the look on your face as you struggle to deal with the mess your fiancé has created. Asterisk. That evening, during peak online traffic, a news story quietly surfaced. Within less than an hour, it had erupted into a frenzy. Breaking, KS Group terminates all cooperation with the Kim family due to severe quality issues. Asterisk. Cutting corners? Poor quality? Concerns raised over Eli Home products under Gene Corp. Caught completely off guard, the Gene father-son duo had no defenses ready. With their public relations team being an unprofessional ragtag group, they utterly failed to control the narrative or delete all the negative comments flooding in. Isn't Gene Corp the family of Shinju's second fiancé? Having this scandal break right before the wedding is like rubbing salt in the in-laws' wounds. Thought they were marrying into some prestigious family, but turns out it's just a furniture-selling clan, and shady merchants at that. Although I don't want to turn family issues into personal conflicts, this kind of behavior is truly disgusting. Oh my god, we just ordered furniture from Ollie Home for our new house. I'm returning it all tomorrow. What a rip-off. In the study, Shin Jueja listened as Han Xian reported this stream of negative news about the Gene Group, feeling like his head was about to split open. The Tang family is the wealthiest in Haimen and practically sets the industry standard in every field they enter. With them leading the boycott against the Genes, it's like drawing the legendary dragon-slaying saber. Once unsheathed, none dare defy its command. Han Xian curled his lips, his eyes showing no sympathy for the Gene family, only the mockery of a spectator. Good thing this Gene family isn't a listed company, otherwise, their stocks would plummet through their underpants by tomorrow's opening. Your father-in-law already has high blood pressure and a narrow mind. He'd probably faint from rage. Shin Jueja raised his cold, pale eyelids, skewering Han Xian with a sharp glare. Scared, Han Xian stuck out his tongue slightly and didn't dare push his luck. There's no evidence to back up this rumor. It could just be baseless gossip. Shinjug took a deep breath, his eyes darkening. How did this quality issue suddenly emerge? I heard that a new female CEO took office at KS World, Tang Group's hotel in Xinjiang. She took the lead in canceling the partnership with the Kim Group. Within a week, all KS-branded hotels followed suit, canceling their contracts and replacing all Kim Group products. How could the CEO of a mere hotel have such immense power? It's impossible, because she's the biological daughter of Chairman Tang Wanting, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Chow'er. Tang Chow'er? Shin Jingjua's eyes darkened slightly. Though the name was unfamiliar, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered in his mind. Chapter 19, The Tang family's Channer meets him. Tang Chow'er. That name, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before, Shin Jingjue murmured to himself, pinching the bridge of his nose. I've conducted an in-depth investigation regarding this Miss Tang. Shinju thought to himself, this loss-making secretary finally had a stroke of insight, actually anticipating my needs for once. His eyes sparkled with approval. Speak the outcome. The result is, nothing was found. Han Xian slumped his shoulders and spread his hands helplessly. Han Xian, I think you can go to HR and settle your salary tomorrow. Shinju's expression was icy cold. Mr. Shen, please calm down. It's not that I don't want to investigate, but President Tang's information is like classified documents. I simply don't have the capability despite my best intentions. Han Xian's face turned pale with fright, trembling as he wiped away sweat. Isn't it strange? This Miss Tang is the only daughter born to Chairman Tang and his legal wife, a genuine heiress from a wealthy family, yet I couldn't find any information about her online. I searched every possible social media platform but found nothing. Could this young lady be some reclusive dragon maiden living deep in the mountains? Are there any photos of her? Show me. Ah, here's one. It took quite some effort to find this. Han Xian took out his phone, pulled up the photo, and placed it in front of Shin Jueju. The man focused his gaze on the image and exploded in fury. Han Xian, are you looking for death? Not only was the old photograph on the screen absurdly blurry, but the little girl in Tang Wanting's arms appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. How the hell was anyone supposed to recognize anything from this mess? Mr. Shen, please calm down. This is truly the only photo of Miss Tang I could find online. It's from 20 years ago, taken at Madame Tang's funeral. Han Xian felt like walking on thin ice serving such a temperamental boss. Next time, he swore he'd keep heart attack pills handy. 20 years ago, Tang Chow'er seemed quite young, probably around 24 or 25 years old, about the same age as Bai Xiaoxiao. Shinju stared unblinkingly at the photograph, his brows furrowing deeper the longer he looked. Why does he feel the little girl in the photo also bears some resemblance to Bai Xiaoxiao's facial features? Damn it, the divorce is already finalized, yet he still constantly finds himself thinking about his ex-wife. What kind of self-inflicted torment is this? At that moment, a servant's voice came from outside the door. Second young master, the chairman requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you. In the living room, Qin Shu nestled against Shin Guangjing's chest, weeping delicately. Despite being in her 40s, she could still throw herself into her husband's arms without restraint, crying melodramatically like a character from a Qiangyao soap opera. Brother Jing, my poor sister is simply pitiable. She married into the Jin family to raise children and manage the household, dutiful and proper in every way. Just when she'd finally enjoyed a few good years, she encountered this misfortune. When she called me this evening, her voice was hoarse from crying. She even said she felt too ashamed to see me, that she didn't want to disgrace our Shin family. How could this be embarrassing? We'll soon be one family, no need to speak like strangers. Shin Guangjing rested his large hand on Qin Shu's shoulder, stroking gently, his voice dripping with tenderness. Once Jingjue comes around, we'll figure it out together. Over the years, Qin Shu had relied on this very White Lotus facade to drive away Shin Jingjue's mother and secure her position, keeping the master of the Shin household firmly under her thumb. Yet, Shin Guangjing was precisely taken with this act, hopelessly addicted to her charms. Dad, you asked to see me. Shinju walked over, his gaze cold and unreadable. Ju, this time you absolutely must save Roer's family. Qin Shu elegantly dabbed her tears with a silk handkerchief, choking back sobs as she said, neither Chairman Jin nor Roer are in good health, and with this incident Roer has stopped eating or drinking, she's already fallen ill. If you care for her at all, you must think of a solution immediately. Jingjue, have you found out what's really going on with this matter? Shin Guangjing asked with a frown while patting his beloved wife soothingly. It's been traced. The person who leaked this news is a newly appointed general manager at KS Group named Tang Chow'er. Shin Jingjue lowered his eyelids, deliberately avoiding the affectionate scene before him. Such tenderness was something Shin Guangjing had never shown to him or his mother in his memory. This man had likely long forgotten what his mother even looked like. KS, the Tang family of high men? Qin Shu covered her mouth in shock, unable to suppress a gasp. That's the richest family in Haimen. How could my sister's family possibly offend them? The Tang family and our Shin family have always been at odds since ancient times, with deep-seated enmity passed down through generations. The Tang family matriarch even swore an oath that for generations to come, no Tang descendant would ever marry into the Shin family. Anyone who defies this decree will be banished from the Tang clan and forbidden to return to their ancestral roots. Shinju didn't care in the slightest. After all, he was set to marry Jin and Ru, not some Tang family heiress. But hearing these words, a tiny crack seemed to split deep in his heart, sending waves of icy coldness creeping up to his core. Oh dear, it must be the Tang family seeing the Jins about to form ties with us, so they're secretly attacking the Jin Corporation to indirectly undermine our Shin family. How utterly malicious. Qin Shu fumed, twisting the silk handkerchief in her hands. Jingjue, tomorrow you must meet with that Miss Tang, by any means necessary. Make her cease these attacks on the Jin Corporation. This isn't just about the Jins, it affects the face of our Shin family too. Shin Guangjing's tone brooked no argument. Oh now Jingji, don't be so harsh, what's all this severity for? Jingjue has always been such an obedient child who understands everything with just a hint. Qin Shu interjected softly, massaging her husband's shoulder. I saved the Kim family solely for Roar's sake. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Auntie Qin. Shinjue's peach blossom eyes were cold as deep pools as he turned and walked away. Qin Shu's face paled with anger. Though she was clearly the wife of the Shin Group's chairman, that brat still insisted on calling her Auntie Qin. What supreme irony. Stop. How can you still call her Aunt Qin? Ashu is my wife, which makes her your mother. Don't you know any basic manners? Shin Guangjing sprang to his feet, his voice thundering with anger. Shin Jingjue halted but didn't turn around. One can have multiple wives, but only one mother. You know this perfectly well. Why force what shouldn't be forced? Asterisk. Tang Yu came to Xingjing tonight to visit Tang Chower, and dinner conversation inevitably turned to Gao Ming and the Jin family. Father already knows about your decision, Tang Yu said as he carefully cut his sister's steak. He didn't say much, only that if the evidence is solid and the circumstances true, then we must pursue it to the end without leniency. Old Wan is the kind of man who's downright shameless with women, but at least he's got his head screwed on straight about other things. Tang Chower took a bite of her bloody steak, chewing thoughtfully as her clear eyes narrowed. That's why the three moms were so devoted to him. Dad may be a womanizer, but he's got decent character. He never mistreated that madam. True. The latecomers bask in the spring breeze of triumph. Since ancient times, it's always been about the new favorites laughing. Whoever listens to the cries of the abandoned. Tang Chower lowered her lashes and stabbed her fork violently into the steak. Tang Yu gazed at his sister's gradually reddening eyes, his heart aching as he gently stroked her hair. I know you don't hate the three wives anymore, you just can't untangle your resentment. You feel it's unfair for our mother. But Chia Chiao, have you ever considered that perhaps mother no longer resents father? How could she not resent him? She's just gritting her teeth and enduring it. What woman in this world could tolerate her man surrounded by wives and concubines, with his heart holding? Tang Chower's breath caught abruptly, cutting off her words. Hadn't she herself been the same? Knowing full well Shinju had a white moonlight in his heart, she'd still plunged headfirst into love's foolishness, offering body and soul to that man only to be cruelly discarded in the end. Old One may be a womanizer, but at least he knows how to be caring. But Shinju, in 3 years, he never even looked at her properly, let alone repeatedly plunged a knife into her heart, always measuring others' corn by his own bushel. She must have been blind, loving such a heartless man for 13 years. Shinju has been unusually quiet these past 2 days. No phone calls, Tang Yu remarked leisurely, taking a sip of red wine. Because he's too busy cleaning up after his precious Bai Yueguang and her family to spare me a thought. Tang Chower leisurely swirled her wine glass, her bright eyes glinting with a sharp, intimidating aura. Bai Xiaoxiao is too weak. This time, let Tang Jia's Chower handle him. Chapter 20, Giving CEO Shin the Cold Shoulder. The next morning, Shinju meticulously prepared himself, dressed in a tailored suit that exuded commanding presence, noble elegance, and steady composure, bringing his best self to the KS World Hotel. The moment he stepped into the lobby, he instantly felt at ease, both physically and mentally. He had visited here once last year, and even his usually strict and critical self couldn't help but complain back then. A disorganized mess, utterly unremarkable. Now, it's completely transformed, reaching the high standards of a first-class hotel. Miss Tang appears to possess remarkable management skills. She's truly an opponent not to be underestimated. This is the president of our Shin Corporation. President Shin wishes to meet with President Tang. Please kindly relay the message. After several inquiries, Han Xian finally located Tang Channer's executive secretary to convey President Shin's request. I'm sorry, but Mr. Tang doesn't see anyone without an appointment. The administrative secretary spoke politely. Even CEO Shin from Shin Corporation needs an appointment? Han Xian's brows knitted tightly. Why wouldn't he? You. Han Xian's face flushed red with anger, truly tempted to file a complaint against them on the spot. I made an appointment today. When can I see President Tang? Shinju stepped forward with a cold, restrained expression. President Tang is quite busy, so I can't say for sure. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow? Han Xian had always considered himself reasonably patient, but this was pushing his limits. Alright, Xian, let's just make the appointment for now. Shinju tugged Han Xian back sharply, his starlit eyes darkening with stormy intensity. After all, losing your temper shows no grace whatsoever and solves nothing. Returning empty-handed to the car, Han Xian clenched his teeth so hard they ached before fiercely pounding the window in frustration. They're going too far. This is Xinjing, not their Tang family's stronghold of Haimen. How dare Tang Xiaoger put on such airs? Isn't she afraid of making enemies of you and becoming unwelcome throughout all of Xinjing? We'll come back tomorrow. Shinjueju furrowed his brows, leaning back with his eyes closed. His chiseled jawline and neck formed a tantalizing curve. Did you hear what that guy just said? I bet tomorrow will be another dead end. If not tomorrow, then the day after. In any case, I must see Tang Xiaoer. Loosening his tie with a suffocated feeling in his chest, Shinjueju muttered, the Jin group can't wait any longer. If this drags on, they might go bankrupt. The next day, Shinjueju arrived at the hotel bright and early, only to be turned away again, just as Han Xian had predicted. Day 3, Shinjueju, failure count +1. Here he was, a prestigious business tycoon, one of the nation's top 10 outstanding youths, who had accompanied the prime minister on foreign visits and received the highest honors abroad. Even his mere name back home was enough to strike fear into hearts. Yet Tang Xiaoer treated him like dirt, leaving him out to dry without a shred of dignity, completely unimpressed. How utterly detestable. This day of drizzling rain saw the young mistress coming to work in high spirits. Tang Xiaoer's stiletto heels clicked authoritatively as she strode forward in a sophisticated double-breasted black pantsuit that exuded the commanding presence of a female tycoon. The delicate golden rose earrings dangling from her earlobes served as perfect finishing touches to the ensemble. My goodness, our lady CEO is absolutely stunning and formidable. I'm completely smitten. Since President Tang arrived, the female employees eagerly await seeing her outfits every day, while the male employees look forward to refreshing their souls with her angelic face. Everyone works with renewed vigor, calling her the most beautiful heiress in high society. No one would disagree with that, right? Ever since Gao Ming packed up and left, she had the entire hotel under her thumb. Every department was on its toes, striving for perfection in their work. From lifeless to thriving, Tang Xiaoer achieved it in less than half a month. To stabilize the outside, one must first secure the inside. Only by cleaning up the mess within can we venture out to conquer the world. The Shin Group has secretly injected a considerable amount of funds into the Kim Group. The Kim family suffered heavy losses with nearly all their orders cancelled due to the negative news. This money has essentially given them a lifeline. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yu reported the latest developments to Tang Xiaoer. I figured as much. How could Shinjueju possibly not help his wife's family? So deeply devoted that even after being cuckolded, he still rushes to take the blame. Seems he's eager to turn from a romantic fool into a resentful one. Tang Xiaoer let out a cold laugh, kicking off her high heels and rubbing her sore ankles. But a ruined reputation isn't something money can fix. Shinjueju's current investment into the Jin Group is like burning cash for the dead. It won't change anything in the end. Shinjueju is a business prodigy like you. He understands these principles perfectly well. Right now though, aside from throwing money to stabilize the situation, there really isn't a better solution. Tang Yu gave a crisp, clear laugh. Sometimes I think, if you two were truly devoted spouses working together, the whole world would be at your mercy. You could twist clouds and turn rain as you pleased. Fated to be devoted spouses we're not, but sworn enemies we can certainly manage. Tang Xiaoer took a piece of chocolate from the drawer, broke off a chunk, and popped it into her mouth, her bright eyes glinting with icy brilliance. Just after ending the call with her eldest brother, Lin Su hurried in with an impatient expression. Young mistress, Shinjueju keeps coming back, again and again. His audacity is unbelievable. It's a shame he isn't in insurance sales. Bending without breaking for the one you love. Now that's perseverance worth admiring. Tang Xiaoer didn't even glance up, fully occupied with signing documents. Yet Lin Su detected a faint trace of bitterness in her indifferent tone, though he couldn't be sure if it was just his imagination. This time I'll go down personally and make sure he's driven away for good. No, invite him up. Tang Xiaoer snapped her pen cap shut and lifted her gaze sharply. What? Lin Su was utterly astonished. After bowing 3 times at my cottage gate begging for an audience with this female Zhuge Liang, how could I refuse to grant Shin Corporation's CEO this small courtesy? Tang Xiaoer leaned forward slightly, extending her dainty, pearl-white feet. Lin Shu hurried over and knelt on one knee to help her into her high heels. Go to the Western restaurant or cafe area now and find a good-looking, eloquent girl. I have something to arrange. About 10 minutes later, Lin Su led a qualified waitress into the office. President Tang. The waitress bowed deeply to the female CEO, too nervous to even breathe loudly. Don't be nervous, I just have a small task for you temporarily. You'll be rewarded after it's done. Tang Chowder smiled faintly. Working for President Tang is already rewarding enough for me. I don't need any extra bonuses. The waitress blushed deeply. I totally adore you. You're my idol. Well, turns out she's a fangirl. Tang Chowder looked her over with a smile, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, quite similar to my figure. ASU, go prepare one of my outfits for her, including shoes. Ah, okay. Lin Shuo left utterly bewildered. Mr. Tang, what would you like me to do for you? The waiter asked obsequiously. Tang Chowder's ruby lips curled into a sly smirk. Shinju, the president of Shin Corporation, will be coming to meet me soon. I can't stand him and don't want to see him. You'll attend the meeting in my place. The waiter's legs went numb with fear when he heard that. Don't be afraid. I'll monitor the office throughout the whole process. Just wear this Bluetooth earpiece and repeat whatever I say. Remember, act natural. After multiple attempts to seek an audience, Shinju finally got the chance to meet Tang Chowder. Though his stern face remained calm as still water, his heart trembled faintly, struggling to find peace. The administrative secretary led them to the elevator, where Shinju's strikingly handsome appearance drew the admiring gazes of female employees along the way. As they reached the elevator, Han Xian was about to press the button when the administrative secretary stopped him. This elevator is reserved for President Tang. You two will have to take another one. TCH, what's so great about that? Han Xian couldn't help rolling his eyes hard. Shinju didn't particularly mind, as he had his own private elevator at the Shin Corporation building. The elevator slowly ascended toward the 40th floor penthouse, yet it came to an unexpected stop at the 30th floor. Please step out of the elevator, the executive secretary said. But we're not there yet. Isn't President Tang's office on the 40th floor? Han Xian asked in surprise. Yes, but this elevator only goes up to the 30th floor. What do you mean? Shinjue's eyebrows furrowed darkly. Except for the CEO's private elevator, the other 5 elevators only go up to the 30th floor. Without special permission from President Tang, no one can use the private elevator. So if you two want to reach the 40th floor, there's only one way. Climb the stairs. Han Xian was furious. Is this how your President Tang treats guests? This is utterly ridiculous. I'm just following President Tang's orders. If you're unwilling, I can escort you back downstairs. The executive secretary sounded like an emotionless machine. Forget it, let's take the stairs. Shin Jingjue pressed his thin lips tightly together, suppressing the fire in his heart, and walked out of the elevator without another word. Did Tang Chowder really think she could make him back down by pushing him like this? The word retreat simply didn't exist in Shin Jingjue's dictionary. Chapter 21 The Heiress's Stand-in. As President Shin, I can't go on. The hotel ceilings were already high, and there were numerous steps. By the time they reached the 8th floor, Han Xian was panting heavily, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly buckling beneath him. A man must never admit defeat so easily. Only 2 more floors, hurry up. Shin Jiao urged without even breaking a sweat as he continued climbing effortlessly. He was 30 years old, 2 years older than Han Xian, but due to his early years serving in the peacekeeping forces and maintaining rigorous discipline through fitness and boxing after discharge, his physical condition far surpassed that of an average person. Climbing another 20 floors would be nothing. Back in the military, his nightly run started at 30 laps minimum. Finally reaching the 40th floor, Han Xian sat on the steps, panting heavily. Shin Jingjue glanced at him coldly and shook his head in disappointment. Mr. Shin, a pleasure. Shin Jueju turned upon hearing the voice and saw a man approaching with a practiced smile. His delicate features, clear deer-like eyes gave him that youthful puppy dog appearance women often fawned over, making his age hard to guess. My name is Lin Sua, President Tang's secretary. The president has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. Listen to that. Was this guy complaining he'd walked too slowly? Shin Jueju's suppressed fury darkened his expression as he retorted, these 2 legs of mine aren't as fast as an elevator. President Tang will have to make allowances. Lin Shu didn't say anything, merely turning away to walk ahead on his own. Extremely dismissive. TCH, what an attitude. Han Xian had regained his composure and now couldn't hold back as he charged forward angrily, only to be blocked by Shin Jueju. Wait here for me. Shin Ju followed Lin Su to the door of the general manager's office. He took a deep breath. Somehow, despite having witnessed countless grand occasions, he found himself growing nervous about meeting the elusive President Tang whose true face was about to be revealed. After the knock came a woman's voice. Come in. Lin Su opened the door and made a pleased gesture. Shin Jueju's throat moved slightly, his back ramrod straight as his long legs strode gracefully into the office. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Qiaoer watched the scene unfold with great interest while munching on chocolate in front of her computer screen. At the far end of the glossy, lake-like table sat a young woman, elegantly dressed with long hair cascading over her shoulders and delicate features. Was this really the Tang Qiaoer who had given him so much trouble? Shin Jingjue couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. The Tang Qiaoer he had imagined was nothing like this, lacking the noble air of an heiress or the domineering presence befitting a manager. You must be exhausted, President Shin. Please have a seat. Tang Qiaoer issued instructions through her Bluetooth earpiece, and her puppet complied, though not with her usual grace, exhibiting slightly stiff expressions. Shin Jingjue sat down on the sofa, casually surveying his surroundings. The office was elegantly decorated, with a black grand piano in the corner. The natural marble coffee table carried a fashionable design aesthetic, while the vintage leather sofa exuded dignified sophistication. But what captivated him the most was the framed calligraphy hanging behind Tang Qiaoer. A noble man hides his talents, waiting for the right moment to act. Fine piece of writing, Shinju couldn't help but remark with admiration. Tang Qiaoer's chocolate-chewing mouth froze momentarily as her heart gave a slight tremble. In my memory, this was the first time Shinju had ever praised her. During the 3 years she was his wife, she took care of his daily needs with utmost dedication, yet none of it had ever earned a shred of appreciation from him. Never did she expect to hear it now. Too bad she no longer cared. Does President Shin like this calligraphy? Tang Qiaoer asked with a teasing smile. It's decent. Shin Jingjue spared no words even when giving praise. If you like it, take it with you when you leave. Consider it my welcoming gift to President Shin. No need. This piece has vigorous strokes and imposing momentum, clearly the work of a master. I wouldn't presume to take what someone else treasures. Shin Jingjue declined coolly. Ha ha ha. Tang Qiaoer burst into laughter, and the puppet could only follow suit with a forced chuckle. Shin Jueju's handsome brows abruptly knitted together. I'll accept Director Shin's praise, but there's no need for you to be embarrassed. I can write hundreds of such characters in a single day. Take it without reservation. Tang Qiaoer's laughter carried concealed mockery, making Shin Jueju's expression freeze as his fist subtly clenched in restraint. Director Shin went through all the trouble of seeing me despite multiple rejections. You're clearly not here for calligraphy or paintings. Let's cut to the chase. Tang Qiaoer had no patience for small talk and got straight to the point. To be honest, I came regarding the matter of Gene Corporation. I hope President Tang could halt the pressure on Gene Group. As for the terms, we can negotiate. Shinju's voice was deep and his gaze oppressive. After all, in Xinjiang, collaborating with our Shin Group will bring considerable benefits to you, President Tang. Chief Shin calls my approach suppression? Tang Qiaoer let out a silent laugh. I'd say it's righteous whistleblowing, exposing the despicable actions of some unscrupulous, profit-driven merchants to sound a warning for the industry. That way, others won't repeat our hotel's mistake of buying worthless goods with no recourse for complaints. Problems can always arise during production. Even century-old automobile brands still have cases of recalls due to various issues. Shinju continued defending the Gene Corporation. President Tang could simply contact the manufacturer to return or exchange the products. There was no need to spread such news and tarnish Gene Corporation's reputation. Using the Tang family's influence to crush a mid-sized enterprise like this, being so ruthless will ensure that at least here in Xinjiang, no one would dare to cooperate with the Tangs anymore. Tang Qiaoer narrowed her almond-shaped eyes coldly and crushed the chocolate in her hand. Shin Jueju's implied message was clear. If she didn't let the Gene family off, the Shin family would obstruct the Tang family's development in Xinjiang from now on. That bastard. How dare he threaten her? Did he think Tang Qiaoer was someone who could be intimidated? Director Shin's unwavering protection of his beloved and his busy efforts for his fiancée truly move me. But business is business, and personal matters shouldn't mix with professional ones. President Shin could humble himself time and again to come see me for love's sake, enduring every setback with clenched teeth even when facing rejection. But I could never make an exception for your great love, even if you are Shin Jingjue, the one who holds sway over all of Xinjiang. Shin Jueju's strikingly handsome face darkened with anger, yet Tang Qiaoer's words left him utterly defenseless. He would never stoop to clean up such a mess himself. That he did so now was undeniably for Jean and Ru's sake. Tang Qiaoer gazed at the man's rigid, frost-like expression on the screen, secretly thrilled. Since things have come to this, it seems there's nothing left to discuss. Knowing President Tang's stance today, we'll meet again in the business world. If I've offended you, I beg your leniency. Shin Jueju stood up briskly. Even though he'd been thoroughly rebuffed, the arrogance ingrained in his bones refused to let him show any trace of a loser's dejection. His posture remained as straight and unyielding as a pine tree, the unbreakable spine of a soldier. Just as he turned to leave, a voice abruptly sounded behind him. President Tang, I was wrong. It was a moment of foolishness, a lapse in judgment. I beg you, please give me a way out. If this gets out, I won't be able to survive anywhere in Xinjiang. Back then, it was Ali who approached me, saying she had a way for me to strike it rich. All the ideas came from Chairman Jean. I thought mattress brands were pretty much the same, so I didn't think too much. That's how I fell into his trap. Shin Jingjue turned his head in shock, his mind exploding like a ruptured thunderclap, his eardrums roaring. Tang Qiao'er finished playing the recording, elegantly crossing her stunning legs as she watched the man's face turn from white to red and back to white again, as if he were running a dye shop. It's truly refreshing and exhilarating. If they're outstanding small to medium enterprises, our Tang Corporation would be glad to assist their development. But if they're the rotten apples that jeopardize our interests, then I'm willing to be the dragon slayer. I'll cut down those evil serpents without mercy. Tang Qiao'er arched her crimson lips into a noble, imperious smile. I've duly noted President Shin's words, but further talk is pointless. There'll be ample time, let's meet again on the business battlefield. Shinju didn't even remember leaving the office. Every nerve in his body was trembling, waves of coldness coursing through him as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. President Shin, how did it go? Did that Tang Qiao'er give you any trouble? Did she agree to your request? President Shin? Han Xian hurried forward to ask, noticing his unusually grim expression. It's nothing, we'll talk about it when we get back. Shin Jingjue trudged forward with heavy steps, his head throbbing once more, yet it did nothing to hinder his recollection of Tang Qiao'er's every word. The moment the recording played, he felt like a complete joke. He had initially thought the Kim family was innocent, that it was the release of marriage news that had provoked the Tang family into indirectly suppressing their Shin family. Yet in the end, he had failed to distinguish right from wrong, aiding a tyrant in his oppression. Shin Jingjue tugged roughly at his Windsor knot, but his breathing didn't ease in the slightest. Suddenly, he heard the familiar click of high heels approaching from behind. Click-clack, sharp yet steady, elegant and decisive. Was it Bai Xiaoxiao? Shin Jueju's heart clenched tightly as he whipped his head around. The corridor was already empty. Chapter 22, a match made to rid the world of scum. Tang Qiao'er returned to her office, where the waiter scrambled to his feet and approached her, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. That was terrifying. President Shin is just too dashing. His aura is overwhelming. The moment I saw him, my face turned red. Did I give anything away, President Tang? Not at all. You performed excellently. Tang Qiao'er handed her an envelope. Take it. It's what you deserve. Thank you, President Tang. The waitress took it and was shocked by its thickness. At that moment, Lin Su also presented a document with 4 bold characters, confidentiality agreement. I know you're a good girl, but for the protection of both parties' rights, signing an agreement would be more secure. Tang Qiao'er smiled faintly yet deliberately. Not a single word of what happened here today should be revealed to anyone. From now on, unless I personally disclose it, if any third party learns about the content of my conversation with Mr. Shin today, it will be considered a breach of agreement, and I will pursue the matter with utmost seriousness. The waiter nodded frantically like pounding garlic, signed the agreement with repeated promises to keep the secret, and only then left the office. This Shin Jingjue, wasn't he supposed to be famously decisive and ruthless? To me, if we were in ancient times, he'd be those tyrannical emperors who couldn't tell loyalty from treachery. Don't you agree, young miss? Young miss? Hearing Lin Su call her, Tang Qiao'er finally snapped out of her daze and let out a dry chuckle. So President Shin truly loves Miss Jean. For his fiancée, he'd even throw dignity to the wind. I heard this President Shin is on his second marriage, treating his first wife horribly. This Miss Jean hit the jackpot. Someone planted the tree so she gets the shade. Tang Qiao'er slammed her palm on the table with a bang, her sharp glare piercing through Lin Su's face. Her frosty gaze sent a chill down his spine, though he couldn't fathom which part of his words had provoked such fury from the young mistress. Why, young miss, since your negotiation with Shinju fell through, what are you planning to do next? Lin Shu hurriedly changed the subject. Wait for what? Wait until the Kim Corporation can't withstand the pressure and sends Kim Taekyul to clarify the product quality issues. They'll definitely try their hardest to clear their name, then, we'll deliver the final blow. Tang Qiao'er's crimson lips curled into a bone-chilling smirk. Will Shin Jingjue continue to help them in the future? No. Tang Qiao'er raised her eyes, her gaze complex as she looked at the calligraphy work she had written, the very one Shin Jingjue had praised. Before, he couldn't see the true nature of the Kim family and was used while kept in the dark. Now that he knows the truth, he definitely won't help them again. But his love was only for Kim Un-young. He never cared about others. This time, he stepped in partly because he feared the Kim family might indirectly affect the Shin family. He's always been shrewd with his calculations. Shin Jueju humbled himself 3 times for Jean and Ru, even climbed 10 flights of stairs in anger for her, weathering storms and hardships, yet he couldn't even bring himself to pour Bai Xiaoxiao a glass of water. Oh dear, my stomach hurts a bit. Could you pour me a glass of warm water? I have urgent business to attend to. Let Wu Ma pour it for you. Tang Qiaoer suddenly burst into laughter, her misty eyes reddening with mirth. Shin Jueju, you and Jin and Ru are a match made in hell, doing the world a favor by being together. Arriving in the drizzle, departing amidst the thunderstorm. His current mood was a perfect match for Shin Jingjue's. The atmosphere in the carriage was as oppressive as a funeral. Shin Jingjue pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as if needles were stabbing his temples. President Shen, what kind of person is President Tang? Why did seeing her put you in such a bad mood? Han Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Over the years, you've dealt with all sorts of difficult opponents with composure. How come this time? An image of Tang Qiaoer as a child surfaced in Shin Jingjue's mind, stirring an indescribable feeling in his heart. The girl in the photo bore no resemblance to the Tang Qiaoer he met today, though of course, a woman's appearance can change drastically. 18 transformations might still leave her unrecognizable. Investigate the root cause of this conflict between the Kim and Tang families thoroughly, along with the recent activities of the Kim father and son. Report back to me as soon as possible. Upon returning to the Shin group, Shinju immediately dove into back-to-back meetings, then plowed through a mountain of paperwork before finally leaning back in his chair with exhaustion, catching his breath. Originally, he thought that with Bai Xiaoxiao gone, his relationship with Jin and Ru would proceed smoothly without obstacles, and his drifting heart would finally find its harbor. Yet reality proved otherwise. Far from feeling the exhilaration of regained romantic freedom, he found himself increasingly powerless in this relationship. A knock sounded at the door. After Shinju responded, Han Xian hurriedly entered with a document in hand. President Shen, I've finished investigating. 9 days ago, KS Hotel cancelled the Ellie Home Furnishings order and terminated all cooperation with the Jin Group. Yet at that time, the Tang Group hadn't yet revealed to the media the quality issues with the Jin Group's products. Public speculation was mostly based on rumors and hearsay. Shortly afterward, Jin and Ru announced her engagement and hired marketing accounts to smear Bai Xiaoxiao. Then, the Tang Group exposed quality issues with the Kim Group's products, causing a huge uproar. Shin Jingjue clenched his teeth and, with trembling hands, took out painkillers and swallowed them to suppress his headache. I heard that Gao Ming, a deputy general manager at KS Hotel, took quite a few kickbacks from the Kim Group before Tang Qiaoer took office. He replaced genuine mattresses with substandard ones and was caught by President Tang, who then fired him. He had worked there for over 20 years and was even promoted by her father. TSK, President Tang truly has guts. She's practically the female version of you, President Shin. Although Han Xian was still fuming about having to climb the stairs, he couldn't help but give credit where it was due. Why do I keep feeling like all these incidents are somehow connected? Shin Jueju massaged his temples when suddenly, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap sound reached his ears. It was the clicking of high heels in the hallway, by Xiaoxiao's footsteps. Jingjue, don't take painkillers anymore. Tell me when you have a headache, and I'll massage or use acupuncture to relieve it for you. Jingjue, when your head aches, my heart aches too, so I must cure you. That way neither of us will have to suffer anymore. Echoes of Bai Xiaoxiao's gentle, bone-melting words lingered in his ears. Dazed, he felt a pair of hands reach from behind, softly pressing against his temples, meticulously massaging them for him. Damn it, he's thinking about that woman again. Today he even started hallucinating. A love he never truly cared about. Is he really starting to miss it now that they're divorced? Shin Jueju was never the type to pull this kind of clueless, hypocritical act. Night fell as the Rolls-Royce glided along the rain-slicked road. This area wasn't far from KS Hotel. Shin Jueju had always envied the Tang family's acquisition of this prime real estate, now valued at nearly 10 billion. If it hadn't lost a star due to previous mismanagement, KS World could have been Xinjiang's only 6-star hotel. Yet Tang Miaoyue's arrival appears to hold the power to turn the tide, gradually steering the hotel back on track. At that moment, the light turned red. Shin Jingjue wiped the condensation off the car window, his dark eyes shifting to gaze outside. A girl with an umbrella was hailing a taxi by the roadside. Shin Jueju's expression froze as he suddenly realized something. His heart raced wildly as he pushed open the car door and dashed across the rain-soaked street. President Shen, where are you going? Han Xian cried in alarm. Since the divorce from his young wife, his boss had frequently lost control of his emotions, leaving Han Xian utterly baffled. The girl hailed a taxi and had just grabbed the door handle when a large hand clamped onto her arm. She looked up in shock, her face instantly turning deathly pale as her entire body stiffened. President Shen? Mr. Tang. Shinju's jet-black bangs clung damply across his forehead, partially obscuring a pair of peony-shaped eyes glinting with restrained ruthlessness. Need a ride? He offered. The girl let out a startled yelp, yanked her hand free from the man's grasp, and scrambled into the taxi. The cab peeled off down the street with a screech of tires. President Shen. Han Xian hurried over, holding an umbrella for him. Shinju violently shoved him away, standing in the pouring rain as his pale lips trembled, gasping heavily for breath. Tang Qiao'er, you, liar. Chapter 23, Are you regretting the divorce? When Shinju returned to Tideview Villa, he looked as if he'd been fished out of the ocean, drenched from head to toe. Nanny Wu hurried over with a towel, but he silently pushed her hand away before storming upstairs with dark fury radiating from his entire being. What's wrong with the young master? Who offended him? Wuma asked Han Xian with concern. When you have time later, try to console Mr. Shin properly. He's been tricked by someone. What? The young master, shrewder than a fox, got scammed? Has he called the police yet? He should call them right away. Wuma was visibly alarmed. Han Xian shook his head repeatedly, sighing, the case is complicated. Even if the police came, it wouldn't help. The problem is beyond the law's reach. I've been telling the young master to install that anti-fraud app for ages, but he never listens to me. Walk by the river often enough and your shoes are bound to get wet. Han Xian gave a bitter smile. President Shin had finally met his match this time. It would have been fine if they were just after money, but the real blow was to the great CEO Shin's pride. Shin Jueju walked upstairs with a pale complexion, looking strikingly like a handsome male ghost at first glance. Young master, Miss Jean is here. The chairman requests your presence in the study. A servant came forward to announce respectfully. Shin Jueju pressed his thin lips into a straight line as he entered Shin Guangjing's study. Brother Jueju, you're finally back. Jean Enru immediately ran over and hugged him the moment she saw him, like a spider demon spotting Tang Sanzang's flesh. Shinju's expression remained indifferent, unlike before when he would instantly return her embrace. Even tonight when facing Jean Enru, an inexplicable gloom rose in his heart. Jingjue, how did it go? Did you meet with President Tang today? Shin Guangjing inquired sternly. As the dignified chairman of Shin Corporation with countless important matters demanding his attention, such trivial affairs weren't worthy of his repeated inquiries. But he couldn't resist the constant pillow talk from Qin Shu, forcing him to step in and pressure Shinju. I feel that with Jingju here, he will surely take good care of Rower and her family. After all, he dotes on Rower the most. Once he steps in to speak with that Miss Tang from the Tang family, how could they possibly refuse to give him face? The Shin family isn't some small fry either. If they offend us, don't think their Tang family will have an easy time in the capital from now on. Qin Shu harumphed indignantly while clutching her husband's arm. This was her go-to tactic for over 20 years. She had always used the strategy of killing with praise when dealing with Shin Jueju. First, she would elevate him to the highest pedestal, showering him with excessive compliments, raising everyone's expectations of him to the max. This way, even the slightest misstep on his part would invite Shin Guangjing's resentment, driving a wedge between father and son. Dad, Aunt Qin, let's put the matter of the Jean Corporation to rest. Shinju's deep-set obsidian eyes showed not a trace of emotion. What do you mean by this? Shin Guangjing frowned, his thick brows knitting together. From now on, I won't lift a finger to help the Kim family again. That's final. With that, Shin Jueju turned around and walked away without looking back. He left Shin Guangjing, Qin Shu, and Jean Enru standing there stunned. Jingji, surely Jueju was joking? Qin Shu's smile stiffened as her heart wavered between hope and fear. Shin Guangjing's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Shin Jingjue returned to the bedroom drenched, his mind too preoccupied to change clothes or shower. All he could think about was how Tang Qiao'er had completely played him. Tang Qiao'er, why won't you come out to see me in person? Is it because you're too ashamed to be seen, or am I, Shin Jueju, unworthy? Brother Jingjue, why won't you help us? Jean Enru relentlessly pursued him, gripping the man's arm tightly with both hands. All our orders have been cancelled now. The goods are piling up in the warehouse going moldy. We can't even pay the workers' wages anymore. If this drags on, our Jean Corporation will go bankrupt. Right now, she only cared about her family business, completely shedding her usual nurturing and considerate demeanor. Shin Jingjue's voice carried deep exhaustion. It's getting late. I'll have a Xian take you back. Brother Jingjue, what on earth made you change your mind? Tell me, please. Say it quickly. Shin Jueju had exhausted himself the whole day, speaking as sparingly as gold. Moreover, how should he explain the reason to her? Should he tell her, your brother dug his own grave, tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the grain? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. The neatly placed soup box that had been on his bedside table had mysteriously vanished. Shin Jueju pried Jean Enru's hand away and strode swiftly around the bedroom. His face darkened as he called out sharply, Nanny Wu. Yes, young master. Nanny Wu hurried over. Where's that soup box I left by the bedside? Shin Jueju demanded urgently. I didn't touch anything. You specifically ordered not to move anything the young madam gave you when cleaning your room. Moreover, when Miss Kim came to your room today, I particularly reminded her about the box by the bedside that the young master treasures. She absolutely mustn't touch it. As she spoke, Wuma cast a meaningful glance at Jean Enru, whose face was full of resentment. By deliberately referring to Bai Xiaoxiao as young madam in front of her, she was provoking Jin Enru, forcing her to reveal the truth. It was me who threw that box away. Jin Enru indeed couldn't hold back anymore, she confessed without being pressed. Where did you throw it? A dark anger simmered between Shen Jingjue's brows. Brother Jingjue, why do you care so much about the things Bai Xiaoxiao gave you? You're already divorced, and I'm your fiancé now. Keeping her gifts like treasures. Have you ever considered how I feel? Jin Enru's eyes welled up with tears, her acting skills honed to perfection under her aunt's personal tutelage. I'm asking you one more time, where did you throw it? Ignoring Jin Enru's tears, Shinju's voice turned even icier than before, freezing her tears in place. In the backyard trash bin. Bracing the rain, Shinju sprinted to the backyard and rolled up the sleeves of his white dress shirt to rummage through the garbage for the discarded box. Brother Jingjue, stop looking, it's so dirty, Jin Enru shouted at him from the hallway. Dirty? Probably no one in the entire Shin family knew that when he was an illegitimate child drifting around with his mother, at just 5 years old, he had dug through countless trash bins just to collect cardboard boxes and aluminum cans that could be sold for survival. Shin Jueju grew up in a garbage dump. He was all too familiar with filth like this, so what was there to avoid? At last, Shin Jueju found the dirt-covered box and quietly exhaled in relief. Just then, Nanny Wu hurried over to hold an umbrella for him as he eagerly opened the box. Yet the next second, his eyes turned bloodshot, his face darkened to its limit. Inside lay what was once an immaculately ironed, pristine suit, now slashed to tatters, utterly unrecognizable. He turned his head inch by inch to look at Kim Eun-soft. Kim Eun-soft took step after step backward, her breath catching in her throat from the unfamiliar coldness in his gaze. In the end, Shin Jingjue merely held the box in his hands, passing by Kim Eun-soft in silence. Jingjue Appa, have you fallen for Bai Xiaoxiao? Do you regret the divorce? Kim Eun-soft mustered her courage and clung tightly to the man. No. Shinju's chest heaved with turbulent emotions. It was utterly suffocating. But you're clearly angry with me. Are you this upset just because I threw away the things Bai Xiaoxiao gave you? Have you ever considered how I feel seeing them and remembering those 3 years you spent together? Aren't you afraid of making me angry too? Jin Enru's voice grew increasingly aggressive. Just tell me, what will it take for you to be satisfied? Shinju gently pushed her away, letting out a heavy breath. I've already divorced her and decided to marry you. Even when Grandpa pressured me, I stood my ground. Yet you smashed her belongings, tore the clothes she painstakingly made, leaked false stories to the media painting her as the other woman, and let her endure public humiliation. She's already vanished from my life, but you clearly won't let her go. Enough, just stop. Those few words pinned Jin Enru to the spot in shame. It was as if icy water had drenched her from head to toe, chilling her to the bone. So, he had known all along. Big brother Jingjue, do you think I wanted to do that? I did all those things because I love you. Shin Jingjue's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, but his expression turned icy cold. Next time, if you encounter trouble, you can tell me directly. As long as it's not something harmful to others or yourself, I'll help you. But I don't like you using love as a pretext for ulterior motives. Nor do I appreciate being schemed against by those close to me. You announced the engagement because you wanted to save your family's business this way. This time, I won't blame you, but I don't want to see it happen again. Shinju resolutely walked away. Jin Enru crossed her arms, burning with rage, her fingers itching to strangle Bai Xiaoxiao as murderous intent surged within her. On the other side, Tang Qiaoer and Lin Suo sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping red wine while enjoying the rain. The vinyl record player was playing her favorite operatic aria. Miss, the waitress contacted me. She said she was caught by Shinjuer while hailing a taxi after work tonight. He probably already knows about the replacement. Lin Suo set down his wine glass. Knowing her feet must be tired from wearing high heels all day, he knelt on one knee, picked up the young mistress's delicate little foot, and began massaging it. I knew he'd find out eventually, just didn't expect it to be this soon. Tang Qiaoer stretched her feet comfortably under Lin Shuo's massage, lazily narrowing her eyes. After we finish dealing with the Jin family, it'll be the Shin group's turn. Given how fiercely President Shin declared his stance today, how could I possibly ignore such a performance begging for my participation? Chapter 24, The Enigmatic Ex-Wife. Jin Enro left in tears. The servants whispered among themselves that this Miss Jean was somewhat of a jinx. Every time she came, she'd make a scene and leave weeping. Was she treating the Shin residence like a funeral parlor? Shin Jingjue sat rigidly on the sofa, staring blankly at his ruined suit for what felt like an eternity. Young master, it's very late. Have some milk and rest. Aunt Wu came in to bring him hot milk and sighed at the sight of the ruined clothes. What a waste. A double entendre. Next time Rower comes, watch her closely. Don't let her enter my room or study casually. Oh, and Bai Xiaoxiao's too, Shin Jueju said in a deep voice. Young master, rest assured. With your word, I'll guard against her like a fortress, Aunt Wu said with visible relief. Luckily I had the foresight today to lock the young madam's bedroom door. Otherwise that Miss Jean would surely have sneaked in again to make trouble and stir up mischief. Aunt Wu, don't say that. Rower isn't that bad. After all, I'm the one who wronged her for 3 years. And what about the young madam? What wrong has she done? Don't you feel any guilt towards her for divorcing her? Aunt Wu spoke up in Bai Xiaoxiao's defense, her voice rising with indignation. Back then, it was me who grandfather forced, not her. She clearly didn't have to marry me. Are you suggesting that the young madam brought this upon herself? Shinju's pale lips pressed into a tight line. Then please rest early. I won't disturb you further. Mother Wu left the room with a darkened expression, resentment lingering around her as she took away the warm milk. Shinjueju's starry eyes widened slightly as he let out a soft hiss. Was he displeased? He still wanted to drink. When did that Bai Xiaoxiao manage to win over the person closest to him? What schemer? Asterisk. Jean Enra returned home in utter disarray, bringing the devastating news with her. Without the Shin family's financial support, the Jean family had completely become a mess where everything was lost, a situation nearly impossible to turn around. Damn that bastard. What the hell does Shinjueju mean by this? He kept saying he loved you, but all his actions are classic scumbag behavior. Does he think our Jean family is easy to bully? Jean Ziyu smashed an ashtray in rage, his eyes burning crimson. How could Jueju not love me? He divorced his wife for me without hesitation. Jean Enru sobbed, trying desperately to salvage her dignity. I think he's just weighing the pros and cons. After all, you're still a rich young lady from a good family. What is that Bai Xiaoxiao anyway? How can some country bumpkin compare to a golden phoenix like you? Even an idiot would choose you, okay? Jean Enru knew her brother meant well, but somehow his words sounded more like an insult. Rower, how could President Shin suddenly change his mind? What exactly happened? Chairman Jean asked anxiously. I don't know either. Today, Jingju went to meet that President Tang and came back with a completely different attitude, saying he won't help us no matter what. Dad, brother, have you done something behind the scenes that Shin Jueju found out about? He seems to really despise our family. Damn it, could it be because of his ex-wife, Bai Xiaoxiao? Jin Ziyu suddenly looked like he'd had an epiphany. What do you mean? The moment Jean Enro heard Bai Xiaoxiao's name, she became visibly tense. A few days ago, I ran into that crazy troublemaker woman at the newly opened Hua family bar. Shin Jueju suddenly showed up not only to bail her out but even made me apologize to his ex-wife. What kind of bullshit is that? Jin Ziyu was still nursing his wounded pride over last time's humiliation. Jean Enro's face turned green with anger, and her head might as well have turned green too. So Shin Jueju had developed feelings for that wretched woman after all? Had her worst fear come true? She absolutely could not let Bai Xiaoxiao rise from the ashes. Enough. As long as Rower successfully marries President Shen and becomes the CEO's wife, reversing the decline will be the least of our worries. Madame Jean comforted her daughter with a chilling gaze. That Bai Xiaoxiao is already a discarded woman. How much trouble could such lowlife possibly stir up? The urgent priority now is to quickly change the public's perception of our Jean family. We need to find someone to take the blame for this incident. That's the crucial point. Taking the blame? Jean Ziyu's eyes shifted cunningly as he smirked sinisterly. No one would be more suitable than him. Asterisk. The Jean family was teetering on the brink, their reputation plummeting overnight. The dozens of Eli home furnishing stores across Xinjiang stood desolate, devoid of customers. What's worse is that Shin Juequi has withdrawn his support. If they can't come up with a solution soon, they're done for once the last batch of funding from the Shin Group runs out. Meanwhile, the Tang Group gained public favor by exposing the truth about the Jean Group's inferior products, reigniting interest in KS World after a long period of silence. Following your instructions, I had people secretly tail Gao Ming after he resigned. Sure enough, we discovered he's been meeting with Jin Ziyu in private, more than once. Lin Sua picked up Tang Qiao's slender, delicate hand, white as jade and small enough to hold in one palm, and patiently applied care oil to her freshly done burgundy manicure. You truly have the foresight of a prophet, seeing right through that guy's schemes. He's been embezzling from the hotel, collaborating with Jin Ziyu both inside and outside. It's clear the bond between them runs deep. Tang Qiao beamed with satisfaction at Secretary Lin's attentive care services. This weekend, the Jean Group will hold a public press conference. I'll show you a classic case of throwing someone else under the bus to save yourself theater then. The new mattress arrived today. To her delight, Tang Qiao personally accompanied Lin Shua to inspect the delivery at the back door. Miss, you really don't need to personally attend to such menial tasks. Let me and the guest department manager handle it, Lin Su coaxed gently. I'm no delicate little miss. I fired guns on the battlefield. In a single battle, I carried over a dozen wounded soldiers and saved hundreds of lives. What's a few mattress inspections compared to that? As the words faded, a flicker of desolate sorrow passed through Tang Qiao's glazed eyes like shattering crystal. Back on the battlefield in Country L, among the wounded she had desperately saved was also Shinjueju. Amidst the hail of bullets, he collapsed in a pool of blood, shot in the leg and shoulder. He roared at her repeatedly to leave, but she swore to stand by him, even unto death. "Leave me, go. I said get out of here, now." "No. I'd rather die here with you than leave you behind. If we go together." Back then, Tang Qiao had steeled herself for death. For a frail woman like her, dragging the nearly 6-foot-tall Shinjueju back to safety from the battlefield seemed like sheer fantasy. She even wondered at the time, could this count as them being together? Sharing hardships in life, resting together in the same grave after death. No regrets. Tang Qiao's crimson lips curled bitterly, her heart pounding heavily with sharp, stabbing pain. "Shinjueju, this heart of mine that you've battered and bruised, against all reason, it still trembles violently for you even now. It seems one truly shouldn't meet someone so astonishingly dazzling in their youth." Tang Qiao and Lin Su arrived at the back entrance just as the workers were unloading goods. The housekeeping manager watched as President Tang personally inspected the goods, and her admiration for her grew even stronger. Supported by Lin Shua, Tang Qiao leaped onto the cargo truck, randomly opened a mattress, carefully felt it with her hands, sat on it for a moment, and then showed a satisfied expression. "Good, start unloading." Just then, an electric blue Lamborghini roared arrogantly as it approached. The back entrance was close to the underground parking lot, so luxury cars passing by were a common sight, nothing unusual. But this time was different, because the person sitting inside was none other than Huarushi, the emperor of Xingshang. At that moment, the young master Hua had one hand on the steering wheel while embracing a sexy, bewitching woman. After a passionate battle last night, they had slept until now before emerging for food. Huarushi adjusted his sunglasses, his narrow, razor-sharp gaze sweeping indifferently outside. That single glance proved momentous. There, coincidentally, was the breathtakingly gorgeous Tang Qiao helping workers lift a mattress. Just earlier at the bar, this woman had resembled a dewy, radiant night-blooming rose. Now in professional attire, not only was her dazzling brilliance undimmed, but it gained an added edge, a sleek, mature sharpness, effortlessly commanding and striking. What's more, she worked with brisk efficiency, utterly without pretension, unlike those pampered society girls he'd met who wouldn't lift a finger for anything. Huarushi's interest was piqued, his faintly crimson lips curling with amusement. "Country girls sure are capable." Chapter 25, I don't care if you have a boyfriend. Huarushi arrived at the hotel's Western restaurant with his female companion. The dishes had just been served when the female companion started vigorously photographing the exquisite cuisine. Huarexi became visibly irritated at such provincial behavior. "What's with the photos? Haven't you seen food before?" The woman sheepishly put away her phone and quietly began eating. As the meal drew to a close, the Western restaurant manager approached and inquired politely with a smile, "Mr. Hua, were you satisfied with our restaurant's dishes?" "Not bad at all. The meat is springy and chewy, quite satisfying." Though Huarushi led a dissolute private life, he was still born into nobility, maintaining refined speech and demeanor. "What nonsense. It's just tough and impossible to chew. Tastes awful." The female companion slammed her utensils down with uncouth rudeness, the clatter ringing sharply. Huarushi's expression darkened instantly, his striking features clouded with restrained fury. "We sincerely welcome your feedback and will definitely improve next time. Our deepest apologies for this incident." The manager spoke with excellent attitude, bowing deeply. "Don't listen to her. She forgot to wear her dentures today, couldn't even chew through a piece of tofu." The female companion's expression instantly froze. Faced with young master Hua's teasing, she didn't dare utter a single sound. Huarushi took out a bulging wallet from his chest pocket and placed a thick stack of large bills before the manager. These days everyone's using digital payments, yet this gentleman still carries cash on him. "A tip, and by the way, I'd like to ask about someone." Huarushi propped his chiseled jaw on one hand, his desire unconcealed in his gaze. "Does your hotel have an employee named by Xiao Xiao?" "Mr. Hua, at KS World we uphold the service philosophy that one reaps what one sows, and we never accept tips from guests. Moreover, there is no employee named by Xiao Xiao at our hotel." "None? How is that possible?" Huarushi grew visibly agitated. "I saw her unloading shipments at the back entrance when I arrived. How can you claim she doesn't exist without even checking? Look into it properly." "My apologies, Mr. Hua, but there's truly no need to investigate. I've worked here for 15 years and know every staff member in this hotel. There isn't anyone matching the person you're looking for." The supervisor finished speaking and left. Just as Huarushi was secretly wondering, a graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. Tang Qiao walked alone with elegant steps into the Western restaurant. The moment she spotted Huarushi, she couldn't help feeling inwardly startled, yet her expression remained composed. She had been married to Shinju for 3 years, but the man treated her like a decorative vase, leaving her aside. He never took her out and never let her step into his social circle. Yet Tang Chowder still knew his best friend was Horushi, though she couldn't fathom how two people with such wildly different personalities could be friends. But she understood their bond was brotherly, forged through life and death. Fortunately, there were no other employees in the restaurant at the moment. If someone had come up and called her President Tang, that would have been a real disaster. Horushi stared unblinkingly at Bai Xiaoxiao, his gaze utterly riveted. The lady accompanying Mr. Hua was seething with rage when she saw he had set his sights on new prey. What infuriated her more was how unusually Horushi was looking at that woman. It almost seemed like the stirrings of first love. Jealousy blazed like wildfire in her chest. Tang Chowder ordered coffee from a waiter and sat scrolling through her phone. Ex-sister-in-law, what a coincidence. You're here for dinner too? Tang Chowder lifted her cold gaze to meet Horushi's strikingly handsome face as he leaned in close, her eyes devoid of emotion. I'm just resting for a bit, I work here. Horushi slightly raised his brows. Of course he knew she worked here. Asking that earlier was just to save her face. To think this young woman is so candid, completely devoid of vanity, he found himself liking her even more. TSK. Tangju truly doesn't know how to cherish a beauty. Such a rare gem, he ought to keep you in a golden house, pampered like royalty. How could he possibly let you suffer like this? So heartless. Horushi pressed his palm against his chin, fingertips tapping lightly on his cheek. A golden house to hide the beauty? Tang Chowder let out a cold laugh. I was hidden away by Shinjueji for 3 years. I've long had enough of living in isolation. And now young Master Hua wants me to repeat that same mistake? Horushi was taken aback. The woman's smile carried a sharp, knife-like edge that stung his eyes with pain. After leaving Shinjingjue, I made a silent vow to step out and become an independent woman. I refuse to be kept at home like a humble, discarded wife, a pitiful husband-waiting stone. Even if it means hardships and exhaustion, I'm willing to endure it. President Tang was kind enough to give me this opportunity to hone myself here, and I'm deeply grateful to him. He has always respected my choices, so please don't speak of him that way. Horushi was left speechless, his smirk turning awkward and forced. Mr. Hua, your girlfriend is still waiting for you over there. Isn't it inappropriate to be chatting up another woman? Tang Chowder lowered her gaze, subtly hinting for him to leave. Having dinner together makes her my girlfriend? Then would a kiss mean we're already married? Horushi's narrow eyes sparkled with mischievous charm as he said flirtatiously, I'll pick you up tonight for dinner. Just tell me what you'd like, and I'll make the reservation. I have a boyfriend, Mr. Hua. Tang Chowder frowned slightly, her tone laced with impatience. I don't care if you have an ex-husband, and I care even less if you have a boyfriend. Horushi had always been shameless when it came to matters of the heart. He only cared about whether he liked someone or not, never considering whether it violated common decency or social norms. If you're scared, then we'll do it secretly. Head to my private villa. It's secluded, and my chef is Michelin 3-star caliber. I'll have them prepare everything in advance. Tang Chowder frowned slightly, wondering why the coffee still hadn't arrived. She's here, and she's going to make sure Horushi gets a good splash of reality to sober him up. At that moment, Horushi's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw, to his surprise, it was Shinjingjue. I need to take this call, excuse me, he said. Shameless, who wants your company? Horushi temporarily left, and the coffee arrived. Before Tang Chowder could take a sip, the young Master Hua's female companion strode arrogantly up to her. She hadn't quite caught their conversation earlier, but she knew this woman was the employee that young Master Hua had just inquired about from the restaurant manager. Just a lowly working girl, some cheap slut, actually daring to seduce the diamond bachelor she had hooked. She needed to be taught a lesson. Hey, I'm warning you, don't even think about setting your sights on young Master Hua, unless you still want to keep working here. The woman glared at Tang Chowder, her eyes like fiery barrels. Tang Chowder's delicate willow leaf brows furrowed slightly. With slender fingers, she waved away the pungent perfume lingering before her nose. The overwhelming scent was practically giving her a headache. One had to wonder whether Horushi's sense of smell was still intact. What if I don't do as you say? What can you possibly do to me? Tang Chowder spoke faintly, not even lifting her eyelids. Then I'll report you and turn you from a corporate slave into a deadbeat dog. Report me? Because Horushi talking to me upset you? You. The female companion flushed with anger, her neck bulging. Then go ahead and file a complaint. Even if you take it all the way to our general manager Tang, the only response you'll get is, are you out of your damn mind? You bitch. Furious beyond measure, the female companion reached for the coffee cup on the table, intent on teaching this woman, whose beauty stoked her jealousy, a proper lesson. Yet, the very next instant, Tang Chowder moved with lightning speed, grabbing the coffee cup and splashing its entire contents onto the woman's face before she could react. The woman's makeup was ruined, her newly purchased designer dress stained, her lips trembling uncontrollably on the verge of tears. Tang Qiaoer picked up a napkin and leisurely wiped away a single stray coffee droplet from her hand, her crimson lips stretching like blooming poppies. If one of us must be hurt between you and me, she purred, then it most certainly will be you. In the hallway, Huorushi answered the phone. Hey, Aju, what's up? It's Mrs. Hua's birthday the day after tomorrow. Come with me to buy a gift tonight. I'm no good at picking them out. Shinju cut straight to the point. My mom treats you like an adopted son. Even if you gave her a dog's tail weed, she'd stick it in an antique vase and display it. Just go with whatever, Huorushi said dismissively. No way, you're coming with me tonight to pick it out. Not tonight, maybe tomorrow. I've got a date this evening. Decline it. I already said I'd have dinner with her. How could I stand up such a beauty? That's so ungentlemanly. Huorushi pressed his tongue against his cheek, pondering for a moment. He thought that even as buddies, one shouldn't be too scummy. Though he wasn't exactly a saint, he definitely wasn't the kind of rat who would sneak around and steal his friend's girl. If he was going to make a move, he'd do it openly. So he cleared his throat and said seriously, I won't hide it from you. The person I'm asking out is your ex-wife. Suddenly, the phone line became dead silent. Hello? Hello? Huorushi glanced at the screen to make sure the call hadn't been disconnected. After a long silence, Shinjueju's chilling, magnetic voice came through, low and steady like the cocking of a gun. Are you with Bai Xiaoxiao right now? Chapter 26, Let's get the divorce certificate today. As soon as Shinjueju spoke, a scream pierced through the restaurant. Huorushi suddenly remembered, the woman he brought along definitely wouldn't stay put obediently. Leaving a little white rabbit alone in a cage with a she-devil would spell disaster. Dude, gotta go, my backyard's on fire. Anyway, today's no good, see you tomorrow. Just as Huorushi was about to hang up, Shinju's voice pierced his eardrum like a sharp blade. Huorushi, where are you? At that moment, another scream came through, even more piercing than before. KS World Hotel, the Western restaurant. Huorushi rushed back to the restaurant in a frantic hurry. Pushing open the door, the scene inside instantly appended everything he knew. The frail-looking ex-sister-in-law suddenly grabbed her rival's hair with her left hand, slammed the woman's head onto the table with a loud bang, and restrained both wrists with her right hand, rendering her completely helpless. Holy smokes, this was practically a scene straight out of a female detective arresting a criminal, and damn cool at that. Huorushi had initially worried his little sister-in-law might get bullied, but clearly, his concern was unnecessary. So he simply crossed his arms, a faint smirk playing at his lips, settling in to enjoy the show. I'm going to report you. I'll sue you. I'll make sure you can't survive in Xinjiang. The woman's face was pressed mercilessly against the table, distorted from the pressure, yet she still managed to bare her teeth and snarl. You'd better hurry then, or else the slap mark on your face will fade before you can get it documented. They won't even be able to classify it as a second-degree injury. Tang Qiaoer remained expressionless throughout. Had the woman not tried to lay a hand on her first, she wouldn't have even bothered touching her. It would have dirted her hands. Spotting Huorushi approaching, the woman immediately wailed for help. Young Master Hua. Young Master Hua, save me. Alright, that's enough. Huorushi stepped in to pull Tang Qiaoer away, his tone carrying not a hint of reprimand, it was pure coaxing. He wasn't particularly fazed. After all, it wasn't the first time 4 women had publicly brawled over him. The main concern was that Bai Xiaoxiao was the ex-wife of his close friend. He feared it would reflect poorly on Shinju if word got out. Hua Xiao, what do you mean enough? This bitch just hit me. She slapped me and pulled my hair until I ended up like this. You have to get justice for me. The woman's hair was a tangled mess, her fury driving her nearly to madness. Tang Qiaoer calmly took a seat on the chair, her long legs, clad in sleek trousers, crossing elegantly as she watched the disheveled woman like one would observe a circus act. Huorushi's admiring gaze trailed downward along her long legs, finally settling on her delicate, porcelain-smooth feet, perfectly arched in ultra-high heels. The man had an odd quirk, perhaps from seeing too many beautiful faces. He always checked a woman's feet first. Tang Qiaoer's feet were practically his dream feet, so beautiful. How could they be this gorgeous? Totally crushing on her. Miss Bai must have had a reason to hit you, right? Did you provoke her? Huorushi fixed his gaze on Tang Qiaoer as he questioned. Me apologize? Why should I? The female companion was choked with anger, her face turning as red as liver. You like me, while Miss Bai doesn't, so it obviously couldn't have been Miss Bai picking on you. Huorushi's tone carried an air of unquestionable logic. Tang Qiaoer raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that this young Master Hua was quite perceptive, far better than his ill-fated brother Shen Jingjue. Young Master Hua, how could you treat me like this? I'm your girlfriend. The female companion rushed over in tears, trying to embrace Huorushi, but the man took a step back in disgust. She missed her mark and nearly fell. Girlfriend? Who granted you that title? Huorushi's eyes turned icy in an instant, freezing his female companion's tears mid-sob. Apologize and get lost immediately. Don't let me see you again. Everyone in Xingjing knows Master Hua's temperament. When he smiles, anything goes. When he doesn't, heaven and earth might collapse. I'm sorry. The female companion gritted her teeth in embarrassment, covered her face, and scurried away shamefully. My apologies, Miss Bai, for making you witness such an awkward scene. Huarushi immediately flashed a smile again, looking somewhat shameless. Young Master Hua did make her apologize to me, so we're even. Tang Chow'er glanced at her watch and stood up. I need to get back to work. You're free to stay, Master Hua. Huarushi, being a watch collector, instantly spotted the Richard Mille on her fair wrist. Moreover, a limited global edition. Seems Tang Yu really dotes on her. Even he might think twice before splurging like that. What's more astounding is that Bai Xiaoxiao wears such an exquisite watch while doing rough work. Truly a country girl at heart, no appreciation for fine things. What time do you finish work, Miss Bai? I'll pick you up tonight. Huarushi eagerly followed after her. Don't bother waiting. You'll be waiting in vain. Tang Chow'er rejected him outright, her bright eyes smiling yet devoid of warmth. I won't be having dinner with you. Huarushi clicked his tongue. Why so cold? Think of it as thanking me for teaching Jin Ziyu a lesson at ACE last time. Can't you spare even one meal? Tang Chow'er laughed mockingly. If I remember correctly, it was Shinju who came to my rescue. Taking credit behind your buddy's back isn't very honorable, is it? Miss Bai, have I offended you in some way? Why won't you give me a chance? Huarushi stared intently at her, his narrow eyes filled with deep affection. Is it just because you have Tang Yu? Would Tang Yu dare to openly claim you as his girlfriend? But I, Huarushi, dare. Master Hua, love may not follow a first-come first-served rule, but there is such a thing as decency and propriety. A casual remark was uttered, yet it felt like nailing Huarushi to a pillar of shame, turning his face pale in an instant. I may not come from a noble background, but I have my dignity. When I was married to Shinju, my heart belonged solely to him. But now my boyfriend is Tang Yu, the CEO of KS Group, so my heart and eyes are only for President Tang. I don't mind eating humble food, but I can't tolerate others reaching their chopsticks into my bowl. Please exercise some self-respect, young Master Hua, and stop disturbing my life. That's all. Tian Chow'er spoke these words, though heaven alone knew how bitterly her heart ached. Even Huarushi could see she was desperately suppressing the resentment and pain in her eyes. His gaze darkened slightly. Tian Chow'er took a deep breath, lifted her chin slightly to steel herself once more, and turned to walk away. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, her pupils contracting sharply. Ju? Huarushi's eyes widened in shock. That was ridiculously fast. Did he come here on an aircraft carrier? At this moment, Shinju stood like a straight, unsheathed sword at the entrance of the Western restaurant, his tall and imposing figure radiating bone-chilling cold. The already heavily air-conditioned hotel instantly turned into an ice cellar. Tang Chow'er met Shinju's overly intense gaze. It had to be said, his peach blossom eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, slightly upturned at the outer corners, with pupils starkly black against white, their tips tinged with a faint blush. Once, they had made her heart race uncontrollably, leaving her utterly captivated. Yet for 3 years, those same eyes had offered her nothing but indifference, never once softening with a smile, let alone affection. She had been too stubborn enough to believe she could melt stone. In the end, all her painstaking efforts moved no one but herself. Shinjueju stepped closer to her, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. When he heard Bai Xiaoxiao was with Huarushi, he cancelled his afternoon business engagements without hesitation and drove over alone. Then, he overheard Bai Xiaoxiao scolding words to Huarushi, and his heart felt hollowed out, an indescribable emptiness filled his chest. A nameless, smoldering fury ignited within him. He wasn't one to lose his temper easily, but when it came to Bai Xiaoxiao, he struggled to contain his emotions. Why are you here? Shinju glared at Tang Chow'er's face. Working, she turned her face away, keeping her words brief. Has your memory failed you? Until the divorce is finalized, we're still husband and wife in name, still part of the Shin family. You know full well that Shin Corporation and Tang Corporation are sworn rivals, yet here you are working at a Tang-owned hotel. What's your game? Trying to provoke me? Disgust me, slap me in the face? Shinju drew a sharp breath, veins throbbing at his temples. Huarushi suddenly panicked and was just about to persuade her when the woman spoke in a faint voice. Oh, so that's what you think. Tang Chow'er slowly turned her cold gaze back to Shin Jingjua's handsome face. In that case, there's no time like the present. Let's get our divorce certificate today. That way, you won't keep haunting me like a vengeful ghost, appearing with that twisted expression whenever you see me. Bai Xiaoxiao, Shinjueju suddenly frowned. Didn't bring your household register, did you? Have Han Xian deliver it for you. I've actually been carrying mine around every day, thinking today might finally be the day it comes in handy. Tang Chow'er swept past Shinjueju without the slightest hesitation, her eyes brimming with mischievous amusement. The man's eyes reddened in an instant. He abruptly grabbed her slender arm with terrifying force, as if afraid she would run away and he'd never be able to catch her again. Yet in the very next second, snap, MMMPH, Tang Qiaoer instantly felt excruciating pain, fine beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Shen Jueju froze in shock, his entire body rigid, his heart pounding wildly. He actually dislocated Tang Qiaoer's arm. Chapter 27, quite the matching couple. Holy shit, Shen Jueju, have you fucking lost your mind? Huarushi's pupils trembled in shock. Tang Qiaoer's face turned deathly pale, her already slender arms hanging limply at her sides, her smooth forehead covered in cold sweat. He and Shen Jingjue perfectly embodied two phrases. One was being tender and protective toward women, the other was ruthlessly crushing flowers. Shen Jingjue grabbed Tang Qiaoer's fingers and clenched them slightly, his thin lips parting as he staggered back half a step in shock. Miss Bai, your arm is dislocated. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. Huarushi grew anxious and stepped forward to support Tang Qiaoer, but she coldly evaded his gesture. No need, I can manage myself. How will you manage? Your arm's dislocated. That's none of your concern. Tang Qiaoer flared up completely, her beautiful almond eyes wide with fury as if her entire body bristled with untouchable thorns. Huarushi froze in place, not daring to make any sudden moves. Shen Jingjue gazed intently at his ex-wife, who was trembling with anger, and suddenly realized it was as if he had never truly known her. For 3 years, he had only ever seen her smiling, gentle, obedient, even somewhat ingratiating. Back then, his heart had been full of resentment toward their arranged marriage, and the more she smiled at him, the angrier he grew, until it eventually bordered on disgust. Now that they were apart, that radiant smile had vanished from his life. Yet, seeing her bristling with hostility toward him, he inexplicably found her more real and vibrant than ever. Don't be so presumptuous, Shen Jueju. Tang Qiaoer took a sharp breath, her eyes burning red. When I started working, I never meant to embarrass or disgrace you. I just wanted to find my own path after you abandoned me, to start a new life for myself. I don't understand how you could end 3 years of marriage without looking back, welcoming someone new into your life with just a word, yet when I tried to move on, you obstruct me at every turn. Are you unable to let me go? No, you're not that decent. You simply can't stand to see me happy, that's all. Shen Jueju's dark pupils contracted, his throat felt as if he'd swallowed 1,000 pounds of gravel, choked into silence. Tang Qiaoer watched his silence, her heart sinking uncontrollably. A mocking smile touched her lips. Do you want to see me heartbroken and miserable after leaving you? Never again, Shen Jueju. For 3 years, I've endured enough suffering with those very words as my daily companions. Leaving you isn't the continuation of tragedy, it's complete liberation. Don't come looking for me before Grandpa's birthday. I don't ever want to see you again. Tang Qiaoer turned away. The pain in her chest had surpassed the pain in her arm, so intense it had numbed her entirely. For her, such minor bruises and sprains were truly inconsequential. She could easily twist her own arm back into place right before their eyes. Yet she chose to endure this wretched state, willfully surrendering every nerve to the shuddering pain as if through self-flagellation she might find perverse satisfaction. Suddenly, Tang Qiaoer felt a scorching heat at the small of her back. The world spun violently around her. Shenju moved swiftly behind her and, without a word, swept her up into his arms. Why you, let me down. Tang Qiaoer's cheeks flushed with warmth as she struggled in his embrace. Yet the more she resisted, the tighter Shen Jingjue's arms encircled her, his broad chest caging her like a prison, leaving no room for refusal. Tang Qiaoer's delicate frame pressed against his heart, feeling the violent rise and fall of his chest, even catching faint traces of that woody fragrance she loved lingering on his collar, subtle and restrained. For some inexplicable reason, she felt like crying. How many nights had she sprayed this very scent across her pillows, clutching his phantom scent to sleep, once cherished, now remembered with only bitterness. I'll take you to the hospital. A dislocated joint can't wait. Shen Jingjue's expression remained impassive, but his eyes darkened slightly. Let go of me, Shen Jingjue. You never cared about me during our marriage, and now that we're divorced, you have no right to touch me. Tang Qiaoer choked back humiliated rage, her voice hoarse. But Shenju acted as if he hadn't heard, his chiseled jawline taut as he strode forward without looking back. Huarushi clicked his tongue in disapproval and quickly caught up. Exactly. What's this indecent tugging and pulling when you're already divorced? Let me carry you instead, Miss Bai. Piss off. Piss off. The former couple spoke in unison, one with reddened eyes, the other with flushed cheeks. Huarushi, well, still looking like quite the married couple, aren't we? Hospital. Tang Qiaoer was taken into the examination room, leaving Shinjueruo and Huarushi waiting in the corridor. Jueruo, you're seriously messed up. You had no sense of restraint. That delicate arm of hers couldn't possibly withstand your rough handling. Were you trying to dislocate it or what? Huarushi shook his head with a sigh, wearing an expression of disapproval. How did you know she worked there? Shinjueruo's deep-set eyes glared coldly at him, his refined features barely suppressing a simmering fury. I just came here to grab a bite and happened to run into her. When I arrived, my ex-sister-in-law was doing hard labor at the back door, working so diligently you'd never guess she was once the CEO's wife who married into a wealthy family. Horushi smirked, a tone of admiration in his voice. Neither arrogant nor impatient, able to advance or retreat, she's truly the most remarkable woman I've ever met. Shinju's fingers tightened, his voice hoarse and strained. Then your perspective must truly be narrow. That's still better than someone not recognizing true gold inlaid with jade, Horushi retorted, striking back with mutual harm. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his heart feeling as if it had been squeezed. Honestly, I always felt you'd get back together with your ex-wife. Impossible. Shinju's voice was hoarse as he spoke coldly and firmly. You're clearly still hung up on her. Otherwise, why would you come running here like your pants were on fire? Look at your eager beaver attitude. Your eyes were practically burning when you saw her, and you still claim you don't care? Horushi leaned against the wall, arms crossed and shaking his head. Buddy, that's not cool of you. You were the one who abandoned your wife for the white moonlight. Now that she's finding happiness again, you're getting all worked up? You're not trying to imitate Tang wanting from high men, keeping harems, and playing the field, are you? She promised Grandpa that we wouldn't formally divorce until after his 80th birthday. She should keep her word. She only agreed to delay it out of respect for the old man. Yet you're treating it like some trump card to impose conditions. That's downright shameless if you ask me. Stay out of my business. A suffocating feeling rose in Shinju's heart. I wouldn't usually interfere, but I quite like Miss Bai. I really want a taste of her cooking, so I'm asking you, could you keep your chopsticks out of my bowl? Horushi delivered this line fresh from Tang Chao's playbook, his usually rakishly handsome features schooling into rare seriousness. Give it up. You're not her type. Shinju's expression darkened. Whether he's her type or not, she won't know until she takes a bite. Horushi ignored his dark expression, cocked his head with a mocking raise of his arched brows. But if you change your mind before marrying Jin Enru and still want to reconcile with your ex-wife, then I'll bow out gracefully and stop pursuing her. After all, we've been through thick and thin together all these years, and you're the only true friend I've got. But if you marry Kim Eun-jo and still cling to Miss Bai, let me be blunt, I might just stab you twice for a woman's sake. Shinju pressed his thin lips together, his handsome and aloof face shrouded in dark clouds. Shinju! A furious roar echoed through the quiet hallway. As Shinju turned his head, a heavy fist struck him squarely on the cheek. Chapter 28, The Four of Us Are Your Dowry. Shinju graduated from the nation's top military academy and served in the army for 3 years. Even now as a businessman, his body, hidden under the suit, remains formidable and robust. So Tang Su's punch only left a bruise and drew blood at the corner of his lips. His towering figure didn't waver in the slightest. Damn, a love rival, Horushi cursed under his breath, though he didn't dare say it out loud. Because he remembered Bai Xiaoxiao's mocking words, mistresses shouldn't get too cocky. Tang Su was furious and threw another punch at Shinju Eiju, but the man wasn't about to give him the chance, dodging nimbly. Shinju Eiju, did I not warn you to stay the hell away from Xiaoxiao? Have you no shame? Tang Su panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot. If anything happens to Xiaoxiao, I'll skin you alive. Your entire Shin group won't escape unscathed either. President Tang, you're overreacting. It's just a dislocation. Horushi, fearing the explosive tension between the former and current lovers, quickly stepped in to mediate. Just a dislocation? The corners of Tang Su's lips curled slightly as his clear eyes filled with towering fury. One of you treats women as playthings, the other as ornaments. How could either of you possibly understand how I feel? Bai Xiaoxiao is the woman I love most, the woman I'll cherish and protect for the rest of my life. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourselves and get the hell away from her. Tang Su's words were sincere and heartfelt, not a trace of falsehood. In this lifetime, even his wife would have to take second place. Tang Chao must always come first. Shinju Eiju's pupils trembled slightly. Such a direct, passionate, and deep confession. He had never in his life mustered such courage to express his love to a woman. After leaving him, Bai Xiaoxiao unexpectedly became more striking, her radiance impossible to conceal. First Tang Yu, then Horushi, both had taken an interest in her. Shin Jingjue couldn't quite articulate this bittersweet feeling swirling in his chest. It was as if he'd been a fool, utterly oblivious to the rare treasure that had once been by his side. Now that everyone else coveted what he'd discarded, his heart filled with unwilling resentment. Shin Jingjue, just you wait, I'm going to sue you. Tang Su jabbed an accusing finger at Shin Jingjue's icy expression, secretly wishing fourth brother would find an opportunity to wring the bastard's neck. Fine, but I need to correct one thing you said. Shinju faced his sharp gaze expressionlessly. Bai Xiaoxiao hasn't completed the divorce proceedings with me yet. Right now, she is still considered my wife, still a member of the Shin family. Horushi was utterly speechless, thinking to himself that this guy really had a knack for hitting where it hurt the most. Tang Su genuinely wanted to spit at him in anger, but the ingrained manners of a wealthy young master made him swallow it down. President Tang. A gentle yet firm voice rang out, prompting all three to turn in unison. There stood Tang Chower, her left arm in a cast yet poised with dignified grace. Her calm gaze belied the pallor of her delicate features, fragile as a narcissus yet radiating solitary pride. Shinjueju's eyes narrowed slightly, his throat tightening imperceptibly. The corridor was wide and empty. Standing alone was Bai Xiaoxiao, her tiny nose, petite lips, and small face framed only by a pair of large, clear, luminous eyes that sparkled with undiluted purity, so utterly innocent it stirred protective instincts in every man. Suddenly, a distant yet vaguely familiar sensation rippled through her mind. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao. Shinjueju's head throbbed with a needle-like pain, but the sensation and the fragmented memories soon vanished. Tang Su rushed to his sister's side, his eyes rimmed red with heartache. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go home. Tang Chower smiled tenderly at her brother, radiant and affectionate. Shinjueju's eyes were stung by that radiant smile. Tang Su wrapped his arm around Tang Chower's slender waist, nestling against her as they walked toward the other end of the corridor. She couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance at her ex-husband. A sour tightness filled Shinjueju's chest. Just as he stepped forward, Huarushi pulled him back. Alright, Aju, chasing after them now would just make things worse. It was your fault Ms. Bai got hurt in the first place, and don't pretend you don't know who called Tang you over. She only wants to see President Tang. Let's not go up there and embarrass ourselves. Watching them support each other as they disappeared down the hallway, Shinjueju clenched his fists until his fingertips turned white, as if he'd been punched in the gut. Lin Su also hurried over, summoned by Tang Su. He clearly still had no idea what was going on. Miss, what happened? Who hurt you? I got bitten by that damn Shinju. Tang Su clenched his teeth in anger. Originally, he wanted to say more, but after the girl glared at him, he didn't dare speak another word. What? I'll go beat the crap out of that bastard to vent your anger. Lin Su, fuming with anger, made as if to storm over and settle the score when Tang Chower stopped him. Let it go, she said. You're no match for him. He's former UN peacekeeping army. You planning to be his punching bag? Besides, it's not like he meant it. That man has always had a heavy hand and never understood tenderness. It's nothing new. Miss, from the way you speak, it sounds like you've known each other for a long time. Tang Xiao froze momentarily, pressing her crimson lips together. Right now, Lin Su still doesn't know about her relationship with Shinju, and it's not that she's intentionally hiding it, she just can't be bothered to explain anymore. It's all over. She doesn't want even a single bite of that cold rice Shinju left behind. Upon returning to the villa, Tang Su brewed coffee for Tang Chower while cursing Shinju as the worst jinx of all time, ranting the entire way back. Second brother, I'm sorry, Tang Chower murmured guiltily, her long lashes fluttering. Huh? Apologizing to me? Tang Su was taken aback, raising his hand to feel his sister's forehead. Do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? No, it's just that to keep the secret, Big Brother went on another business trip to country Y, so I had no choice but to ask for your help. I was afraid you'd think I'm using you, treating you as just a tool. Tang Chower's voice grew softer as she spoke. Silly girl, what are you even saying? Tang Su felt a pang in his heart as he walked over and wrapped his arms around Tang Chower, carefully avoiding her injured arm as he pulled her slender frame into his embrace. Mom gave birth to the four of us before you precisely so we could protect you. Next time you get married, consider us for your dowry. Realizing how that might sound, he quickly added, even if you never marry again, we'll still be your private property, your lifelong protectors and unwavering support. Tang Chower's lips twitched slightly. Dowry? For men? Then I might as well become a nun, amen. Asterisk. Tang Chower's injury left Shinju distracted all afternoon. The executive's reports went in one ear and out the other during the meeting. President Shin's lips bore scratches, his face dark with anger, yet no one dared ask what happened, holding their breath in tense silence. Though this young master rose from being an illegitimate child, there isn't a single person left in the entire Shin Corporation who dares to oppose him now. The eldest son born to the first wife has been frail all his life, often recuperating in country or for years. Rumor has it his condition has been unstable these past years. Now he can't even move without being wheelchair-bound. Meanwhile, Qin Shu, the second wife, bore only 2 daughters. The elder is 25 and the younger just 20, both far from meeting the standards of an heir. Thus, Shinju naturally became the sole successor to Shin Corporation. Moreover, his exceptional abilities and strategic prowess effectively silenced all whispers of dissent with sheer competence. President Shin, the hotel we had our eyes on in the western suburbs. Someone has already beaten us to it, the executive reported cautiously. By whom? Shinju might seem absent-minded, but when it came to serious matters, he snapped right back to attention. The KS Group, the Wu family transferred that hotel to them. In the future, it'll be the second KS World in Xinjiang. Shin Jueju's tall, straight frame stiffened abruptly, his dark eyes turning icy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Our people were already in negotiations, and things were nearly settled. Who would have thought that President Tang from KS would swoop in last minute and snatch the project right from under us? Completely unexpected. The executive turned pale with fright. Close enough? Looks like you're close enough to retirement. Shin Jingjue remained expressionless, his deep magnetic voice laced with intimidating pressure. Didn't I make it clear? That hotel's location is unparalleled, only a 600-meter walk from the Universal Studios set for completion in 2 years. Whatever it takes, secure it at the earliest possible moment, even if the price doubles. You hesitate and waver, shrinking from taking action. That's why the opportunity was snatched away from under your nose. Now the Tang Corporation gets an undeserved windfall. How exactly do you and your team plan to take responsibility for this? The executive wiped sweat from his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably beneath the table. Report to the Fengcheng branch office next week. If you repeat today's mistake, not even 10 years of seniority will save your reputation. Shin Jingjue delivered the words with casual indifference, his tall, athletic frame already gliding toward the exit. He left the stunned crowd walking on eggshells in his wake. The CEO's quiet authority was downright terrifying today. His anger burned exceptionally fierce. Could this be revenge? On the way back to Guanchao Manor, Han Xian kept glancing anxiously at the rearview mirror while driving. Ms. Kim just attacked the young madam, and now President Tang snatched our project. And the Kim family's product issues being exposed. Could this also be President Tang's doing? Though the Kim family totally deserves their current fate. Shinjuru suddenly raised his sharp gaze to meet Han Xian's in the mirror, startling the latter so much he nearly choked. Stop at the tailor shop ahead. Chapter 29, if not Tang Yu, then who? Tailor shop. Shinju pushed open the door and stepped in, his towering frame filling the doorway like some colossal intruder. The old tailor was ironing clothes when he suddenly saw this breathtakingly handsome man appear, his expression full of surprise. My goodness, it's you. Money is no issue, boss. Please lend us a hand. Shin Jingjue furrowed his brow slightly and opened the box before the old tailor. Oh dear, how did this happen? How could such fine clothing end up in such a state? The old tailor cherished garments like his own life, and seeing such beautiful clothes torn to shreds pained him beyond words. My fault, Shin Jueju said hoarsely, unable to offer any other explanation. That child sewed every stitch by hand, lamented the tailor. I watched her labor over this garment the entire way. It might as well have been my own work. The old tailor shook his head in sorrow. What a shame, what a terrible waste, such fine craftsmanship ruined. Is there any way to make up for it? Shinju quickly asked. How can you make up for this? You can mend what's broken inside, but once the surface is damaged, patching it up just isn't the same. For some inexplicable reason, Shinju felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing those words. At least try to make amends. Even if the scars remain, the very least we can do is sew up the torn edges. As soon as he returned to Guanchao Villa, Shinju felt something was off. The atmosphere was unusually heavy and oppressive. Second brother, Qin Shu's eldest daughter, third Miss Shin Bailu, hurried over with visible anxiety. Grandfather is here. He's upstairs in the study arguing fiercely with father. You should go up and intervene. What are they arguing about? Shinju's handsome brows knitted together sharply. In his eyes, Shin Guangjing was a filial son. At the very least, that was the impression he gave to outsiders. Grandfather had suffered a stroke and had high blood pressure, making anger the last thing he needed. Yet Shin Guangjing was willing to defy the filial piety he had long upheld just to argue heatedly with his grandfather, for only one reason. His stepmother, Qin Shu. Rower is practically family to us Shins, and now that the Jin family is in trouble, isn't it only right for father to lend a hand? Shin Bailu stomped her foot in anger, but Grandpa absolutely refuses to let Dad help the Jin family. Don't you think Grandpa's gone senile? Helping the Jins would benefit our family too, wouldn't it? Second brother, you're about to marry Rower. If we don't resolve this matter, our Shin family will lose face. Shinju's eyes darkened as he swiftly ascended the stairs. Clang, crash. Shin Nanhuai slumped in his wheelchair, grabbing the ashtray and teacup from the coffee table before hurling them violently to the floor. At 80 years old, the old man's temper grew more explosive and erratic with age, clearing tabletops with a single fit of rage. Qin Shu dabbed her eyes sorrowfully with a silk handkerchief, whimpering as she shrank against Shin Guangjing's chest. Shin Guangjing shielded her with his body, terrified that the shattered porcelain fragments might fly over and cut her. Dad, can't you calm down? Can't we talk this through properly? I'll speak human words to you when you act like one. Do dog's business and you'll only get a thrashing from me. Shin Nanhuai pounded his chest in rage. What did I tell you? I forbade you from interfering with the Jin Corporation's affairs. How dare you feign compliance while acting otherwise? Not only did you help them liquidate backlogged inventory, but you even diverted Shin Corporation projects to them. How much of that woman's swill has fogged your brain to make you this stupid? Do you think I'm dead or what? Dad, how can you say that? Shen Guangjing was truly furious and speechless, yet he didn't dare to confront him directly. Am I wrong? Ever since you married that woman, you've completely lost all sense of reason. Shen Nanhuai slammed his hand on the armrest. Dad, I know you don't think much of me, but I truly believe that in the 20+ years Jing and I have been together, I've been a devoted wife and mother, wholeheartedly serving our Shen family, living with cautious trepidation and constant unease. Qin Shu's eyes welled up with tears. I've never once disobeyed your wishes, nor caused the slightest trouble for our Shen family. Because I knew being allowed to marry brother Jing was already your kindness, I wouldn't dare ask for anything more. Shen Guangjing gazed affectionately at his delicate wife in his arms. But the old patriarch saw through her hypocritical retreat as advanced tactic all too clearly. Trembling with such rage his wheelchair shook. My sister's family runs an honest business. Being falsely accused like this is truly unjust. Moreover, Rower is about to marry Jingjue. Having this kind of scandal break out now. Honest business? More like an honest-to-goodness scam. Shen Nanhuai sneered, the corner of his lip curling coldly. Qin Shu's expression froze instantly. Don't think just because I'm old and retired that I don't know anything. The Kim family brought this upon themselves. Doing dirty business can only lead to their own destruction in the end. And don't try to use Jingjue to pressure me either. If he marries that Kim girl, I won't acknowledge him as my grandson anymore. You can all live happily together as one big loving family. When this old man dies one day, don't bother coming to send me off. Dad, Shen Guangjing sighed heavily. Qin Shu sobbed, but her eyes were icy cold. Old fool, I've had enough of being oppressed by you for over 20 years. It would be best if you died silently outside, unable to rest in peace. Grandpa. Shen Jingjue strode in briskly and immediately reached out to pat Shen Nanhuai's back, only to be pushed away by the old man. Save your hypocritical gestures. You're just like your father, both of you scrambling around for that vixen's family. I won't help the genes. I've already made my position clear, Shen Jingjue replied with remarkable calm. Shen Nanhuai's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Yes, there are indeed issues with the Kim group, so I won't assist them. What about you and the Kim family's daughter? It has nothing to do with Rower. The wedding will proceed as planned. Shinju's expression remained indifferent. Ah, fine. At least you've come to this realization. It shows my love for you wasn't wasted. Still better than your foolish father. Shen Nanhuai waved his hand in resigned disappointment. He couldn't understand what spell had come over his grandson, abandoning such a wonderful girl like Xiao, only to marry some sly seductress who would bring him nothing but trouble. Dame Qin. Shinju glanced at Qin Shu, his tone flat and devoid of warmth. Madame Jean is your own younger sister, and your desire to help family is understandable. But all this must come with one prerequisite. It cannot harm the interests of the Shen Corporation. Otherwise, wouldn't that contradict what you've always advocated, wholeheartedly acting for our Shen family? Qin Shu was left speechless, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. That bastard. As a kid he wouldn't even make a sound when pricked with an awl, but now he's grown into this cold-hearted wretch with a razor-sharp tongue. Father, the Rower is my fiancé. I always separate personal matters from business. I never let emotions interfere with work. As chairman, I hope you'll always prioritize the group's interests first. Shin Jiak then turned his gaze to Shen Guangjing. His tone carried not a trace of filial affection, it was purely businesslike in its delivery. Shen Guangjing's face darkened completely. Deep down, he knew he was in the wrong but could only grit his teeth and say, my support for the Jin family wasn't solely for Ashu's sake. I had just returned from country Y after attending a summit and securing a meeting for a major international project, but the other party unexpectedly cancelled at the last minute. Later, I learned that the client had been intercepted halfway by KS Group CEO, Tang Yu. Who knows what benefits Tang Yu promised them, but they decided to drop all considerations of cooperating with our Shin Corporation. With everything that's happened back to back, all of it linked to the Tang Group, it's clear they're targeting us deliberately. How can I let them keep getting their way and trampling all over us? There's even this happening? Shen Nanhuai's eyes darkened with intensity. The Shen Yangshan family and the Haimen Tang family have been sworn rivals for over a century. The Tang family's great-grandmother even declared that the family should never intermarry for generations. Their business conflicts have been numerous, keeping relations perpetually tense. Yet, Tang Yu not only snatched the hotel project from the Shins but also stirred trouble overseas. His vindictiveness couldn't be more obvious. Wait. Shinjuru froze suddenly before urgently asking, Dad, you just said you ran into Tang Yu in country Y? Yes, it is. Today? Of course. How could that be? Tang Yu even came to the hospital to pick up by Xiao this afternoon. How could he have a doppelganger attending a meeting in country Y? Unless, the man this afternoon wasn't Tang Yu at all. He's not Tang Yu, then who is he? Chapter 30, Tang Chower is by Xiao. In the end, only after Shen Guangjing swore in front of the old master to no longer interfere with the Jin family's affairs did the storm finally subside. After the Shin couple left with gloomy faces, the old man surveyed the mess left behind, his eyes brimming with indignation. Disgrace to the family, disgrace to the family. All the men of our Shin clan are doomed to fall into the hands of these Jin women with their treacherous schemes. Shin Jueju bent down to pick up the items from the ground, his mind racing rapidly. Could it be that someone attended the meeting in Country Y on Tang Yu's behalf? But it's impossible, father would mistake identities. They've faced each other multiple times in business. How could he not recognize a face unless this was a precursor to dementia? At this moment, Shinju picked up a folding fan. Grandfather, does this belong to you? Oh my, look at me. I was so angry I forgot myself. Bring it here quickly. Shen Nanhuai's gaze softened. This fan was made for me by Xiao Xiao herself. The fan surface has calligraphy and an ink wash landscape painting, both done by her own hand. She could write calligraphy? And paint too? Shinjueju was abruptly stunned, standing motionless for what felt like an eternity as if his soul had left his body. When that woman was by his side, she was conventional, dull, and utterly uninteresting. Compared to Jin and Ru, who could play the piano, dance, and sing, Bai Xiaoxiao truly had no redeeming qualities, except for being docile, gentle, and possessing a delicate, pretty face. Beyond that, she had no special talents, no different from the household servants. Yet how, upon leaving him, did she emerge like a luminous pearl unearthed from the dust, not only radiant and brimming with confidence, but revealing talents he'd never known, each one springing forth like delightful surprises, catching him completely off guard? Did she believe Shin Jingjue wasn't worthy of these virtues, reserved only for Tang Yu? So, what she'd felt for him wasn't love, merely a wife's reluctant compromises and calculated efforts to please. Whereas what she shared with Tang Yu, that was true love, wasn't it? In the past, Xiao Xiao would visit me every weekend. Sometimes she accompanied me for walks, other times we'd just sit together in my study for entire afternoons. That dear child never seemed bored, she'd simply read books or practice calligraphy by my side. Her mastery of calligraphy and painting was quite remarkable. With just one stroke of her brush, I could tell she had at least 10 years of disciplined practice. She looked absolutely radiant when writing, handling the brush with effortless grace, every movement filled with quiet confidence. Not a trace of common upbringing showed in her bearing, everything about her spoke of noble breeding and scholarly refinement. Shen Nanhuai pouted gloomily and sighed. She's infinitely better than that superficial Jin family girl. Pity you're both blind and foolish, unable to recognize true quality when you see it. Shin Jueju pressed his thin lips together tightly as he unfolded the fan. Two elegantly untamed lines of calligraphy, flowing like drifting clouds and running water, caught his eye. If youth could be granted to me once more, a single ounce of gold for a single breath of wind. Suddenly, Shin Jueju trembled as if struck by lightning, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth over those two lines until his eyes nearly pressed against them. From the brush strokes to the divine essence, it was exactly like that calligraphy piece hanging in Tang Qiao's office that she had wanted to gift him. Suddenly, he recalled seeing Bai Xiaoxiao at the hotel managed by Tang Qiao, as well as Bai Xiaoxiao's footsteps in the hallway after he left Tang Qiao's office that day. Could it be that she knew Tang Qiao? Could such a coincidence really happen? Surely, Tang Qiao couldn't be Bai Xiaoxiao, right? How is this possible? Bai Xiaoxiao is at worst just fickle and indecisive. How could she ever be as sinister and cunning as Tang Qiao? Meanwhile, in Haimen, at the Yue estate, Tang Yu had just returned from a business trip in Country Y and was having dinner at home with his father, accompanied by Tang Su. During the meeting, Tang Yu reported the progress of his recent work trip to Country Y. Tang Wanting listened attentively, then nodded with approval, a trace of admiration flickering across his stern and authoritative face. This eldest son of his was perfect in every way, except for one thing. He seemed to meet Jesus more often than his own father. No amount of power, fame, fortune, or stock shares could stop him from becoming a pastor. How could the addiction be this strong? You, snatching the Shin Corporation's prize right from under their noses this time, that's not like your usual style at all. Tang Wanqing took a sip of red wine and finally caught on. Isn't it your usual stance to advocate resolving issues through equality and harmony? How come you're resorting to strong-arm tactics now? You're starting to remind me of your old man in his younger days. Peace is like the human body. It may appear healthy, but you never know when illness might strike. Tang Yu offered a rather philosophical reply as he elegantly sipped his glass of water. Tang Su smiled secretly to himself. Of course Big Brother had targeted the Shin group to avenge their little sister. In business, you need to stay flexible. As long as you don't break the law, all means are permissible. You've done well this time. Tang Wanlin patted Tang Yu on the shoulder, his gaze sharp and excited. Besides, Shin Guangjing has always been my sworn enemy. His grandfather bullied your great-grandmother back in the day. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Tang Yu. Tang Su couldn't help but laugh and curse inwardly. Good grief, this vengeful streak is the ancestral specialty of the Tang family. passed down professionally for 100 years. By the way, how has Xiao Xiao been doing in Xinjing lately? Her move against the Jin family was decisive, but if handled improperly, I'm afraid she might provoke resentment and bring trouble upon herself. Since the third and fourth sons are always away, you two who are by her side must protect her at all times. Do you hear me? Tang Wanti's tone was indifferent, but his eyes brimmed with concern. Understood, Dad. Don't worry, Father. Whoever dares bully our little sister will face an unforgiving end from all four of us. An unforgiving end might be too much. Just make them wish they were dead, Tang Wanti said coolly, his hawk-like eyes narrowing as he leisurely took another sip of liquor. Dinner concluded, Tang Wanting and Tang Yu were the first to leave the table. Just as Tang Su was about to depart, he noticed his elder brother's phone left on the table. At that very moment, the phone began to vibrate. On the screen, the name Shen Jingjue glared back with piercing intensity. Tang Su turned on his drama queen mode, took a quick glance around, then cleared his throat slightly before answering the call. What can I do for you, President Shen? I'm looking for Bai Xiaoxiao. Shenju's tone was so entitled it made Tang Su's blood boil. Have you lost your damn mind, Shenju? What makes you think Xiaoxiao would ever answer your call? There was a brief silence on the other end before a deep voice suddenly asked, Are you Tang Yu? Tang Su sensed that Shenju might have realized something, but still defiantly replied, Mr. Shen, if you're drunk, you can call your fiancé to keep you company. I don't have time for your nonsense. Tang Yu, if you want to vent your anger for Bai Xiaoxiao, you should use open and honest methods, not resort to underhanded tactics and backstabbing. Shenju's voice was icy cold, laying bare his aggressive intent. Ha, Shenju, even the sky isn't big enough to compare to the size of your shamelessness. Tang Su clenched his teeth in fury. Who was the one who first used despicable tactics to smear Xiaoxiao? Don't you know it in your heart? If you want to beg mercy for your fiancé's family, at least show the demeanor of someone begging. Stop pretending to be a saint while acting like a whore. Trying to preserve both your dignity and interests is just too pathetic. On the other end, Shen Jueju's fists clenched tightly, his cheeks burning with humiliation. The man who had once spoken confidently in countless high-stakes meetings found himself utterly speechless, tongue-tied by Tang Su, a senior prosecutor. I can tell you straight, even if you were to kneel and beg me now, I wouldn't let you off lightly. Everyone who's ever bullied Xiaoxiao will pay a painful price. With that, Tang Su decisively ended the call. Shenju sat in his study, staring at the darkened screen, veins bulging at his temples as his fingertips nearly cracked the glass. President Shen, Han Xian hurried in, his breath catching halfway when he saw the dark, icy expression on his boss's face. Speak. As you instructed, we investigated. The result shows that of the 5 children born to Madame Bai, the principal wife of the Tang family, besides the eldest son Tang Yu, who we managed to uncover some superficial details about, the files of the other 4 members, are all highly encrypted. We couldn't crack them. Shen Jingjue abruptly lifted his gaze, his sinister eyes boring into Han Xian's face with a murderous chill. Han Xian turned deathly pale, his throat working nervously. Maybe, I should just go to HR tomorrow to settle my salary and leave. Asterisk. Tang Qiaoer had just finished her bubble bath. With a face mask on and dressed in a snow-white bathrobe, she gracefully descended the stairs like a noble little swan, heading down to find some wine. Miss Tang, just tell me what you need, let me fetch it for you. You shouldn't move around too much, Lin Su hastily approached, his refined eyebrows knitted with concern. It's just getting a bottle of red wine from the cellar, no trouble at all. Why are you still in full suit and tie at this hour? It's already past 9. Tang Qiaoer sized him up with a blink of her almond-shaped eyes. From now on, consider this place your own home when you're here. Don't stand on ceremony, just change into loungewear when you return. Seeing you like this makes me feel like I'm in work mode 24/7, which is mentally exhausting. There was another reason, it reminded her of Shenju. Frankly speaking, it was quite embarrassing. During their 3 years of marriage, apart from that one night when she'd glimpsed her husband's formidable physique and extraordinary capabilities, she'd never again seen her own husband's body. Shenju was an extreme ascetic, practically a freak. Even when returning to Guanchao Manor, he would shut himself in the study, barely emerging except for bathroom breaks and showers. Everything else was handled in that study. Only before sleep would he shed the shackles of his elite identity, the suit, and change into dark blue pajamas for rest. Elegant, dignified, yet gloomy enough to suffocate. Yet, only Tang Qiaoer understood the scorchingly passionate soul hidden within that man's icy, indifferent shell. Otherwise, how could there have been that night of reckless passion, the storm of shared ecstasy that left her savoring its memory for a lifetime? Miss? Lin Su tilted his head and called out to her softly. Huh? Tang Qiaoer snapped out of her daze, her fair cheeks flushed with heat, her clear eyes brimming with a faint glimmer of moisture. Your face is so red. Chapter 31, The Infuriatingly Addictive Bastard. Is there any? Tang Qiaoer raised her right hand to touch her cheek, which felt as hot as a little heater, and immediately turned her face away in embarrassment. Maybe it's because I had a little alcohol kicking in. But you're just about to head to the wine cellar. How come your face is already red before even drinking? Lin Shua persisted with his usual probing manner. At work, she's sharp and capable, but in her personal life, she's utterly clueless, completely oblivious to the young lady's springtime dreams. Are you from Dunhuang? You sure have a lot of murals. Nagging. Tang Xiaoer rolled her eyes flirtatiously and walked away in a huff. Lin Su wore an aggrieved expression, unsure where he'd offended the young lady, and could only transform into an obedient puppy-like butler, trotting along behind her. The two arrived at the wine cellar, which stored nearly 1,000 bottles of red wine, all prepared by Tang Yu for her, knowing she enjoyed a casual drink in her free time. Each of these wines comes with a hefty price tag. Many are even auctioned collectibles. Some are so rare that even Old Wan doesn't own them, yet Tang Xiaoer possesses dozens. Selling just a few could buy 2 standalone villas in Xinjiang. Tang Xiaoer leisurely browsed the wine racks, her eyes settling on a bottle of Romani Conti. She tiptoed to reach it but found herself just a little too short. At that moment, Lin Su stepped behind her. His tall frame loomed over her as he effortlessly plucked the bottle from the shelf. Standing so close, Lin Su caught the sweet, milky fragrance wafting from the young mistress's hair. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his fair cheeks flushed a faint pink in the dim light. Here you go, Mississippi. My, isn't it handy having a 185 centimeters tall secretary? Saves us the trouble of using a ladder. But her ideal height was still 189 centimeters, the Shinjingjue type. That missing 4 centimeters just didn't hit the same notes. Damn that bastard, just thinking about him was more intoxicating than liquor. Miss, let me help you with that. It must be difficult with only one hand. With a loud bang. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaoer smashed the cast on her arm against the corner of the table, revealing a slender forearm as fair and tender as a lotus root. That's better. I've been wanting to get rid of it for a while now. Lin Shua was dumbfounded. On the battlefield, broken bones and dislocated joints were minor matters. I once saw someone whose leg was blown off by a bomb. A soldier who had joked with me that morning was carried back in the afternoon with over a dozen bullet holes and half his face gone. Tang Xiaoer recounted the brutality of war plainly, her expression revealing the serenity of one who had brushed shoulders with life and death. Lin Shua was stunned, utterly incapable of imagining how the pampered young lady had endured through those years. The wine had been properly decanted, and the WeChat group of the Confidential Bureau was buzzing again. Fourth brother, Tang Su, it's understandable that Big Brother is too busy managing state affairs to respond. But you, someone from the Judicial Department, how can you be so indifferent? Fourth brother, do you even know that Shinju has sent people to secretly decrypt our files? Fourth brother, luckily, I reacted in time and upgraded the files to S-class encryption. That bastard thinks he can mess with me? Maybe in his next life. Tang Xiaoer was startled, her almond-shaped eyes widening sharply. Tang Su, holy crap, does he suspect something? Tang Su, wait, who said you could call me by my full name? Call me second brother. Fourth brother, no way, you only came out a few minutes earlier than me. Fourth brother, if I had been the first one out of mom's womb, who knows how this would have turned out. Tang Su, even 1 second earlier still makes me your damn elder brother. Call me brother. Fourth brother, second bro. Tang Su, damn it, you sneaky bastard, looking for a beating, aren't you? Fourth brother, you wanna fight? I could beat you with both hands tied behind my back. Second brother, Tang Xiaoer, enough, how childish can you be? The moment their youngest sister spoke up, both brothers instantly became as docile as quails. Tang Xiaoer, Shinju investigating us means he's starting to suspect your identity. Second brother, you've stepped in to protect me twice now. He's probably realized you're not eldest brother. The young lady's bright eyes dimmed slightly as she swirled the blood-red wine in her glass. Tang Xiaoer, in that case, there's no need for you to hide anymore. If he wants an answer, then I'll give him one. Asterisk. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Under pressure from public opinion, the Kim Group ultimately chose to hold a press conference at a 5-star hotel, attended by a considerable number of reporters. The Kim family was originally a second-tier local conglomerate without much influence. However, Kim Eun-jo's previous opportunistic announcement of her engagement to Shinju had unexpectedly thrust the Kim family into the public eye overnight, garnering unprecedented attention. At that moment, a black Maybach sat discreetly parked by the roadside across from the hotel entrance. Shinju watched the live stream of the press conference coldly through his iPad. Mr. Shin, from what I gathered during Chairman Shin's recent discussions with you, he's still reminding you not to abandon the Kim family in their time of crisis. Han Xian worriedly said, you've always been at odds with Chairman Shin. Could it affect your father-son relationship? I'm afraid Madam might take the opportunity to whisper in his ear and turn him against you. Even if she blows a tornado into his ear, it won't make any difference. I won't lift a finger to help the Kim family. Shin Jueju's expression remained as calm as still water, even indifferent. As for father-son relations, there were none to begin with. Where's the room for impact? Han Xian sighed quietly to himself. Their CEO, though outwardly glamorous, had always been an isolated island within the Shin family, his inner torment something he could share with no one. Soon, the press conference began. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jin Ziyu strode onto the stage in a black suit, masquerading as respectable while holding his chin high. His expression brimmed with indignation, as if he'd suffered some monumental injustice. As everyone knows, our Jin Group's Elysée furniture brand operates 32 stores in Xinjiang and over 400 nationwide. It has always enjoyed an impeccable reputation in the industry. This negative incident was caused by malicious hype and intentional smearing of our Jin Corporation's corporate image. Han Xian pouted at the screen. I've really had enough of this President Jin. His products have serious quality issues, yet he acts so self-righteous here. His skin's thicker than the earth's crust. Shinju remained silent, but his frown deepened. But it was KS Group's hotels that first exposed Ali's severe quality defects. KS's reputation domestically is unquestionable, and for decades they've never resorted to deliberately spreading rumors or smearing competitors' brands. So I suppose the issues with Alice Home Furnishings aren't simply a matter of others smearing your reputation, a reporter suddenly questioned, their words dripping with sarcasm. Jin Ziyu's face immediately darkened. Our Alice brand has been established for over a decade, and this is the first time we've encountered such an incident. Of course I'm anxious about it, it pains me deeply. Then does President Jin admit the quality issues are factual? That substituting inferior products is indeed factual? And if I recall correctly, there was another serious complaint incident early last year. I believe those present should still remember it. The reporter's interruption instantly jogged everyone's memories. Jin Ziyu's face darkened to ashen gray as he secretly clenched his fists in fury. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, Tang Chow'er sat in her sports car watching the live broadcast on her phone, a mocking smirk playing on her scarlet lips. Little did anyone suspect, this well-prepared reporter had been planted by her all along. During these 2 years since Jin Ziyu took office as president, he's been enriching himself at the company's expense and doing whatever he pleases. Problems have been arising frequently in the group, and the family fortune is nearly squandered empty. Lin Su let out a contemptuous chuckle. But who would have thought he'd be bold enough to lie outright at the press conference? Is he betting nobody has dirt on him? He thinks the trump card is in his hands, that's why he dares to shoot off his mouth. Tang Chow'er narrowed her eyes slyly, plucking a piece of chocolate from Lin Su's suit pocket. She peeled off the foil wrapper, broke off a small piece, and let it melt in her mouth. Just watch, if we push him a little harder, he'll unleash his ultimate move, that's when our opportunity will come. Chapter 32, The Heiress's Trap. Tang Chow'er finished her chocolate, then playfully tucked the remaining half into Lin Su's breast pocket. Her porcelain white hand patted his chest affectionately. You've been working out, nice shape. Lin Su's heart skipped a beat, his cheeks burning hot, leaving him parched with desire. He was 4 years older than the young miss, since his father served as the director of the legal department at KS Group and had long been valued by Tang Wanting. He frequently visited the Tang residence even in his youth. Lin Su still remembered their first meeting in the back garden of Yuetang Villa. From a distance, he spotted an ethereal beauty in ancient attire floating towards him like an immortal. For a moment he thought he was hallucinating and hastily rubbed his eyes, only for the fairy-like maiden to float right before him. Clad in pristine white hanfu, her beauty was transcendent, delicate and untouched by worldly dust. Big brother, do you have any candy? Tang Chow'er stepped off her skateboard, flipping it neatly into her hand with a tap of her foot. Huh? Lin Sua's mind went momentarily blank as he cursed himself for being such a beast. How could he entertain improper thoughts about a young girl? But she was too beautiful, like a delicately carved snow jade figurine. Who could resist being enchanted by her? Never mind if you don't. Tang Chow'er sighed in disappointment and was about to leave with her skateboard when Lin Sua suddenly grabbed her arm. It was slender, seemingly too delicate to hold. Wait. Lin Sua pressed his lips together and took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, offering it to her. Will this do? Wow, thank you, big bro. Tang Chow'er beamed with joy as she took the chocolate, unwrapped it, and took a big bite. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed contentedly. From then on, every time Lin Sua visited the Tang family, he would always carry chocolates or candies, like a walking snack cart. This continued up to the present day. As long as the young mistress wants candy, if he's present, she'll have it. At the press conference, the atmosphere was tense. Jin Ziyu was thoroughly provoked, glaring furiously at the reporter as he shouted, "Let me say this one last time. There are absolutely no quality issues with our Kim Corporation products. I stake my personal reputation on this. If it isn't a quality issue, then why did KS-branded hotels nationwide order all your products removed overnight? If President Kim doesn't give the public a reasonable explanation for this matter, I'm afraid it won't fly, right? The reporter's gaze was sharp, refusing to let go. The Weibo livestream was as lively as a vegetable market. Guarantee with personality? Playing it this big? I'm suddenly feeling like President Kim might be telling the truth. Maybe his personality is only worth 25 cents. Even beggars would shake their heads at it. Whatever, I'm returning it anyway. This Chairman Jean is so greasy and annoying. Couldn't they find a spokesperson with at least some public appeal? You want an explanation, don't you? Fine, I'll give you one. Jean Ziyu's eyes suddenly darkened. To bring about this predicament today, I must reflect on myself. It truly was a lapse in management on my part. After all, with hundreds of ally stores nationwide under the Jean Corporation, I can't possibly oversee each one personally. I'm not some omnipotent being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Our Kim Group has indeed faced issues where certain individuals prioritized personal gains at the expense of corporate interests. We immediately took severe disciplinary actions against those involved and have exhausted every possible solution to remedy the situation. But as the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. If there weren't people inside KS collaborating with him, how could things have come to this? Now KS is trying to shift all the blame onto us. Isn't that just downright outrageous? The crowd erupted in shock. Jean Ziyu is spewing nonsense with his eyes wide open, and now he's even turning around to bite the Tang family. How shameless! Han Xian stared at Jean Ziyu's brazen face, starting to feel indignant on behalf of the Tang family. Shinju's eyes darkened with a dense gloom, his gaze as sharp and chilling as a blade. Release the evidence I've gathered, Jean Ziyu commanded. Instantly, photos and detailed bank transaction records appeared on the large screen. These are the chat records between KS World Hotel's Vice President Gao Ming and the General Manager of our Ari Home Furnishings, alongside private meeting photos, and irrefutable proof of the massive kickbacks and bribes Gao Ming received. None of this has anything to do with our Jean Group. KS Hotel executive Gao Ming conspired with employees from our subsidiary to purchase substandard products for personal gain, creating this entire mess. We of the Kim family are also victims. KS Group just brushed off their hands to save themselves, dragging us into the mud. Can a big conglomerate bully people so blatantly? We will use legal weapons to protect our rights. Kim Tae-kyu got more engrossed the more he spoke, his face flushed with excitement. He almost believed his own words. Humph, that new young brat from the Tang family would never have guessed he had this backup plan, would she? Bet she's stunned now. Gao Ming was the sacrificial lamb he had long prepared to offer up. That's why he had preserved evidence from the very beginning of their dealings, just waiting for the crucial moment to turn the tables spectacularly. Han Xian clenched his fists tightly. This is bad. Once again, online sentiment has turned against the Tang Group. They're being accused of hegemonic practices, of not leaving any room for small and medium-sized enterprises to survive. Shinjue's eyebrows knitted together, his face as cold and overcast as impending snow. Yet just as Jean Ziyu was becoming intoxicated by his own success, the banquet hall sound system emitted a piercing screech. And then, 2 male voices abruptly rang out. Boss Jean, if it weren't for making money for you, why would I have replaced premium mattresses with cheap, substandard ones? But that damn new girl from the Tang family found out, and now I've lost my job. I can't even find a foothold in all of Xinjiang. You can't just abandon me like this. Cut the act. Didn't you skim plenty yourself? With the kickbacks I gave you, even if you never lift a finger again, you wouldn't starve to death, would you? One of the voices belonged to Gao Ming. The other was unmistakably Jean Ziyu. The reporter's expressions changed drastically as Jean Ziyu grasped the table edge, drenched in sweat and barely able to stand. What the hell is this? Who played that? Turn it off now. Shut it down. The sound was turned off, yet the large screen started displaying images, photo after photo, all showing Gao Ming and Jean Ziyu entering nightclubs. President Jean, this isn't what you promised me. You said you'd protect me. I did protect you. Even after this scandal broke out, I haven't exposed you. That counts as protection, doesn't it? Gao Ming, just lay low now, and nothing will happen. But if you dare to go around spouting nonsense, I swear I'll make sure you regret it. Photographs, audio recordings, irrefutable evidence, a Thor's hammer of proof. Amidst blinding camera flashes, Jean Ziyu's face turned crimson as he roared furiously, fake. It's all fake. That's not me in the recording. Someone's framing me. At that very moment, a thunderous boom echoed. The banquet hall doors swung open as 2 rows of sharply dressed men with crimson badges on their chests marched in with military precision, lining both sides. The sound of leather shoes echoed as a pair of impossibly long legs stepped into view, capturing everyone's attention. Tang Su strode forward with brows furrowed over sharp eyes, leading 2 rows of investigators as they marched fiercely toward Jean Ziyu. Jean Ziyu, CEO of Jean Enterprises, with irrefutable evidence and testimony, KS Group has officially charged you with abuse of power, bribery, and other crimes. Take him away. Lies. I didn't. I would never. 2 investigators stepped forward and dragged out Jean Ziyu, who was struggling like a madman. All cameras focused on him, and the entire internet witnessed this dramatic scene. The situation reversed, and public opinion erupted. Stunning reversal. This press conference is more thrilling than a drama. So KS was the victim all along. This Jin Ziyu is shameless, a thief crying stop thief and framing Tang Group for no reason. This Jin Ziyu's character isn't worth even 25 cents. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, this is spectacular. Who leaked this evidence? Came faster than a fire truck. Han Xian clapped his hands in delight. Now the Jin Group is like a monkey trapped under Five-Finger Mountain. No more mischief for them. It's a setup, Shinjuerue coolly murmured through thin lips, his expression detached and frosty. Huh? The Tang Consortium must have anticipated Jin Ziyu would shift all blame onto Gao Ming. That's why they planted that reporter to ask pointed questions, pressuring him step by step until he used Gao Ming as a scapegoat, then revealed evidence of their secret collusion to deliver the fatal blow. You mean, that reporter was arranged by the Tangs? Han Xian gasped in astonishment. Highly likely. Probably even this prosecutor was brought in by the Tang Consortium. Shin Jueju's face was as cold and unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. Witnessing the arrest of Jin Enru's own brother, not a ripple of emotion crossed his stern features. Initially, when Jin Ziyu hadn't yet pointed fingers at the Tang Corporation, he thought there was no need to make things this ugly. But after that bastard started spouting nonsense and twisting the truth, Shin Jueju's last shred of mercy toward the Jin family evaporated completely. Jin Ziyu was hauled away as the investigators concluded their operation and marched toward the exit. The camera panned to Tang Su, whose face radiated righteous solemnity, sparking another wave of excitement in the live stream. Wow, this prosecutor brother's looks are off the charts. A total genius. Choosing to uphold law and justice instead of becoming a celebrity when you're this handsome. I'm completely smitten. Shin Jingjua's pupils suddenly constricted violently as he jerked forward, his gaze locked intensely on Tang Su's face on the screen. Is it him? The man he had encountered at the bar before last, and then again at the hospital. It was the same man. He shared an intimate bond with Bai Xiaoxiao and bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yu. Who on earth is he? Shinju captured a screenshot, imported Tang Su's photo into the facial recognition app he had developed himself, and conducted a high-precision scan for searching. 10 minutes later, the results appeared. Tang Su, prosecutor at Xinjiang People's Procuratorate. Chapter 33, The Downfall of the Kim Empire, her masterpiece. The photo was found on the court's official website, and it was from 3 years ago. In the image, Tang Su stood tall and dignified in his judicial robes, passionately debating in the courtroom. The software developed by Shin Jueju could analyze any clear facial image, just scan the photo, and within 3 to 5 minutes, it could retrieve relevant information from photo databases worldwide, far more accurately than a search engine. But searching for Tang Su took a full 10 minutes, proving this man rarely appeared in public, hardly ever took private photos, and had no social media presence whatsoever. He's merely a prosecutor, so why all the secrecy? Tang Yu, Tang Su. Shin Jueju pondered for a moment when suddenly, enlightenment struck like a bolt from the blue. His star-like eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Could he be? Well, very good indeed. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression as dark as an impending storm, his throat so tight he could barely breathe. Bai Xiaoxiao, you sway from side to side, accepting anyone who comes your way. The moment you left me, you quickly latched onto Tang Yu, and now you're entangled with another young master from the Tang family. Who do you think you are? The female version of Zhang Wuji? Just then, the roar of a sports car came from behind. Shin Jueju snapped out of his thoughts and gazed out the window. A black sports car raced past him like a whirlwind in the dark night. It was Bai Xiaoxiao's car. Why would she suddenly appear here? This couldn't be a coincidence. Shin Jueju's chest burned as if on fire, his fist smashing against the car window. Ah Xian, chase after them. The hotel entrance was completely blocked by media, the investigators struggling mightily to escort the disheveled Jin Ziyu into the vehicle. The press conference ended in a ridiculous mess, like a farce. Tang Su didn't leave with the car, but instead went to the back entrance, patiently waiting for his sister to appear. A few minutes later, the sound of the night arrived as expected, stopping before Tang Su. Lin Su rolled down the window and greeted respectfully. Good evening, second young master. All right, Azhui. Tang Su bent down to look at Tang Chow'er, who was lounging lazily in the passenger seat. With a doting smile, he reached out and pinched his sister's soft, smooth cheek. It seems Azhui has been taking good care of you these days. Your face has filled out a bit. Not at all. Tang Chow'er puffed out her cheeks in protest. There clearly is. So chubby and even cuter now. Haha. The second brother immediately said she'd gained weight the moment they met. Such low emotional intelligence. No wonder he's been single for 30 years since birth. And this flirtatious scene happened to be witnessed by Shinju, who was lurking in the shadows. His handsome face darkened as if ink were dripping from it, his fists clenched so tight they seemed about to bleed. Han Xian kept glancing nervously into the rearview mirror, trembling like a quail, but deep down, he thought to himself, it's only natural that the young madam, being so outstanding and beautiful, would attract men's admiration. Only their boss seemed to have lost his damned mind, like a naked man staring at the sky, utterly blind to what was right before him. So, how about it? Did your big brother look handsome today? Tang Su arched his sword-like eyebrows, his face brimming with triumphant pride as he sought his sister's praise. Hey handsome, you've really gained a lot of fans this time. So many girls online are searching for your info, you're trending. Tang Qiao leaned her folded arms against the car window, gazing up at Tang Su with an effervescent, girlish energy radiating from her entire being. Shin Jueju stared unblinkingly at his ex-wife, subtle emotion stirring within him. For some inexplicable reason, he desperately wished to be standing in Tang Su's place right now, wished to lock eyes with her like that. He wanted to see the unrestrained sparkle in her eyes at that moment. After all, she had never smiled like that for him. What's the point of being worshipped by the whole world? All I want is my precious little sister's admiration. That's more than enough. Tang Su scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. Ugh, that's so cringy. Second brother, you really shouldn't try to play the devoted lover. Your goofball persona suits you much better. Haha. After exchanging playful banter, the siblings returned to the serious matter at hand. But second brother, I'll still need to trouble you afterward. Tang Qiao's delicate brows knitted together. Don't let that bastard who smeared the Tang family's name off easily. Rest assured, with multiple offenses combined, he'll get at least 3 years. I won't give him the slightest chance for sentence reduction, let alone allow anyone to bail him out. Tang Su gave her an approving look, but actually, all credit goes to you, little sister. You predicted every move perfectly. That bastard Jean stepped right into every trap you laid. He was practically begging to be caught. If all bad guys followed the script so neatly, think of how much easier it'd be for us judiciary folks. Indeed, that Jin Ziyu is so foolish it's heartbreaking. However, the reason KS succeeded in suing Jin Ziyu was largely because Gao Ming ultimately agreed to testify, revealing Jin Ziyu's actions over the past 2 years of exploiting his position at the hotel for massive profiteering. Last night, Tang Qiao secretly found Gao Ming, who was drowning his sorrows in a rundown bar, and warned him that at tomorrow's press conference, Jin Ziyu would surely sacrifice him to save himself. Impossible. You don't think you can use me like this, forcing me to step forward as a witness. I'm not that stupid. If you remain so stubbornly deluded, then you're truly foolish. So last night, Tang Qiao struck a deal with Gao Ming. To be frank, I have evidence of your under-the-table dealings with Jin Ziyu. The only reason I haven't turned it over to the prosecutors yet is out of respect for your past loyalty to my father. Consider this your last chance. Gao Ming reflected on the path he had taken over the past 20 years, from a modest banquet hall supervisor, step by step climbing to the position of deputy manager. All of this, apart from his own efforts, was thanks to Chairman Tang's trust and support. But later, intoxicated by his newfound power, he lost himself and ended up trapped by his own schemes. Now, filled with regret and guilt, he realized the mess he had made. If Jin Ziyu doesn't expose you at tomorrow's press conference, I will personally hand over this material to the prosecutors. Everything will proceed by the book. But if he follows my advice, cutting off the tail to save the body, then you must personally report all his crimes to the authorities. If you admit your mistakes sincerely, I will hire top lawyers to defend you, ensuring your penalties are minimized. Choose what's important to you. Tang Qiao used a mix of threats and incentives to successfully make Gao Ming personally deliver the evidence and turn state's witness. This devastating blow left the Jin family with no chance of recovery, because she remembered the 4 words old Wan often said, always leave your enemy a way out. Even when you have the upper hand, don't push people too far, it might backfire. Tang Su returned to the procuratorate to continue working on the case, while Tang Qiao had to go back to the hotel for work. The siblings parted ways for now. Halfway through the journey, Lin Shua keenly spotted a Maybach tailing them through the rearview mirror. Miss, we're being followed. Should we call the police? Tang Qiao glanced indifferently at the rearview mirror, her heart involuntarily shuddering. It's Shin Jueju's car. Clearly, he was also at the press conference earlier, just hidden in the shadows without making an appearance. Seems like the man still cares deeply about his fiancée's family. Humph. Tang Qiao curled her lips in a cold smirk. Let's skip the hotel. Take a drive by Moonlight Riverside instead. But what about the people tailing us? Lin Su remained full of worry. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Tang Qiao's red lips curled into a confident, domineering smile. Lin Su stared wide-eyed, breaking out in cold sweat. It's the opposite situation. After several twists and turns with the black sports car, Han Xian followed with utmost concentration, swearing he'd never been this tense. not even during his college entrance exams or when interviewing at the Shin Corporation. Shinju's eyes remained fixed on Bai Xiaoxiao's car, his heart brimming with curiosity. Just who was the man driving for her? His driving skills were clearly no match for hers, otherwise, they would have lost sight of her long ago. He faintly saw Bai Xiaoxiao's inky locks tousled and fluttering in the wind, like black ink spreading across a sheet of snow-white paper. Shinjueju's initially icy gaze subtly softened, the glacial hardness imperceptibly melting away. That mesmerizing streak of darkness was silently consuming the innocence in his eyes. How dare she be so recklessly wild and unrestrained in her joy? Like the blazing sunset before them, deeply etched into his vision, stirring a tidal wave of poignant pain. In the end, the Bugatti came to a stop by Moonlight Riverbank. Tang Qiao'er stepped out of the car alone, stretching her long legs as she stood by the railing, squinting her eyes to enjoy the evening breeze. The man's unrealistically long legs stepped down from the car as he elegantly fastened the middle button of his suit, his robust frame cast in dazzling gold. He glanced at Bai Xiaoxiao waiting in the wind. The woman before him wore a vibrant yet dignified red dress, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming, her lips redder than flames. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a richly colored oil painting hanging in the gilded halls of Versailles. Shinjueju pressed his thin lips together and uncontrollably moved closer to her, but when he was just a step away from her, she abruptly took a step back, maintaining social distance. President Shen, you've eagerly followed me all the way from the press conference. Which of my arms are you planning to break this time? Tang Qiao'er flashed her pearly white teeth, her mocking smile still dazzlingly beautiful. Bai Xiaoxiao. Shinju called her name with a cold expression, fury rising in his chest. His gaze deliberately landed on her snow-white left arm as if by accident. It seems everything should be fine now. President Shen, did you bring your household registration booklet today? Don't waste this trip. Let's take care of the divorce while we're at it. It's fine even if we're late. I can ask President Tang to have the Civil Affairs Bureau give special treatment to people like us. The playful smile in Tang Qiao'er's eyes deepened. The word divorce had become an infallible taunt against him. Bai Xiaoxiao, you must be feeling quite pleased with yourself. Shinju's eyes darkened as he took a step closer to her. What? She frowned slightly in confusion. Playing the Tang brothers against each other, using them to crush the Jin family beyond recovery. I truly underestimated your tactics. Bai Xiaoxiao. Chapter 34. A useless ex-husband is good for nothing. Tang Qiao'er's pupils constricted violently, her chest tightening painfully. Her gaze locked intensely with Shin Juelyang's. Those almond-shaped eyes, usually as clear and beautiful as colored glass, now seemed to burn with twin flames, oppressively scorching. Even a man of Shin Juelyang's formidable presence found himself blinking, instinctively wanting to retreat from her sharp aura. After a long moment, Tang Qiao'er smiled, her eyes radiating utter detachment, as if they had never known each other at all. So President Shen rushed over just to vent his anger for his precious wife and demand explanations. You've been bottling up all this rage. If you didn't catch me to unleash it, would you have exploded on the spot? Shin Jingjue, you've truly reached the pinnacle of absurdity. 3 years of deep affection. I never expected you to remember a single good thing about me, but you shouldn't repeatedly use such insulting language to degrade my character. What's more, I no longer belong to you. No, perhaps I should say, you never truly made me yours. I was always that stray cat waiting outside the door of your heart, hoping you'd take me home, full of eager anticipation, only to be met with even crueler abandonment. Just because of this, should I endure your heartless trampling? There's no such principle under heaven. Pity that even with your far-reaching power, Shin Jingjue, you probably can't help the Kim family weather this storm, can you? Because the crimes of Kim Taejae, harming KS Group's interests, bribery, falsifying evidence, framing others, are already irrefutably proven. Even if you want to save him, it's beyond your power now. Tang Qiao'er abruptly narrowed her sharp eyes, her crimson lips curling into a bewitching smile that could unravel one's sanity. You're furious yet powerless to change the situation, so you can only vent your frustrations through trivial matters between men and women, mocking me, humiliating me to ease your petty rage. But Bai Xiaoxiao, I simply refuse to play by your rules. What I desire, I fight for. What I discard, I never glance back at. I couldn't care less about others' opinions, even yours, Shin Jingjue. If I want the Jin family ruined, if I want the Jin siblings to pay for their actions, I'll stop at nothing. No one can stand in my way. Shin Jingjue's powerful arms tensed beneath his suit, the veins on his pale hands bulging violently. Listen, now that Bai Xiaoxiao has someone to rely on, how self-righteous and sharp-tongued she has become. He knew what she said wasn't right, but he couldn't give her the correct answer. The truth is, my anger isn't because you used the Tang brothers to punish the Jin family, but rather, seeing you flash that radiant flower-like smile at Tang Su made my heart feel like an abacus with all its beads suddenly scattered in chaos. Shameless. Shin Jueju's breathing suddenly intensified as he spat out the words through gritted teeth. Shameless? I suppose I should thank you for not calling me a ruined woman who's available to all men. Tang Qiao forced a frivolous smile that stung his eyes. But even if I am shameless, what's it to you? Who are you to me anyway? I'll do as I please, you've no right to judge. There was no need to continue this conversation. With that, she turned coldly and made to leave. Unexpectedly, Shinju seized her arm in unwilling frustration, the very left arm that had only just healed days ago, with terrifying force. MMPH. Let go of me. Tang Qiao winced in pain, yet dared not struggle for fear of aggravating old injuries. By Xiao, you know perfectly well what I am to you. Shinju's voice was hoarse, his eyes burning with fierce questioning. Like gamblers at a betting table, the desire to win forced him to rack his brains trying to uncover her hand. Tang Qiao laughed in extreme anger. What else could he be? Nothing but a useless ex-husband. By Xiao. Shin Jingjue's eyes instantly turned crimson. Shin Jingjue, let go of me right now. Suddenly, a tall figure darted in front of Tang Qiao, roughly shoved Shin Jueju aside, and shielded her beneath him. Su, I'm fine. President Shen was just chatting with me. Tang Qiao reassured Lin Su without a trace of fear. Chatting while grabbing and pulling? He was touching your injured arm. Didn't you complain about discomfort before bed just 2 nights ago? All because of him? Lin Su glared at Shin Jueju, his entire body on high alert. Shin Jueju's heart gave a violent jolt, his fingers that had just touched her tightening involuntarily. Tang Qiao looked reproachfully at Lin Su, whose face was flushed with anger. Feeling there was really no need to say such things in front of this man, it felt like playing the victim. Are you, Secretary Lin beside Tang Yu? Shinju recognized Lin Shu at a glance, his expression darkening. Yes, but now I'm mainly. Tang Qiao tugged hard at him, her gaze fiercely signaling him to shut up. Lin Su was sharp and immediately sensed something amiss, quickly stopping himself. Tang Yu has even assigned his most trusted secretary to you. He's really treating you well. Shin Jueju suppressed that fleeting hint of complicated emotion, his expression turning cold and hard as steel once more, his thin lips curling into a mocking smile. Congratulations on marrying into wealth again. Before, I was the one you fooled completely. Now it's Tang Yu's turn. I hope he never sees through your true face. Every word pierced Tang Qiao's heart like knives and spears, twisting cruelly in the wound. Lin Su instantly noticed the young mistress in his arms trembling slightly, her slender shoulders shuddering faintly. But what baffled him even more was Shin Jingjue's outrageous statement. Had a meteorite smashed into that bastard's brain? What insane nonsense was he spouting? Ah Su, let me formally introduce you again, properly this time. Tang Qiao took a sharp breath, suppressing all heartache as she smiled. This is President Shin of the Shin Corporation, my ex-husband, with whom I was married for 3 years. What? Lin Suo's face turned ashen as if struck by lightning. The young mistress had disappeared for 3 years, only to have been married to Shin Jingjue all along? She hid it from the world, hid it from the Tang family, and became Shin Jingjue's wife? What's the point of all this? But we're divorced now. I left with nothing and have no ties to the Shin family anymore. If we meet again, we'll be strangers. We're not officially divorced yet. Grandpa's birthday. Enough. Stop using Grandpa as an excuse. Tang Qiao erupted in fury, her eyes blazing crimson. You're only daring to humiliate me like this because you're hiding behind Grandpa's wish to maintain our marriage before his birthday, aren't you? You're only doing this because you know how much I care about Grandpa? Shin Jue's body trembled as if bitten by the woman's sharp fangs, the pain making him gasp. When had Bai Xiao ever been this angry before? In his memory, she was practically temperamentless, like punching cotton, never receiving the emotional response one would expect. But this time, her brows and eyes were brimming with wrath and hatred, 100 times worse than last time at the hospital. What lingered between us was barely clinging to life, a relationship you personally ended. You were the one who committed adultery first. Did I ever blame you for anything? Yet how dare you expect me to endure this living widowhood while playing the virtuous martyr? Do you actually imagine I should never remarry? How unbelievably selfish you are. Selfish? Shin Jueju felt a pinprick of pain surge in his chest. He was unaware his actions were gradually becoming erratic, nor did he understand why he clung so stubbornly to his divorced ex-wife. Besides, I never broke my promise. I kept our divorce a secret until Grandpa's birthday. But you failed to control Jin and Ru, letting her expose everything prematurely. Tang Xiao gave a bitter tug at her lips, the last glimmer of light in her eyes for Shin Jueju extinguishing. Now that you're turning the blame on me, I suppose I should have seen it coming. Because you can only blame me, you wouldn't dare blame Jin and Ru, now would you? Shin Jueju stood frozen in the wind, his entire body petrified. He watched helplessly as Lin Su supported his ex-wife away, his cheeks burning as if struck by countless furious slaps. The one I discarded didn't even turn back. Shinju clenched his empty hand. Clearly, he was the one who gave up on her first. So why did he feel like the one who was abandoned? His throat choked with bitterness, his heart as though pierced through. Chapter 35, Love by Choice, Regrets Not Allowed. Tang Chowder no longer felt like going to the hotel and changed course toward home. Lin Suo remained silent for a long time before finally asking reluctantly, "Miss, does Shin Jingjue still not know that you're the heiress of the Tang family?" Tang Chowder responded softly, looking listless. Lin Suo understood. No wonder she had used a stand-in when Shin Jingjue visited her last time. So that was why. "I didn't mean to hide it from you on purpose, ASU. I understand." Tang Chowder's eyes widened in shock. Who would want to bring up sad memories? Naturally, one would want to keep them buried forever. "I was just worried about you, worried that Chairman Tang would feel heartbroken if he found out about this." Lin Asu's grip on the steering wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white, his eyes glistening with moisture. This was their precious young lady, treasured in the palms of their hands, yet ruthlessly trampled by that bastard Shin Jueju. Chairman Tang would probably come after him with a 50-meter-long blade if he found out. For now, let's keep it secret. Besides, after experiencing a failed marriage, I just want to thrive on my own. I never want to marry again. Tang Chowder closed her eyes, her mind filled with Shin Jueju's cutting words, and let out a faint, bitter laugh. How pointless. "If you don't marry, I won't either." Lin Su blurted it out with heartfelt sincerity. No. You should marry whoever you want. You're just my secretary, not someone who's taken monastic vows. Don't let it get around that working for Tang Chowder requires complete celibacy. You'll ruin my reputation. Tang Chowder waved her hands frantically in protest. Lin Su gave a self-deprecating smile, his heart aching with bitterness. He knew he wasn't worthy, but he was willing to silently guard the light in his heart. "Miss, why did you marry Shinju?" Tang Chowder narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression desolate, as a wave of mixed emotions surged within her. "I spoke out of turn. I won't ask any more. When I was 11 years old, during a school-organized mountain hiking trip, I lost the blue sapphire pendant, the only keepsake left by my mother, on that mountain. I defied the teacher's warnings and went up the mountain alone at dusk, retracing every path I'd taken, yet couldn't find what I was looking for. Not only did I get lost, but I encountered a super typhoon, stranded deep in the mountains with no cell signal, nearly meeting my demise. At that time, Shin Jingjue happened to be working as a park ranger in the national forest during summer break. He led his team to search for me despite the extreme weather, and eventually found me nearly frozen behind a rock." Tang Chowder's voice, soft and pleasant, recounted the memories that had dazzled her entire youth. "When I opened my eyes, I saw Shin Jingjue in his hiking gear, his handsome face drenched, his beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling more brilliantly than the vast expanse of stars, utterly captivating. That's great, really great. Don't be afraid, Big Brother will carry you down the mountain." Their first meeting, that fleeting glance, was what made Tang Chowder fall deeply in love at first sight, unforgettable ever since. On our way back, he carried me the entire time. He was afraid I'd fall asleep, so he kept telling me jokes that weren't funny at all. His joke-telling skills were really terrible, Tang Chowder recalled with serene expression, the corners of her lips curling slightly upward. "Little girl, what's your name? Dash won't tell me? Then I'll call you little one. Little person, little mouth, little nose. Dash I am not little at all. I'm developing faster than all the other girls. Dash little girl, you can say that to me, but don't go telling any boys. Dash why not, Big Brother? I'm worried some bad boy might take advantage of you, silly girl." Tang Chowder's breathing grew slightly uneven, her heart pounding wildly. Shin Jueju was only 17 years old back then, not as tall or as strong as he is now, yet he gave her an irreplaceable sense of security. Later, they nearly fell off a cliff, but Shin Jueju shielded her in his arms, risking his life to save her. Later, Shinju vanished from her life for 3 years. The next time she saw him was on television, attending a charity event with the Shin family. From then on, Tang Chowder launched her Chasing the Light mission. Upon hearing he'd gone to war, she resolutely became a Doctors Without Borders volunteer, just to fight alongside him where he couldn't see her. She'd loved him despite all difficulties before, but now her heart had turned to ashes. She simply couldn't love anymore. Tang Chowder smiled bitterly. Even 13 years of obsessive love could reach its demise, vanishing without a trace. Lin Su listened quietly, shocked but, more than anything, overcome with sorrow. "But, ASU, despite everything, I simply can't bring myself to hate him." Tang Chowder stretched out her hand, feeling the wind slip through her fingers, just like the love she could never hold on to. "I chose to love Shin Jingjue willingly, with no regrets after the fact. I cherish our meeting and speak not of debts owed." Shin Jingjue felt dazed the entire way back to Guanchao Manor, his mind buzzing as if swarmed by 10,000 flies. A boulder seemed to press against his chest, stuck midway, choking his breath. Before his eyes kept flashing the look Bai Xiaoxiao gave him at the end, so full of disappointment and resentment, as if they were sworn enemies, mortal foes. "Why does my heart feel so empty? It's as if I've lost something very important to me." No sooner had Shinju entered the study than MDM Wu followed him in, her expression clearly displeased. Young master, Miss Jin's car has arrived downstairs. You should go down to greet her. I'm not going. Auntie Wu? Oh my goodness, the young master has finally done something impressive for once. A playboy's redemption is no match for the tear-jerking sight of a devoted fool turning back. I know why she came to see me. Shin Jingjue slumped onto the sofa, his gaze somewhat vacant. Go tell her that if it's about Jin Ziyu, she shouldn't bother. The Jin family must be in chaos right now. She should go home and accompany her parents. I'll visit her in a couple of days when things settle down. But if she insists on staying, then, let her be. Shin Jingjue exhaled heavily, massaging his throbbing temples. The phrase a divorced husband is good for nothing kept echoing in her mind. Damn it, how could he possibly be good for nothing? She, by Xiao Xiao, hadn't even used him. How could she possibly know whether he was good for nothing? Old Wu grinned in response, secretly giving the young master a thumbs up before hastily leaving the study. Shinju frowned slightly. Apparently, Wu Ma truly detested Jin Enru from the bottom of her heart. Just hearing she could go down and chase the woman away had made her as happy as celebrating the new year. Wu Ma arrived outside the villa and stood on the steps, casting a cold glare at the visibly agitated Jin Enru. The young master said he won't get involved with your family's matters anymore. Don't bother waiting, just go back. Let me in to see Brother Ju. Jin Enru tried to force her way through the door. But how could her frail figure contend with the robust and sturdy Mama Wu? With just a slight straightening of Mama Wu's posture, without even lifting a hand, Jin Enru lost her balance and tumbled to the floor. Ah, how dare you push me? I'm Jingjue's fiancé, the future madam of this household. How can you treat me with such disrespect? Humiliated and enraged, Jin Enru sprawled on the ground, her sharp fingernails pointing accusingly at Mama Wu. I'll tell Jingjue how you bullied me. I'll make him fire you. Heh, the future young madam? Save your heirs for when you actually become Miss Kim. And even if you do marry the young master, I'll never acknowledge your status. In my heart, there's only Miss Bai as the rightful young madam. Even though they're separated now, she'll always be the only one I recognize. Others? Step aside. You. Kim Eun-woo flushed crimson with anger. Miss Kim, go ahead and complain to the young master if you wish. Frankly, I'd thank you if you had the means to get me fired. This old servant's been wanting to retire anyway, just needed an excuse. Aunt Wu really wanted Shin Jueju to come down and see the vicious look on this woman's face. Was this still the usually meek and harmless Miss Jean? Jueju Gidge, you can't just stand by and watch me suffer. You've got to help my brother. Jin Enru gave up arguing with Aunt Wu and simply collapsed to her knees, wailing loudly. The scene was just like a Qing dynasty palace drama, where a fallen concubine kneels outside the imperial study, pleading for mercy for her disgraced family, absolutely identical. Seeing that Shin Jueju still hadn't responded after a long while, Jin Enru switched targets and began calling out for help from someone else. Aunt, please help me. Aunt, uncle, don't shout anymore. Chairman Shen has taken Madam and the two young ladies to dine with the old master. They won't be back anytime soon. Then I'll wait right here until Brother Jingjue agrees to see me. Nanny Wu glanced up at the darkening sky, heavy with storm clouds. It's going to rain, I must gather the laundry. You can keep shouting if you wish. With that, Wu Ma left her behind and turned to enter the villa, instructing the servants not to open the door for Jin Enru no matter what. Jin Enru shouted for a long time, her voice growing hoarse, but still, Shin Jingjue did not appear. Her face turned deathly pale, her heart filled with panic, as she felt that Shin Jingjue had changed recently, becoming harder and harder to control. In the past, no matter how busy he was, the man would always put aside his work to see her the moment he heard she had come. When she cried, he would go out of his way to comfort her. $1,000,000 sports cars, priceless jewelry. He never hesitated to spend a fortune just to bring a smile to her face. But now, even meeting once has become so difficult. Before long, the overcast sky began to rain, and it poured harder and harder. Jin Enru hardened her heart and resorted to a strategy of self-inflicted suffering. She deliberately refused shelter and continued kneeling outside, letting herself get drenched to the bone, shivering pitifully like someone unwilling to live. Brother Jingjue, please let me see you just once. Humph, such cheap tricks. Only idiots wouldn't see through this self-injury ploy. Wu Ma sneered coldly while watching the scene unfold by the window. Suddenly, the stern sound of leather shoes clicking against the floor came from behind. Wu Ma turned around, only to see Shinju's deeply furrowed brows as he strode toward the entrance hall. Chapter 36, The Self-Sacrifice Ploy Fails. Aunt Wu was secretly shocked. No way. Could the young master really not see through this little bitch's calculated suffering act? Then wouldn't that make him an idiot? At that moment, Shin Jueju picked up a black umbrella, his face as unreadable as still water, and pushed open the door. Ah, young master, Nanny Wu called out anxiously. but the man stubbornly walked out with an umbrella, making her stamp her foot in frustration at his unyielding nature. Outside, Jin En-ru collapsed in the rain, unable to hold on any longer, her heart wavering with thoughts of retreat. Yet when she caught sight of that noble, godlike figure approaching, she revived with wild excitement, putting on her most captivating act as she wept pitifully. Shin Jingjue's handsome brows lowered over his eyes as he strode swiftly toward her. With one hand holding an umbrella over her, his other large hand hauled Jin En-ru up from the ground with firm strength, leaving no room for her tantrums or resistance. There was even a hint of domineering force in his grip. "Brother," Jin En-ru whimpered softly and immediately threw herself into his arms. Just moments ago, she seemed half dead, but as soon as she saw the man, she sprang back to life at full capacity. Her arms coiled tightly around his muscular waist like snakes, her damp face rubbing shamelessly against his chest. Shinju felt a surge of restlessness in his chest, his voice low and somber. "You're already frail in health. Standing in the rain like this will make you sick. Would you have come to see me otherwise, Jingjue? I just wanted to meet you, but why wouldn't you see me?" Jin En-ru raised her pale and disheveled face, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. "Jingjue, do you not love me anymore? You've been so distant lately. Is it because of the suit incident last time? I know I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Bai Xiaoxiao. I'll beg for her forgiveness, okay? No need, I'm not angry anymore." Shin Jueju replied with an indifferent expression. "Now that we've met, you can rest assured. Rower, go home and spend time with your family first. I'll come find you once these turbulent days have passed. Brother Jueju, please save my brother, can't you?" Jin En-ru, seeing him rush to send her away, flushed anxiously red, her usual noble lady's poise completely forgotten as she clung tightly to the man's athletic frame, gradually slipping downward inch by inch. "My brother is about to be sentenced. All the lawyers in Xinjiang are too afraid of the Tang family's tyranny to defend him, no matter how much money we offer. The Tang family has gone too far in bullying us. They're pushing our Jin family to the brink. Brother Jingjue, you must help us. Our family is on the verge of bankruptcy. If my brother ends up in prison, our family will fall apart. Please, I'm begging you." Shin Jingjue's handsome features remained cold and unreadable, his tall figure standing unwavering like an immortal untouched by worldly affairs. Though he might seem heartless, his love for Jin En-ru was steadfast. A single youthful promise had kept him devoted until 30, even if it meant hurting another woman who loved him deeply, even if it meant bearing the stigma of being an unfilial grandson to marry her. He seems caring, yet he strictly adheres to formalities with ruthless impartiality. When the Jin family committed crimes, he showed no leniency. His frosty demeanor was practically on par with the judge of the underworld. At this moment, reminiscing about those harsh words he had thrown at Tang Xiar in the negotiation for the Jin Corporation, as well as the way he had mocked Bai Xiaoxiao with Jin Corporation's affairs, Shin Jingjue was overwhelmed with regret. His tone turned even icier. "The Tang family is innocent, while your brother dug his own grave. I suggest he confesses honestly to seek leniency. That's the right path. As for Jin Corporation, it's time for a thorough internal reorganization. A single incompetent general exhausts 1,000 troops. Even if I allocate you another billion, if you don't address the issues within yourselves, it will ultimately be impossible to turn things around." Jin En-ru's lips trembled violently, her entire body frozen in shock. She had thought that by putting on a pitiful act with her tears, Shin Jingjue would soften as he always had before, yielding to her every whim. But this time she miscalculated. His past indulgence toward her had only been because she hadn't yet crossed his bottom line. Yet having trampled that boundary, even as someone he once deeply loved, he wouldn't show mercy. In the end, Shinju personally forced the sobbing Jin En-ru into the car, ordered the driver to lock the doors, and watched as she drove away. Only then did the tension in his furrowed brow begin to ease slightly. He stood under the black umbrella in the rain for a long time, recalling the bone-deep disappointment in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes as she looked at him, his chest aching with a dull, bitter sting. Fine and dense, unavoidable. Jin Ziyu was captured, and the Jin family villa was shrouded in heavy silence. The Jin couple, seeing their daughter covered in mud and pale as a ghost, returning in utter despair like a resentful spirit dragged from the river, didn't first ask what had happened to her. Instead, they anxiously inquired whether son-in-law Shen would lend assistance. Even just finding them a top-notch lawyer would do. In the end, Jin En-ru merely shook her head with a face full of gloom and despair. "Useless wretch." Director Jin coughed violently and angrily pointed at her nose, berating, "From the moment you latched onto Shin Jingjue until now, have you brought the family even the slightest bit of help? After years of tugging and pulling, you still haven't gotten any shares of the property or managed to step into the Shin family's door. I can see that Shin Jingjue simply doesn't love you. Having a daughter is just throwing money away. What good are you?" Jin En-ru's eyes reddened with resentment. Chairman Jin had always favored sons over daughters, When it was heard she was a girl while still in Qin Jing's womb, he had pressured Qin Jing to abort her. It was only because the doctor said terminating the pregnancy might leave her unable to conceive again, coupled with Qin Jing's relentless insistence, that she was allowed to come into this world. Yet after her birth, her mother's body still couldn't bear another child, deepening her father's hatred toward her. From a young age, she lived under the shadow of her brothers. To gain his attention, she clung to her aunt, losing the innocence of childhood early on. She mastered nothing but manipulative schemes and cunning tactics, all to carve out a better future for herself, to make her father see her in a new light and rise like a phoenix among women. Shin Jueju became her first test subject at the age of 8. Originally, she looked down upon this illegitimate child from the bottom of her heart, preferring the legitimate eldest young master of the Shin family. It was her aunt who suggested she use Shin Jueju for practice. Even if she didn't like him, having a wealthy young master willingly act as her obedient lapdog would still be quite a status booster, wouldn't it? Thus, with her aunt's orchestration, she not only became Shin Jueju's savior but also the redeeming light in his dark life, which ultimately made the man obsess over her to this extent. Throughout all this, she had helped the Kim family quite a bit, yet in the end, Chairman Kim still treated her as no more than a tool to cozy up to the powerful. The slightest misstep would render her worthless in his eyes. Kim Eun-woo was so furious she could almost hear her teeth grinding, a sinister sneer rising bitterly in her heart. She would never lift a finger for Kim Tae-kyu, that good-for-nothing drunkard could rot in prison for all she cared. That way, the Kim empire would be hers, even if it was merely a hollow shell by then. Enough of your talk. If Shin Jingjue refuses to help, what exactly can Eun-woo do about it? Madam Qin Jing hurried over to embrace her daughter, shooting a resentful glare at Chairman Jin. This is all your fault. If you hadn't spoiled IU and indulged his lawlessness, we wouldn't have ended up like this today. The men of the Jin family are all useless. They only know how to take their frustrations out on us women. Such impressive skills indeed. Chairman Jin was so furious he felt steam rising from his head. But then he remembered that his wife's elder sister was, after all, the wife of Shin Guanjing. With that familial connection, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. The top priority now is, first, to salvage our image as soon as possible, and second, to finalize Roer and Shin Jueju's marriage without delay. Qin Jing thought of how Shinju had refused to save her son, and her gaze turned vicious. If all else fails, we'll find a way to make it a done deal. Once that scoundrel Shin is trapped, he'll never be able to shake our Roer off for the rest of his life. Mom, why you forgot I? Jean Enru pointed fearfully at her stomach. Qin Jing remembered her daughter's stretch marks still hadn't fully faded and couldn't help sighing in frustration. Roer, if there's really no other choice, we'll cover it with a tattoo. It's the fastest solution. Jean Enru was extremely reluctant in her heart. Who would want random tattoos on their belly? She had always maintained a pure and innocent image. But even after several laser skin treatments, the marks remained. If the stretch marks didn't fade before the wedding, this last resort was her only option. Just then, the servants came down one by one from upstairs, carrying belongings. Madam, everything has been packed. These are all my jewelry boxes. Mom, where are you taking them? Selling them. What? You can't do that. These are my collections. Jean Enru panically rushed over and snatched the most valuable box into her hands. This was the token of love Shin Jingjue gave her, a ruby pendant named Blazing Heart. 2 years ago, Shin Jingjue personally flew to France 3 times, staying for over half a month, to have it designed for her by a top-tier jewelry designer. Although she didn't know exactly how much the pendant cost, such a large ruby was extremely rare, easily worth 7 figures. Shinju had always been generous with her. The company needs funds to stay afloat right now. Selling these along with some of my valuable jewelry should buy us more time. Moreover, there's a charity auction in half a month. We absolutely must show up to win some goodwill and restore the Kim family's tarnished reputation. What's more, the birthday of the Shin family's patriarch is coming up soon. The items we acquire at the auction can conveniently double as birthday gifts for old Mr. Shin. Doesn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Qin Jing wore the cold expression of one who would spare no expense for great gains, yet her words were mollifying. Roer, once you marry Shin Juezho, that boy will obediently lay mountains of gold and silver at your feet. Don't focus on trivial gains, you must look further ahead. You're going to be the president wife of the Shin Corporation, with your brother being unreliable as the future of the Jin family. It's you I'm counting on. Jean Enru hesitated for a long time before finally biting her lip and reluctantly handing over the box to Qin Jing. Chapter 37, Schemes and Plots, Back and Forth. The Kim Group is engulfed in a dual crisis of product failures and shattered trust. Netizens clamored to boycott the Jin family's products. Jin Ziyu's proudly touted nationwide chain of over 500 stores saw more than 400 shut down in less than a week. The remaining 100 or so outlets were barely clinging to life, desperately slashing prices, even at staggering losses. just to avoid being left with unsold stock. Watching the massive daily losses, Chairman Kim, already in poor health, collapsed completely ill. Qin Jing personally went to her sister's doorstep to ask for help, but Qin Shu dared not get involved again and could only stay on the sidelines. Shin Nanhui has already issued an ultimatum: anyone who dares to assist the Kim family will face his ruthless retaliation. Little sister, even I am just a daughter-in-law living under someone else's roof. The bitterness of this position is truly indescribable. Qin Shu sighed deeply and took her sister's hand in hers to comfort her. Though the Shin family can't intervene, I've already asked Jing to pick a wedding date for Roer and Jingjue as soon as possible. The first weekend after the old master's birthday banquet. How does that sound? Wait. We have to wait until his 80th birthday, Qin Jing asked impatiently. She could wait, but the Kim group couldn't. I wish Roer could marry Jingjue tomorrow, but the old master insisted on waiting until after his 80th birthday celebration. What can I do? Qin Shu lowered her voice. They say that Miss Bai hooked up with the CEO of KS Group after divorcing Jingjue. On the very day she left the Shin family, it was President Tang who picked her up. Many people from the Shin family saw it. Qin Jing had also heard bits and pieces from her son before, and her jealousy was unbearable. She resented her own daughter for lacking such superb mansnaring skills. Even Shinju hadn't been firmly secured yet, while his ex-wife had already found love again, and with a top-tier wealthy family no less prestigious than the Shins. I was just thinking, could this targeted attack by KS against the Jin Corporation also be due to Bai Xiaoxiao whispering in President Tang's ear? Qin Shu feigned innocence while stirring the pot. Qin Jing, enlightened by her sister's words, immediately saw the light. She bolted upright from the sofa, her eyes burning with resentment. That wretched girl. Not only did she ruin Roer's marriage prospects, but now that she's divorced from Mr. Shen, she still dares to scheme against us. Does she think finding a new backer makes her untouchable? Alas, she truly is rather untouchable now. Qin Shu clicked her tongue. After all, Miss Bai is now the prized darling of President Tang. With the Tang family's stature, who would dare provoke them? Exactly, the Tang family's status. How could someone like her, a mere country bumpkin, ever hope to soar into such circles? Qin Jing's fury burned as a cold glint sparked in her eyes, hatching a scheme. Wasn't that Miss Bai so good at playing the sweet, obedient girl in front of old Master Shen? Putting on that lovesick, docile act for Shen's heir while secretly carrying on with President Tang all along. Otherwise how could they have gotten together so quickly? Imagine the spectacle if her hypocritical true face were exposed during old Master Shen's birthday celebration. What a show that would be, sister. Qin Shu smiled without comment, lifting an elegant English teacup to sip her black tea. A brilliant idea, but it was all you're doing. I didn't say a word, remember. Asterisk. Here, in the general manager's office of KS World Hotel, the scene was bloody, with screams ringing out incessantly. Tang Chow'er, naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence, had already finished reviewing all the documents at a glance. Now, she was indulging in her favorite game for some work-life balance, playing a few rounds as the killer to dominate and enjoy herself. Just as she struck down a survivor, splattering blood across the screen, Lin Su walked in and caught sight of the gruesome scene, immediately turning away in fright while tightly shutting his eyes. Speak if you have business, leave if you don't. Tang Chow'er's fingers flew across the keyboard and mouse in perfect sync, her movements so swift they blurred before the eyes. Miss, I have 2 interesting matters to report to you. With one hand covering the screen, Lin Sua said while quickly placing the document before her with his other hand, only to snatch it far away again. Emma, are you even capable of this? You're so timid. How are you going to protect your girlfriend in the future? Next time, I'll take you to a horror-themed escape room to toughen you up. After saying that, Tang Chow'er, now transformed into a butcher, chopped down another person, splattering blood all over the screen. Now that feels good. Lin Su's expression completely shattered in one dramatic motion. After finishing the game, where no one survived, she finally exited with satisfaction and picked up the document. Isn't this the pawn inventory records from our Tang family pawn shop? Why have they been brought out? These jewelry pieces were brought to our pawn shop by Kim Eun-jo's mother to be sold. Sold, mind you. Lin Su's smile carried a hint of amusement. The young mistress is wise. Keeping an eye on the Jin family these past few days as you instructed has indeed yielded some findings. Tang Chow'er curled her cherry lips into a calculated smile. Just as I expected. Since the Shin group isn't stepping in, the Kims have no choice but to scrape together funds to plug the deficit. I thought they'd sell their property and land, but turns out they only pawned some jewelry. TSK, seems the mighty Jin family can still afford the losses. Just burning through their last coins to stay afloat. Draining blood drop by drop is far more agonizing than a clean death by the blade. Lin Su gave a cold laugh. Serves the Jin family right for trying to smear us with their dirty water. Tang Chow'er said nothing more, idly flipping through the pawnshop records. Few people know that the Tang family owns two highly reputable and large-scale pawn shops, one in Chengdu and another in Haimen. Because Old Wan had a passion for collecting antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and rare treasures, he secretly established these two pawnshops to acquire priceless and unexpected treasures that were otherwise hard to come by. Thanks to these pawnshops, the old man had made quite a fortune over the years, as scarcely anyone who stepped in ever managed to redeem their pledged belongings. Suddenly, Tang Qiaoer's pupils dilated sharply, her fingertips trembling faintly. When she saw Blazing Heart prominently listed, she struggled to suppress the surging rage in her chest, her reddened eyes burning with a mix of scorn and indignation. This was the token of love Shinju meticulously chose for Jin Enru. 2 years ago, the moment she first saw him staring at the pendant lost in thought under the light, she fell deeply in love with it. Back then, she dreamed day and night about owning that necklace. How she wished Shinjueju would give her a gift too. It didn't have to be something as luxurious. Even a simple stone would have made her happy. A dream, after all, remains just a dream. Shinjueju only gives gifts to those he loves. Since he doesn't love her, she isn't even worthy of receiving a mere stone from him. Now, Jin Enru actually sold off that man's fiery passion. The more Tang Qiaoer thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh, though beneath the misty veil of tears in her eyes lay an indescribable bitterness. I'd really like to see how Shinjueju would react if he found out. Excuse me? Lin Su didn't catch her murmur. The Jins don't know the value of goods. This necklace costs at least 8 figures, and they sold it for just 7 million? Looks like we scored big. Tang Qiaoer's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, her delicate face radiating mischief. Just then, her phone rang. It was her eldest brother calling. Big brother. Tang Qiaoer quickly composed herself, her voice crisp and sweet like sugar cane. Chia Chiao, how have you been lately? Not too tired, I hope? Is there anything Big Brother can help you with? Tang Yu's voice was dripping with tenderness. Not tired at all, but Big Brother, don't overwork yourself. Make sure to get plenty of rest. The siblings exchanged a few words before Tang Yu got to the point. There's a charity auction this weekend. Can you go in my place? Dad is dead set on me getting hold of that Ming Dynasty Wangwali armchair for him, with a budget of under 100 million. But I have to teach at the church this weekend, so I'll have to trouble Chow Chow to step in and bring the little darling back. Me? And what title would I go by? The girlfriend of KS Group's president, Tang Yu? Tang Qiao joked with him, taking a bite of the chocolate. I can. Tang Qiaoer, ? Just go and claim to be whoever you want to be. Why don't you say you're the little princess of the Tang family? Tang Qiaoer nodded while chewing chocolate. Sounds good. Tang Yu chuckled softly, his voice dripping with affection. After all, you've never shown your face to the media or the public. No one in Xinjiang's high society would recognize you, so you can go have fun without a care in the world. Alright. But the budget is just 100 million, which seems a little tight. What if I spot something I like too? Just bid away, and I'll cover it. It's the Tang family tradition. Once we participate in an auction, we must win. No chances left for others. Got it. The Tang family motto. Take others' paths so they'll have nowhere to go. Tang Qiaoer chuckled, cracking her knuckles. Good luck, Chow Chow. Don't forget, the Wangwali chair. After hanging up the phone, Lin Su beside her anxiously reminded, Miss, since we're attending the charity auction on behalf of the young master, it might look bad if we don't bring a collection item, but preparing something now seems a bit rushed. We should bring something. I've already prepared it. Tang Qiaoer's lips curled slightly, her eyes and brows brimming with a sly, fox-like smile. Chapter 38, I Never Graze on Turned Grass. Weekend at Xinjiang Poly Auction House. A crowd of reporters gathered outside the venue, kept at bay to protect the privacy of the affluent attendees. But those who came were genuine top-tier collectors and investment bankers, people whose sole pursuit was profit, not publicity like celebrities. They couldn't care less about interviews, their eyes fixed only on the treasures. Except for the Qin sisters and Jin Enru. Every year at this time, Qin Shu would dress to the nines and turn a high-end charity auction into something resembling a third-rate celebrity red carpet event. She would block the entrance, basking in the media's relentless flashes until the staff finally persuaded her to leave, her face etched with resentment. As if afraid everyone would forget she was that fated star who stole someone else's husband over 20 years ago to claw her way up, Shen Guangjing hadn't attended in person for 2 years, probably thinking it beneath him. But this year, Qin Shu didn't resort to her old tricks again. After all, Qin Jing had begged her repeatedly last night to leave this debut opportunity for just the mother and daughter. They were family, and no matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't just disregard their face entirely. So this year, the greeters standing at the entrance were replaced by Mother Jean and her daughter. This time, the Kim family is attending the auction with the hope of acquiring outstanding collections to contribute our modest share to charitable causes. Jean Jing displayed the poise of a top-tier socialite as she addressed the reporters gracefully. Madam Jean, how is the financial situation of Jean Corporation lately? I heard it's already on the brink of bankruptcy, the reporter asked pointedly. Has the investigation into young Master Kim concluded? Will he be sentenced? Rumor has it that your esteemed daughter is having relationship troubles with the president of Shin Corporation. Is there any truth to this? A change of heart? Jean Enro only clearly heard this phrase. She suddenly stepped forward in her floor-length gown, her widened eyes glaring at the reporter until his scalp tingled. What do you mean change of heart? Where did you hear that? This, Miss Jean, there's no need to be so tense. We were just asking out of curiosity. After all, something has happened to the Kim family, and President Shen, as your fiancé, has neither stepped in to help nor made any statements yet. It's no surprise that such speculations have arisen outside. Brother Jingjue and I are not broken up. Don't you dare spread rumors. Jean Enro suddenly grew anxious at the thought that Shin Jingjue hadn't contacted her these past few days, her voice rising sharply. Jean Jing quickly pulled her impatient daughter behind her and smiled at the cameras. My daughter and President Shin's relationship has always been stable. Please don't speculate. As for the matters between the Kim Group and the Shin Group, they are trade secrets, and we are not in the position to disclose anything. Mr. Shen is also present at today's event. Why hasn't he appeared in the same frame with Miss Kim? Actually, the two of you have never been seen together in public, right? Is this to avoid speculation? What speculation are you talking about? If Mr. Shin came, how could he not arrive with my daughter? But many of us saw Mr. Shin enter the venue half an hour earlier, a reporter suddenly interjected. The Jean mother-daughter pair were caught completely off guard, their faces turning green with shock. Meanwhile, Shin Jueju had already arrived at the venue accompanied by Han Xian. Ju. Huorushi strode over briskly, his roguish and amorous phoenix eyes narrowing as he immediately wrapped an affectionate arm around Shin Jueju's waist. TSK, not bad training there, pretty toned. Just as luck, young Master Hua actually gave the man's narrow waist a pinch. Keep your hands to yourself. Shinju's brows furrowed slightly as he shot him a cold sidelong glance without moving an inch. Pfft, playing prude. Where'd all that force go when you used to pinch me under the blankets as kids? Huorushi stopped touching his waist and threw a long arm across his broad shoulders. Hey, your fiancé and your future mother-in-law are here. Aren't you going to say hello? Keep your distance. Not bad, not bad. Seems there's still hope for your lovesick brain since you didn't go running around serving Miss Kim this time. You should know the Kim family has become notorious in the industry recently. Anyone who gets involved ends up tainted. Who's the lovesick fool? Shin Jueju's expression darkened abruptly. Don't think I won't dare to deal with you just because this is the Hua family's territory, Huorushi. It's universally known among high society that the Platinum Club's true owner is the Hua Group, entirely managed by the Hua family's eldest son, Huorushi. Brother, I'm actually looking out for you. I genuinely can't bear to watch your sterling reputation be tarnished by that hopeless Jean family. Huorushi smirked slightly. My grandfather originally didn't want to allow the Jean family representatives to attend this charity gala, but permitted it only to save face for you. You should know, at the Jean family's level, they don't even deserve to be here. Right now, they don't, but Roar will eventually marry me. By then, I hope you can change your opinion of her. Shin Jingju's eyes darkened. After all, the Jean family is the Jean family, and she is her. Understood. I must still show respect to sister-in-law. But a Jew, you probably won't like what I'm about to say. Then don't say it. In terms of looks and temperament, I still think someone like your ex-wife, a tough wild rose, would suit you better. A reserved old chunk of wood like you needs Miss Bai's blazing fire in winter to catch any spark. Huorushi blurted out before he could stop himself. Han Xian covered his mouth tightly, barely managing to stifle his laughter until he almost suffocated. Shin Jueju felt a surge of bitterness in his chest as his lips curled coldly. There's no future for us, he said, and I would never stoop so low as to go back to old flames. That's just tasteless. Huorushi shrugged and couldn't be bothered to expose him, so he changed the subject. Do you have your eye on any auction items today? Yes, the Ming Dynasty Wang Wali folding chair. He planned to bid for it and keep it as a birthday gift for his grandfather. You've got good taste. I can help you work this out. If anyone tries to compete with you, I'll find a way to persuade them to back off. No need. Shin Jingjue shook his head faintly. At charity auctions, what matters most are the words charity. If the treasure is meant to be mine, it'll naturally come into my hands. Trying to force it would only ruin the fun of bidding. The two entered the venue and walked straight to the first row. This VIP section within the VIP area is reserved exclusively for genuine aristocracy or elite individuals who qualify to sit here. The arrival of the two strikingly handsome figures, Shen and Hua, created a minor stir in the venue. The socialite heiresses all blushed with shy admiration. CEO Shin is devastatingly handsome, isn't he just the embodiment of earthly perfection? Ideals? You'd better stop dreaming about them. President Shin is going to marry the daughter of the Jin family. Haven't you heard? What? That Jin family that sells shoddy furniture? My god, those low-class nobodies aren't even fit to polish our shoes. What a waste of President Shin. Jin In-ru and President Shin grew up together. He divorced his ex-wife just to marry her. What makes you think you could snatch him away from Jin In-ru's clutches? TSK. Poor ex-wife. Just look at how disgustingly pretentious that Jin In-ru acts. I bet President Shin will tire of her in less than 2 years. Shin Jingjue took his seat with effortless grace, exuding an aura so intense it warned strangers to keep their distance. He glanced sideways absent-mindedly and unexpectedly saw the chair labeled Tang Yu just 1 aisle away, directly before his eyes. The man pressed his thin lips together, a cold crease forming between his brows. Oh Ju, I really can't help with this. The seats in the first row were all reserved in advance by my grandfather, and I don't dare mess with his arrangements. Huarushi saw through his thoughts and whispered in his ear, these seats are the ultimate test of social savvy. Even your stepmother and those 2 dim-witted sisters of yours got relegated to the back rows by my arrangement. Just imagine how precious each of these chairs truly is. Tang Yu is Tang Wanting's eldest son and the president of KS Group. Our Hua Corporation can't show favoritism. Bear with it, just bear with it. Outside the venue's grand hall, the Qin sisters were socializing with several wealthy ladies while Shin Bailu and Jin Enru held hands engaging in mutual flattery. Meanwhile, the 4th Shin daughter, Shin Chulu, had already retreated to who knows where for some solitude. Where's little Chulu? How did she disappear? Jin Enru asked. Who cares what happens to her? As long as she doesn't die, it's fine. Shin Bailu's tone turned sour whenever this younger sister was mentioned. She found her spineless, timid demeanor utterly disgraceful to the Shin family. Ah, don't say such things. Chulu is your own younger sister after all, and the youngest heiress of the Shin family too. You should cherish her more. Jin Enru affected a gentle, virtuous tone as she offered this advice. I wish I'd never had such a sister, such an embarrassment. The more they tried to persuade, the angier Shin Bailu became. Jin Enru secretly gloated with satisfaction. Sowing discord between the 2 sisters was for the best. Who knew if they might join forces against her after she married into the Shin family? She'd never have peace then. Just then, a series of commanding, imperious footsteps cut sharply through the air. The Qin sisters, Jin Enru, Shin Bailu, and several ladies of high society all turned their gaze toward the source of the approaching footsteps in unison. In strode Tang Qiaoer, dressed in a sleek black suit, cutting a striking and formidable figure as she stormed into their line of sight. Still wearing those killer stilettos, still sporting those devastatingly gorgeous crimson lips, Tang Qiaoer's seemingly effortless style effortlessly outshone Jin Enru and Shin Bailu, who had spent hours meticulously preparing their appearances. The 2 were so furious they crumpled their skirts in their clenched fists. Tang Qiaoer was followed by Lin Su, who had also dressed up a bit today, looking handsome and charming. The master and servant pair originally intended to just ignore this garish woman altogether. Unexpectedly, Qin Shu called out to her with a smile at that moment. I never thought I'd see little Qiaoer at such an occasion, what a surprise. Charity events truly are inclusive these days. The implication being that a country bumpkin like Bai Xiaoxiao was utterly unworthy of gracing such refined company. Tang Qiaoer suddenly stopped in her tracks. One hand slipped into her trouser pocket as she regarded Qin Shu with a faintly mocking sidelong glance. The world is full of things you've never seen under the sun. Your surprise doesn't mean it's unreasonable, it just means you need to broaden your horizons. Chapter 39, Tang Qiaoer takes on the gossips. At these words, all the noble women froze, their eyes turning towards Qin Shu in unison. They had no idea that this stunningly beautiful woman before them was actually President Shin's ex-wife. They simply assumed she must be a privileged young lady from an extraordinarily wealthy family, one whose background couldn't possibly lack billions in assets. To dare speak back directly to Mrs. Shin Guangjing, Qin Shu felt her liver tremble with rage as she gritted her teeth in a cold laugh. Miss Bai must have climbed onto a higher branch now indeed. You're certainly not what you used to be. I never realized you were so silver-tongued before. Tang Qiaoer arched her delicate brows with utter indifference to Qin Shu's sarcasm. I merely return others' words in the same tone they use with me, nothing more, nothing less. Speak human language to humans, and devil's tongue to devils. What does that have to do with reaching for high branches? Qin Shu's face turned completely red this time, utterly enraged and beside herself. Bai Xiaoxiao, no matter what, my mother is your elder. How can you be so rude? Shin Bailu, seeing her mother humiliated, immediately flew into a rage, stepping forward with an expression as if she were ready to bite someone. Tang Qiaoer let out a cold laugh. Shin Bailu inherited her mother's porous, lily-root cunning, but not Qin Shu's sinister scheming. She couldn't even be bothered to waste words on such a shallow woman. surely no one here has vision problems. Lin Surong couldn't take it anymore and stepped in front of Tang Qiao with a cold expression. Who's the one picking fights here? Who started with the insults? Anyone with eyes can see that clearly. Oh my, with Mr. Tang in front and this gentleman behind, Miss Bai certainly has no shortage of knights in shining armor. Jin Enro couldn't resist adding with a sarcastic remark. Kim Un-young, spreading rumors only takes a mouth, but have you considered the price you'll pay? Tang Xiao's piercing gaze landed on Kim Un-young's face like icy stars. Kim Un-young's heart shrank. She used to think this woman was just a simple, meek and easy-to-bully country bumpkin. Now she felt a faint fear towards her. The more she interacted with her, the more unfathomable she seemed. Miss Bai, I sincerely think your presence here is quite ill-timed. We're only speaking for your own good. Qin Jing's words dripped with honeyed venom, a classic case of hidden daggers beneath smiles. After all, you previously interfered in Roer and Jingjua's relationship due to youthful ignorance, landing yourself in such an awkward position now. Though you've stumbled along misguided paths, we've never actually blamed you. It's just that Roer and Jingjue are together now, and given your particular background, appearing before Jingjue again would be truly inappropriate. Personally, we couldn't care less. After all, Roer is about to marry Jingjue. But if others were to see you here, Miss Bai, well, where would that leave your reputation? Jin Enro stood by, listening to Qin Jing's bone-chilling words, a dark and gleeful sneer spreading across her face. As expected, mother knows best, older ginger is indeed spicier. The assembled noblewomen glanced at Tang Xiao, their eyes filled with equal parts shock and disdain. So, this was Shen Jingjue's obscure ex-wife, and she turned out to be nothing more than a homewrecker who clawed her way up. How despicable. Me coming between them? Huh, Mrs. Kim, has your brain rotted like the furniture your Kim group produces? Tang Qiao wasn't the least bit annoyed. In fact, she burst out laughing. You. Qin Jing's eyes reddened with fury. When Chairman Shen and I got married, he was single. It was your precious daughter who couldn't handle the pressure and broke up with him. What does that have to do with me? After I married Mr. Shen, for those 3 years, exactly what did your daughter do and how did she pester my husband? Would you like me to list everything in detail right here to show proper respect? The Kim mother-daughter pair paled in shock, with Kim Un-young too terrified to utter a single word. During those 3 years, though she was abroad in country M, she still found ways to meddle in their lives. Not only that, she had sent Bai Xiaoxiao vulgar messages filled with profanity and called to curse at her, yet Bai Xiaoxiao endured it all quietly without ever fighting back. If we really dig up old grievances now, wouldn't that mean the whole scheme would be exposed? Su, take it out and let them feast their eyes, Tang Qiao said with narrowed eyes. Lin Su understood her meaning and pulled out a small red booklet from the briefcase he was carrying, opening it to display before them. The society ladies. A crimson marriage certificate glaringly bright dealt the Kim mother-daughter duo a resounding slap in the face. See this? President Shen and I haven't officially divorced yet, the procedures aren't complete. Yet some people can't restrain themselves from trying to steal another's nest. Tang Qiao's red lips curled upward in a smile so bewitching it could stir the wind itself. Kim Un-ro's face flushed even redder than the certificate's cover. How absurd. Who carries their marriage certificate around with them anyway? But Miss Tang is precisely that kind of extraordinary woman who strikes when you least expect it. Because she had always been prepared to cut all ties with Shen Juezho. Of course she carried their marriage certificate with her at all times. And this time, the marriage certificate became like a demon-revealing mirror, exposing these gossip-mongers who twisted the truth, nowhere left to hide. Even the Qin sisters had nothing left to perform. After all, they were still legally married at this moment. What could they possibly say? The more they spoke, the worse it looked for them. Who's the mistress here? Who shouldn't be showing their face? Use your imagination. With that, Tang Qiao tucked away the little red booklet and strode off under the crowd's dumbfounded stares. She left Jin Enro rooted to the spot, flushed with humiliation, her eyes blazing with fury. The auction was less than 5 minutes from starting, with nearly all the distinguished guests already seated. Qin Shu and Shen Bailu sat in the third row. From the moment they entered, Shen Bailu's gleaming eyes had been spinning like a top around Huarushi. So handsome. This Hua family charity event is too high profile, with tight security. No matter how nicely I asked, they refused to move us to the front row. Qin Shu snorted with frustration. Don't worry, my dear. Your mother will make sure you get a chance to get close to young Master Hua. With your talent, beauty, and noble background, he's bound to fall for you. Although Huarushi was notoriously unruly in Xinjiang with his scandalous reputation, Qin Shu was determined to push her daughter into this marriage for the sake of allying with the Hua family. Besides, Shen Bailu had taken quite a liking to the young Master Hua. Naturally, Qin Shu wouldn't miss the chance to fuel the fire when both sides were willing. Mom, my second brother and Mr. Hua are sworn brothers. Could you ask him to put in a good word for me, please? Shen Bailu pouted, pleading with her. Qin Shu's eyes darkened. Asking that bastard for help? She'd rather die than swallow her pride like that. Where's Cholu? She probably ran off to hide again. Mom, next time can you please not bring her along? She always runs off somewhere and pulls a long face whenever cameras point at her. It's so embarrassing for our Shin family, Shin Bailu said with evident disdain for her own younger sister. You know your little sister has always had her quirks. Now that she's 20, I need to introduce her to more people. If some young master from a good family takes a liking to her and is willing to marry her, I'll marry her off as soon as possible. It'd be a weight off my shoulders. Chin Shu sighed wistfully. Listen to that, sounds just like haggling over selling off a daughter, as if waiting 2 more years would mean she'd be stuck with the goods. The Kim mother and daughter duo were having an even worse time. At the auction venue with only a dozen or so rows of seats, the two of them had dressed up elaborately, decked out like peacocks, only to be assigned the most inconspicuous seats in the very last row. Mom, Jingjue is sitting in the front row. I want to go sit next to him. With that, Kim Eunju impatiently lifted her skirt and rushed toward Shin Jingjue, only to be stopped by security after barely 2 steps. I'm sorry, Miss Kim, but all seats here are fixed. You can't switch seats as you please. Can't? Humph, what gives you the right to stop me? Do you know who I am? Jean Enra raised her chin arrogantly. We do. You're President Shin's girlfriend, the bodyguard replied coldly, staring at her. Jean Enru was abruptly silenced, suddenly at a loss for words. But tonight's seating arrangement was personally made by the chairman of our Hua group. Even if you are Mrs. Shin, we cannot make an exception for you. Jean Enru's eyes widened with fury as she tried to argue further, but Qin Jing yanked her back and held her down. Enough, it's just a seat, don't make a scene. Though she said this, Qin Jing watched from afar as Qin Shu and her daughter sat in the front row, chatting and laughing without a backward glance, secretly stewing in resentment herself. This elder sister has always been like this since childhood, constantly trying to overshadow her in everything. She keeps claiming she'll help her gain attention tonight, but it's all just empty words. The venue was nearly full, except for Tang Yu's seat, which remained conspicuously empty. Shin Jueju cast an indifferent glance to the side, then swiftly withdrew his gaze like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Why hasn't President Tang shown up yet? Could it be he's not coming? Horushi muttered in surprise. At this very moment, the grand doors at the far end of the venue swung open. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Shin Jueju, normally indifferent and devoid of curiosity, found himself involuntarily glancing back. In that instant, his breath caught and his blood surged. To his astonishment, his ex-wife, clad in a black suit with crimson lips, strode confidently toward the front row in killer stilettos, her gaze fixed straight ahead without a single glance elsewhere, like a goddess descending. Chapter 40, She is loved, he is uncomfortable. Tang Chaoyue didn't wear an elaborate evening gown, but instead chose a black suit of her own design, adorned with another yellow diamond brooch crafted by top jewelry designer Alexa. She appeared valiant and heroic, her clean and crisp style standing out uniquely, effortlessly overshadowing all those wealthy socialites and noble daughters. They are the pampered princesses. But Tang Chaoar, she has always been the domineering queen. Jean Enro watched as her nemesis became the center of attention, her heart dripping with hatred. As fate would have it, 2 noble women beside her couldn't stop marveling at Tang Chaoar, whispering incessantly, "Oh my god, whose daughter is this? She's got such an aura. Thank goodness she's young, otherwise I'd really think she's some high-powered businesswoman. Her presence even puts men to shame. Did you see that brooch she's wearing? It's Alexa's masterpiece collection Twilight of the Gods. 3 years ago, someone offered 100 million to add it to their collection, and Alexa wouldn't even bat an eye. What? Twilight of the Gods? Anyone even remotely involved in the jewelry world knows Alexa. Who hasn't heard of Twilight of the Gods? The piece that caused a sensation 3 years ago the moment it was exhibited? Jean Enro had been too consumed by anger earlier to notice Tang Chaoar's attire, but now, upon closer inspection, her jealousy gnawed at her so fiercely it made her teeth ache. Seems this by Xiao Xiao has really milked quite a lot of benefits from President Tang, she sneered. Qin Jing was torn between envy and admiration. She jabbed her daughter sharply in frustration and complained, I raised you like royalty, yet in the end, your skills can't even measure up to some country bumpkin. If it weren't for your aunt taking pity on you as family back then and giving you the chance to get close to Shin Jueju, with your meager abilities, how could you ever have won his heart? Mom, I've already won. Why are you saying such demoralizing things? Jean Enro clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning red. Even if Bai Xiaoxiao manages to hook up with Tang Yu, what does it matter? The Shin family is every bit as powerful as the Tangs. Besides, they're already divorced. Bai Xiaoxiao is just a discarded woman. Trash. Used goods. Brother Jueju would never look back at her. He'll be my man for life. Not a single day of laxness until the marriage certificate is signed. Qin Jing said with lingering fear, lately, President Shen has been noticeably cold towards you, even I can see it. And that old fool from the Shin family still refuses to accept you. pulling every trick to delay their divorce. This matter is far from over. If you think that by Xiao being out of the Shin mansion means you can rest easy, you'd be stupider than the heavens allow. How could Jin Enru not notice that Shin Jueju had grown cooler towards her? But these days she couldn't even see her beloved brother Jueju. How was she supposed to unleash her full arsenal of charms? Tang Qiaojiu swept past the back rows, carrying a faint fragrance, then glided past Qin Shu and Shin Bailu without pause. "Mom, where is that country bumpkin going to sit?" Shin Bailu asked nervously. Qin Shu's smile froze on her face. She had assumed this Bai Xiao would be lucky to get any seat at all, but never expected her to stride confidently towards the first row, where all the top brass were gathered. Shin Jueju watched helplessly as Tang Qiao walked right past him, feeling his heart skip a beat. Yet the woman didn't even glance his way, treating him like a total stranger as she gracefully took her seat in Tang Yu's spot. "Tang Yu sent Miss Bai as his replacement? Even I didn't know about this," Huorushi exclaimed in stunned disbelief. Shin Jueju slowly steadied his uneven breathing, his handsome brows furrowing deeply as his gaze fell upon the woman sitting just 2 meters away. Tang Qiao's crimson lips curled into a faint smile, her radiant beauty unparalleled, yet she exuded the untouchable aura of a flower atop a high peak, making others dare not approach. She truly didn't cast him a single glance, treating him with the ultimate disregard as if he were air. Holy shit, so Twilight of the Gods is in her possession. Huorushi suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, 3 years ago when it was my mother's birthday, I tried every means possible to get Twilight of the Gods as her birthday present. I blew 100 million, groveled and begged Alexa to sell me that brooch, but they wouldn't even give me the time of day. Who would have thought this brooch would end up in Miss Bai's hands? Tang Yu really went all out for her. Damn it, this time I truly admire his dedication. Shinju's heart trembled slightly upon hearing those words. No one understood better than him the feeling of going to great lengths for someone you love. Back then, he squeezed out over half a month from his packed schedule to fly to France just to prepare a birthday gift for Jin Enru. How many disdainful looks had he endured? How many rejections had he suffered before finally pleading with that designer to create the blazing heart for him? Bai Xiao had been married to him for 3 years, yet he had never once given her a gift. Now, she was with Tang Yu, and that man showered her with affection as dazzling as diamonds. Shin Jueju's sharp eyebrows cast dark shadows over his eyes, as an inexplicable bitterness welled up in his chest. Seeing Tang Yu treat his ex-wife so well, no matter how he looked at it, it made him uncomfortable. It almost made him seem like a useless ex-husband in comparison. With all the guests assembled, the charity auction officially commenced. As the representative of the Hua family, the eldest young master Huorushi took the stage in his impeccable YSL haute couture suit, exuding an air of distinction as he delivered the opening speech. Shin Bailu stood there with a lovesick gaze, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at her husband, already mentally naming their future 8 children. Amid thunderous applause, Huorushi stepped off the stage, unexpectedly flashing 2 rows of pearly white teeth with a smirk curling his thin lips. With a mischievous arch of his brow, he coquettishly winked at Tang Qiao. Tang Qiao's almond-shaped eyes chilled instantly as she responded with a scathing eye roll that spoke of pure contempt. Shinju witnessed Huorushi's shameless antics, his handsome face darkening to the point where one could practically wring ink from his stormy expression. "Bro, how'd I do just now?" Huorushi returned to Shinju's side with a grin, nudging him with his elbow. "Great. Do it one more time." Shinju's deep eyes glinted coldly as he side-eyed him. "I'll split you in half." Huorushi looked utterly defeated. JPG, bro, what did I do wrong this time? You're way harder to deal with than all the hundreds of girlfriends I've ever had combined. Soon, the first auction item was displayed before the crowd, a freehand landscape painting from the Song dynasty, with a rustic brush style that perfectly captured both form and spirit, truly a fine piece. However, the painter wasn't a renowned master, so the starting bid was set at just 1 million. Shin Jueju wasn't particularly fascinated by cultural relics, but growing up under the influence of his grandfather and father, he had inadvertently become something of a connoisseur. At a glance, he recognized that this painting was an exact replica of one hanging in his grandfather's studio. The grandfather's painting is the genuine piece, while the one at Poly Auction House appears to be a meticulously crafted replica. There's a significant difference between replicas and forgeries. Some high-quality replicas have indeed fetched substantial prices, but when the original exists, this one simply doesn't hold much prestige. 1,500,000, 2 million, 3 million. The auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel when a clear yet melodious voice rang out. 5 million, Tang Qiao said unhurriedly, raising her bidding paddle. All eyes turned toward this mysterious and beautiful woman in astonishment. Shin Jueju glanced at Tang Qiao's delicate profile, suspicion creeping into his heart. First of all, this painting isn't worth 5 million, 3 million is already too much. Secondly, Bai Xiao has been by Grandpa's side for so long, usually assisting him in managing all those rare treasures, antiques, and calligraphy pieces. She couldn't have not known the authentic piece was with Grandpa. Why would she waste money bidding on this counterfeit? 6 million. All eyes turned toward the back. Jean Enro raised her numbered paddle high, as if terrified someone might miss it. How could she tolerate this wretched woman stealing the spotlight? She was determined to reclaim the dignity she'd lost tonight. 7 million. Tang Xiao raised her paddle again with effortless composure. 8 million. Jean Enro followed up, shouting loudly, causing the people around to turn and look at her. Qin Jing's heart was in her throat. She had never attended such a high-end auction before. This first piece, a mere battered painting, had already skyrocketed to 7 million in the blink of an eye. No, don't want to look at anything else? Mom, should we follow along? Shin Bailu, feeling irritated at Jean Enro stealing the limelight, asked Qin Shu in a hushed voice. We're all family here, let's not fight among ourselves. Qin Shu had attended far too many auctions like this one. She knew full well the best items were always saved for last. 9 million. Tang Qiao raised her paddle again, clearly determined to win that painting no matter what. Qin Jing felt her blood pressure spike. Preparing a birthday gift for that old man from the Shin family really wasn't supposed to cost this much. She inwardly winced at the expense. 10 million. Kim Eun-ju, swept up in the bidding frenzy, raised her paddle again with bloodshot eyes. The crowd erupted in uproar. Huarushi couldn't help but laugh. This is only the first lot, and it's not even something particularly valuable, yet it's already fetched this price. Wow, what a bargain. Ju, tell me, should I thank my ex-sister-in-law or the current one? Shinju's large hands, resting on his knees, interlaced tightly. His thin lips pressed into a stern line as his expression darkened like an impending storm. Rower, next time Bai Xiaoxiao raises the bid, don't follow. 10 million is too much. Qin Jing gripped Jean Enro's hand, already sweating with nervousness as she pleaded. Tang Qiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery. Her delicate fingers twitched as if to raise a bid, but she held back at the last moment. 10 million. Sold. Congratulations to Ms. Kim of the Kim Group for acquiring this renowned painting. Kim Eun-ju glowed with pride, her triumphant smile radiating superiority as she felt she'd thoroughly crushed that wretched woman. Yet Qin Jing's vision darkened with despair, unable to muster even a trace of smile. Outside the venue, Lin Shua monitored every development inside through his phone screen. Miss Hutton, as expected of you, you made Jean Enro pay 9 times the price for a replica. You've completely seen through that stupid vixen's shallow mind. Chapter 41, Blazing Heart, a ruthless slap in the face. Shin Jingjua's expression darkened another shade, his thin lips pressing together even tighter. If 9 million is nothing to you, then 10 million shouldn't be a problem either. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly lowered her hand, not because she couldn't afford to bid, but because she had given up. She did it on purpose. Yet he couldn't say anything. After all, nobody had forced Kim Eun-jo to foolishly spend a fortune on bidding for this painting. It was entirely her own choice. Several more auction items passed, and Tang Qiao remained composed, not making any bids. Meanwhile, Shinju was solely focused on acquiring the rosewood folding chair, so he also held his ground. The next item up for auction was a pair of emerald ruby ornaments, donated by Qin Shu on behalf of the Shin Corporation, with a starting bid of 2 million. Tang Qiao let out a soft scoff, shaking her head dismissively. She'd rather buy the first reproduction than spend a fortune on these 2 ridiculous giant stones. Anyone who buys them would be a complete fool. As expected, there were hardly any bidders. The auctioneer desperately tried to drum up interest, eventually forcing a sale at a measly 260 million. The smile on Qin Shu's face gradually faded. At least it wasn't 250, implying at least we avoided the unlucky number 250. Shin Jueju remained unfazed, his expression coolly detached as if none of this concerned him. Because no matter what Qin Shu did, it would only reflect poorly on Shin Guangjing. Though father and son were at odds, husband and wife were bound as one. Next up from the auction block is this pair of Rukiln Celadon glazed floral rim cups from the Song dynasty, generously donated by Madame Lu Mingji of KS Group. Instantly, the excitement of every collector in the room was ignited. Tang Qiao was astonished and immediately turned around to search frantically behind her. Finally, in the back rows, she spotted the dignified figure of Aunt Min. The young lady, why is Aunt Min here? Why didn't you tell me? Tang Qiao nervously bombarded Lin Shua with messages. Lin Shua, miss, I just found out myself. Chairman Tang probably sent the second wife over on short notice. Damn, this old man one who never plays by the rules. Tang Qiao's heart was pounding with unease. At today's event, practically all the Shin family members were present. She was truly afraid that her disguise as the Tang family's young miss wouldn't hold up. At that moment, she noticed Lu Mingji giving her a subtle okay hand gesture, her gentle eyes carrying a conspiratorial playfulness between close friends. A warmth blossomed in Tang Qiao's heart. She immediately understood. Aunt Min, oh Aunt Min, truly none could rival your crystal clear wisdom. The crowd grew restless, their eagerness barely containable as they yearned to claim KS's auction treasures for themselves. This Celadon roux kiln porcelain is already rare enough, and second madam actually donated 2 at once. The Tang family truly shows great generosity, displaying the demeanor of a major conglomerate. Also a conglomerate, but the Shin family falls far behind. What were those 2 things they just donated? Probably not even worth the pair of stone lions at my doorstep. Madam Shin, the chairman's wife, seems to have somewhat questionable taste. Qin Shu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, sitting there feeling utterly uncomfortable. Her collection was worlds apart from what Lu Mingji had brought. The stark contrast made her appear all the more petty and ashamed. By this point in the auction, Shinju's dark, sandalwood-like eyes finally showed a glimmer of interest, his slender fingers twirling the bidding paddle. Among Celadon wares, roux kiln stands supreme. Fine piece indeed. After rain clears the sky and breaks the clouds, such hues craft the future. Shinjueja couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Tang Qiao'er with slight surprise when he heard her recite this line. Tang Qiao'er was immersed in the charm of the antique. Her fair and delicate skin resembled fine porcelain, her elegant and intelligent brows were relaxed, and under the light, her beauty was so breathtaking it made one forget to breathe. Bai Xiaoxiao was actually quite beautiful, but he never paid attention to her attractiveness, because his heart already belonged to another. So sometimes, Shinjueju even felt that Bai Xiaoxiao was wasting her life by being with him, wasting her beauty. Shinjueju's gaze unconsciously drifted downward, eventually settling on Tang Qiao'er's slender, snowy wrist. Sure enough, she was still wearing the jade bracelet her grandfather had given her. Even though it didn't quite match her outfit today, she couldn't bear to take it off. Clearly, she really cherished it. Shinju narrowed his star-like eyes, his chest instinctively rising and falling. The roux kiln porcelain sparked fiery bidding, leaving the auctioneer overwhelmed. 10 million, 25 million, 27 million, 40 million. Shinju elegantly raised his bidder number, his thin lips uttering the highest figure in the room so far. The crowd? Tang Qiao'er was secretly startled and instinctively glanced at Shinju. The bastard has awful taste in women but a keen eye for antiques. Shin Jingjue noticed her gaze shift, his obsidian dark eyes flecked with gold subtly turning to meet hers in silent acknowledgement. In an instant, the man felt stung by her overly rational and icy demeanor, his heart tightening unexpectedly. Tang Qiao'er quickly averted her gaze, refusing to look at him any longer. In the end, the pair of roux kiln porcelain was successfully secured by President Shen, falling into his possession and drawing envious glances from the crowd. Next time I come for drinks, you can serve me with this cup. 40 million suits my status, Warushi said with a grin. This one's too small for your appetite. I have a bigger one that suits you better, Shin Jingjue retorted coldly. What good stuff are you offering me? The toilet. Warushi's face darkened. Damn, so much for loyalty. Tang Qiao'er overheard by chance and turned away, suppressing a laugh. Jin Enru was starting to feel the pinch now. 40 million just for a pair of lousy cups. What on earth was her brother thinking? Wouldn't 40 million buy a luxurious villa instead? She wasn't even married into the Shin family yet, but she was already fretting over how the Shin fortune should be spent. The next auction item holds extraordinary significance, a 50-year personal collection from an anonymous gentleman, a Ming Dynasty Wangwali folding chair. The auctioneer announced passionately as the Wangwali chair, protected by a glass case, was carefully carried up by 4 white-gloved staff members. Brother, here we go. Warushi eagerly patted Shin Jingjue on the shoulder. The next second, he witnessed Shin Jingjue and Tang Qiao'er spring into action as if someone had pressed their start buttons, their backs leaving the chair backs in perfect unison, their movements strikingly synchronized. They were all poised for action, determined to win. Starting bid at 30 million. The auction begins now. Wealthy merchants and investment bankers kept raising their bids, the auctioneer continuously calling out prices. The competition was fierce. 30 million, it could be said this was the highest reserve price for an auction item tonight. Qin Shu and Shin Bailu, such spotlight-loving mother and daughter, hesitated at this price. As for the Kim mother-daughter pair, they had long faded into the backdrop of onlookers, as quiet as the flower baskets placed at the very back. At that moment, a fair, jade-like hand gracefully rose, her red lips parting as she calmly uttered a number. 60 million. The crowd was stunned, all eyes turning to the bid-raising Tang Qiao'er, the mysterious beauty, utterly unapproachable, but whenever she made a move, it was guaranteed to astonish the entire room. Mom, did I hear that right? Shin Bailu's eyes widened in shock, her face etched with disbelief. That country bumpkin actually bid 60 million? How dare she set such a high price? Is she putting on an act? Qin Shu remained silent, but her icy gaze never left Tang Qiao'er's retreating figure. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Qin Shu's eyes flickered cunningly. She turned her gaze toward Lu Mingji, the second wife of the Tang family, and sneered inwardly. You little hussy, dreaming of turning a country quail into a phoenix? Let's see how long you can cling to the Tang family's high branch. 70 million. Shinju's thin lips parted slightly as his slender, well-proportioned hand lifted leisurely. The cascading light outlined his erect figure with a golden halo, so dazzling it was impossible to look away. He directly drove the price to a whole new level, leaving the few persistent bidders no choice but to withdraw in frustration. 75 million. Tang Chao remained expressionless and raised her paddle again without hesitation. The crowd once again erupted in hushed exclamations. Even Horushi, who had seen his fair share of grand occasions, didn't dare to speak now. To him, it felt like two peerless masters clashing in a martial arts novel, their auras colliding so fiercely that it seemed lightning would strike and the heavens would shatter at any moment. 80 million. Shinjueja remained composed, yet a ripple of displeasure flickered between his brows. She sure put in the effort to help Tang Yu hunt for treasures. Tang Chao pressed her tongue against her rosy cheek, a dark fury simmering in her heart. Even without her brother footing the bill, she could easily match Shin Jingjue's financial firepower with her personal savings. But she knew when to cut her losses and weigh the pros and cons. Antiques truly carried exorbitant value due to their historical significance, but she had her price limit in mind. 80 million was already the ceiling. Continuing this bidding war would just become a battle of egos, which felt utterly pointless. Ah Ju, with your IQ being so high, did you trade all your EQ for it? Seeing the displeased expression on Tang Chao's face, Horushi hastily leaned in and whispered urgently in his ear, Miss Bai clearly wants that chair. Would it kill you to let her have it? Never mind the old saying one day as husband and wife means endless devotion thereafter. Miss Bai is just a young woman. Isn't it rather ungentlemanly of you to wrangle with her in front of so many people? She sits there representing Tang Yu. It's Tang Yu competing with me. What does she have to do with it? Shinju's eyes remained cold and unflinching as he stared straight ahead. Horushi sucked in a sharp breath and gave a thumbs up. Can't argue with that logic. My man. 80 million first, 80 million second, 80 million, 100 million. Wow, holy cow. A voice as sharp as water striking ice came from behind. Shinjueja raised his handsome eyebrows slightly but didn't turn around. All eyes turned in unison toward the elegant noblewoman holding the bid card, none other than Lu Mingji, the second wife of the Tang family. Tang Chao's intelligent and sparkling eyes curved into crescents as she suddenly understood why Aunt Min had arrived. It must be because old man Wan was afraid Big Brother wouldn't be willing to spend big, so he sent this female general to secure the deal. Shinju's starry eyes were shrouded in haze as he hesitated for a long time before finally refraining from bidding again. 100 million wasn't beyond his means, but raising the bid further would truly be lacking in grace. In the end, the Wangwali armchair was acquired by KS Group amid thunderous applause. Just as everyone thought the auction was nearing its conclusion, the auctioneer suddenly spoke with a beaming smile. Next is the final item of today's charity auction, once again donated by KS Group. A top-tier jewelry piece crafted over a month by a renowned French jewelry designer, Heart of Crimson Flame. In an instant, Shinjueju's pupils contracted sharply, his heart as if shot, ceased to beat. Chapter 42, What I Can't Have, You Can't Have Either. Suddenly, Jin Enru was as if struck by lightning, her face ghastly pale. Qin Jing was also thoroughly frightened, every blood vessel in her body seeming to freeze solid. Mom, what's going on? Jin Enru, her forehead covered in cold sweat, gritted her teeth and asked, Didn't you sell this necklace? Why did it appear at the auction? I really did sell it. It can't be. Qin Jing murmured in astonishment. What am I supposed to do now? Jingjue is sitting right there in the audience. Seeing the gifts he gave me being auctioned off, how must he be thinking of me now? He's definitely going to be furious with me. Jin Enru fumed, her eyes welling up with angry tears. It's nothing. This necklace couldn't possibly be one of a kind worldwide. There might be an identical one. It is absolutely one of a kind. The auctioneer just confirmed it. It's the very same necklace brother Jingjue gave me. How could such a flimsy excuse possibly deceive him? Both mother and daughter's minds were now flooded with frantic internal dialogues. Kim Un-yao was desperately trying to figure out how to explain this to Shin Jingjue. Qin Jing wondered why the necklace she had sold to the pawnshop had reappeared here, and was now being donated in the name of KS Group. Suddenly, she bolted upright in her seat, an ill-timed movement that drew scornful sidelong glances from those around her. Could it be? Could that pawnshop also be part of the Tang family's business empire? Countless treasures flowed through that pawnshop every day. Why would the Tang Corporation specifically choose such an unremarkable necklace to donate to a charity auction? Such coincidence simply didn't exist in this world. Qin Jing's mind exploded with a buzzing sound as her gaze fixed fiercely on Tang Chao's slender, elegant back. It must be that wretched girl's doing. Only she could have known that blazing heart was the love token Shinjueju had given Roar. Consumed by unrequited love and resentment, she obviously used the Tang family to deliberately donate this necklace for public display, all to drive a wedge between them. take revenge, and humiliate them. Meanwhile, Shin Jueju's incomparably handsome face had turned icy cold, as if frost were about to form. Beneath his well-tailored suit, his chest heaved visibly, while cold sweat beaded at his temples and slowly trickled down. Aju, are you alright? Hwarushi was startled by his abnormal behavior, yet completely baffled. The blazing heart embodied Shin Jueju's unique affection for Jin and Ru, from its design and material selection to humbly seeking out a designer for handcrafting. Every step had been painstakingly deliberate. This was Shin Jueju's first time in his life being so deeply emotionally invested in a woman. Yet now, his sincere love was being shamelessly put on public display and auctioned off. It was no different from stripping him bare and nailing him to a pillar of shame, exposed to the scornful gazes of the crowd, subjected to a slow and humiliating execution. The representative from KS Group stated that this blazing heart was a token of love from a deeply affectionate man to his beloved, carrying extraordinary significance. True love cannot be priced with a mere tag, which is why this lot was displayed last. Its bidding method is also quite unique. In the end, we followed the suggestion from the KS side. This necklace will be auctioned without a reserve price. Jin Enro collapsed limply into her chair, her vision darkening as if plunged into pitch black. The excitement of the crowd was instantly ignited, creating an atmosphere even more electric than during the auction of the Wangwali armchair. Shin Jueju had reached his breaking point. His eyes burned crimson as if stained with blood, his teeth clenched tightly as he spat out 2 words. Stop it. What? Stop the auction immediately, this item is mine. Hwarushi was completely stunned, his mouth gaping into a large, exaggerated O. At this moment, Shinju noticed that Tang Yu's seat was empty. Bai Xiaoxiao had vanished without a trace. The man clenched his fist and smashed it hard against the armrest, the dangerous aura radiating from him sending a chill down Hwarushi's spine. Bai Xiaoxiao, what a clever move. Humiliating me to this extent, are you satisfied now? The show she had personally orchestrated was about to begin, but Tang Qiaoer found herself disinterested and left early. In the restroom, she heaved a faint sigh at her reflection in the mirror. The old Tang Qiaoer had always understood worldly wisdom without becoming worldly, experienced sophistication yet retained innocence. Doted upon by the Tang family, she had always disdained employing such tactics. But having been part of the Shin family once and now being separated from Shin Jueyue, why are these schemes and calculations constantly flooding my mind? She recalled how Shin Jueyue's eyes had shattered when the blazing heart was brought on stage. In that moment, she felt she might have gone a step too far. Truthfully, she could have pretended not to see that necklace. There was no need to humiliate Shin Jueyue publicly by putting it up for auction, pushing things to this point. Yet she couldn't suppress the resentment. She wasn't unwilling to divorce Shin Jingjue. Her 13-year pursuit of love had withered away completely, and she had already resigned herself to fate. She just couldn't accept why Shin Jingjue, so brilliant in every other respect, remained blind to the fact that the one he loved wasn't good for him. I meddled unnecessarily. I won't do it again next time. A bitter smile curled Tang Qiaoer's lips as a pang of fine, needle-like pain shot through her heart. This is the last time. From now on, she wants nothing to do with Shin Jueju and Jin Enro's messy affairs. Suddenly, the restroom door was violently kicked open with a loud bang. Tang Qiaoer remained unfazed, casting a cold glance. Jin Enro came storming up to her, dragging her cumbersome skirt behind her, her face burning with rage. Bai Xiaoxiao, you despicable wench. You've been cursing me openly and in secret for over 3 years. And is this really all the vocabulary you've got? Tang Xiaoer smirked disdainfully, not the slightest bit offended. It must be you. You're the one who put the necklace brother Jingjue gave me up for auction. How could you stoop to such despicable, filthy tricks? Jin Enru took another step forward, only to trip on her skirt and nearly fall. Half of her vengeful momentum instantly vanished as her face turned red with embarrassment, flushed like a monkey's backside. I've been doing charity work honestly and donating things properly. What underhanded methods could I possibly have used? Miss Kim, you shouldn't go around making baseless accusations. Tang Qiaoer took a step back, afraid the woman might lunge at her and bite. What a hassle, she'd have to get rabies shots afterward. Bai Xiaoxiao, just because you can't win Jingjue's love, you resort to such despicable tricks to humiliate me and Jingjue, trying to drive a wedge between us. Do you think you've won like this? Do you believe you can come between me and brother Jingjue, making him fall in love with you? Keep dreaming in your glass fantasy. Jin Enro glared with bloodshot eyes, her teeth clenched in hatred. You were the one who didn't want the necklace, you sold it to the pawnshop. It's no longer yours, and you have no say in who buys it or what happens to it. If you're angry or bitter, that's your own doing. Don't blame anyone else. Tang Qiaoer averted her piercing gaze, no longer wishing to waste words on Jin Enru, and moved to leave. Were it not for Shinju forcing their paths to cross to begin with, a vile and hypocritical woman like her would never have been worth a glance. You bitch, stay right there. Get your ass back here. Blinded by rage, Jin and-ro grabbed Tang Qiaoer's slender wrist with reddened eyes and yanked violently. Tang Qiaoer immediately felt a sharp pain, her delicate brows knitting tightly together. Jin and-ro actually yanked off the jade bracelet her grandfather had given her, leaving a glaring red mark on her fair, delicate wrist. "Give it back." Tang Qiaoer instantly flared up, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. Jin and-ro clutched the bracelet tightly in her hand. She had coveted it from the moment she first laid eyes on it, yet that damned old man insisted on giving it to the person she despised most. "Bai Xiao, you stole what rightfully belongs to me, you shameless little hussy. If I can't have it, then neither will you." Jin and-ro smirked viciously as she smashed the jade bracelet in her hand against the marble sink. "No." Crack. A brittle sound that wrenched Tang Qiaoer's heart. The jade bracelet Grandpa had given her shattered into 3 pieces. Chapter 43, Tang Qiaoer vs. the Green Tea Family. Tang Qiaoer felt as though her breath had been shattered. Grandfather's heartwarming gift, her dearest treasure, had been ruined so effortlessly by Kim Eun-young. In an instant, a surge of fury flooded her heart. She wished she could snap Jin and-ro's bones piece by piece, just like this bracelet. "Jin and-ro!" Tang Qiaoer roared at her with crimson eyes. Jin and-ro was startled stiff with fear, but in the next instant, a ruthless determination flooded her heart. "In for a penny, in for a pound. Bai Xiao, I was the one who smashed the bracelet. So what? There are only the 2 of us here. If I say you hurt me, who do you think brother Jingjue will believe?" With a sinister smile, Jin and-ro picked up the shattered pieces of the jade bracelet from the sink and extended her delicate wrist. Tang Qiaoer realized instantly, gasping as she reached out to stop it, but it was already too late. She watched helplessly as Jin and-ro slit her own wrist with the jade shard. Possibly lacking experience in self-harm for the first time, she had avoided the artery but still inflicted a deep enough wound that blood dripped steadily. Even Jin and-ro herself was terrified, but she knew that having committed to this act, she had to see it through, otherwise, the injury would have been for nothing. So she ran out of the bathroom, crying and screaming in fright. Tang Qiaoer stood dazed for a long moment, picking up the shattered fragments of the jade bracelet one by one and clutching them in her palm, her eyes reddening again and again. The instant she left the bathroom, the door of the innermost stall quietly cracked open a narrow slit. Jin and-ro clutched her bloodied wrist as she ran sobbing wildly down the corridor. The auction had just concluded, and VIP guests were streaming out of the venue. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, most instinctively recoiled rather than staying to gawk, assuming the woman must be mentally disturbed. "Brother Jingjue, Mom, Auntie, save me." Jin and-ro trembled uncontrollably, her cries fragmented and incoherent. She had indeed become the center of attention, precisely what she'd intended. "Bai Xiao, how dare you stir up trouble between us? I'll make sure you lose all dignity and status, turning you into nothing but a jealous shrew in brother Jingjue's eyes." The Qin sisters and Shinbailu rushed over in a panic upon hearing the news. The 3 women gasped and shrieked like a flock of colorful screaming chickens. "Roar, my precious daughter, what happened to your hand? Who did this to you?" Qin Jing's face was a flawless mask of heartbreak and horror, her acting so seamless it could slide on ice. Because she had known since the moment Jin and-ro followed by Xiao out of the venue that her daughter was acting on behalf of justice, going to teach that wretched woman a lesson, which is why she immediately reacted by coordinating perfectly with Jin and-ro. But she remembered how much her daughter feared pain. Even a simple vaccination as a child would send her crying endlessly. To think she dared to hurt herself so ruthlessly this time. She was becoming more and more like Qin Shu in her younger days. Back then, her sister had used the exact same tactics, playing the innocent martyr while harming herself, to successfully win Shin Guangjing's heart, snatching away the position of Madam President that rightfully belonged to Shin Juero's mother, thoroughly disillusioning Shin Guangjing toward her. Now, Jin and-ro was walking the same path as Qin Shu and was almost successful. At this critical juncture, there must be no complications. That troublemaker Bai Xiao needs to be beaten down so hard she'll never recover. Noticing people around starting to take out their phones to record, Jin and-ro intensified her sobs, performing the role of a fragile victim to perfection. At this moment, Tang Qiaoer approached them with an expressionless face, like a heavenly light piercing through gloomy chaos, dazzling beyond compare. Her radiantly stunning features frosted over with an intimidating chill, silencing the crowd with her awe-inspiring presence that exuded the righteous aura of vanquishing demons. And as luck would have it, Shin Jueju and Huarushi, both tall, elegant figures radiating handsomeness, were also walking in this direction. "Brother Jueju." Jin and-ro cast a pitiful, resentful gaze toward Shin Jueju. Seeing the long, vicious wound on her wrist, Shin Jueju's brow furrowed deeply, and he strode swiftly to stand before her. A sly smile curled at the corner of Qin Jing's lips as she forcefully shoved Jin and-ro, sending her daughter tumbling directly into Shin Jingjue's embrace. "What happened here?" Shin Jingjue asked urgently. Jingjue brother, my wrist hurts so much, am I going to die? Jin Enro wept in the man's arms like a fragile pear blossom drenched in rain, trembling like a startled bird. You won't. Don't scare yourself. Shin Jingjue lowered his long lashes, his handsome brows knitting deeply as he examined the gruesome wound on her wrist. Tang Qiaoer watched coldly, chuckling so hard it tugged at her lungs. The opening act was heating up, the main event was about to begin. Young Miss Tang rips apart the scheming family. Some bystanders had already secretly taken out their phones to record the scene. Horushi reacted swiftly, immediately dispatching a group of bodyguards to clear away the onlookers. Roar, Jingjue is here to protect you now. No one dares hurt you anymore. Qinshu feigned frantic worry and asked urgently, Child, how did you hurt your hand? Tell me. That's right, Roar. Don't be afraid, just speak up. Whoever bullied you won't get away with it. Shin Bailu chimed in, posing as a righteous defender beside them. I ran into Miss Bai in the restroom. Jin Enro weakly gasped in Shin Jueja's arms, her gaze toward Tang Qiaoer dark with resentment. I know Miss Bai doesn't like me, so I took the initiative to greet her, hoping we could let bygones be bygones. But Miss Bai simply wouldn't accept my goodwill. We exchanged words back and forth, somehow it escalated into an argument. Tang Qiaoer crossed her arms and tilted her head with a mocking smile. Shin Jueja lifted his eyes, seeing this woman actually smiling, and a surge of irritation churned in his chest. Later, when I was about to leave, Miss Bai grabbed me and wouldn't let me go. In my haste, I pulled my hand away and accidentally flung her bracelet off. It fell to the ground and shattered. Miss Bai was furious about the broken bracelet. No matter how much I apologized, it didn't help, so she just. Jin Enru trailed off, leaving everyone to imagine the rest. What a malicious tongue that stirs up trouble. Tang Qiaoer grinned from ear to ear, nearly tempted to toss coins at Jin Enru's feet. So, this wound was made by Miss Bai? How could? Qinshu covered her mouth, wearing an exaggerated expression of I don't believe it, I simply won't believe it. Yet it was she who had pierced through this thin layer of pretense. What? It was actually you who hurt my daughter? Qin Jing flew into a rage, pointing directly at Tang Qiaoer's face. How could you be so malicious? Couldn't we have talked this through instead of resorting to violence? Our rower's hands are an artist's hands. She's won hundreds of piano competitions, large and small, across the country. The piano is her life. If she can never play piano again because of you, no matter what powerful connections you have with the Tang family or whoever, we will absolutely not let you off easily. Qin Jing's words stabbed Tang Qiaoer right in the throat, shattering her last line of defense. She remembered that little finger, crippled because of Shin Jingjue, forever unable to dance across piano keys in dazzling performances, and drew a sharp, shuddering breath. With furious glares and accusatory stares, they cornered her for answers. But what about her? Who could she turn to? Wait. No. Seeing Tang Qiaoer being verbally attacked without defending herself made Horushi extremely anxious. He quickly stepped forward to intervene, saying, no matter how aggrieved or pitiful Ms. Kim feels, that's just one side of the story. We should hear what Ms. Bai has to say too. There may not be surveillance in the restroom, but there were likely other people present. Why don't we call them forward to confront each other? Then we'll know exactly what happened. The moment Shin Bailu laid eyes on young Master Hua, she became completely enamored, her mouth slightly agape as if her soul had departed, her IQ instantly plummeting. Tang Qiaoer froze slightly for a moment before finally lifting her noble eyelids and casting a faint glance at Horushi. That single glance sent the young master Hua's heart blooming with joy, as if spring had suddenly blossomed across the hills and valleys of his chest. Their wordless exchange of looks became, in Shin Jingjue's eyes, irrefutable evidence of their mutual flirtation. The man remained expressionless, but his fingers abruptly tightened. There weren't any witnesses, just the two of us in the restroom at the time. Tang Qiaoer drawled lazily. Well, this is awkward. Horushi frowned, feeling like even the most impartial judge would struggle with this domestic dispute. If it wasn't her, then who could it be? My daughter couldn't have hurt herself. Rower has always been terrified of pain. Qin Jing exploded in fury. Jin Enro wept pitifully in Shin Jingjue's embrace, though inwardly she was secretly relieved. By Xiao. Shin Jueju's thin lips curved slightly as he asked in an icy voice, so, was it you who did it? Tang Qianshan felt her heart sink unsteadily. She clenched her fists tightly, restraining herself repeatedly to suppress the overwhelming bitterness that stung her nose and burned her eyes. Horushi sighed helplessly, massaging his forehead. Such a great CEO, why did he have to open his mouth? Shinju noticed the reddening rim of Tang Qiaoer's eyes, feeling a pang in his chest. Perhaps his words had been too harsh. It wasn't that he couldn't distinguish right from wrong, but the humiliation from the necklace auction incident still weighed heavily on him. As for Bai Xiao, there was undoubtedly some personal resentment involved. Thus, without realizing it, his demeanor turned 3 degrees colder and sterner. Tang Qiaoer took a deep breath, then parted her lips into a radiant smile. It was me, so what? Want to take revenge? Chapter 44. From now on, we stand as mortal enemies. Shinjueju was stunned, his heart pounding violently. He stared in disbelief at his former wife, who had once been so gentle and timid by his side, daring not even to breathe loudly. How could she now be so brazen, even daring to assault someone? By Xiao, is this true? Shinju's throat tightened as he gazed at her with dark, profound eyes. Tang Qiao slowly curled her lips, her stunningly beautiful eyebrows arching with a roguishly radiant smile. Huorushi instinctively clutched his chest, feeling as if this smile had pierced straight through his heart. Where can one find a woman whose mischief is so enchantingly captivating? Big brother Jingjue, what do you mean by that? Jin Enru noticed that Shin Jingjue was repeatedly demanding confirmation from her. Fearing he might grow suspicious, she hastily feigned tears and cried out, "What, don't you believe me? Am I really so untrustworthy in your eyes?" She couldn't fathom why Bai Xiao would take the blame for this matter. Never mind, as long as she got the result she wanted, it was enough. If Bai Xiao was willing to take the blame, that just proved how stupid she was. Jingjue, look at the kind of vicious, scheming woman you married back then. Just a little more, and it would have cut Roar's artery. She was trying to kill my daughter. Qin Jing seized the opportunity to escalate the drama, and the mother-daughter pair burst into tears together. Shin Jingjue lowered his frosty eyelids, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Xiao, you weren't this aggressive when you were with our Shin family before. You used to be so gentle and quiet, not the type to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Qin Shu eyed Tang Qiao coldly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Does this mean now that you've parted from Jingjue, you feel like you no longer need to hide, so your true colors are finally showing? Thankfully, Jingjue has turned over a new leaf and reunited with Roar. Otherwise, who knows how much longer he would have been deceived by a scheming girl like you. Madam Shen, isn't that taking it too far? Huorushi couldn't bear to listen anymore, narrowing his fox-like eyes as he was about to argue, but Tang Qiao grabbed his arm firmly. This scene stung Shin Bailu's eyes unbearably. Gnawing her lips tightly, her hatred for this ex-sister-in-law deepened further. How do you want to settle this then? Tang Qiao curled her crimson lips in something between a smirk and a sneer. Apologize. To Roar. Shin Jingjue refused to look at her, his expression icy and devoid of warmth. It was as if their 3 years of marriage had been nothing but a fleeting dream, as if they had never known each other at all. Kim Eun-young couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips upward, reveling in her overwhelming satisfaction. See, you wretched woman, Jingjue has always loved me and only me. 3 years as husband and wife, you poured your heart out for him, endured countless humiliations, slaved away for the entire Shin family, yet the moment I make even the slightest move, Jingjue springs into action for me like an army ready for battle. My forced tears are worth more than your wholehearted sincerity. Tang Qiao arrogantly lifted her chin and strode step by step toward Jin Enru. Slap. Her palm brimmed with resentment, and without a word, she violently struck Jin Enru across the face. Everyone was stunned, completely frozen in shock. She moved too fast, even Shinjueju couldn't react in time. All he felt was a fierce gust of palm wind sweep past his face. Ah, you hit me. How dare you hit me? Jin Enru's vision blurred from the pain, her ears ringing. I hit you because you asked for it. Tang Qiao's smile vanished completely, replaced by a chilling fury. This slap is from me on behalf of the bracelet Grandpa gave me. If you've got guts, come at me directly. Taking your anger out on my belongings. What kind of skill is that? Bai Xiao, you've gone too far. Shinju couldn't suppress a furious growl, noticing the redness and swelling on her wrist as she raised her hand. Her skin was too delicate and thin, making even the slightest injury appear glaringly obvious. But at this moment, consumed by rage, he had no patience for anything else, only glaring at her with fury. The Qin sisters and Shinbailu never expected this discarded woman to dare act so arrogantly right in front of Shinjuezu. She's not one to be trifled with. Listen well, all of you. From now on, Jin Enru and I are mortal enemies. If I break my word, may I end up like this bracelet. Tang Xiao gritted her teeth, slowly opening her left palm. Shinjuju's breath caught in an instant. He saw her palm entirely covered in blood, the shattered fragments of the jade bracelet also streaked with crimson. She had truly loved, so dearly loved, this bracelet. That was why she had continued clutching it even after it broke, unaware it had cut her hand until it bled. Shinjuju's chest heaved violently, crushed and roiled by overwhelming emotions. He gazed deeply at Tang Qiao's face, etched with resentment, his eyes inscrutable and dark, as if a silent crack had formed in the depths of his heart. Miss Bai, your hand is bleeding. Huorushi gasped in shock, frantically searching every pocket on his person for a handkerchief, a tissue, anything would do. He desperately wanted to bandage her wound, but there just wasn't any. Shinjueju had a handkerchief in his pocket. His eyelids lowered slightly as his fingers clenched and unclenched, yet he found himself unable to muster the courage to pull it out for her. At that moment, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air as an elegant figure clad in a discreetly luxurious handmade emerald green cheongsam brushed past him. Tang Qiaoer was slightly dazed when Lu Mingji walked up to her. Picking up the fragments of jade from her palm one by one, Mingji tucked them into the pocket of her suit jacket before carefully wrapping the wound with a white handkerchief. "Aunt Min." Tears glistened in Tang Qiaoer's eyes as her rosy lips trembled slightly. She nearly called out her name but forcefully held back at the last moment. "What lovely little hands. It breaks my heart to see them cut." Lu Mingji feigned calmness while internally seething with such fury that she could tear the Shen family apart with her own hands. "Long time no see, Mrs. Tang II. You've grown even more beautiful." Qin Shu instantly changed expressions, eagerly greeting Lu Mingji with false familiarity. "Good day, Mrs. Tang." Qin Jing also greeted with a beaming smile, adopting an obsequious and flattering posture. After all, following the passing of Mr. Tang Wanting's first wife, it was widely assumed that the second wife would rightfully be elevated as his official spouse. Thus, many were eager to curry favor with her. Moreover, Lu Mingji was the youngest daughter of the Lu family. Even though she had severed ties with her clan to marry the already married Tang Wanting, her noble pedigree remained undeniable, far beyond what the Qin sisters could ever compare to. "Madam Shen." Lu Mingji initially wanted to ignore them all, but you don't hit a smiling face. She had to give Shen Guangjing this courtesy. As for Qin Jing, that low-class trash who can't even be brought up in polite conversation, might as well treat her like ammonia gas, completely invisible. Qin Jing's expression froze in embarrassment. Having thrown her warmth against cold indifference, nothing could be more humiliating. "Ah, second Mrs. Tang seems acquainted with Miss Bai." But then again, how could she not be? Miss Bai, representing President Tang at today's auction, made such an impression with her extravagant bids. Her lavish spending left quite the mark. Qin Shu noticed Lu Mingji's unusual concern for Tang Qiaoer earlier and secretly grew suspicious, uncertain of how close their relationship was. She decided to subtly probe for the second Mrs. Tang's reaction. "Of course I know Miss Bai, she was invited by Ayu, after all." Lu Mingji could tell Qin Shu was up to no good, so she gave an ambiguous response to gauge her reaction. "So, you wouldn't say you know this Miss Bai very well, would you?" "Do I need to know?" Lu Mingji's smile didn't reach her eyes. "I think it's necessary," Qin Shu said with deliberate casualness, "because Miss Bai here might very well become the future president's wife of KS Group, which would make her family with you." "Oh? Is Miss Bai Ayu's girlfriend?" Lu Mingji arched her willow leaf eyebrows. "That's exactly right. Back when Miss Bai divorced our Jingjue, she barely stepped out of the Shen family before hopping right into President Tang's car. Oh, I was so worried for Xiaoxiao at the time. Coming from the countryside, she was all alone in Xingjing with nowhere to turn. What would she do without Jingjue? But seeing how President Tang's looking after her now, the weight's finally lifted from my heart." Qin Shu beamed at Tang Qiaoer. Lu Mingji narrowed her glass-like eyes as the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 45, The Tang family's second madam fiercely shields her own. Tang Qiaoer remained expressionless. She knew all too well the two-faced, deceitful nature of Qin Shu's venomous character. This explosive barrage of information was essentially telling Lu Mingji that she wasn't just second-hand goods, but also a country gold digger who had latched onto a wealthy young master for survival. The Kim mother-daughter pair snickered maliciously to themselves. The Tang and Shen families have never been on good terms. As the eldest son of Chairman Tang, Tang Yu holds a prestigious position. What kind of woman couldn't he obtain? How could he possibly settle for a discarded ex-wife from the Shen family? What a laughingstock. Shen Jingjue slightly furrowed his brows, his star-like eyes glinting with irritation. "Aunt Qin, this is my personal matter. You have no right to comment." "Jingjue, while this may be your personal affair, it also concerns the dignity of both the Shen and Tang families. I'm speaking up now to prevent future shocks when Xiaoxiao's status as your ex-wife inevitably comes to light. I'm only thinking of everyone's best interests." Qin Shu continued her outrageous remarks. "Family reputations? Didn't Miss Bai already divorce President Shen? A divorce means all ties are severed. How can Madam Shen still think Miss Bai could bring shame to your family?" Lu Mingji laughed coldly and mocked. "Does entering the Shen family require signing a slavery contract? Alive as a Shen, dead as a Shen's ghost? Miss Bai has found new love and is happily married to our Ayu. Where's the shame in that? Just because she's divorced, should our Tang family reject her? What era is this? I advise Madam Shen to be more open-minded. There's no point in making yourself angry over nothing." At these words, Huorushi almost cheered out loud. Damn, that felt satisfying. The Jin mother-daughter duo, including Shen Bai Lu, all had their expressions drastically change, standing there awkwardly without daring to make a sound. Was it just their imagination, or was Lu Mingji acting protective of her own? "Mrs. Tang II, coming from an elite family yourself, you must know exactly what I mean." Seeing Lu Mingji completely unmoved by her tactic, Qin Shu grew both flustered and anxious, her face flushing red. Ms. Bai had barely left Jueju when she got involved with President Tang. If word spreads, people might assume Ms. Bai had an improper relationship with President Tang while still married. How humiliating. You're now the matriarch of the Tang family. Shouldn't you consider your children's future above all else? Enough. Lu Mingji raised an elegant hand with a frown, her poised demeanor alone eclipsing Qin Shu's presence. This is the children's private matter. Though I'm an elder, I'm not Yu's mother. I have no right to interfere. Madam Shen, you aren't President Shen's biological mother either, are you? Isn't it rather lacking in dignity as an elder to say such things in front of the children? Qin Shu was left speechless. And one more thing, Chairman Tang and I haven't registered our marriage. He is my man, that's true. But I don't want to hear you call me the mistress of this house ever again. Lu Mingji's stern words and imposing demeanor left Qin Shu pale as paper, her expression stiff as if about to crumble. Tang Qiaoer bit her crimson lips, a surge of bitterness rising in her nostrils. The true matriarch of the Tang family could only ever be one person, her mother. Shin Jueju's thin lips pressed tightly together until they turned pale, icy glints flashing in his eyes. He didn't like Bai Xiaoxiao. Their marriage was in name only, and this woman had repeatedly displeased him, each time provoking him right at the edge of his tolerance. But when Qin Shu taunted her with those sharp words, he unexpectedly felt as though his own dignity was being trampled underfoot, an oddly empathetic sensation. Miss Bai, are you going to find Ayu? Let me take you there, Lu Mingji said, her gentle gaze returning to Tang Qiaoer. Thank you, second madam. I'd appreciate your kindness, Tang Qiaoer replied with a soft, elegant smile, embodying the image of a well-bred young lady. How polite and lovely this child is. Lu Mingji took Tang Qiaoer's hand and gently stroked it, deliberately speaking loudly. You does have good taste to choose you as his girlfriend. Wait. Shen Jingjue listened to the words just spoken and inexplicably felt a surge of irritation rising in his heart. With a deep, composed tone, he said, Miss Bai, don't you still owe an apology? Huorushi let out a frustrated sigh, wishing he could take off his sock and stuff it right into the man's mouth. Tang Qiaoer felt a dull ache in her chest as she coldly met his gaze. Shen Jingjue felt his soul pierced by that utterly disappointed look. It wasn't sister-in-law. It wasn't sister-in-law. A sweet, soft voice suddenly rang out, like lightning that had been gathering in the clouds finally striking with thunderous force, catching the scheming culprit completely off guard. Tang Qiaoer turned towards the sound, and the dimness in her eyes was instantly replaced by a glimmer of light. Chulu. A girl wearing a simple white dress, sporting a cauliflower hairstyle atop her head with a delicate and fair face hurried towards them. This ridiculous hairstyle was none other than Shen Bailu's masterpiece. In the Shen family, Shen Chulu had always been Shen Bailu's imaginary rival. Jealous that her younger sister was more beautiful, Bailu would scheme daily to bully Chulu. Whenever they appeared in public together, she would maliciously make her sister look unattractive, terrified that Chulu might steal her spotlight. Shen Chulu had autism since childhood, and under such treatment, her personality grew increasingly withdrawn and insecure. Around strangers, she would always hunch her shoulders and remain silent. Little did anyone know, during the 3 years Tang Qiaoer was married into the Shen family, apart from Nanny Wu, the only person who ever showed her warmth was this overlooked little sister. She had been on his mind ever since she left the Shen family. Never did Tang Qiaoer imagine she'd run into her here today. Her heart swelled with boundless joy. Stupid girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Shen Bailu shot her sister a fierce glare. Back then, the only people in the restroom were Rower and her. If she didn't do it, then who could have? No, she's not my sister-in-law. She's definitely not. Shen Chulu felt both anxious and fearful, her words tumbling out in a fluster. Chulu, this has nothing to do with you. Go play somewhere else. Qin Shu's expression darkened, her gaze as cold as ice. Clutching her small fists, Shen Chulu walked up to the towering Shen Jueju and raised her nervous little face to look at him. Second brother, sister-in-law didn't do it. Why would you say that, Chulu? Shen Ju's tone softened uncharacteristically when addressing his youngest sister. I saw it. I was there too. I was in the restroom. I saw what happened. The crowd gasped in shock, while Jin and Ru's face turned ashen. Tang Qiaoer also stared in stunned silence. She never imagined Shen Chulu had witnessed her confrontation with Jin and Ru that day. I saw Ms. Kim coming over to argue with sister-in-law. Sister-in-law tried to leave, but Ms. Kim wouldn't let her. She grabbed sister-in-law and forcibly pulled the bracelet off her wrist. Then Ms. Kim smashed the bracelet to pieces, and then she started screaming and ran out. But sister-in-law didn't touch Ms. Kim at all. I saw everything clearly. Shen Chulu spoke while frantically gesturing with her hands, tears welling up in her anxious eyes. Chulu. Tang Qiaoer's heart trembled slightly as crimson gradually rimmed her eyes. She knew Shen Chulu was timid and afraid of trouble, but to clear her name, she ultimately forced herself to speak the truth. Shen Jingjue's dark pupils sharply constricted, his piercing gaze fixed on Jin Enru's pallid face as if brewing a storm. He slowly loosened the grip he had around her. Jin Enru, like a drowning person losing their lifebuoy, disregarded the injury on her hand and desperately clung to Shin Jingjue's waist. No, Jingjue, brother, it was Bai Xiaoxiao who provoked me first. I really didn't instigate anything. Chilu isn't very bright to begin with, don't believe a word she says. Not very bright? Sister Kaihua, if you ask me, she's only a little dim. She laid out the whole story quite clearly with cause and effect. Huarushi scoffed. For the sake of saving face for his friend, he kept his words from being too harsh. Even someone as indiscriminate as him, a notorious playboy, couldn't stand Jin Enru. Yet, Shinjuek stubbornly treated this scheming green TB*TCH as his own Zixia fairy, clinging to her faithfully as if cursed by black magic. Bai Xiaoxiao didn't hurt you, did she? Shinjuek drew a sharp breath, his voice strained tight. Faced with witnesses, Jin Enru broke into a cold sweat and dared not lie again. So, you were slandering her? The word slander made Shinjue's breath hitch, as if pierced by 10,000 arrows. And no, that's not it. Jin Enru trembled like a leaf, her body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Overwhelmed by terror and blood loss, she fainted on the spot. The ridiculous farce finally came to an anticlimactic close as Jin Enru and her group scrambled clumsily into an ambulance. Lin Shua rushed over in a panic just as Tang Qiaoer was accompanying Lu Mingji to the underground parking lot. Miss, I'm so sorry, I'm guilty. How could I not be by your side when such a major incident occurred? Lin Su noticed the bloodstains on the white silk handkerchief Tang Qiaoer was clutching in her left hand, and his heart sank instantly. How did you get hurt? Who did this? I'll skin them alive. It's alright, Ah Su. I know you were handling company matters. My situation was just a minor issue. As she spoke, Tang Qiaoer gazed deeply at Lu Mingji. Aunt Min has already helped me resolve everything. What's there to solve? In the end, as your elder, I couldn't help you with anything. Lu Mingji recalled how Qiao Qiao had just been cornered by the Shin family, her heart aching with hatred. Qiao Qiao, why didn't you reveal your identity? Why suffer such humiliation? You should have told them you're the Tang family's young mistress. Let them know what price they'll pay for daring to offend us. Tang Qiaoer shook her head with a calm smile. Aunt Min, I've already left the Shin family. I don't want them to know anything about me. Those people, no matter how filthy, how wicked, or how detestable, will forever remain in Bai Xiaoxiao's life. But in Tang Qiaoer's life, they will never appear again. Not even Shinju. Lin Shua was abruptly stunned. Only then did he realize that even the second madam knew about the young lady's marriage. Yes, the sea of bitterness has no shore. It's better to wake early to the orchid's fate. Let the past drift away with the wind. Lu Mingji pursed her lips and couldn't help but laugh. Luckily it wasn't fourth sister who came today. Otherwise, past events blowing away with the wind would have turned into a bloody storm. Aunt Su is a passionate soul, a child of the rivers and lakes who lives by the code of vengeance and favors. The two women of the Tang family joked for a while when suddenly Lu Mingji pulled Tang Qiaoqiao into her arms, her voice choked with sobs. Qiaoqiao, I still feel so indignant on your behalf. I'm not aggrieved. Tang Qiaoer's eyes reddened as she smiled softly to comfort her. With you all by my side, I don't feel wronged at all. Chapter 46, You're pushing me towards her. After emergency treatment, Jin Enru was transferred to a general ward. The doctor said she wasn't seriously injured while the wound wasn't shallow. It didn't require stitches. The main reason for fainting was excessive fright and nervous tension. Daughter, you're finally awake. Qin Jing wailed bitterly beside the hospital bed as if attending a funeral. Mother thought she'd never see you again. Alright, stop wailing. Shinjueju isn't even here to see you cry so loudly. You're hurting my eyes. Qin Shu stood by the window with folded arms, her face full of impatience. Have you figured out how to handle this situation yet? What situation? Qin Jing wiped her tears, momentarily confused. Oh? Don't tell me you've messed up more than just this one thing? Qin Shu clicked her tongue in disapproval as she scrutinized her worthless younger sister. Utterly incompetent, you couldn't accomplish anything if you tried. Nowadays they've got this term brother-sustaining demon. Well, I'm practically a sister-sustaining demon. If it weren't for my support, would your daughter have achieved today's favorable outcome with Jingjue? With your pea-sized brain, you think you can marry your daughter into a wealthy family? Pfft, not even in your next lifetime. Jin Enru privately harbored resentment too, blaming her mother for being as careless as someone wearing nothing but an apron, completely lacking foresight. Selling the necklace Jingjue had given her to make ends meet was bad enough, but to have it end up circulating right into the Tang family's hands and appearing at an auction? This incident was bound to pile more frost atop her already troubled relationship with Jingjue, planting hidden dangers for the future. Sis, if you're gonna bring that up, then you're asking for a debate. Qin Jing had been criticized by Qin Shu since childhood, and now in front of her daughter, she felt utterly humiliated. Furious and ashamed, she snapped, Today, Rower and I were perfectly in sync. We had that little witch Bai Xiaoxiao completely under our control. What's the deal with your little daughter? Why did she have to sabotage us at such a critical moment? If it weren't for her meddling, how could things have turned out like this? I had no idea Chulu would be in the bathroom. Roar, what have I always told you? How could you be so careless in handling things? Leaving evidence behind without even realizing it? Chinshu was also furious, but since this was indeed her side's responsibility, she could only shift the blame onto Jin Enru. Jin Enru swallowed her anger like a dead firecracker, pouting in frustration. Anyway, words alone won't prove anything. There's no evidence the injuries were self-inflicted. Roar, if Jingjue asks, just play dumb. Jingjue has feelings for you. This matter should be manageable. Qin Shu rubbed her temples with a headache, saying coldly, if that doesn't work, I also have ways to make Jingjue forgive your actions. I understand, Auntie. Jin Enru, recalling Lu Mingji's fierce protection of Bai Xiaoxiao, twisted her face with jealousy. That Bai Xiaoxiao must have cast some black magic. Why is everyone in the Tang family so good to her? Why is Madame Lu protecting her like she's her own daughter? If this continues, Bai Xiaoxiao will literally walk all over us. Just the mention of Lu Mingji made Qin Shu's expression turn ashen. What does she think she is? Some second wife of the Tang family? Clearly just a mistress. I've been tolerating her out of respect for Chairman Tang, but now she's getting too full of herself. Exactly, Auntie, your uncle's first unlawful wife, the rightful mistress of the house. How could Lu Mingji ever compare to you? Jin Enru hastily flattered, knowing full well that marrying into the Shen family still depended heavily on her aunt's favor. Qin Jing inwardly sneered with cold amusement. How could she have the nerve to call someone else a concubine? Wasn't she just a concubine who rose to power herself? If it hadn't been for Shen Jingjue's birth mother being foolish enough to fall into her schemes, with that wound that couldn't bear a son, she could have never dreamed of entering the Shen family's door. I won't let Bai Xiaoxiao have her way marrying into the Tang family. Who does Lu Mingji think she is? What's the point of currying favor with her? Qin Shu narrowed her eyes, her gaze chilling. If Tang Wanting can tolerate her, that would be a blessing. Brother Jing told me Chairman Tang is notoriously difficult to handle. He's always been particular about family reputation. Tang Yu was also his eldest son, groomed as the successor. The eldest son must marry the daughter of a prestigious family. How could he ever allow his own son to wed such a country bumpkin? Time is on my side. Let that wretch gloat for a few days. There'll come a time when I make her weep. Before Qin Shu could finish speaking, the hospital room door swung open abruptly. A biting chill swept in as Shen Jueju's tall, imposing figure filled the doorway. Brother Jueju. Jin Enru's voice trembled with apprehension, her face the picture of pitiful distress. I need to ask you something. Jin Enru's trembling hands clutched the bedsheet as she nervously glanced at Qin Shu for help. Jingjue, Roar has suffered quite a shock and just woke from her coma. Whatever questions you have can wait until she's recovered. Qin Shu quickly interceded with soothing words. Certain matters require immediate clarification, Shen Jingjue replied without yielding an inch, the curve of his thin lips set in an unyielding line. President Shen, it was all this foolish mother's mistake. The fault is entirely mine. Qin Jing thought that rather than waiting to be called to account, it would be better to take the initiative and shoulder the blame herself. This matter couldn't affect her daughter. It must not block her path to marrying into the wealthy elite. With that in mind, she flung herself forward, her face etched with misery, and knelt right in front of Shen Jueju. The Jin family is in crisis. Not only is our capital chain broken, but our factories are shutting down one after another. The Shen family refuses to help, and the Tang family is pushing us to the brink. We truly had no way out. So, I discussed with Roar's father about selling some belongings to fill the company's financial gaps. It was me. I secretly sold Roar's jewelry without her knowing. If I had known that necklace was the token of love you gave her, Mr. Shen, I would rather starve to death in poverty than sell it. Jin Enru secretly sighed in relief, putting on an innocent and stunned expression with teary eyes. Mom, you're being too cruel. That was my favorite necklace. How could you? Yet Shen Jueju's pale eyelids didn't even flicker as he coldly murmured, that's not what I'm asking about. Compared to the matter of framing Bai Xiaoxiao, the issue of the necklace had already lost its significance in his eyes. Though watching his thoughtful gesture being trashed still left him uneasy and frustrated. But if Jin Enru had truly sold it to save her family from peril, he could have understood and let it go. He could never come to terms with twisting the truth and falsely accusing an innocent person. Did you inflict that wound on your own hand, or was it Bai Xiaoxiao who did it? Did Bai Xiaoxiao's bracelet break because she was careless, or did you pull it off and smash it? Shen Jueju's tone was calm, his eyes devoid of ripples. Brother Jueju, are you implying that I'm a wicked woman who set Bai Xiaoxiao up? Jin Enru burst into tears, her eyes brimming with anguish. Our childhood bond that's lasted until now. In your eyes, am I really inferior to your ex-wife who lied about her feelings for you? Shen Jueju's handsome brows furrowed tightly. Chulu never lies. She said she didn't see Bai Xiaoxiao touch you. Your youngest sister doesn't have her wits about her and expresses herself poorly, you know this, Jueju. Besides, she was hiding in some corner at the time, who knows if she even saw clearly? Shu hastily intervened to smooth things over. With chilly detachment, Jueju lifted the corner of his lips. Is this how mothers typically disparage their own flesh and blood in front of outsiders? I've never had a mother, so I don't really understand. Shu's face instantly turned ashen. This little bastard. Normally at home she's like half a corpse, but when it comes to arguing with me, she suddenly finds all her energy. So tell me, Roar, why did you do this? Having chosen you, I would never get back together with Bai Xiaoxiao. Why did you still have to go cause trouble for her? Jueju forcefully suppressed his mounting resentment, while deepening disappointment clung to his heart like heavy shackles. It truly felt like it might cease beating any moment. He still chose to address her as Roar, clinging to the childhood bond they had nurtured over 20 years and the saving grace she had offered in his youth. After all, Jin Enra had been the sole beam of light piercing through the darkness of his childhood. He feared deeply that this light would extinguish, terrified that the person he had staked everything on might be the wrong choice. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Jin Enra screamed and pounded on the bed, her usually gentle eyes now bloodshot with fury. She stole my man. Now she's trying to turn me into a villain. Third sister said Bai Xiaoxiao was close with Chulu back when she lived with the Shen family. They must be conspiring together against me. Brother Jingjue, you'd rather believe them than your own sister? Have you fallen for Bai Xiaoxiao? Are you trying to abandon me? I've always been yours. During those 3 years married to Bai Xiaoxiao, my heart never wavered, I never even touched her. Jueju clenched his trembling fingers tightly, his starry eyes dim and lifeless. He remembered how Bai Xiaoxiao had unhesitatingly shouldered the blame when questioned, recalled her swollen wrist, and the utter devastation in her tearful, resentful gaze when she'd looked back at him. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Jueju felt a sharp pang of headache distorting his vision. But Roar, I find myself understanding less and less of your recent actions. Are you pushing me toward her? No, Brother Jingjue. Jin Enro watched as the man strode away without a backward glance, her face whitening with terror as she tumbled off the bed and scrambled to the door. But all she earned was the dull thud of the door slamming shut, leaving only a gust of icy wind stinging her face. Her eyes blazing red with fury, Jin Enra kicked the hospital door in frustration, only to yelp in pain from the impact, hopping wildly on the spot. Bai Xiaoxiao, I won't let you off the hook. So you want this to be a fight to the death? That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 47, They were all lifesavers. As night fell, at ACE Premium Club, Horushi's establishment, Shinju was in an extremely gloomy mood, so he unusually sought out his brother for drinks. Horushi cheerfully drove over to pick him up himself. After all, Shinju had rarely reached out to him since childhood. Sometimes I feel like the mistress you keep outside, Horushi mumbled into Shinju's ear. To outsiders, he acted like the unruly emperor of excess, but around Shinju, he was just a noisy old gossip. I've never demeaned myself for any woman, yet around you I'm like some kept mistress waiting alone. The moment you call, I come running with makeup on ready to serve. You know how good I am to you? Just saying it almost makes me cry. Never demeaned yourself for any woman? Shinjueju shot him a frosty glance. You seemed plenty shameless around Bai Xiaoxiao. Just this once in my life. It's mainly because my ex-sister-in-law is too outstanding. I just couldn't help myself. Shinjueju's brows shot up, his thin lips parting slightly as he suppressed the urge to curse. At that moment, 2 scantily clad foreign girls walked past them, and one of them even gave Horushi a flirtatious glance. What a damn spectacular sight, Horushi murmured, narrowing his fox-like eyes as he licked the roof of his mouth. Is there anything worth seeing? She's not even as good as her. Not as good as who? Your ex-wife? Horushi's eyes nearly popped out of his head as if he'd discovered a new continent. Holy shit, Shinju, you actually went behind my back and indulged yourself? Didn't you say your marriage with Miss Bai was just a contract marriage in name only? A man's mouth is a devil's liar. Yeah, with someone as stunning as Bai Xiaoxiao by your side, and you're not a eunuch, things were bound to heat up eventually. Shinju suddenly startled himself with those words that escaped his lips, his slender middle finger and thumb tightening around the whiskey glass, as if he had truly seen Bai Xiaoxiao's body, truly been intimately entangled with her. Even his fingertips seemed to retain the memory of that woman's soft, smooth skin. I never touched her. Don't overthink it. Shinjueju's cheeks inexplicably burned, his Adam's apple bobbing as he took another swig of liquor. Damn it, how could he entertain such improper thoughts about that woman? After 3 rounds of drinks, Horushi finally couldn't resist asking under the influence of alcohol. Ju, can I ask you something? It's been bothering me. Why does it have to be Jin and Ru? Just tell me why. Horushi abruptly wrapped his arm around Shinjueju's neck, feeling indignant on Bai Xiaoxiao's behalf. Today you saw it too, those women practically wanted to tear Miss Bai apart with their bare teeth. If it weren't for Sister Kaihua stepping in to defend Miss Bai, she wouldn't have been able to clear her name even if she grew 100 mouths. How unfair is that? Shin Jueju froze slightly, his starry eyes misty with recollection. Back then, my mother couldn't endure Shin Guangjing's cold indifference and the malicious gossip from others, on top of her depression, so she jumped to her death. During that dark period, I wallowed in grief, unable to move on. I even considered following her into the afterlife. I've attempted suicide. As he spoke, Shin Jiak unfastened his steel watchband, revealing a long, glaring scar. These events had been concealed for 20 whole years. Horushi became the first person to whom he bared his soul. Horushi drew a sharp, shuddering breath, his heart ached violently. It was Rower who noticed in time and saved me. From then on, she became my only friend. She would personally make sweets for me, invite me to her home as a guest, and even give me her treasured toys. Back then, she was the angel sent by God to redeem me, the hope that kept me alive. I promised I would marry her, so no matter what, I must keep that promise. Horushi suddenly understood, then sighed again, but Aju, people change. It's been so long since you've been together. Do you really think you still know her? If you gradually realize that she's becoming increasingly distant from the person in your memory, what would you do? Would you stubbornly cling on regardless? If you feel indebted to her and want to repay her, that's perfectly understandable. But Aju, we mustn't confuse right and wrong or become an accomplice to evil. Separate matters should stay separate, don't you think? Shin Jueju put his watch back on, his handsome features darkening. What surfaced in his mind once again were Bai Xiaoxiao's tearful eyes, glistening, crystalline, pure and untainted by worldly concerns. His heart trembled slightly as he bowed his head and drank in silence. Ah, you're such an obsessed maniac. Once you set your mind on someone or something, not even 800 oxen could drag you back. Horushi helplessly pursed his lips and said, from what I see, the only woman who carries more weight in your heart than Jin and Ru is that little white dove you've been searching for all these years. Hearing him mention the little white dove, Shin Jingjue suddenly seemed to come back to life, his eyes shining brilliantly. Have you found any leads on her? I'm in the same boat as you. I've had people investigating this entire time, but the information you provided is too scarce, and you didn't even get a clear look at her face. Even if I hired the best police sketch artist, it wouldn't help. Horushi shrugged helplessly. Shin Jueju's eyes darkened as he recalled that girl on the battlefield in Country L all those years ago, who had carried his severely wounded body over great distances with her slender shoulders. 5 years he'd searched for her, yet she'd vanished like clay oxen entering the sea, without a single trace. I truly wonder if I'll ever get to see her again in this lifetime. If you do meet her, how will you treat her? Naturally, I'd repay her kindness 100-fold. She's my savior, Shinju replied earnestly. Little White Dove was also your savior. Jin and Ru was your savior too. So if Sister White Dove were hopelessly in love with you and refused to take no for an answer, would you offer her your hand in marriage then? Horushi rested his chin on his palm, teasing. Gratitude and love are two different things that shouldn't be confused, Shin Jingjue said in a muffled voice. Oh, as long as you can distinguish them clearly. Horushi's tone carried a hint of teasing as he clinked glasses with him. When they stepped out of the club, the luxury vehicles of the two young masters were already waiting at the entrance, with chauffeurs holding the doors open respectfully. Rushi, I need to ask you something. Shin Jingjue, who had been holding it back all evening, finally couldn't resist calling out to him. Ah? Horushi yawned sleepily. Shin Jueju fell silent for a moment before murmuring in a hoarse voice, why did Bai Xiaoxiao admit to that matter? Why didn't she explain herself? Maybe she just doesn't care anymore. Horushi mumbled drowsily, speaking without thinking. Doesn't care about what? He pressed further. She's already divorced you. Why would she care what you think? If she doesn't care about your opinion, why would she give a damn about how those monsters in your Shin family see her? Her heart's turned to ice, that's why. Ex-husband, your words are too vicious and hurtful. If I were Miss Bai, I'd damn well hire someone to stuff you in a sack and beat the shit out of you. Horushi bid him farewell and slipped into the luxury car. Shinju's fingertips clenched until his knuckles turned white, as if he were strangling his own throat, his breath stuck in suffocation. Chapter 48, Will Sister-in-Law Ever Come Back? After returning from the charity auction, Tang Chao locked herself in her room, radiating an unusual gloom. By the next evening, Tang Yu and Tang Su both came to the villa to check on their sister. Although Tang Chao came downstairs to see them, she appeared utterly listless and dispirited. Chao, I heard about what happened at the auction from Second Madam. Tang Yu hurried forward and gently took his sister's bandaged hand, caressing it tenderly over and over again with heartfelt distress. How's the injury? Did Asu take care of changing your dressing for you? Does it still hurt? Any signs of infection? I've studied medicine myself, I can handle it. He already has enough on his plate. No need to bother him with such a small matter. Tang Chao withdrew her hand, her voice muffled with emotion. That kid Asu is becoming more and more unreliable. If it weren't for the fact that we ran into second madam that day when we got home, and she told us how the Shin family bullied you at the auction, we'd still be kept in the dark. Tang Su's eyes turned crimson with rage. Tomorrow I'll have a subpoena delivered to the Shin family. Big brother, you contact the KS legal team immediately. We're filing charges against those old witches for defamation. Let's burn their cobweb-covered lair to the ground. Damn it. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how fearsome I can be. Forget it, it's not worth it. Tang Qiao leaned weakly against her eldest brother's broad chest, her voice soft and delicate. Do they think only our Tang family has lawyers? Doesn't the Shin Corporation? If this escalates, it'll reach old man Wan's ears. Not worth the trouble. Ultimately, she was still afraid her father would find out about her relationship with Shinju. Old Wan probably wouldn't break her legs, but he'd likely be so angry his blood pressure would spike. No matter how robust the old man appeared, age was catching up with him. She didn't want her father worrying over such messy business. But this doesn't mean she would just let Jin and Ru off the hook. Tang Qiao looked at the injury on her hand and recalled the jade bracelet she had been unable to repair despite 2 whole days of effort. Her eyes reddened fiercely once more. I heard you were hurt, and your third brother was so worried he's trying to get back from the military. Your fourth brother is already on his way and should be home soon. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around his younger sister, gently smoothing her dark hair away from her temples. It's just a scratch on my hand. How could we bother third brother and fourth brother with this? One holds high authority while the other bears heavy responsibilities. How could we delay their important duties over such a trivial matter of mine? Tang Qiao's cheeks flushed crimson with urgency as she hastily pulled out her phone and fired off an exasperated voice message in the classified department's group chat. Whoever dares to come back now, I won't speak to them for a year. Third brother, Qiao, I've already gotten approval from the commander. I don't care. Whoever comes back won't have a little sister anymore. You decide for yourselves. But fourth brother remained unusually quiet. Guess you can't stop old fourth anymore. By now he's probably. Tang Su pointed upwards, soaring through the sky. Tang Qiao sighed in frustration, rubbing her forehead. This fourth brother of hers had loved surprising her since childhood, and took sibling rivalry to absurd extremes. If he were here right now, he'd absolutely spoil her rotten and obliterate their other brothers in the pampering competition. Forget about him. Sister's duties fulfilled anyway. Tang Qiao pursed her cherry lips lightly, her delicate fingers toying with Tang Yu's crystal cufflinks. Big brother, take me back to Haimen later. I want to visit the Falling Stars Pavilion. Asterisk. Shinchulu's decision to stand up and testify for Bai Xiaoxiao had thoroughly offended the women of both the Shen and Jin families. Originally, her home life had already felt like walking on thin ice. Now it was as if she were being roasted over burning coals, unbearably excruciating. You wretched girl, did that country bumpkin buy you off? Are you her little spy sent here to screw us over? Tonight, Shin Bailu had a bit too much to drink and started causing a drunken scene. She barged into Shin Chulu's bedroom, waving her arms wildly and pointing at her face while yelling, "You're nothing but an ungrateful traitor. Normally, you act all dumb and innocent, and I actually thought you were simple-minded. TSK, who would have thought you were playing possum, plotting in secret? The moment you saw an opportunity, you jumped out to stir trouble. Got some guts now, huh, starting to make waves? I am not a possum. I didn't lie or get bribed. Everything I said was the truth." Terrified, Shinchulu turned pale and clutched her favorite teddy bear tightly. You bullied sister-in-law. I don't want her to be bullied. That was a limited edition anime merchandise Tang Qiao had specially bought from Country R. To get it, she woke up early in the morning and queued for 6 hours in the rain. Shinchulu would cuddle with it every night when she slept. How dare you, raise your voice at me, your elder sister. Go to hell. Shin Bailu violently grabbed her younger sister's silky hair, yanking so hard it seemed she wanted to tear off Shinchulu's scalp. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Who told you to perm your hair back? Did everything I say go in one ear and out the other? I said you're not allowed to perm your hair back without my permission. Shin Bailu roared through gritted teeth, shaking the little head she gripped by the hair. Truth be told, just the matter of Bai Xiaoxiao wouldn't have infuriated her this much. After all, the one suffering was Jin and Ru, who barely concerned her. What she truly loathed was that day outside the Platinum Auction House, when Horushi, the man she pined for, had actually initiated conversation with Shinchulu. Not only that, he also smiled and affectionately ruffled her cauliflower-like hair. Witnessing the whole scene, Shin Bailu was so consumed by jealousy that her face distorted with envy. She nearly grabbed the clippers to shave off all of Shinchulu's hair. Huh, I see what game you're playing. You're not sincerely helping that country bumpkin either, are you? You're just pretending to be some kind of benevolent angel to seduce young Master Hua, aren't you? Tears welled up in Shinchulu's eyes, leaving her speechless with choked sobs. You just want to go against us, don't you? We don't think much of Bai Xiaoxiao, so you insist on helping her to show how unconventional and noble you are? Shin Bailu's delicate flower-like face now wore a fierce and menacing expression. Stop flirting with me. You're acting like an idiot, young master. What could never like someone like you? Don't flatter yourself. Third young miss, what are you doing? Nanny Wu hurried in, pulling the tear-soaked Shin Chulu into her arms. By now, the other servants of the Shin family had grown accustomed to such scenes, and none dared to intervene against Shin Bailu. But Wu Ma, being one of Shinju's most trusted and experienced servants, was naturally kind-hearted, so she alone dared to stand up for the fourth young miss. Wu Ma, get out. This is none of your business. Shin Bailu snapped at her without a shred of politeness. I think you're the one who ought to leave. While comforting the trembling fourth young miss, Wu Ma shot Shin Bailu a warning glare. If you walk out that door now without making a scene, this old woman will pretend she saw nothing. Otherwise, when the young master returns, I'll tell him exactly how you've been mistreating the fourth young lady. Shin Bailu shuddered violently, gritting her teeth in resentment. If Shin Jingjue were to find out about her true behavior at home, it would undoubtedly reach Warushi. The two of them were as close as brothers. If Shin Jingjue were to interfere, wouldn't that make her pursuit of her husband even more difficult? Considering this, Shin Bailu had no choice but to back down, for now. But she still felt unsatisfied. Before leaving, she suddenly snatched the teddy bear from Shin Chulu's arms and, swinging her arm, threw it out the window. Ah, my teddy bear. What a piece of junk, such an eyesore. Shin Bailing scoffed, flicked her wavy hair, and left the room without a care. Percent. Shin Chulu didn't even pause to put on her shoes, rushing barefoot out of the villa. Coincidentally, Shin Jingjue had just returned to the Guancha manor. Seeing her frantic state, he froze in momentary shock. Chulu, what's wrong? Shin Jingjue stepped forward to stop her, his brows knitting with concern. Though he loathed Qin Shu and disliked Shin Bailu, he couldn't help but feel compassion for this fragile younger sister. Especially when she dared to stand up and testify for Bai Xiaoxiao the day before yesterday, it made him see this young girl in a completely new light. My teddy bear is missing. Shin Chulu was so anxious that tears and snot streamed down her face together. Don't worry, second brother will help you find it. Shin Jingjue led Shin Chulu to the back garden. At last, in a muddy flower bed, they spotted the lonely stuffed bear lying inside. Shin Jingjue was always immaculate, wearing custom-made leather shoes that remained spotless throughout the seasons. Yet now, heedless of the dirt, he stepped into the flower bed with his long legs and personally retrieved the toy for Shin Chulu. The bear was filthy beyond recognition, but Shin Chulu didn't mind at all. She clutched it tightly in her arms as if it were a treasure, sobbing uncontrollably with tears falling ceaselessly. Shin Jingjue had never been one to soften easily, but seeing her cry so bitterly stirred a faint ache in his heart. If it's dirty then don't keep it. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. No, I only want this one. Sister-in-law gave this to me. It's my favorite toy. Shin Jueju's chest trembled slightly. He hadn't realized her attachment to Bai Xiaoxiao ran so deep. Shin Chulu recalled the kindness her sister-in-law had shown her in the past, remembered how each passing day in this vast manor felt like a year without her, and thought of her father's neglect, her mother's indifference, and her sister's bullying. Second brother. The little girl suddenly threw herself into Shinju's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Can sister-in-law still come back? I miss her so much. Please, don't separate? Shin Jueju's thin lips parted slightly, his throat choked with an indescribable emotion. He ruffled her hair with his large hand, but couldn't utter a single word, afraid that speaking might hurt her even more. Just then, the phone rang. The call from his grandfather interrupted his tangled thoughts. Grandfather, why can't I get through to Xiaoxiao again? Shin Nanhuai was becoming more like a child by the day, his voice on the other end of the line trembling with urgency. What's wrong with Xiaoxiao? Lately, she's constantly unreachable, and she hasn't visited me either. Does Xiaoxiao not want this grandpa anymore? You damn brat, wretch, good-for-nothing scoundrel. It's all your fault, your fault. If Xiaoxiao stops talking to me because of you, I'll consider you dead as a grandson from now on. Grandpa, Xiaoxiao would never abandon you. Please don't think that way. Shin Jueju massaged his temples, his extraordinarily handsome face clouded with worry. Quickly contact Xiaoxiao for me. I want to see my darling granddaughter-in-law. Damn it all. Go find her for me right now. Chapter 49, one more time and you're on your own. That evening, the three Tang siblings returned to Haimen from Xinjing. The two cities weren't far apart, less than 2 hours by highway. Xinjing, the nation's economic hub, was rich in resources with vast developmental prospects, making it a territory every ambitious contender coveted. But Haimen is different. For 100 years, Haimen has belonged to one family, the Tangs. The Tang family's businesses support a third of Haimen's population, earning them the title of Haimen's uncrowned emperor. Without the Tangs, Haimen would be just an ordinary second-tier city, and its economy wouldn't have developed so rapidly. The three siblings arrived at the antique-styled Jue Xingjai. Ah, young miss, when did you return? The elderly man in his 60s who excitedly came to greet them was Manager Tong, the caretaker of this place. He was the youngest son of Tang Wanting's wet nurse, having grown up playing with Old Wan since childhood. Their bond was so close they were practically inseparable. Old Tong had no great ambitions. Even though Old Wan's chauffeur had managed to buy 3 apartments in Xinjiang over the years just from overhearing Old Wan's phone calls, he simply had no interest in officialdom. Unmarried and childless, this solitary man devoted himself entirely to the Starfall Pavilion, spending his days surrounded by jade, calmly watching the drifting clouds and falling blossoms. Uncle Tong, how have you been lately? Does your leg still hurt on rainy days? Has your wheezing improved? How did the medicine I asked Ah Su to bring you a while ago work for you? Tang Chao's bright eyes curved as she affectionately linked arms with Old Tong. All is well, but nothing compares to having you back. Old Tong's joy blurred his aged eyes with tears. Truth be told, I've come this time to ask you for a favor. Tang Chao let out a soft sigh and came straight to the point. A dear friend gave me a gift, and I've damaged it. I was afraid he'd be heartbroken if he found out, so I thought I'd make an exact replica. What is it? Tang Chao lightly pursed her red lips and carefully took out a vintage jewelry pouch, from which she extracted the fragments of a jade bracelet. Oh dear, this was top-grade material. Finding one piece like this out of 1,000 is impossible nowadays. What a terrible shame. Old Tong, whose passion for jade rivaled his love for life, couldn't hide his anguish at the sight of the broken treasure. I'm well aware this material is truly exceptional, but still, I'd like to try. Tang Shower asked, how many unopened pieces do you have in stock now? About 500. I'll open them all tonight. Cough. Old Tong nearly spat out blood in shock. Tang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly, while Tang Su's hand had already silently reached for his phone, ready to dial emergency services at any moment. Little sister was always like this, dropping earth-shattering revelations with the most nonchalant tone. No. You're trying to drain the life right out of me. Old Tong stomped his feet in agitation, mirroring Old Wan's mannerisms perfectly. It's not that exaggerated. You've been keeping the fabric just for your own enjoyment anyway, not to sell. Since I've already opened it, just calculate however much I owe. Tang Chao's sparkling eyes flickered with mischief. Remembering how her fourth brother had disobeyed her, she decided this was the perfect opportunity to punish him. Changing her tune, she said, put it on my fourth brother's tab. Tell him I said to pay double the amount. He's got money with nowhere to spend it anyway. Old Tong clutched his chest, his heart shattered as he staggered backward. Tang Yu and Tang Su swiftly stepped forward with quick reflexes to support the elderly man. The Tang family owned 4 gardens in Haimen: Falling Moon, Falling Cloud, Falling Mist, and Falling Star. The Falling Star, with its natural and unadorned beauty, shifts its scenery with every step. It was the first jade piece that caught the eye of master carver Xiao Huaibi, only to be snatched away by Old Wan, who threw down a staggering 1 billion with his financial prowess. Xiao Huaibi was so infuriated he nearly expelled Old Tong from his mentorship, all because Old Tong happened to be good friends with Old Wan. Half a month later, during Xiao Huaibi's 60th birthday celebration, Old Wan directly presented the fallen star to him as a gift, finally clearing up the misunderstanding. It turned out Tang Wanting had intended to give it to him from the very beginning, and the whole act was just to give the old man a pleasant surprise. Now, Master Xiao has passed away, and Old Tong, as his last disciple, inherited the Falling Star studio and has maintained it to this day. Tang Chaoer followed Lao Tong to the warehouse to cut the stone slabs open, while the 2 brothers sat in the front hall sipping tea. Chia Chao cares way too much about the Shin family. I'm actually jealous. Tang Su pouted in dissatisfaction. Old Master Shin Nanhuai of the Shin group is a highly respected elder, and he's always been fond of Chia Chao. Chia Chao has a straightforward personality. She never forgets kindness shown to her and always repays it generously. Since Master Shin treats her so well, of course she wants to repay him. I fully support her in this, Tang Yu remarked leisurely as he sipped his tea, his voice deep and magnetic. You support everything. I bet if things started over, you wouldn't be so supportive of her being with that heartthrob Shin Shimmy. Fate is determined by heaven, not by human effort. Chia Chao is just like that. The more the whole world opposes their union, the more fiercely she wants to love, dazzling everyone with her passion. Tang Yu sighed. Heavens are blind, meddling in doomed matches. My sister, a peerless treasure who wouldn't even glance at the son of a neighboring prime minister, is now heartbroken over some illegitimate upstart. Tang Su snorted in displeasure. But this is fine too. After all, Shinju is practically the top dog among men. Chia Chao probably won't be so easily fooled by 2-legged mongrels anymore. At that moment, Tang Yu's phone buzzed on the table. His gaze dropped, and indeed one couldn't help but mention it. Shin Jueju's name flashed across the screen. President Shin. Tang Yu answered with cold indifference in his eyes. Tang Su's handsome brows furrowed sharply as he leaned forward from the chair back, listening intently. President Tang, I'm looking for Bai Xiaoxiao. There's something I need to say to her. Shen Jueju's voice was deep, carrying a trace of urgency. Xiaoxiao is busy right now. Then when will she be available? For you, she'll never be available. Tang Yu was typically mild-mannered and courteous, but when it came to verbal sparring, he could be ruthlessly precise, striking right at the heart of the matter. Tang Su clenched his fists excitedly. Well said. Over there, Shen Jueju's handsome face turned as dark as if it had been bombarded by missiles. First of all, since Xiaoxiao changed her number, it clearly means she doesn't want you to contact her. Even though you two haven't officially filed for divorce yet, out of basic respect for women, you shouldn't harass her repeatedly. Secondly, I already know everything that happened at the charity auction. Shen Jueju's dark pupils contracted abruptly, his chest feeling as though it were entwined with thorny vines, tightening relentlessly. Tang Su shuddered inwardly. This is his eldest brother, compassion in one hand, wrath in the other. It wasn't that he never got angry, it's just that most things in this world weren't worth his anger, except for his family. That matter. I don't know what your bottom line is, but you've already crossed mine. Tang Yu's voice was sharp, his gaze burning with intensity. My bottom line is Xiaoxiao, only Xiaoxiao. This is the last time I'll answer your call, Mr. Shen, and the last reminder you'll get. Keep your fiancé and your family in check. Don't trouble Xiaoxiao again. One more time and you'll regret it. As the words fell, Tang Yu decisively ended the call. At this moment, Guanchao Manor. Shen Jingjue stood by the window, staring at the long darkened screen, his grip on the phone tightening slowly, as if an invisible hand had also clenched around his laboring heart. With Tang Yu cutting off the only connection between him and Bai Xiaoxiao in recent days, an unprecedented emptiness filled his chest, even tinged with a hint of panic. This time, Bai Xiaoxiao might truly disappear from his life forever. He might never be able to find her again. A suffocating restlessness surged in Shen Jingjue's chest as he frantically rummaged through his drawer, pulling out a cigarette case with 2 remaining cigarettes. His trembling fingers pulled one out and clamped it between his thin lips, taking several attempts to light it. The flickering orange light reflected Shen Jueju's growing inner turmoil. For the sake of his ex-wife whom he never truly loved, he'd broken his 5-year abstinence from smoking, only to relapse completely. In the dead of night, throughout the vast workshop of Falling Star Studio, Tang Qiao worked alone, dressed in a black apron, bustling about the piles of jade stones like a spinning top, her smooth forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. She had already cut open hundreds of rough jade stones, processed and polished countless bracelets, each worth no less than 5 figures on the market, yet in her eyes, they were utterly worthless. No, none of them even came close. Not a single one could compare to the bracelet her grandfather had given her. Tang Qiao's eyes were rimmed red as she gritted her pearly white teeth, tirelessly grinding jade slabs on the machine. Her delicate, fair fingers had grown calloused, and the wounds on her palms throbbed faintly, yet she couldn't care less. She only wanted to recreate an identical bracelet, otherwise she wouldn't have the courage to face her grandfather. At that moment, a deafening roar sounded outside the storeroom, shaking the iron door violently. Yet Tang Qiao remained completely unfazed, her whole being consumed by these achingly precious stones. Suddenly, the door creaked open with a groan, a hurricane-like gust rushing in and forcing Tang Qiao to squint. Under the thick night sky, a massive helicopter loomed outside the gate, its cabin door slowly opening. A pair of impossibly long legs stepped down, the man's black trench coat fluttering dramatically in the wind. His handsome face was stern as frost, yet his piercing gaze radiated an arresting presence. Qiao, I'm back. Chapter 50. The proud heiress turns into a tearful mess. Tang Qiao lifted her delicate eyelids, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at the devastatingly handsome man who seemed to defy the heavens. He came like the night breeze, kneeling on one knee before her, raising his finely chiseled face to gaze deeply at her. I heard my little sister wants to divorce me. He curled his lips into a wicked yet doting smile. Fourth brother, Tang Qiao murmured with rosy lips, her voice soft and tender. A sigh, hearing you still call me fourth brother, finally puts my heart at ease. The fourth young master of the Tang family, Bai Jinfei, was overjoyed. His usually cold and calculating eyes melted like ice at dawn, softened entirely for her. His long, firm arm wrapped around his sister's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. With his other hand, he reached into his trench coat pocket, pulled out a chocolate bar, tore open the wrapper with his teeth, and held it to Tang Qiao's lips. Local specialty from country A, your favorite. Try it. Fourth brother. Tang Qiao threw herself into Bai Jinfei's embrace like a bird returning to its forest. Somehow, a wave of bitter sorrow surged within her, her eyes brimming with hot tears that soaked through the man's black shirt. These tears were complex in composition. There was longing for her brother, guilt toward her grandfather, resentment toward Jin and Ru, and frustration over failing to craft the jade bracelet. And also, disappointment and heartache over Shen Jueju. Chow Chow, you're crying? Bai Jinfei was startled, his large hand gently stroking the nape of her neck. No, Tang Chow'er mumbled sullenly. My clothes are completely soaked, and you still say nothing's wrong? There's nothing wrong, so there's nothing wrong. Tang Chow'er's voice was choked with emotion, yet she remained stubborn and defiant. Bai Jinfei knew his little sister was an extremely proud girl. From childhood till now, the number of times she'd cried could be counted on one hand. So he didn't expose her, just quietly held and soothed her while his heart ached with every breath. Chow Chow, your fourth brother is back. Shouldn't you wear away that damn bastard's good days are over. At that moment, Tang Yu and Tang Su stood shoulder to shoulder outside the door, watching the heartwarming sibling reunion. Tang Su clenched his teeth bitterly. Damn it, he's showing off again. My little sister never acted so spoiled in my arms. This bastard comes back once in a blue moon and steals my thunder right away. What gives? Flying a helicopter into Zhuai Xingzhai must have caused significant damage to the pavement and trees. Tang Yu lowered his eyes slightly, shaking his head with a sigh. Tell our fourth brother later. The cost of renovating the garden should also be added to his tab. Working away until dawn, Tang Chow'er still couldn't carve a bracelet that satisfied her and ended up falling asleep among the pile of stones without realizing it. Old Tong tidied up a first-class room in the Falling Star Pavilion for the young miss. Bai Jinfei carefully carried his sister's delicate and soft body all the way, placing the sleeping beauty on the bed under Tang Su's watchful gaze. After tucking his sister in and kissing her fair, jade-like little face, he finally stepped out of the room contentedly and closed the door behind him. TSK, you miser, flying all over the world non-stop, yet you couldn't even bring our little sister something nice, just a measly chocolate bar. How pathetic. Tang Su crossed her arms and sneered. Old second, can you get rid of that presumptuous streak of yours? Bai Jinfei shot him a sidelong glance. Call me second brother again and see if you don't lose your manhood. Tang Su glared fiercely. Call me daddy, and I'll call you bro. Go to hell. Tang Su was so furious he cursed, raising his long leg to kick Bai Jinfei. He was no match for this elite agent. With just a slight movement, Lao Si effortlessly dodged him, causing the man to stumble and almost tear his pants in the most embarrassing way possible. Haha, second brother. Did no one ever warn you that going too big might rip your balls? Know your limits. Bai Jinfei clutched his stomach, rocking back and forth with laughter. In the highly intense and rigorous work environment of the special agent headquarters, he hadn't genuinely laughed for a long time. Tang Yu stood aside, watching his two younger brothers playfully teasing each other in front of him, his eyes filled with paternal kindness and gentleness. In an instant, his memories were pulled back to their childhood. By the way, speaking of this, let me show you the gift I prepared for our little sister. Bai Jinfei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly brought over a sleek, silver-white rectangular briefcase. After fiddling with the complicated combination lock, when its contents were revealed, Tang Yu's face darkened instantly while Tang Su gasped sharply. This pistol is our headquarters' latest development, half bullets, half anesthetic. Turn the cylinder left when in danger, and it'll put someone to sleep for 3 days and nights. Turn it right, and they'll sleep forever. This lighter, it's actually a miniature grenade, highly portable with devastating power. Might struggle to level an entire building, but wiping out one floor wouldn't be a problem. Oh, and there's this too. They say men never outgrow their boyish spirits. Bai Jinfei gleefully showcased his gadgets like a child showing off toys. Doesn't Mumu enjoy playing with jewelry? I had this ring custom made just for her. Take a look, isn't it lovely? Tang Su's curiosity got the better of him as he reached to examine it, only for Bai Jinfei to suddenly seize his wrist. Don't, this ring can detect poison-tipped thorns, more lethal than paraquat. Tang Yu lowered his eyes resignedly. May God forgive you, amen. Tang Su was utterly speechless. For my little sister to have survived having you as her scatterbrained elder brother until now is pure luck. What do you know? Every gift I give is highly practical. Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. That blind fool Shinju actually dared to bully my sister. All these generous gifts I prepared are for him. Just waiting to see how our little sister wants him to die. Tang Su's face slowly displayed a wordless respect. Fourth brother, how long are you planning to stay home this time? Tang Yu asked with concern. About half a month or so. Bai Jinfei was somewhat reluctant. Next month, I have to go on an important mission in Country M, so I need to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I would have liked to stay with our little sister a while longer. Work comes first. With my second brother and me looking after our little sister, you can rest assured. Tang Yu paused, then lowered his voice to ask, do you want to go home and see Dad? He was just mentioning you the other day. Forget it. Every time the old man sees me, he says he wants to live a few more years. The less he sees me, the longer his lifespan. Bai Jinfei waved his hand nonchalantly, though a trace of gloom flickered in his eyes. Tang Yu and Tang Su exchanged a glance, both feeling a pang of discomfort in their hearts. Even Tang Chow'er had gradually come to accept the three mothers, but Bai Jinfei could never forgive his father's unfaithfulness to their mother by keeping multiple wives and concubines. That was why he had chosen to attend military school, becoming an agent without hesitation, leaving home, putting distance between them, out of sight, out of mind. But these past 2 years, perhaps due to growing older, he found himself increasingly homesick, yearning for those carefree youthful days spent fooling around with his brothers and sisters. "Hey, come on, second brother, let's go hunt some dogs with me." Bai Jinfei suddenly threw his arm around his second brother's neck. Though they'd just been at each other's throats moments ago, they now bore no grudges, clinging together like conjoined twins. "Hunt dogs?" Tang Su immediately understood. "Go by yourself if you want to. Chia Chiao made it clear we're not to trouble Shin Shimi on our own. I'm not about to make trouble for my little sister." Tang Su swiftly retreated 3 steps as if the guy was poison. Bai Jinfei let out a mocking laugh, his lips curling with wicked amusement. Chapter 51 Blocking the Ex-Husband. Tang Chao stayed at Juexing Studio for 3 full days. In her quest to craft a jade bracelet that could rival her grandfather's, she barely slept during those 3 days. When exhausted, she would simply doze off in the workshop, wake up to grab a quick bite, and then continue her work with the jade. Her 3 older brothers were shooed away during the day to attend to their own busy schedules, but every evening they cancelled all social engagements to return together and accompany her for dinner. Despite the table full of exotic delicacies they brought, each one her favorite, the young lady remained preoccupied, propping her chin on one hand while listlessly pushing grains of rice around her bowl with chopsticks, her brow furrowed in distress. Her brothers were anxious at heart but couldn't figure out how to help her. They were all straight as an arrow men, not a single one understood anything about jewelry. "Young mistress." Tang Chao snapped out of her reverie and listlessly turned her gaze to Old Tong. Just then, Old Tong produced an embroidered jewelry box from behind his back, one he'd prepared earlier, and placed it ceremoniously before her. "Uncle Tong, what is this?" "Open it and see." Tang Chao frowned in confusion and opened the box. In an instant, she covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes fixed on the exquisitely translucent, pure, and radiant jade bracelet inside the box. Though there were still slight differences, one could say it bore remarkable resemblance to the grandfather's gift. "This was left behind by my master, one of his proudest creations during his lifetime. He originally intended to give this jade bracelet to my master's wife personally, but ultimately never got the chance," Old Tong lamented with a sigh. "Master's wife? But Master Shao was famously single. Where did this wife come from?" Tang Su asked curiously between mouthfuls of meat. Old Tong shot him a glance. "TCH, who doesn't have someone they secretly admired back then?" "Wow, I thought Master Shao only liked rocks, not women." Bai Jinfei teased while taking a sip of wine. "Then why couldn't you give it to her? Chickened out?" Master and his wife were fellow apprentices back then. At first, Master found her extremely annoying and constantly played pranks on her. But after 20 years of living together day and night, he somehow fell for her without even realizing it. Later when she married someone else, he intended to gift this bracelet as a wedding present. But on her wedding day, she got into a terrible car accident and was declared brain dead, passing away soon after. The Tang siblings were struck with astonishment and couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. From that moment on, Master severed all ties to love and emotion, never stepping back into the mundane world again. He poured all the love he had for his late wife into jade carvings, using the solitary years to heal his wounds through the crafting of jade. Deeply aware that presence nurtures lingering love, I gazed sorrowfully at the river's endless flow. Master Shao wasn't ignorant of love, on the contrary. How many men in this world could match Master Zhao's depth of devotion? Tang Qian'er sighed wistfully, her eyes glittering with a tinge of envy. But wasn't this tragedy born precisely because Master Shao loved without realizing it? Isn't this just reaping what one sows? Tang Yu, Tang Su, and Tang Chao all glared at Bai Jinfei with piercing eyes, while the man pursed his lips and awkwardly drank alone. A bitter pang pierced Tang Chao's heart. Even Master Shao, someone so eccentric and emotionally detached, had unwittingly fallen in love. Yet in 3 years of marriage, had Shinju ever shown her even a fleeting moment of tenderness or affection? When she divorced him, had there been the slightest whisper of regret in his heart? Yes. Bullshit. If there were, how could he have repeatedly wounded her heart with insulting words? If there were, how could he have unquestioningly sided with those sinister women and doubted her character? Now that they were divorced, she was no longer his wife. He couldn't even be bothered to maintain that superficial respect for her. Tang Chao scoffed silently in her heart, lifting the wine glass to drain it in one gulp. The fiery sting in her throat brought both numbness and clarity. Comparing that damned Shin Jingjue to Master Shao? Even Master Shao would flip his coffin lid in outrage. Young mistress, take this bracelet. I've compared them carefully. This one closely resembles the one you broke, Old Tong said earnestly, studying her face. No, I can't possibly accept this. It's Master Zhao's legacy, far too precious for me. Tang Qiao flustered, hurriedly pushing the box back toward him. My master left his final words. No one is to touch his belongings except for Old Wan's children. When you kids grow up, if you ever want anything, just come and take it to play with. Take whatever you like, and don't you dare be polite about it. Tang Qiao's nose tingled, tears shimmering in her widened eyes. Uncle Tong, these past days, I've seen how much effort you've put into restoring that bracelet. It must belong to a very important friend. You're a good child with a strong sense of loyalty. Grandpa Xiao would be truly pleased to know. Take it. Old Tong smiled affectionately, firmly pressing the box into her hands. That evening, the Tang siblings left Shui Xingjai and bid farewell to Old Tong. The Rolls-Royce luxury car headed in the direction of Xingjing. Tang Qiao leaned against Tang Yu, her eyelids half closed with exhaustion as she tightly clutched the jewelry box in her arms. Qiao, there's something I need to tell you. The night you returned to Haimen, Shinju contacted me. Tang Yu hesitated slightly, his voice hoarse. Oh. Tang Qiao's heart ached slightly, but she responded casually. I told him not to contact you again, and my words were quite harsh. Who knows what he's thinking now? Well done. I'm the elusive flower on the high peak. How could someone of his mediocre standing ever hope to reach me? I'm the woman of the KS Group's president. Yes, you're the darling all the Tang men hold in their palms. Tang Yu's peach blossom eyes curved like serene pools as he gently patted the petite beauty in his arms, his gaze overflowing with adoration. Big bro, hand me your phone. Tang Qiao beckoned with her fingers. Tang Yu, puzzled, handed it over. Password's your birthday. I know. Tang Qiao opened the contacts list and decisively dragged Shin Juejio's number into the blacklist. Cold-blooded move. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. If you want to eliminate the weeds, you must pull them out by the roots. If you don't make it thorough enough, will that bastard ever learn? Tang Qiao's eyes turned ice-cold at the mention of her ex-husband. Asterisk. These past few days, Shinju could hardly eat or sleep peacefully, because his ex-wife had completely vanished without a trace. With Bai Xiaoxiao nowhere to be found, Shen Nanhuai bombarded him with incessant phone calls day and night, hounding him like a relentless ghost. The octogenarian old man proved more troublesome than a lovesick young girl. President Shen, what I mean is, maybe we should just call the police. Han Xian racked his brains beside him, suggesting, let's file a missing person report. After all, you and the young madam haven't finalized the divorce proceedings yet. You're still legally married. It's completely reasonable to search for your own wife. I refuse to believe we can't force the young madam out of hiding. Did a carbon-based life form come up with that idea? Shinjui shot him an exasperated sideways glance. What should we do then? The young madam seems to have vanished into thin air. She doesn't have a phone or friends, and even President Tang, her only contact, is ignoring you now. Shinju narrowed his star-like eyes and shot a frigid glare at his brainless secretary, seriously considering offering the man's mouth as a sacrifice to the heavens. Last night, he had tried calling Tang Yu's phone again, only to discover he'd been blocked. For the first time in his life, Shinju experienced the bitter taste of being blocked. It felt like being hurled into outer space. Heavy-headed and light-footed, he sat there dazed, utterly disoriented for a good 10 minutes. The sensation of being trampled and humiliated violently wrenched at his gut. Shin Jueja suddenly stood up, grabbed his suit from the coat rack and put it on, his tall and commanding figure striding purposefully toward the door. Prepare the car, we're heading to KS World Hotel. Tang Qiao immediately plunged back into work upon returning from Haimen. Lin Su had been leading high-level meetings and managing affairs these past few days. Seeing the young mistress return radiant and refreshed, his worries for her finally dissipated. The hotel's occupancy rate has recently increased by 20%, which might not be earth-shattering, but it's certainly a modest achievement. Moreover, Tang Qiao has revamped the menus for the hotel's breakfast, lunch, and dinner buffets, as well as the Chinese and Western restaurants. With the recent Culinary Week event, diners are now flocking here specifically for meals. The daily revenue from the food and beverage sector alone is already quite substantial. However, how could Tang Qiao possibly be satisfied with just these small victories? She's the ambitious young wolf raised by Old Wan, determined to expand and strengthen KS World, surpassing even the hotels under the Shin conglomerate. In marriage, she had lost completely, but in the business world, she absolutely could not lose to Shin Jueju. I heard that the presidential suite, which no one has stayed in for the past 2 years, was booked last night. Tang Qiao casually asked while glancing through the financial report. Would you like to guess who booked that room? Lin Su moved behind the young miss and began massaging her shoulders with practiced, gentle hands. Don't tell me it's Huarushi again? It was the third young miss of the Shin family, Shin Bailu. Tang Qiao's eyes narrowed slightly as she arched an elegant brow. What would she need such a big room for? Doing somersaults? According to the housekeeping staff, she hosted a party with 3 sisters. After midnight, 2 tall and well-built male models sneaked in and made quite a racket all night. Thankfully, the soundproofing in our hotel is top-notch. The 2 male models left the presidential suite around 5 in the morning, likely to avoid suspicion. Shin Bailu has always had a wild side in private, I've heard the rumors. But with 3 people sharing just 2 ducks, it's pure scarcity amid demand. Will there even be enough to go around? Tang Qiaoer let out a disapproving TSK, her tone laced with disgust. Once we check out, make sure housekeeping does a thorough deep cleaning and disinfection. As for the bedding sets, just discard them all, no need to keep anything. I'm afraid other guests might get sick if they stay there. Just then, Lin Su's phone rang. The call was from a manager. He answered and listened for a while, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Tang Qiaoer asked keenly. Miss, Shin Bailu is making a scene in the lobby. She insists that our hotel staff stole her belongings and demands an immediate explanation. Chapter 52, General Manager Tang takes charge. The hotel lobby had already gathered a crowd of guests who were eager to spectate the drama unfolding. Miss Shin, please calm down, please. You are a woman of status, and causing a scene here is unbecoming. Why don't we discuss this in the meeting room? The lobby manager, sweating nervously, tried reasoning with Shin Bailu in a placating tone. Do you not know who I am? Even a person of my status gets robbed by your hotel staff. What would happen to someone without connections? Would they be bullied to death by your hotel? Shin Bailu stood with one hand on her hip, the other slamming fiercely onto the marble front desk, glaring furiously at the lobby manager. The surrounding crowd turned their heads, some recognizing Shin Bailu. She was known as the heiress of the Shin family, but if you covered her face, her fiery outburst would make you think she was some unruly troublemaker from a nobody household. I didn't steal anything. The waitress hung her head, murmuring timidly, You're still trying to lie? Shin Bailu's crimson, sharply manicured nail jabbed viciously toward the waitress's face. Had the manager not intervened, the girl might have lost an eye. My necklace was right there on the vanity. Did it grow legs and walk off on its own? It's true, I did clean that room, but I wasn't the only one there. The waitress paled but refused to back down. What are you implying? Are you accusing us? The heiress roared in fury. We all have our reputations to uphold. Why would we care about a mere necklace? Only lowlifes like you, country bumpkins who've never tasted fine rice, would stoop to such sneaky thievery. Backup rich girl chimed in. I thought the hotel run by the Tang family would be decent, but the service is downright shitty. It's miles behind what our Shin family offers. What a shady joint they're running. Shin Bailu sneered, crossing her arms in disdain. The lobby manager's face had already fallen. The patrons of KS Hotel were typically refined and cultured. He truly hadn't encountered such an obstinate shrew in 800 years. Miss Shin, do you think it's appropriate to slander the reputation of our KS Hotel and personally attack our staff before the facts are even clarified? The voice was truly melodious, like wind chimes tinkling through jade, elegant yet icy. The crowd gasped in surprise, their gazes turning in unison, all captivated by the striking woman dressed in a white suit. Tang Qiaoer approached with an expression as serene as still water, her sky-high heels moving as if fused to her feet, each stride radiating undeniable authority and breathtaking swiftness. The shock left Shin Bailu's best friend standing dumbfounded one after another. What are you doing here? Shin Bailu exclaimed in astonishment, giving her a disgusted once-over. The custom-tailored designer suit, branded high heels, and that pair of dazzling sapphire earrings, clearly priceless, all proclaimed her extraordinary status. The onlookers marveled in secret, just whose privileged daughter was this, truly a feast for the eyes, making Shin Bailu and her 2 companions appear unbearably vulgar, like demons and monsters. Just then, Shin Jingjue and Han Xian happened to enter the hotel lobby. When he saw his ex-wife, who'd been out of contact for nearly a week, vividly appearing before him, the man's chest subtly trembled. A tinge of inexplicable joy, the kind that comes from regaining what was lost, flickered across his brow. Then, his gaze became riveted on that graceful figure, unable to look away. President Shen, it's Madam. Han Xian was beside himself with excitement, then his expression suddenly changed. Why is third miss here too? There's quite a crowd gathered. Has something happened? The moment Shin Jingjue caught sight of Shin Bailu, an ill foreboding gripped him. His tall, imposing frame tensed imperceptibly before he abruptly stilled himself. Wait, let's observe first. Here, the falsely accused server couldn't hold back tears when seeing Tang Qiaoer arrive, overwhelmed by both bitterness and grievance. Manager. Oh, so you're the manager here now. What a massive fall from grace, Shin Bailu sneered with a mocking curl of her lips. Is that so? I don't think so. In fact, I feel my current life is infinitely better than before. Tang Qiaoer slightly raised her eyebrows, her half-smile still captivating enough to turn the world upside down. At least now you're living like a proper human being. Her words pierced Shin Jueja's eardrums with perfect precision. The man's throat tightened painfully, his heart knotting with suppressed emotions. What did this woman mean by that? Had he somehow wronged her during their 3 years of marriage? He believed that apart from having no feelings for Bai Xiaoxiao, he had given her all the dignity befitting a CEO's wife. In the Shin family, she enjoyed luxurious clothing and fine food, with servants at her beck and call, never suffering in the slightest. He had even issued her a supplementary credit card, never sparing any expense when it came to money. Although, during those 3 years, Bai Xiaoxiao never spent a single penny from that card. But this was 1,000 times better than when she worked as a nurse in the sanatorium. How dare she say that? As if she's the one who suffered hardships and endured abuse. Shin Jueja grew increasingly furious, his eyes slightly reddened as he clenched his jawline. Humph, truly the stubborn tongue of a dead duck. Since you're the manager here, I won't stand on ceremony. Your hotel must give me an explanation for today's matter. Either compensate me with an identical necklace, it's not that expensive, just over 2 million. Or let this thieving waiter rot in a detention cell. And as the manager, you're equally responsible. You must bow and apologize to me in front of everyone. Money isn't the issue. I just can't swallow this insult. Shin Bailu casually flipped her voluminous waves and lazily rolled her eyes. She would never acknowledge this ex-second sister-in-law in front of so many people. She found it humiliating. Besides, this was a rare opportunity to mess with the country bumpkin. After all that showing off at the charity auction, now that she no longer had the halo of President Tang's mistress, she was just a lowly employee, perfect for squeezing to death. President Shen, the young madam is being bullied. Han Xian, who had always disliked the third young mistress, was now frantic with worry. Wait a little longer. Shinju narrowed his eyes slightly. His curiosity about this ex-wife of his was anything but ordinary. He had never seen Bai Xiaoxiao in a professional setting before. In his memory, she was just a dutiful housewife. The hotel industry belonged to the service sector, and service jobs were never easy. He was curious to see whether Tang Yu had pushed her into a managerial role she could handle, and if she'd prove capable of resolving Shin Bailu's troublesome antics. Third young Miss Shin, your necklace is worth 2 million. That's easily enough to warrant a formal investigation. If you genuinely want to recover your loss, we can help you report it to the police. After all, the sooner you file a report, the higher the chance you'll get your necklace back. Moreover, when the police arrive, every single employee of our hotel, including myself, will fully cooperate with the investigation. All surveillance footage, as well as any employee's personal belongings, may be freely examined by the authorities as long as they possess a search warrant. Tang Qiaoer's tone remained composed and unruffled. The people around them began to murmur. Exactly, we should call the police immediately. What's the use of making such a frantic scene here? I think she just forgot where she put it herself and is making baseless accusations here. Shin Bailu was so furious her face turned as red as marbled beef strips. What's the point of checking? That thief has already moved my things elsewhere. I'm not a thief. I didn't steal anything from you. The waitress retorted with fiery eyes, her whole body trembling with anger. Every area of our hotel has high-definition surveillance cameras, except for restrooms, spa centers, and staff locker rooms. Moreover, immediately after the incident occurred, I took control of all the housekeeping staff. If any of them stole your belongings, the stolen items should still be in the hotel. There hasn't been enough time to move them out. Tang Qiaoer took out her phone and waved it, adding, and on my way here, I already called the police. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. As for the apology you demanded, once everything settles, I won't hesitate. Whether it's a bow or even kneeling, I won't say a word against it. Thorough and impeccable on all fronts. The young mistress is truly remarkable. This way of handling things is simply brilliant. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration, practically turning into her #1 fanboy. Shin Juejiao shot him a cold glare, yet felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He had to admit that the Bai Xiaoxiao who'd just decisively resolved this situation was cool-headed and quick-witted, commanding yet graceful, bearing the aura of a seasoned general. This was a far cry from the meek, submissive ex-wife who'd once been confined to domestic trivialities. Fine, you said it yourself, I didn't force you. Shin Bailu gnashed her teeth in frustrated resolution. Of course, as the hotel manager, I should be responsible for my guests, but only if we're truly at fault. Tang Qiaoer wore a smile on her face, but her bright eyes showed not a trace of amusement. At that moment, Lin Suo rushed back with the housekeeping manager in tow, holding a plastic bag as carefully as if it were police evidence. We found it. Miss Shin's necklace has been found. Chapter 53. The beautiful and kind-hearted ex-wife. The crowd was astonished. Shin Bailu and her 2 fake friends were left utterly flabbergasted, their jaws collectively dropping in triple astonishment. Lin Suo took the necklace and dangled it before Shin Bailu's eyes, his refined features schooled into an impartial, icy detachment. Miss Shin, take a look. Is this the necklace you lost? This. Shinbailu took it in stunned silence before suddenly shrieking as if someone had stepped on her tail. Ah, my necklace. How did my necklace end up like this? Who did this? Everyone looked closely. The luxurious necklace had broken into several pieces. Our manager heard that you lost your necklace and immediately sent me to conduct a thorough search of the entire presidential suite. Finally, under the sofa, we found your necklace. But when we found it, it had already turned out like this. As for the specific reason, we don't know either, Lin Su responded in a cool, detached voice. See what I mean? I told you she's just making a scene. Can't even remember where she put her own stuff and has the nerve to blame the hotel. Thinks throwing around a few stinking bills makes her queen of the universe. Oh my god, that diamond is enormous. Who in their right mind wears such an extravagant necklace out in public? It's practically begging to get stolen. Hearing the mocking around her, Shinbailu's face darkened as if it could wring out ink. Gnashing her teeth, she spat. So what if you found it? Does this prove your employee didn't steal my necklace? That woman must have gotten scared and hidden it under the sofa when she couldn't smuggle the stolen goods out. She was probably waiting for us to leave so she could secretly sell it. I didn't do it. No match for Shinbailu's razor-sharp tongue. The waitress could barely catch her breath from fury, let alone defend herself properly. If it were theft, they wouldn't have gone as far as destroying a perfectly good necklace. It's not like it was anything difficult to carry out either. Tang Chao's clear eyes darkened with a chill. I actually think someone did this on purpose, not to steal anything, but to vent their anger at your necklace. It's almost as if they can't stand to see you happy. At these words, Shinbailu froze in stunned silence. The two best friends behind her froze instantly, turning into turtle companions. Since our hotel has already helped you recover the necklace, the accusation of employee theft is no longer valid. If you insist on pursuing this matter to the end, I'll gladly accompany you. As she spoke, Tang Chao's sharp gaze casually swept over the best friends standing behind Shinbailu. When my secretary retrieved this necklace, she handled it with extreme caution. The police will be arriving shortly. You may hand the necklace over to them for fingerprint analysis. With a diamond this large, collecting fingerprints shouldn't be difficult, don't you think? Yes, fingerprint analysis. What a great idea. That's exactly what we should do. The crowd around them joined in the commotion. Both turtle friends, their faces pale as if coated in plaster, hurriedly tugged at Shinbailu. Alright, Lulu. You're someone of status. It's so undignified to keep making a scene. Let's just fix it and go. Come on. Shinbailu also felt that continuing would only make her a laughingstock, so she stuffed the necklace forcefully into her Hermes bag, straightened her back, and strode out with her head held high. Wait a moment, third Miss Shin. Tang Chao suddenly called out to her in a chilling voice. What now? Are you never going to let this go? Now that the necklace has been found, you have no evidence to prove it was stolen by our staff. Yet just now, in front of so many guests, you verbally humiliated our hotel employees. Don't you think you owe an explanation for this? An explanation? I'm the guest here, and with your hotel service being this lousy, you want me to give an explanation? Are you out of your mind? Shinbailu let out a scornful laugh. How could she act like this? Is she really the Shin family's heiress? The other guests muttered displeasedly. Everyone saw clearly how that young girl just apologized to her. She practically got down on her knees begging for forgiveness. What more does this woman want? Exactly. Petty and graceless on top of it all. The waitress stood huddled and hunched, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. If our hotel staff service fails to meet standards, you're welcome to file a complaint. But falsely accusing our employee of theft is an entirely different matter. You should, at the very least, offer an apology. Tang Chao's expression revealed a frosty stubbornness. You want me to apologize to her? I'm spending money here as a customer, and you expect me to apologize to a mere attendant? What kind of manager are you? Shinbailu, seething with rage, was about to erupt when suddenly a loud thud was heard. The waiter suddenly crumpled to the ground, stiff as a board, eyes rolling back, convulsing violently. Everyone, including Shinbailu, stood frozen in shock. Only Tang Chao sprang into action, dropping to one knee beside the waitress. She deftly loosened the girl's waistband and unbuttoned her black vest to ensure unobstructed breathing. By now, white froth had begun bubbling at the corners of the girl's mouth. It's epilepsy, Asu. Call an ambulance. Tang Chao instructed while tilting the girl's head to prevent her from choking on her own secretions. I've already called an ambulance. It's coming right away. A deep, resonant, magnetic voice pierced through Tang Chao's spine. She turned abruptly and saw Shinju standing behind her at some point, immaculate in his tailored suit, tall and handsome, his aura as imposing as a lone pine on a frigid mountain peak. Their eyes met, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze, breaths held in suspended animation. It's President Shin. It's really him. Someone recognized him. SEC second brother. Shinbailu hadn't expected Shinju's sudden appearance, her heart fluttering with unease. She still felt somewhat afraid of Shinju, even though Qin Shu constantly whispered curses behind his back calling him an illegitimate child who should stay hidden. But there was no denying it, in the Shin Corporation now, second brother was the one in charge. ACN, take Miss Third away first, quickly, Shinju ordered expressionlessly. By now, some people had already discreetly started taking photos and videos. Any further delay, and the Shin family's reputation would be utterly tarnished by Shin Bailu. Han Xian didn't dare hesitate and hurried forward to drag the dazed Shin Bailu away by force. Tang Qiao sneered inwardly, withdrawing her icy, emotionless gaze. Yes, this was the real Shin Jingjue, his heart colder than the icicles of the deepest winter. He would never consider who was right or wrong. What truly concerned him were only the immediate benefits and preserving the Shin family's reputation. Stop her, she's trying to bite her own tongue, Lin Su exclaimed in panic. Tang Qiao's heart tightened, and in desperation, she actually shoved her own wrist into the girl's mouth. The girl bit down hard on her delicate, fair wrist. A scalp-numbing pain instantly shot through every limb, yet she didn't even flinch, enduring the agony without a sound. Shin Jueju jolted in shock, but it was already too late to intervene. He could only watch as she used her own flesh to save the patient, her petite frame containing an unyielding courage and the compassionate kindness of a healer. This scene gave Shinju a long-lost sense of shock. Suddenly, the frail figure of Little White Dove inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Back on the battlefield that year, Little White Dove had done the same, laying his severely wounded body on a straw mat and dragging him for miles with a hemp rope. Don't lose hope. We'll both survive. We must survive. Later, during the chaos at the camp, he failed to find Little White Dove, but he did find that hemp rope soaked in blood. Who knows what condition those hands are in now? Lost in his thoughts, Shinju's numb fingertips tightened, his chest feeling as stuffy as if it were packed with cotton. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and the waitress was loaded onto it. Tang Qiao, still uneasy, had Lin Su accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. Young lady, thanks to your first aid that bought us the golden hour, the patient could have been in serious danger otherwise, the medical staff praised. It was nothing, as long as they're okay. Tang Qiao smiled faintly. Returning to the hotel, the lobby manager had already handled the aftermath, and the crowd had dispersed. Tang Qiao glanced at the deep bite marks and bloodstains on her right wrist, only then feeling a dull pain, and headed towards the hotel infirmary. By Xiao. Her chest tightened as she turned around, only to find Shinju already at her back, his strikingly handsome features twisted with gloom. They stood so close she could feel his breath against her skin. Just half step closer, and their bodies would press together without a sliver of space between. Tang Qiao was momentarily dazed but quickly regained her composure, instinctively stepping backward. Yet at that precise moment, Shinju abruptly seized her arm and pulled with urgent desperation. The next instant, she found herself crashing uncontrollably into his embrace, as if colliding with a wall of warmth. The impact sent tremors reverberating through her heartstrings. This damn man, is he wearing a bulletproof vest under his shirt? Why is he so hard to the touch? Shin Jingjue, we're in public. Have some decency. Tang Qiao's breath hitched slightly as she struggled fiercely, yet failed to break free. Where have you been these past few days? What's with this sudden disappearing act? Shin Jingjue's dark eyes bore into her intensely, his fingers gripping her with painful strength. What's it to you? Who are you to me anyway? Tang Qiao laughed in exasperation. Even now, this man remained as conceited as ever. I went to pluck the moon from the ninth heaven and dove into the ocean to catch turtles. Of course you couldn't find me. By Xiao, come with me. Shinjuju's eyes darkened, his voice low and icy. Shinjuju, let go and get out of here right now. Tang Qiao clenched her teeth, finally losing her patience. If you don't leave now, I'll call security. A surge of irritation rose in Shinjueju, his dark pupils rapidly contracting. Was this woman actually trying to chase him away now? Had she forgotten how she used to fawn over him with endless tenderness? His competitive drive, possessiveness, and those indescribable impulses were instantly ignited. Even if you call Tang Yu here today, it won't stop me from taking you away. Chapter 54, Shinjueju, I don't love you anymore. Tang Qiao's gaze hardened, radiating icy detachment. Miss Jean Enro must be taking excellent care of you. Your skin has grown considerably thicker, President Shin. Keep others out of what's between us. Shinjueju's chest burned with suppressed anger. Stay away from me unless you want to hear something even uglier. Apart from handling our divorce papers, I don't ever want to cross paths with you again, President Shin. Goodbye. Perhaps after 3 whole years, he'd grown accustomed to Bai Xiaoxiao's eager anticipation. Those eyes that sparkled like stars whenever she saw him. Now those same eyes looked at him with abyssal darkness, making him feel as if he'd plunged into an icy cavern, his body heat rapidly draining away. I won't allow you to leave. Tang Qiao parted her crimson lips with a laugh like shattering ice. Since when do I take orders from you? Am I your pet dog, Bai Xiaoxiao, obliged to obey your every command? There's no need for you to speak so disparagingly of yourself. I never thought that way. Shin Jueju frowned with displeasure. Disparaging? Huh. Shin Jueju, you're so full of yourself. Can't you even tell sarcasm? I said I hate you. Stop bothering me. Tang Qiaoer's eyes reddened as she tried to pull her hand from his tight grip. But Shin Jueju was stubborn to the core. The more she struggled, the tighter he held on, completely oblivious to the concept of being gentle with women. Ah, Tang Qiaoer let out a soft whimper of pain. She clutched her forearm with her left hand, shoulders hunched, beads of sweat glistening on her delicate forehead. Only then did Shinju realize what had happened and hurriedly released his grip. Looking down at his palm, his pupils contracted sharply at the unmistakable circle of bloodstains left behind. The spot he had just touched was precisely her wound. In his hurry to take her away, he'd forgotten she still had untreated injuries on her wrist. It was his carelessness. I'm taking you to the infirmary for bandaging now. Shin Jingjue's voice was thick and hoarse, his gaze heavy. Leave immediately, or I'll call the police. Tang Qiaoer retreated angrily. Bai Xiaoxiao. Piss off. Tang Qiaoer couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger. Her heart ached just like her wounded hand. They had been married for 3 years, during which the man remained indifferent towards her, not even touching her with a finger. Now that they were divorced, he came pestering her, even getting handsy, and no longer acting distant. The irony couldn't be more bitter. Shin Jueju's soul trembled at her roar, his elegant and exquisite face instantly frosting over with glacial coldness. You're telling me to get out? When you were desperately insisting on marrying me and becoming my wife, where was this defiance then? Because I loved you back then. Tang Qiaoer's eyes blazed crimson, her furious laughter cutting like a knife. Shin Jueju felt a sharp pain in his chest, his breathing turning heavy. When I loved you, you could do anything to me. Now that I don't love you anymore, everything will vanish. Do you really still delude yourself into thinking you can enjoy the same devotion I once gave you after the divorce? Without Shin Jueju, without my love, you're worth nothing. Tang Qiaoer tilted her chin up defiantly and turned away without a trace of reluctance, ready to leave. Bai Xiaoxiao, do you really think I'd seek you out if it weren't for Grandpa? Do you have any idea how much he misses you? How worried he's been since he couldn't reach you? Shin Jingjue's eyes also reddened, retorting with mutual resentment in his voice. You keep claiming you want to honor Grandpa, and now what? Going back on your word? Thinking he's old and confused, easy for you to deceive? Tang Qiaoer's breath hitched, her fists tightening. Grandpa was undeniably the one concern she couldn't get past, the stubborn tether still linking her to Shin Jingjue. Tang Qiaoer was a woman of her word, someone who would walk through fire to keep a promise. She had vowed to stay with her grandfather until his birthday passed before filing for divorce, and she wouldn't dream of going back on that promise. Even if this process is unbearably agonizing, I'm not going back on my word. I'll find time to visit Grandpa in the next couple of days. Now, what? Come with me to see Grandfather now. The old man hasn't slept soundly for 5 days. Without seeing you, he can't even eat dinner properly. Shinjuren seemed to have reached his limit of tolerance, every breath laced with agitation. Don't let him down, Bai Xiaoxiao. Eventually, Tang Qiaoer relented. Back when she took care of Shin Nanhuai at the convalescent home, her motives hadn't been pure. At that time, she hadn't dared hope to marry Shinjuren. She only wanted to do something for him, to create more opportunities to see the man she loved. Over time, as they spent day and night together, she genuinely grew fond of this adorable, sweet-scented old man. Although Shin Nanhuai was advanced in years, his hearing and vision remained sharp, and his wisdom profound. Even when he wasn't physically present at the Shin Corporation, he still remotely supervised major decisions. Whenever he stepped in to offer guidance, his insights never failed to enlighten the younger generations of the Shin family like a beam of wisdom piercing through clouds. By staying close to the old master, Tang Qiaoer also secretly absorbed many valuable skills. She assimilated all she learned and shared it with her eldest brother, even applying these lessons practically when managing hotels. Thus, Grandpa wasn't just family to her, he was her mentor. Shin Jingjue accompanied Tang Qiaoer to the infirmary. The doctor happened to be absent, so she deftly took out iodine and gauze to bandage herself. Let me, the man said coldly, stepping closer. She dodged irritably, her expression icy. No need. Shin Jingjue was equally stubborn, either he wouldn't interfere at all, or he'd see things through to the end. So he grabbed her delicate little hand firmly with a domineering tone. Bai Xiaoxiao, be good. Tang Qiaoer suddenly froze as a cool sensation spread from her wrist. Shin Jingjue carefully applied medicine to her wound, the cotton swab dabbing lightly like a dragonfly skimming water. His long, slightly upturned lashes lowered as the blue-green veins on his distinctively bony wrist subtly surfaced against his cold fair skin, creating a strikingly beautiful contrast. Fate plays cruel tricks. Some people put on alluring airs, while others simply stand there quietly, exuding natural charm. Shin Jueju maintained his composure as he carefully examined the injuries on her hand. Her hand felt far rougher than he'd imagined, yet soft as cotton fluff. delicate and fair, yet her fingertips bore thin calluses that carried a weathered quality utterly mismatched with her youthful age. Suddenly, a tingling electric current surged through Shinjueju's neural pathways from the depths of his mind. Uncontrollably, his vision filled with hazy moonlight, dancing curtains, and entwined silhouettes bathed in sensual allure. All unfamiliar scenes, yet suffused with hauntingly familiar sensations. Shinjueju steadied himself with a deep breath, his throat moving visibly with the effort. He'd never entertained such thoughts about Jin and Rue. How then could they surface now for his ex-wife, the woman who constantly challenged his temper? This shameful craving baffled him. Unreasonable. Tang Qiaoer felt the scorching heat radiating from his fingertips, which sent a surge of warmth through her heart, prompting her to instinctively pull her hand back. Enough. Wrap the bandage. The man refused to relent, tightening his grip on her delicate hand with his fingertips. His eyes glistened slightly as he sneered coldly. Have you been digging coal these past few days? Your fingers are so rough, covered in calluses. Nope, I was shoveling manure, Tang Qiaoer replied, knowing full well the man was fastidious and deliberately trying to disgust him. By Xiao, can you speak properly for once? Shen Jingju's sharp eyebrows knitted together in annoyance. What I said was perfectly human. If you can't understand it, that just means we're not the same species. Tang Qiaoer tilted her delicate nose, her eyes narrowing into sly crescents as she smirked with mischief and defiance. Shen Jingjue felt a dark flame flicker in his chest. This woman, now that she had powerful backing, grew increasingly brazen. And yet, he found it thrilling. Had they not divorced, he'd never have known Bai Xiaoxiao could be this whimsically cunning. Though Tang Qiaoer's injury was minor, Shinju's movements were deft and precise, handling it with practiced ease. Years of living in luxury hadn't turned him into a useless person who could only make money. She'd had her third brother investigate his records. This man had consistently ranked either first or second in every subject during his military academy days. On rare occasions when there was competition for the top spot, the only one who could rival him was her fourth brother, Bai Jinfei. Truth be told, in terms of temperament and strategic depth, he was better suited to be a spy than fourth brother, and could even handle third brother's position. But as the son of the Shin family, the only path ultimately available to him was to become the Shin group's heir. Yet after retiring from military service and turning to business, Shin Jueju managed to carve out his own remarkable career. A rare talent, almost legendary. Pity that while others envied him, he turned a blind eye. A lifetime of distinction, ruined by that gold-digging swamp, Jin and Rue. Tang Qiaoer's lips curled in a cold smirk. Fine then, if he wants to wallow in filth, so be it. She wanted to stay as far away from him as possible, fragrant and beautiful all on her own. The two arrived at the parking lot. Tang Qiaoer was just about to get into her Bugatti when Shen Jingjue suddenly called out to her. Where are you going? Where else? To get my car. Get in my car. Shin Jueju's tone left no room for argument, cold and unyielding. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze, and a good woman doesn't ride in an ex-husband's car. See ya. Tang Qiaoer casually waved her hand, but before she could react, Shin Jueju yanked the car door open, hooked his arm around her waist, thrust her inside, and slammed the door shut. Hey, what are you doing? Kidnapping? Tang Qiaoer's face flushed crimson with panic as she slapped the car door in protest. I don't trust you, Bai Xiaoxiao. Shin Jingjue leaned his left arm against the car roof, his towering frame bending down as he locked eyes with her from outside the vehicle. His narrowed star-like eyes gleamed with eerie depth, watching her like a caged bird with no chance of escape. You're full of schemes, so I have to guard against you. Chapter 55, Unlocking the Ex-Wife's Skills Again. Throughout the journey, Tang Qiaoer sat side by side with Shin Juezho, her gaze fixed out the window without sparing him a single glance. Every inch of her radiated rejection toward him. Shin Jueju's ink dark eyes glanced at her. Several times he wanted to speak but found the words stuck in his throat. Shin Nanhuai's private villa nestled in the moonlit bay of Xingjing, surrounded by mountains on all sides, secluded and tranquil, a true retreat hidden within the bustling city. Grandfather, I've come to see you. Tang Qiaoer's gloomy expression vanished the moment she stepped through the door, her radiant smile curved like a crescent moon, her clear voice as melodious as a nightingale song. Actually, she felt vaguely uneasy about the bracelet incident, having steeled herself for quite some time before daring to enter. Xiaoxiao's here? My dear child, I've missed you to death. Shen Nanhuai was wheeled out by Secretary Su. At the sight of his granddaughter-in-law, the old man's spirits, flagging for days, instantly perked up, his eyebrows nearly leaping with joy. Little girl, where have you been romping about these past few days? Have you abandoned me? Have you stopped loving me? Shen Nanhuai gripped Tang Qiaoer's little hand tightly, immediately showering her with 3 affectionate questions in a row. Shin Jingjue's lips twitched in displeasure at the corner. He thought to himself, this old man truly remained a flirt even at 80, speaking so improperly. At 18 he must have been utterly wild. Even Horushi would probably have to call him the Grandmaster. Grandpa, I've been busy with work recently and even went on a business trip, so I didn't get to contact you. It's my fault, please scold me quickly. Tang Qiao crouched down, flashing an obedient, sweet smile. How could I ever bear to scold you, silly girl? Just seeing you makes me happy. Go on, Shen Nanhuai glared at Shen Jingjue. If it weren't for some heartless, blind, and foolish brat muddying the waters, I could have seen my precious granddaughter-in-law every day. No need to go through all this trouble. Tang Xiao's smile was bitter, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Jueju's expression darkened. He knew he shouldn't have come tonight. Showing up was just asking to be caught in the crossfire. Xiao, I've just acquired a new painting and haven't shown it to anyone else yet. I saved the first look for you. Shen Nanhuai eagerly took Tang Xiao's hand as they walked toward the study. So you actually want me to appraise it for you? Tang Xiao smirked, her dimples faintly showing. Haha, you caught me. Standing behind Tang Xiao, Shen Jingjue suddenly stiffened in silent shock. For 3 years of marriage, he never knew she had such a sharp tongue, could race cars, practice calligraphy, do tailoring, let alone appraise antiques. How could one person possibly possess so many skills simultaneously? He couldn't believe it. So he wanted to see for himself. On the sandalwood desk in the study, Secretary Su, already wearing white gloves, carefully unfurled a painting before the three of them. Xiao, this is the new piece Grandpa just acquired. Come help me take a look, Shen Nanhuai said with eager anticipation. Yes, Grandpa. Tang Qiao stood gracefully before the painting. Picking up a magnifying glass, she bent forward with one hand behind her back, carefully examining the artwork. Shen Jingjue noticed her studious demeanor. While his expression remained impassive, the corners of his lips lifted imperceptibly. Beneath her exquisite and beautiful exterior seemed to dwell the soul of a septuagenarian scholar, an oddly amusing contrast. Shen Nanhuai noticed the bracelet on Tang Qiao's left wrist, a flicker crossing his eyes, yet the benevolent smile on his face remained unchanged. This is Temples Amidst Clearing Peaks, by the 5 Dynasties and early Song master painter Li Qing, Tang Qiao remarked, her lips curving with unmistakable confidence in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Nanhuai nodded with an approving smile. Shenju narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly approached the painting, moving closer to her as well. The temple in Misty Mountains bears the seal of the Northern Song Imperial Court's seal of the Secretariat. Though there are no records to confirm it as Li Cheng's authentic work, the curved forms of the clustered trees are characteristic of Li Cheng's distinctive style. The brushwork is exquisite, the spirit and charm outstanding, the misty forests vast and serene. Tang Qiao spoke softly yet knowledgeably about the painting's merits, her appreciation profound as if reciting treasured family heirlooms. Shen Jueju listened intently, his gaze unconsciously deepening as it lingered on her profile. However, Grandpa, I must regretfully inform you that this piece isn't an authentic Song Dynasty original. It's a later imitation passed down through generations, though the brushwork does capture Li Cheng's distinctive style quite well, because the genuine article is hanging in Old Wan's private studio. Ha. What? Oh dear, sigh. Wrong again. Shen Nanhuai sighed with sincere dismay, looking every bit like a crestfallen old child. Tang Qiao lightly lifted her eyelids only to collide directly with Shen Jingjue's overly intense, scorching gaze. She froze momentarily before hurriedly lowering her head, her delicate face half hidden within silken black tresses. Though she struggled to suppress it, her almond-shaped eyes still faintly betrayed a trace of lingering bashfulness. Shen Jingjue felt his chest constrict as an inexplicable warmth crept into his breath. At that moment, his phone vibrated against his chest. Shen Jueju took it out for a look, then strode out with his long legs to take the call. In the hallway, Shen Jueju leaned against the wall, staring at the name Rower on the screen with an inscrutable gaze before answering. Brother Jueju, are you still mad at me? Before the man could respond, Jin Enru's tearful voice poured through the line. No, the man replied without a hint of emotion. Yet Kim Eun-young distinctly sensed his anger hadn't subsided. Then could you come see me? I've missed you so much, Jingjue Appa. I've been losing sleep every night thinking about you. Kim Eun-young rushed to confess, her voice dripping with sticky sweet affection. Not tonight. I need to accompany grandfather. You're at Grandpa's place? Then I'll come to Grandpa's house to find you. Didn't you say before that you'd often take me to show filial piety in front of Grandpa, so he could accept me? I just happened to make your favorite chestnut pastries. The ones we secretly ate together sitting at the alley entrance when we were kids. I'll bring some for Grandpa too, let the old man taste my cooking. Jin Enru's tone was the picture of virtuous gentleness. Rower, tonight really isn't a good time. Hearing her mention their childhood, Shen Jingjue's heart softened, and his voice grew gentler. Bai Xiao is at Grandpa's place right now. It wouldn't be good if you came and ran into her. You know how much Grandpa likes her. Are you with Bai Xiao right now? Jin Enru's voice trembled violently. Yes, grandfather has been looking for her these past few days. For grandfather's sake, I brought her here. Was it really grandfather who wanted to see her? Or was it you who wanted to see her, brother Jingjue? Jin Enru's eyes welled up again, resentment surging beneath the surface. No, don't overthink it. Shin Jingjue's throat felt parched. Does that woman have no shame at all? Why does she keep haunting us even after the divorce? It must be her secretly sowing discord between me and Grandpa, using Grandpa to suppress me. How utterly shameless can she be? Kim Eunwoo gritted her teeth with hatred. Shin Jingjue massaged his throbbing temples and let out a sigh. In the study, Tang Xiao'er couldn't help but feel her heart flutter as she recalled the deep gaze Shin Jingjue had fixed upon her earlier. Damn it, what's she blushing for? How utterly pathetic. Shinju's eyes were naturally seductive peach blossom eyes, probably even looked at a toilet with that same tender affection. Xiao Xiao, Shen Nanhui suddenly called out to her. Yes, Grandpa. Tang Xiao'er snapped out of her thoughts, responding with a radiant, artful smile. It seems you truly cherish the jade bracelet Grandpa gave you. You've been wearing it all this time. Tang Xiao'er's heart pounded violently, her thoughts swirling into chaos as if her throat had been filled with concrete. Grandfather, wear it with care. While it takes 10 years for a person to nourish jade, jade will nurture you for a lifetime. Shen Nanhui smiled benevolently. Yesterday I asked old Su to organize your grandmother's jewelry collection. We found several fine jade pieces you should take with you when you leave today. Keep them as treasures for your future. Grandpa is getting old. Today he takes off his shoes and socks, unsure if he'll ever wear them again. I once thought Jingju could take care of you for a lifetime, but now it seems that boy isn't reliable after all. Fooled by greed, he's just like his worthless father, utterly shameless. Grandpa hopes you'll have peace and good fortune, but if you ever face real hardship, these jade pieces are enough to secure your livelihood for the rest of your days. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Shen Nanhui froze in shock. The man who had once commanded storms now stood utterly at a loss. Tang Xiao Xiao stood before him, head bowed as if in apology, her slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Her reddened eyes brimmed with tears that clung to her long lashes like overripe fruit before falling, drop by drop. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. Tang Xiao'er thought of how she had concealed her identity to stay by Shin Jingjue's side, of all the kindness Grandpa had shown her over the years, and of how she'd failed to protect the jade bracelet he'd given her. Overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, she wept uncontrollably, guilt pouring out in unstoppable tears as she wailed without care for appearances. Oh dear, why the tears? Don't cry, child. Shen Nanhui grew terribly distressed, hurriedly pulling out his ever-present handkerchief to dry her cheeks. Shin Jueju, standing outside the door, also heard the cries and quickly turned his head to look toward the study. Watching his ex-wife sob uncontrollably, her face drenched in tears, he was startled. His heart clenched suddenly, and he almost dropped his phone. Chapter 56, Xiao'er's Tears, Stars in the Sky. On the other end of the line, Jin Enru was also crying. She knew Grandpa dislikes me, yet she used him against me. How could her methods be so despicable? Shin Jueju's dark eyes were stunned, completely failing to grasp her words. The woman before him was crying in a manner utterly devoid of grace, yet he could sense her genuine heartbreak, every tear falling with heartbreaking poignancy. Child, what on earth happened? Don't frighten Grandpa like this. Shen Nanhui had weathered countless storms, yet this young woman's tears had him completely rattled. Tang Xiao'er sobbed uncontrollably. Grandpa, the bracelet. I broke the bracelet. These past days, I've tried everything to fix it, but nothing worked. So I thought maybe I could make an identical one. I just didn't want you to be upset if you found out. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I lied to you. I'm so sorry. Tang Xiao'er cried until her small frame was heaving with sobs, the back of her hand soaked through with tears. Truly, nothing could be more pitiful. Shin Jingjue listened intermittently to these tearful words, his entire body trembling with shock. At last, he understood what she had been doing during these days of disappearance. And finally, he realized why her delicate fingertips were covered in thin calluses. It had all been to restore that bracelet given to her by her grandfather. Suddenly, he felt those crystal-clear teardrops searing into his heart, bitterness and sorrow spreading through him in fine, intricate patterns. Emma, my child, it's such a small matter. Shen Nanhui's heart ached as he held Tang Xiao'er's small hand, torn between laughter and tears. Actually, the moment you walked in, I could tell the bracelet you were wearing wasn't the one I gave you. I guessed it might have broken or something, otherwise our filial Xiao Xiao would never go without wearing it. But Grandpa truly doesn't blame you in the slightest. Your grandmother had so many of these jade bracelets, she's got a whole chest full. I originally wanted to give you all of them, but feared you wouldn't accept. That's why I chose the one with the finest jade for you, and spun that whole story just so you'd take it. Your grandma used to joke with me, saying these things were nothing but a burden. She even told me if she ever kicked the bucket, I shouldn't let all these jingly-jangly things follow her. She hated how they took up space. Tang Xiao'er's face, which had scrunched up like a tearful little pouch, relaxed slightly at these words, yet her eyes remained brimming with tears, and the tip of her nose stayed flushed red. Shinjueju, damn you, Shinjueju, where the hell have you crawled off to? Shin Nanhui slammed his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. You brat, hurry up and come comfort your wife. Jin Enru anxiously called out, Brother Jingjue, don't go yet, I haven't finished talking to you. I have something to deal with here. We'll talk later. With those words, Shin Jingjue decisively hung up the phone. On the other end, Jin Enru stared at the darkened screen, panting furiously, her face turning the color of eggplant with suppressed rage. By Xiao, you wretched woman, hussy, seductress, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Jin Enru frantically dialed Qin Shu's number. Auntie, please save me. That bitch by Xiao is with Jingjue Gij at Grandpa's place right now. Jin Enru sobbed uncontrollably. If this continues, Jingjue Gij will be stolen by her. Before, he would come running to me even through thorn and thistle whenever I called. He hung up on me before I even finished speaking. If that's not a change of heart, then what is? Auntie, if I can't marry into the Shin family, I won't be able to help you anymore. All the skills you've taught me will go to waste. Jin Enru knew that just complaining wouldn't be enough. She had to drag Qin Shu into this, make her feel her own interests were threatened. Only then would she genuinely help devise a plan. Don't panic, roar. You should know Jingjue's temperament well after all these years. You can't pressure him or rush things. That would backfire like last time. After all, he still holds a grudge over how you framed by Xiao. Even if he feels guilty toward you and remembers the kindness you showed him as a child, this bond can't endure being worn down again and again, Qin Shu said with calm rationality. Then, what should I do? Jin Enru asked frantically. Pretend to be pitiful, act miserable, but make sure it strikes a chord in Jingjue's heart. Qin Shu let out a sinister, icy chuckle. With your aunt on your side, how could Bai Xiao, a discarded woman, possibly compete against you? She'd need another 100 years of training starting from the womb before she'd stand a chance. Shinjueju's tall and graceful figure hurried into the study. Grandpa, I'm here. Are you deaf, you brat? Can't you hear Xiao crying? If I didn't call you, would you just not come over? Shin Nanhui berated his grandson with a torrent of harsh words. As long as baby Xiao is happy, Shin Jingjue wouldn't even mind performing chest-smashing boulders for her. No. Shin Jueju responded and walked over to Tang Qiaoer, stealing a glance at her without a trace of expression. Her moonlit face was streaked with two glistening tears, like dewdrops on delicate flowers. Her dark hair partially veiled her stunningly beautiful cheeks, making her rosy lips and pearly teeth stand out even more, exuding an air of fragile vulnerability. Tang Qiaoer felt somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks flushing with humiliation. Between the fluttering of her long lashes, a teardrop trembled and fell like a tiny star descending to earth. Shin Jueju's thoughts momentarily scattered, his chest tightening with each flutter of her delicate lashes. Brat, hurry up and apologize to your wife, Shin Nanhui scolded impatiently. Why me? She's not crying because of me. Shin Jingjue frowned in confusion. Shin Nanhui's eyes blazed with anger. Because Xiao is your woman. If your woman's crying, should this old man be the one comforting her for you? Don't you have a mouth? Grandpa, Jingjue and I are already divorced. I'm not. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. He hasn't done you a single good deed in these 3 years. This apology is long overdue. Shin Nanhui's expression darkened at the word divorce, feeling more heartache than if it were his own marriage crumbling. Damn fool with piss for brains. If you don't fix things with Xiao today, don't you dare call yourself my grandson Shin Nanhui ever again. Shin Jingjue pressed his thin lips together before finally murmuring in a low voice, I'm sorry. Tang Xiao blinked her red-rimmed almond eyes, her heart pounding violently. In my memory, this was the first time the man had ever apologized to her. Unfortunately, it lacked sincerity. Bow again, Shin Nanhui said. Is this really necessary? Shin Jingjue's eyebrow twitched violently. Not making you kneel on broken pottery is already merciful. Back when I had to apologize to your grandmother, I had to both offer apologies and bow with folded hands. Full sincerity was required. Xiao is the apple of my eye, and I won't tolerate you treating her with anything less. Hurry up. Utterly cornered by the old man, Shin Jueju had no choice. He lowered his gaze, took half a step back, pressed his palms together, left hand over right, and bowed deeply to Tang Xiao. Miss Tang, please accept my apologies. Shin offers his sincerest regrets. The scene before them was like something straight out of an opera, the elegant gentleman and the exquisite beauty, causing Shin Nanhui's lips to curl upward uncontrollably. Is this what people mean by the joy of shipping couples? Tang Qiaoer's cheeks flushed crimson as her sobs gradually subsided. Watching his earnest and overly courteous demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Honestly, seeing Shin Jingjue bow his head to her, whether genuine or not, gave her immense secret satisfaction. Just as Shin Jingjue was about to stand up, Shin Nanhui barked another order. Xiao Xiao hasn't permitted you to rise yet, keep bowing. Only when Xiao Xiao grants her golden approval can you straighten up. Yet 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Tang Qiao'er still didn't react. This woman was clearly doing it on purpose. Only when she saw the veins at Shin Jueju's temples begin to throb did Tang Qiao'er sniff softly and say in a gentle voice, "Grandpa, it really wasn't Jueju's fault in the first place. Please don't make things difficult for him." Shin Jueju's handsome face looked about ready to collapse onto the floor. "By Xiao Xiao, you sure know how to accept kindness with a show of reluctance. How impressive." Yet seeing her almond eyes swollen red like peaches, he found his anger inexplicably fading. At dinner time, Tang Qiao'er personally wheeled Shin Manhwa into the dining room, with Shin Jueju accompanying them by their side. A table laden with exquisite delicacies, all prepared by grandfather especially for her. Yet barely had they taken their seats when Han Xian hurried in with a troubled expression, leaning close to Shin Jueju's shoulder as if to whisper something. "Whatever you have to say it openly." Shin Nanhuai detested these whispering games most of all. With an authoritative expression, he declared, "We're all family here, no need for secrets. Especially not at my dining table." "Oh dear." Han Xian looked at Shinju with a troubled expression. "Just say it here," Shinju ordered indifferently. "Yes, President Shin." Han Xian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Just now, I received a call from Madam. She heard you were at Mr. Shin's place and didn't dare disturb you, so she contacted me first and asked me to pass on a message for her." "Humph, at least that woman knows her place." Shin Nanhuai's expression darkened at the mention of Qin Shu. "The madam said the test results are back for Miss Kim. She's been diagnosed with severe depression." Chapter 57, Bit by Bit, Her Feelings. "What?" Shinju's pupils contracted violently, his chopsticks clattering to the floor. Seeing Shinju's panicked reaction for Jin and Ru, Tang Qiao'er felt her heart grow cold and sink heavily. Miss Kim was crying uncontrollably at home just now, constantly calling out your name in a highly unstable emotional state. Her mother begged you to go check on her, saying she's afraid Miss Kim might do something extreme. Before Han Xian could finish speaking, Shin Jingjue abruptly rose from his seat and stormed out of the dining room. "That damned bastard. If you dare go to that Kim family girl, I'll never acknowledge you as my grandson again." Shin Nanhuai pounded the table in fury. But it was already too late. Shin Jingjue's haughty, noble figure had vanished from sight. Alas, alas, what a misfortune for our family. In my lifetime, I've turned the tide through storms innumerable times, yet I've exhausted all means without being able to change Jingjue's mind. It's all because I'm useless. Shin Nanhuai beat his chest in frustration. Towards this wonderful granddaughter-in-law, he felt nothing but guilt. Tang Xiao'er's eyes were misty with emotion. She smiled faintly and placed her cool palm over the aged back of her grandfather's hand. "Grandfather, please don't say that. What you've done for me is already more than enough. It's just that Jingjue and I weren't meant to be." Outside the villa, Shin Jueju anxiously prepared to get into his car. "Mr. Shen." He abruptly halted and turned back, seeing Bai Xiaoxiao chasing after him under the bright lights, her clear eyes tinged with red flickering with a chilling gleam. Somehow, a pang of bitter remorse welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, she cut in first. "Tonight your sister falsely accused my hotel employee, causing that girl to have an epileptic seizure. Please convey this to Miss Shin III when you return. I won't let this go. She must give that girl an explanation." Shin Jingjue's brow furrowed deeply. He never expected her to chase after him just to say this. Thus, the faint anticipation in the man's eyes instantly darkened. "Though Shin Bailu is my sister, her private affairs have never been my concern. So President Shin considers this a private matter? Well, now I understand." With those words, Tang Xiao'er curled her lips in a frosty smile and turned to walk into the villa, sparing Shinju not another glance. An inexplicable discomfort gripped Shinju suddenly, leaving him chilled to the core. Was she mocking him? That night, Shin Jueju went to visit Jin and Ru, who was supposedly suffering from severe depression. He didn't leave the Jin family's residence until the wee hours, dragging his utterly exhausted body home. Even though, because of Bai Xiaoxiao, he had developed some reservations about Jin and Ru. The moment he saw her severe depression diagnosis report, the most hidden and tender corners of his heart were still stirred. Depression was a knot in his heart he could never untie. "President Shen, there's a minor situation, would you like it handled?" Han Xian hesitated while holding his phone. Shin Jueju rested his eyes with them closed. The video of third young miss insulting that female hotel staff has been uploaded online. Public relations detected it promptly and is concerned it may affect the Shin Corporation's image, so they're asking for your instructions. Delete it. Shin Jueju's thin lips parted as he slightly narrowed his eyes. Shin Bailu's personal matters shouldn't escalate to affect the group's standing. Delete everything thoroughly. Yes, President Shen. Returning to the villa, Shin Jueju had just descended the stairs when he saw Mama Wu emerge in her pajamas, her face full of concern. "Mama Wu, Didn't I say you don't need to wait up for me anymore? When I'm busy, there's no telling when I'll return. A rare warmth surged in Shin Jueju's heart. Ever since childhood, Mama Wu had always been this way. Unless he explicitly stated he wouldn't return, she would wait for him like a mother awaiting her child's homecoming. But Aunt Wu grew older and gradually couldn't keep up the late nights anymore. So over the past 3 years, Bai Xiaoxiao took over the responsibility of looking after Shin Jueju from her, dutifully waiting every night to see him return before going to sleep. Jingju, have you eaten? I saved some food for you. It's still warm. Just realized, could you try going to bed a little earlier next time? Your frequent headaches are also related to staying up late. Only by balancing both internal and external factors will you truly recover. I realized, you don't want to hear it, but even if you scold me, I'll still say it. Because I want you to be healthy and don't want you to fall ill. You say not to wait, and I shouldn't? Am I just a servant then, not family? Nanny Wu sighed with a mix of reproach and regret. Ah, how good it would be if the young mistress were still here. This old woman could save some effort. She truly cared for you with unwavering devotion for 3 long years. I watched with my own eyes as the young mistress's delicate, porcelain-like face grew sallow and worn out because of you after she married. Just thinking about it breaks my heart. Young master, it's your misfortune. Shin Jingju's vision blurred momentarily, and before his eyes flashed Bai Xiaoxiao's large, clear eyes, innocent like a fawn's yet brimming with a hint of grievance. Such concern would never come again. To say he felt no loss at all would be a lie. Bai Xiaoxiao wasn't my blessing, she was my calamity. Shin Juejia returned to the bedroom with a gloomy expression, only to spot a box placed on the coffee table. Recognizing it as the tailor's package, he realized the clothes must have been repaired and eagerly moved forward to unpack it. Inside the box lay the high-quality suit, resting quietly. The lining had been renewed, and at first glance, the surface showed almost no visible stitching, a testament to truly superb craftsmanship. A satisfied smile gradually spread to Shin Jueji's eyes and brows. You still care about the young madam in your heart, don't you, young master? Asked Wu Ma with delight when she saw him lost in thought while staring at the clothes. The item isn't wrong, after all, it represents considerable effort. Let's not waste it, Shin Jueji replied coldly, his fingertips brushing over the crisp, immaculate collar. The young madam has poured far more than just this into you, Wu Ma sighed. Aunt Wu sighed softly, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Come with me. The two arrived at the room Bai Xiaoxiao once occupied. With practiced ease, Aunt Wu opened the wardrobe door in the furthest corner. Young master, look. Before them stood a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe, its shelves meticulously arranged with boxes of various sizes, each neatly stacked and showcasing an array of colorful packaging. Shin Jueju was momentarily stunned. What is this? These are all the gifts the young madam prepared for you over the past 3 years. Shin Jueju was as if struck by lightning, his broad shoulders trembling violently. Here are your birthday gift, Valentine's Day gift, wedding anniversary gift. The young mistress also said there's a gift inside commemorating the day you first met. Even on the most insignificant days, as long as it was related to you, she would prepare a gift for you. Even though she knew you never cared for these gestures, she stubbornly put her heart into preparing them, as if trying to give herself closure. Shin Jingju's pupils constricted, his chest filled with a suffocating ache. I can't say what Miss Kim's feelings for you are, but the young mistress truly loved you with all her heart. Don't say this old woman is favoring one over the other. In this lifetime, I'll always stand by the young mistress's side. None of those Kim women or any other socialite could ever compare in my eyes. Aunt Wu's anger boiled over at the thought of Jean and Ru's affected mannerisms. Young master, though I'm just a servant, I'm not completely in the dark. I heard the necklace you gave Miss Jean appeared at an auction. Did the Jean family sell it off? After all the trouble you went through to make that necklace for Miss Jean, they just sold it like that? Didn't Miss Jean try to stop them? Aunt Wu, can we not talk about this? Shinju's deep voice carried a warning as he tried to cut her off. Don't you know how much young madam loved that necklace? Don't you know she cried tears of envy when she heard you were giving it to Miss Jean? Aunt Wu's trembling voice rose slightly, as if she were beating a drum of injustice for Bai Xiaoxiao. Shinju was struck dumb, his knuckles whitening as they clenched tightly. She actually cried? That woman, secretly shed tears over not getting a necklace? Aunt Wu took out an exquisite brocade box from the cabinet and opened it right before his eyes. In an instant, Shinju's blood ran cold as his eyes widened in shock. Every single item inside belonged to him, things even he himself had forgotten about. The crystal cufflinks he'd accidentally lost, the ties he'd discarded, the lighter he hadn't used in ages, she had carefully collected them all. If it were Madame, went unsaid, she would never treat your gifts lightly. She's the kind of person who would secretly preserve even the ties you threw away. She would never trample on your feelings like this. Rower doesn't know about the necklace being sold off. If she knew, she'd never allow the Kim family to do this. Shinju gritted his teeth, his chest filled with bitterness that threatened to rise up his throat. He couldn't tell whether he was making excuses for himself or for Kim Eun-ro. There's a saying in our village that rings true, you can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Nanny Wu shook her head in disappointment, sighing as she walked away, leaving Shinju standing there stiffly, his heart overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It turned out that during those 3 years of marriage, her virtue, gentleness, and generosity were all in act. It wasn't that she lacked temper, didn't care, or felt no jealousy. She had simply gritted her teeth and swallowed all the bitterness and sorrow alone. But when she had cared so deeply before, how did all that vanish without a trace from her icy gaze? Shinju clenched his teeth, his sharply defined jawline taut with tension, his frosty brows and eyes brimming with unwillingness. Chapter 58, The Marriage Can End, But Not the Pride. The morning sun was gentle and warm. Tang Qiao woke up in her plush bed, lazily arching her petite bottom under the covers as she stretched her slender, jade-like arms forward, looking every bit like a drowsy little kitten. She put on her pure white athletic wear and, as usual, went to paddle her single kayak on the lake in the backyard. Lin Su had already freshened up and was standing on the shore, holding a water bottle in his left hand and draping a clean towel over his right arm, waiting for the young mistress to come ashore. All videos of Shin Bailu insulting our hotel staff have been thoroughly scrubbed from the internet, and keyword searches yield nothing now. Lin Su handed the white towel to Tang Qiao and thoughtfully opened the water bottle for her. Although there's some discussion at the moment, it will be quickly repressed. It likely won't gain much traction. Of course, the Shin Corporation's PR and legal teams are second to none in Xinjiang, and they've all been brought under Shin Jingjua's command. Tang Qiao wiped the beads of sweat trickling down her rosy cheeks, breathing lightly. So, it was Shin Jingjue who ordered the deletion? Lin Su's eyes widened. Tang Qiao tossed her silky hair back, tilting her head to drink with pure delight, yet her expression remained unfathomably shadowed. The porcelain white curve of her swan-like neck traced an alluring arc, merely drinking water, yet it sent Lin Su's heart fluttering uncontrollably. Seeking profit and avoiding harm, exquisitely self-serving. That's Shinjueju nowadays. Tang Qiao wiped the water droplets from her lips with the back of her hand, smiling self-deprecatingly. If I'd first met him in the business world, nothing on earth could have made me fall for this man. Wrong time, wrong person. Her love for Shinjueju could be summed up in one idiom, utter disillusionment. So, how do you plan to strike back next? Tang Qiao's seemingly innocent, almond-shaped eyes, akin to those of a bewitching fox spirit with a millennium of cultivation, glistened with intelligence as they darted about. In that moment, a cunning scheme took shape within her sharp mind. That girl hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet, right? First, I'll inspect the hotel and attend meetings. Then, you'll accompany me to visit her at the hospital to check on her condition. Hours later, at Tang Hospital, the girl had been transferred to a regular ward. Seeing the esteemed general manager personally visiting her, she hurriedly tried to get up from the hospital bed to greet her, full of trepidation. Tang Qiao quickly stepped forward to stop her and smiled warmly. Just lie down, don't be nervous, Xiaoyun. You've just recovered, your health comes first. Miss Tang, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. The girl named Xiaoyun lowered her head in extreme shame. I didn't know I had this illness. I wasn't hiding anything. I truly had no idea it would come to this. It's all my fault. I've checked your medical records. This is your first episode, and you genuinely didn't have this symptom before. It doesn't count as concealing your condition, so don't blame yourself. Tang Qiao offered a faint smile. Please deduct the hospitalization fees from my salary. No need. This counts as a work-related injury. The hotel will cover it. President Tang, thank you. Xiaoyun was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. I came here today to ask you something. Tang Qiao straightened her expression, her voice clear and gentle yet subdued. What do you plan to do about Shin Bailu? Shin Bailu is the heiress of the Shin Corporation. Who am I to oppose her? Insignificant and powerless, what can I possibly do? Besides, I saw online that all the videos were suppressed this morning. It seems even the right to speak out through the media is denied to common people like us. Xiaoyun lowered her head in despair. The Shin family won't give you this authority, but I will. Tang Qiao narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her crimson lips parting elegantly as each word she spoke carried unmistakable weight. Xiaoyun gaped in astonishment. Why you mean to? If you want Shin Bailu to apologize to you, we'll have to escalate this matter further. It'll inevitably affect your life to some extent. So I came to ask for your opinion. After all, you're the one involved. Although I'm your boss, I can't disregard your feelings and handle this arbitrarily. Tang Qiao spoke calmly. I want Shin Bailu to apologize to me, even if it's just privately. No private settlements. I only want this handled publicly. Tang Qiao was always concise and never wasted words. You want her to apologize to me publicly? How is that possible? Xiaoyun gaped in disbelief. Xiaoyun, Shin Bailu would never settle this privately with you. She dared to humiliate you in front of so many people. There's no way she'll apologize to you. Lin Su said gently. However, if we force her into the public eye, she'll have no choice but to apologize. President Tang, and no, forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for the hotel. Xiaoyun shook her head in panic at the suggestion. Don't be afraid. If Shen Bailu dares to retaliate, she'll only be digging her own grave. Besides, half my reason for doing this is my own consideration. Tang Qiaoer's eyes brimmed with laughter, yet a silent fire of competitiveness burned within them. If you agree, leave this matter to me. I won't let my employees suffer grievances in vain. Shen Jingjue wants to suppress this? Not a chance. The marriage could end, but the young miss shall never concede defeat. Exiting the ward, Tang Qiaoer slipped her sunglasses back on, veiling the smoldering determination in her gaze. Then she dialed her fourth brother's phone. Little sis, you've finally realized your conscience and graced me with your presence. Bai Jinfei's tone was both sticky and aggrieved. You have no idea. Second brother teased me saying I'd been banished to your cold palace, and I was freaking out inside. Damn it, I can lose to anyone but that egg-damaged bastard. You're my brothers, not my harem. Stop making it seem like I'm some skirt chaser with an arm around everyone, alright? I'm not Princess Shanin. Tang Qiaoer was utterly exasperated. After a moment of silence, she lowered her voice and said, Fourth brother, I have a favor to ask you. Please, it's over. We've grown distant, little sister. Tell me, don't you love your fourth brother anymore? Has our bond faded? Bai Jinfei started hamming it up again, transforming into the sorrowful male lead of a Qiangyao drama. You actually said please to me? It seems I must return to your side as soon as possible. Wait another 2 years and you'll forget even my dashing good looks. Bai Jinfei, how long are you going to keep this up? I'm asking for your help, damn it. Tang Qiaoer finally snapped at him, drawing curious glances from passing doctors and nurses. Such a pretty girl, yet your words explode like you've swallowed a grenade, so explosive. Yes, just speak nicely and I'll feel much better. So, what's the matter? Bai Jinfei asked with a playful grin. Tang Qiaoer's gaze darkened as she lowered her voice. Tomorrow, I'll release a video. I need you to use some special methods to keep it from being taken down, even temporarily. How long do you need it to stay up? At the very least, we'll have to wait until this news spreads. Heh, sure thing. But little sister, shouldn't you show some appreciation for my help? Bai Jinfei's voice was lazily tinged with a hint of huskiness, utterly captivating. Trying to hike the price, huh? Alright, name your terms. Tang Qiaoer arched her delicate brows and asked with unshakable authority. I want to beat the crap out of Shinju to vent. Is that okay? The young mistress's lips twitched at the corner. Gun. Asterisk. The next day, Shin Corporation headquarters. Seated at the head of the conference table vast as a lake, Shin Jueju's peach blossom eyes gleamed with icy composure. His noble, exquisitely chiseled features and commanding presence made him appear isolated in his arrogant superiority, a solitary pinnacle of dominance. We must acquire that plot of land in the East District of Wenqing as soon as possible. All departments must communicate promptly regarding the bidding process. Guard our responsibilities. During the meeting, someone glanced at their phone and suddenly widened their eyes, nudging the person next to them. In moments, like a chain reaction, almost everyone in the conference room learned what had happened, news spreading faster than a virus. Is this your first meeting with me? Don't you know my rules? Shin Jueju's icy gaze lifted, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. At this moment, his phone also vibrated. The man lowered his long, raven feather lashes, his cold, pale fingers swiping across the screen twice. His starry eyes widened sharply. After the meeting, as he returned to his office, Shin Juerui's handsome face was as dark as black ink. Wasn't Shin Bailu's video supposed to be deleted? Why is it trending again? This morning it was suddenly released, and our PR team had no time to react at all. Han Xian was frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I've already sent people to contact Weibo to remove the hot searches and delete the videos, but they just won't come down. Can't remove it? Ha, you think this joke is funny? Shin Jueju's eyebrow twitched, his voice as cold as an iceberg. Within half an hour, I don't want to see the name Shin Bailu trending again. He would nip everything in the bud if it posed a threat to the Shin Corporation. President Shin, look at this. Han Xian turned pale with fright and hurriedly placed his phone before Shin Jingjue. The top trending spot had now been replaced with #AngelGirl Rescues Hotel Waiter #. Shinju tightly pressed his thin lips together as he skeptically clicked on the trending topic. The next second, a surge of intense fury erupted within him, his pupils contracting sharply. The video clearly showed Bai Xiaoxiao rescuing the female waiter that day. The entire process had been recorded, including her full face. His ex-wife was exposed, and as more and more people came to know her, he inexplicably grew increasingly uneasy. Chapter 59, The Last Time, Never Again. At this moment, the general manager's office at the KS Hotel was also enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Tang Qiaoer stood facing the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind her back. Her slender, elegant figure radiated the domineering aura of someone in power. Who told you to release that video? You said we needed something that could spark public outrage. Lin Su stood rigidly behind her, his face shrouded in gloom. Lin Su, as my secretary who grew up with me since childhood, you should know exactly what annoys me the most. Tang Qiaoer slowly turned her head. You may be helping me, but you're also pushing your own agenda. I know exactly what you're scheming, using this to boost my public image by contrasting my kindness with Shen Bailu's disgraceful behavior. The more she talked, the lower Lin Shua's head drooped, because every single word hit him right in the heart. But I'm telling you, I don't need it. Tang Qiaoer's gaze grew even colder. What I did was just a trivial gesture, the bare minimum moral decency expected of any decent human being. Even if I utterly despise Shen Bailu, I'd never stoop to flaunting myself to put her down. Once acts of kindness are paraded before the cameras for public scrutiny, they lose all sincerity. Young miss, I was wrong. I just wanted to. Your intentions don't matter. Tang Qiaoer turned around and picked up her phone expressionlessly. I'll call eldest brother right now and have him recall you. Your working style doesn't quite match my tempo. Young miss, please don't. Lin Su's face paled in fright as he rushed forward to grab Tang Qiaoer's fair wrist. Punish me however you want. Make me clean toilets at the hotel, wash dishes in the kitchen, dock my entire salary, anything. Just one thing, don't make me leave you, please? Tang Qiaoer slightly furrowed her brows as her wrist ached from his tight grip. His intensely burning gaze at this moment made her heart tremble with apprehension. Lin Su came from a prestigious legal family. His father was a chief justice, his mother a renowned attorney, and both elder brothers held important positions in the judicial system. Though not comparable to those billionaire dynasties, the Lin family held considerable social standing in Haimen, and as the youngest son, he had received elite education and enjoyed pampering throughout his upbringing. Yet for the Tang Corporation, for her, this man had truly humbled himself to the dust. Despite clearly having brighter prospects ahead, he willingly sacrificed his future to remain by her side as a mere secretary. Thinking of this, Tang Qiaoer couldn't help but soften slightly, sighing, this is the last time, don't let it happen again. Thank you, young miss, I'll never act on my own again. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled brightly, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Tisk, hands, behave. Tang Qiaoer lowered her lashes faintly, the corner of her lips tugging slightly. Only then did Lin Shu realize he was still holding the young miss's wrist. His heart pounded wildly, and he hastily withdrew his hand, his cheeks burning with warmth. The palm still seemed to linger with a faint fragrance. Miss, about the trending topic concerning you. I'll inform fourth brother to handle it. For now, come with me. Tang Qiaoer pointed with her jade-like fingers, slender as spring onions, at the suit jacket on the rack. Lin Shua caught her meaning and promptly retrieved it, assisting her into the jacket with the attentive manner of a butler. Go meet Shen Bailu. Shen Bailu found out that she was trending on social media again and was so frantic she could barely stand still. Mom, what do we do now? Fuming, Shen Bailu called Qin Shu to vent her frustrations. After finally making it to the trending list, that country bumpkin just had to haunt me and steal my spotlight. She's doing this on purpose to make my life miserable. Did your brain get crushed by a door? Don't you know exactly what kind of hot search this is about? Instead of feeling ashamed, you're actually proud of it? Qin Shu roared angrily. Shen Bailu pressed her fingers to her temples in frustration. Of course, she wasn't as foolish as her mother made her out to be. It was just that scene by Xiao Xiao trending alongside her had momentarily thrown her off balance. What do we do now? This negative publicity was already harming me, and now with Bai Xiao Xiao saving someone, the news has completely caught me off guard. Am I really going to be trampled into the dirt by that country bumpkin? I've already explained this matter to your father. He insists that you must not come forward to clarify or apologize, and you are not to make any statement on this. Qin Shu's voice lowered. Besides, Shen Jueju will definitely help you solve this matter. He's someone who absolutely won't tolerate any damage to the group's interests. Just lay low and stay out of trouble. Don't act impulsively like you know better, understand? Shen Bailu, comforted by her mother's words, gradually relaxed her expression. She hung up the phone and continued shopping at the luxury boutique she owned with the two girlfriends she'd last messed around with at the hotel. Meanwhile, right outside EV Boutique, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce slowly rolled to a stop before the entrance. Dressed in a bespoke blue-toned suit, Tang Qiaoer gracefully stepped out of the car and walked straight into the boutique with Lin Sua following behind without a glance to either side. Her arrival instantly captured the attention of all the shop assistants, so stunning and poised, radiating an air of noble elegance. Hello, miss. How may I assist you today? A female attendant eagerly approached, her eyes bright, Tang Qiaoer's beauty making her overlook the handsome male secretary behind. Call your boss, Shen Bailu. I don't need anyone else's service, only her. Tang Qiaoer cut straight to the point, dispensing with any pleasantries. Oh, I know she's upstairs. She'll regret making me wait so long. May I ask, your honorable name? Tang Chao's crimson lips curved into a smile, her teasing glance dazzlingly beautiful. My surname is Bai. The waitress didn't dare delay for a moment and scurried upstairs to summon the person. When Shin Bailu heard that a beautiful woman surnamed Bai was asking for her, her expression froze in shock before flushing red with suppressed rage. She nearly threw something in anger but remembered how expensive the shop's items were. Just as she was at a loss, her socialite friend spoke up beside her. Lulu, I bet that trashy woman was the one who leaked your trending scandal, the young heiress said indignantly. Exactly. Now that she's delivered herself to your doorstep, you shouldn't let her off easy. This is the perfect chance for payback. We'll definitely stand by your side and teach her a lesson. Come on, let's go confront her. Encouraged by her friends, Shin Bailu's anger flared even hotter. She led her two little sisters downstairs with a menacing air. Bai Xiaoxiao, you shameless abandoned wife. How dare you have the nerve to come looking for me? At that moment, Tang Chaoer sat with her shapely legs elegantly crossed, even hidden within perfectly pressed trousers they drew admiring glances. Sipping Earl Grey from a fine china cup, she looked utterly at ease, as comfortable as if she were in her own home. Miss Shin III, is this how you conduct business? Speaking so rudely to a customer the moment they arrive, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? What kind of customer are you supposed to be? You're just a gold digger trying to latch onto my second brother and claim a share of our Shin family's fortune. Shin Bailu's expensive crystal nails stabbed toward Tang Xiaoer's face. At that moment, there were no real customers in the shop, just staff members. Hearing these words, the employees exchanged uneasy glances. No way? This young lady clearly carries the aura of a wealthy heiress. Every inch of her radiates sophistication, even her hair seems to glow. How could she possibly be like what Shin Bailu described? Alright, I'll come clean. I'm not actually here to shop. After all, the items in your store are at best third-rate and hardly worth my attention. Tang Xiaoer smiled with effortless composure. This shallow and foolish woman before her wasn't even worth her anger. Shin Bailu wanted to retort, but when she caught sight of the priceless Twilight of the Gods brooch pinned to her chest, her aggressive demeanor instantly wilted. My purpose for coming here is simple. Tang Qiao gently set down her teacup without even lifting her eyelids. Please hold a press conference and apologize to my hotel employees, those you've slandered and hospitalized because of you. Chapter 60, the light had gone from her eyes. Did you all hear that? This woman actually wants me to apologize to that waiter. Ha ha ha. How many times did your brain get slammed in a door to say something like that? Shin Bailu clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she swayed back and forth, while the two plastic flowers behind her trembled with exaggerated giggles. Lulu came to spend money at your hotel, her necklace got broken, the service was terrible, and now we can't even say a few words about it? Exactly. How dare you come over demanding an apology from Lulu? Do you own this hotel or something? Why won't you just drop it? Lin Sua narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that if these two featherbrains knew every KS hotel nationwide belonged to the woman standing before them, they'd probably be so terrified they'd want to cut out their own tongues. Aren't you afraid this matter will damage the corporate image your second brother has worked so hard to maintain? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Shin group? Tang Qiao leisurely swept her gaze over her. Humph, don't try to scare me. I'm not the group president, I couldn't care less. Shin Bailu rolled her eyes dismissively. Besides, as president, it's his duty to exhaust every effort for the Shin group, to shoulder all risks for the corporation, and to handle such matters. Otherwise, what does he do all day sitting in that high position? Since father made him president, shouldn't he at least produce some results to show everyone? The surrounding waitstaff gasped in astonishment at these words. Tang Qiao couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. This family might appear harmonious on the surface, but beneath it all, they were merely using each other, every one of them harboring their own ulterior motives. At her core, Shin Bailu looked down upon Shin Jingjue. To her and her mother, this bastard child was nothing more than a tool for cleaning up their messes, outwardly playing nice while secretly scorning him to the extreme. Back when she married Shinju, she had already seen through this family of demons and devils. If not for her infatuation with that man at the time, she wouldn't have lasted a single day in this gilded but rotten family. Even if third Miss Shin doesn't consider the face of the Shin family, shouldn't she at least consider her own dignity? Stop your alarmist talk here. Let me tell you, Bai Xiaoxiao, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have President Tang backing you up. Our Shin family isn't to be trifled with either. Shin Bailu stood with her hands on her hips, the very picture of a shrew. Where are the security guards? Get this country bumpkin out of here. This woman is dragging down the class of our boutique. The two security guards, upon receiving the order, rushed toward Tang Qiao without hesitation and were about to drag her away. Tang Qiao remained seated, as steady as a mountain, while Lin Su's brow twitched. With just two swift kicks, he sent the guards flying. After all, he was a taekwondo black belt, handling these two small fries was more than enough. Shin Bailu shrieked in terror, but the surrounding waitstaff flushed with excitement. damn, he's so handsome. Can I add you on WeChat, pretty boy? Since third mission is so slow on the uptake, I'll have to adopt a more negotiate posture. With that, Tang Qiao'er picked up her phone and crooked a finger at Shen Bailu. Come here, let me show you something good. Not daring to show weakness before so many people, Shen Bailu steeled herself and approached this woman whose smile sent chills down her spine. She leaned closer to the phone screen, and instantly her pupils trembled with shock, rage, and humiliation. Tang Qiao'er leisurely swiped through photo after photo to show her. Each one was more scandalous than the last, each pushing the boundaries of decency further. Every single one was incriminating. Shots from that night at the hotel, her wild escapades with those two male models, even a steamy three-way French kiss, groping each other while drenched. What's going on? She had clearly told those two to delete the photos. Could they have? Tang Qiao'er didn't let her admire any longer, withdrawing her phone with a calm expression. My demand is simple, issue a public apology, and I'll delete every single one of these photos without keeping any copies. If you stubbornly refuse to back down, you should know perfectly well what I'm capable of. Shen Bailu's lips trembled with anger, her heart flooded with nothing but sheer panic. Her mother Qin Shu had raised her like a porcelain doll since childhood, grooming her solely to marry into a wealthy family like the Huas. If these photos were to circulate, her reputation would be ruined. How could the eldest son of the Hua family still look at her with any regard? At this thought, she was overcome with malice. Without hesitation, she stretched out her hand to snatch Tang Qiao'er's phone. Tang Qiao'er raised an eyebrow and deftly avoided her grasp. Shen Bailu stumbled awkwardly onto the couch, missing her target. Enraged, she recklessly swung her hand to slap Tang Qiao'er. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap made everyone present gasp in shock. Tang Qiao'er's stunning features were frozen with icy rage as her terrifying wrist strength sent Shen Bailu sprawling to the ground with a backhanded blow. Ah! 5 bright red finger marks suddenly appeared on Miss Shen's fair, oval face. All this happened in the blink of an eye. So fast it left people utterly stunned. Lin Su cheered inwardly. How dare they strike the young mistress? They must have a death wish. The two young socialites who had previously vowed to stand up for Shen Bailu turned pale with fear, shrinking back repeatedly, afraid of getting blood on themselves. You actually hit me? How dare you hit me? Shen Bailu stared in shock at Tang Qiao'er's cold, moon-like face, her own face numb from the pain. Of course, should I have waited to get bitten by a dog? Tang Qiao'er glanced at her coolly and dusted off her hands. Dog, you dare call me a dog? Shen Bailu flushed crimson with anger, her face turning as red as liver. At that moment, the door of the boutique swung open. Tang Qiao'er raised her long lashes as an icy, bone-chilling aura swept over her like a glacial canyon wind. The next second, Shenju's tall and elegant figure appeared amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The former couple's eyes met, both freezing momentarily in recognition. At once, Tang Qiao'er averted her luminous gaze as if she didn't recognize him, her demeanor utterly frosty. Shen Jingjue pressed his thin lips together, his dark eyes brooding with restless irritation. Second brother, Shen Bailu, as if seeing a heaven-sent savior, wept copiously while scrambling to Shen Jingjue's side to play the victim. Bai Xiaoxiao has gone mad. She actually dared to hit me. You must stand up for me. It was me who hit him. It's still fresh. Tang Qiao'er curled her lips into a disdainful smirk and openly admitted. What are you doing here? Shen Jueji regarded her with cold indifference in his eyes. What do you think? In the past, every time Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him, her eyes were like brilliant galaxies, sparkling and dazzling. But now, she resembled an unfeeling clay puppet severed from all earthly desires. That glimmer of yearning in her eyes was gone without a trace. Shenjuru's chest abruptly tightened, complex emotions violently twisting his innards. Second brother, Bai Xiaoxiao actually demanded. I hold a press conference to apologize to her hotel staff. When I refused, she threatened me using the Tang family's influence. She even struck me. Seeing Shenjuru remain unmoved by her beating, Shen Bailu summoned all her acting skills to wail pitifully. Second brother, all these people witnessed it. They can testify for me. I've suffered such injustice. Bai Xiaoxiao, first you posted that video online to turn the public against the Shen group, and now you're demanding we hold a press conference? Shen Juezo's sharp eyebrows knitted together, his voice icy and low. Isn't this what they call pushing your luck? Lin Su couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to argue, but Tang Qiao'er pulled him back, shielding him behind her instead. This gesture instantly stoked the smoldering anger in Shen Juezo's heart. All the frustration he'd endured from his ex-wife since their divorce suddenly found its outlet. I don't feel like I'm pushing my luck. I believe I'm acting on heaven's behalf. Tang Qiao'er's eyes were dark and hollow like the muzzle of a gun. Whether you're acting on heaven's behalf or working for Tang Yu, I won't let you succeed. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Goodbye. With a proud lift of her brow, Tang Qiao'er slipped one hand into her suit pants pocket and strode away, leaving a chilling aura in her wake. Wait a minute. Shen Bailu, thinking about those photos still in Bai Xiaoxiao's hands, was so frantic that sweat beaded on her forehead. Second brother, Bai Xiaoxiao even photoshopped indecent pictures of me to frame me. She's forcing me to apologize. You can't just let her walk away. Shen Jingjua's eyes brimmed with icy fury as he strode forward to block her path. Give me the phone. Who do you think you are, taking things as you please? Tang Qiaoer scoffed, fury boiling in her chest. Without a word, Shenju swiftly snatched the phone from her palm. Witnessing this, Shen Bailu couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Just as mother said, Shenju would always clean up her messes, no matter what. What a convenient tool he truly was. Shenjueju, give it back to me. Tang Qiaoer was so frantic her breathing became uneven. Stretching out her jade-white hands, she lunged forward like a little monkey, clawing and grabbing to snatch it back. But her heels were too high, and in her carelessness, her ankle twisted, sending her tumbling squarely against the man's warm, solid chest. As they collided, Shenjueju instinctively reached out with his large hands and caught that slender, eye-catching wasp waist of hers. Tang Qiaoer flushed with a blend of embarrassment and anger, her cheeks rosy like lightly ripened cherries. Yet her fair, delicate hand, separated only by the smooth fabric of his crisp shirt, unconsciously traced the contours of his form. Damn, perfect. Shen Jingjua's dark eyes narrowed slightly, his attention entirely focused on his phone. He held Tang Qiaoer's slender waist with one hand while gripping her phone tightly with the other. 0923, he remembered it was her password, though he wasn't sure if she'd changed it. The man's thumb swiftly tapped the 4 digits, and the phone unlocked. Chapter 61, Shenju, are you a monkey? Bastard, give it back to me. Tang Qiaoer's face flushed crimson as her delicate waist pressed tightly against Shen Jingjua's lean, muscular torso encased in his suit. Her left hand clung to his broad, straight shoulders for balance. She squirmed restlessly like a little monkey, while the man's large hand gripping the small of her back showed no intention of letting her go easily. Tang Qiaoer's heart fluttered as Shen Jingjua's grip around her waist tightened possessively, sending shivers through her body. Through the silky fabric, the warmth of his palm seared against her skin. Yet Shenjueju's gaze remained fixed on his phone like nails, his handsome aristocratic face devoid of emotion, as still as a meditating monk. The crowd gasped in shock. This woman was actually using her beauty as a weapon, daring to call President Shen a bastard? And the most astonishing part? President Shen wasn't the least bit angry. Lin Su was dripping with nervous sweat, desperate to pull Tang Xiaowan back but completely at a loss how to intervene. Shen Bailu was also dumbfounded. These two weren't even this intimate when they married. How come they're getting all lovey-dovey after divorce? The two fake sisters behind them nearly bit their newly done crystal nails to stubs out of jealousy, seeing Tang Qiaoer being all cuddly with President Shen in public. Shen Jingjue slightly furrowed his brow as his finger swiftly deleted all of Shen Bailu's compromising photos. Bai Xiaoxiao, how long has it been since you left the Shen family? Your standards have fallen so low, now you resort to such despicable tricks. His voice fell icy as he stuffed the phone back into her suit pocket and released his grip on her waist. When it comes to underhanded tactics, I should be calling you Grandmaster. Tang Qiaoer quickly stepped back 2 paces, brushing off invisible dust from her clothes, her clear autumn eyes flashing with disgust. Even at the very worst, what's wrong with me getting what I want through my own abilities? Unlike you, President Shen, when you can't win, you resort to grabbing. No class, no morals, no standards. What, do you think you're some monkey on Mount Ame? Pfft, then this must be the handsomest monkey in history. The waitstaff were all snickering. Shen Jueju's face darkened, his thin lips pressing together sharply like a blade. Bai Xiaoxiao calling him a monkey in front of so many people naturally angered him, but what infuriated him even more was the cold, indifferent look in her eyes as she stared at him now, like she was keeping him at arm's length. Just how much does she detest him to look at him with such utter disgust? Yet ever since the divorce, hasn't it always been her picking fights, her stirring up trouble? He's shown remarkable restraint by not losing his temper thus far. How dare she keep pushing her luck and humiliating him like this? Fresh grudges and old resentment surged like dark tides, propelling Shen Jueju forward as he towered over her with an icy glare, his piercing gaze like twin shards of freezing starlight stabbing into her eyes. Bai Xiaoxiao, how dare you act this arrogant with me? Are you relying on your status as my ex-wife? Thinking just because we were once together, you can keep testing my limits? Does this marriage in name only give you the license to treat me however you please? Even Rower wouldn't dare behave like this toward me. How dare you? His voice was extremely low-pitched. The others stood too far away to hear what he was saying. Only Tang Qiaoer caught his words. Yet even so, Tang Qiaoer's eyes burned crimson with fury. She had never regretted loving Shen Jueju or becoming his wife. Not even during those 3 years when the man had never glanced her way properly, repeatedly trampling upon her proud dignity with his icy indifference. But at this moment, she wanted to add the word once before that sentence. Tang Qiaoer laughed in extreme anger, forcibly wiping away a trace of brokenness in her eyes. Nyanru doesn't dare because she cares about you. I dare, because you hold no weight in my heart anymore. Shin Jingjua's brow twitched violently. The next second, the woman clenched her pearly teeth, her slender fingers winding around his expensive blue patterned tie and pulling sharply. Did you think I should be grateful for that marriage? But I never felt that way at all. Their scorching gazes collided, their bodies maintaining the last precarious inch of distance between them. Shin Jingjua's neck stiffened, his heart shrinking from the thorns in her eyes. Do you know how I survived those 3 years? In one phrase, too painful to recall. Did you think marrying me was some supreme benevolence? That being your ex-wife was some badge of honor for me? No, you're far too arrogant. If I could, I'd uproot every trace of you from my life and erase you completely. If only, I wish I had never loved you at all. Shin Jueju's pupils violently constricted, his soul encased within an icy shell convulsing violently, his throat constricted by the tie so numb that it felt on the verge of cracking. Each word sharper than the last, each line more ruthless than the one before. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, Tang Qiaoer had already released her hand, passing by him like a wisp of drifting cloud. Lin Shu quickly hurried after her, shooting a furious glare at Shin Jingjue as she passed by him. She hadn't quite caught what they had said to each other earlier, but she was absolutely certain nothing good could come from Shin Jingjue, since when do dogs spit out ivory? Second brother, did you delete those photos? That country bumpkin actually had the nerve to threaten me. Thank goodness you were here to help, otherwise our Shin family would have been utterly humiliated. Shin Bailu ran over with undisguised excitement, eager to loop her arm through Shin Jueju's in a show of sibling affection for the gathered crowd. Yet Shin Jueju remained steeped in the emotional turmoil inflicted by his ex-wife, his expression darkening as he shot her a glance as sharp as a blade scraping across skin. Instantaneously deflated, Shin Bailu sheepishly withdrew her hand. Was the photo photoshopped? What? Shin Bailu froze abruptly. If not, how could Bai Xiaoxiao possibly be slandering you? Shin Jingjua's starry eyes chilled with frost. Shin Bailu was stunned. Somehow this man seemed to be on her side, yet not entirely. His heart still appeared to lean toward Bai Xiaoxiao. I'm not blind. I saw exactly what happened that day. Shin Jueju coldly averted his gaze. Given that the situation has escalated beyond control, you will hold a press conference tomorrow evening and apologize to that waitress. What? Shin Bailu was both shocked and furious, her expression contorting with anger. Why? I was the customer paying for their service. I'm their god. Their service was terrible, and they even ruined my necklace. What's wrong with giving them a piece of my mind? Why should I apologize? Suddenly, the large screen on the second floor of the boutique lit up for no reason. A surveillance video began playing, capturing everyone's attention. The footage showed an elevator at KS Hotel, where 2 glamorously dressed women in designer clothes were posing coquettishly before the mirrored doors. None other than Shin Bailu's 2 fake sisters. Ugh, it makes me sick. Just because she bought some tacky necklace, Shin Bailu acts like she's the queen of the world, practically looking down her nose at everyone. Really proves that a dog's belly can't hold 2 spoonfuls of oil. If it weren't for the fact that she's generous enough to fund our little excursions, who'd even bother giving her the time of day? You think she's what they call nowadays, a total doormat? Ptahaha. Watching her go crazy searching for that necklace was so satisfying. She'd never guessed that the necklace has already been broken off by us. It's hidden right in the room. Let her make a scene. It's not us who'll be embarrassed anyway. The video ended, leaving the 2 plastic sisters with faces as horrified as frostbitten cucumbers. Shin Bailu's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth in hatred, closing the distance between them step by step. No, it's not like that, Lulu. The 2 women panicked, stumbling backward repeatedly. Let us explain. We were framed. You 2 bitches, eating my food, spending my money, and now you dare to ruin my belongings. I'll tear you apart. Shin Bailu let out a sharp scream, completely abandoning her noble heiress demeanor as she frantically lunged at them. Chapter 62. What did she take him for? Tang Qiaoer got into the car without uttering a single word the entire time. She felt utterly listless, like a robot that had crashed. Whenever she recalled those cruel words Shin Jueju had said to her, it felt like being drenched from head to toe with a basin of ice water, leaving her trembling with rage. How had she failed to see before that he was such a scoundrel, such a despicable, shameless man? Indeed, whether love brings happiness remains uncertain, but its ability to blind people has already been proven. Missy, as you instructed, the video has been released. Look, Shin Bailu and her 2 best friends are fighting each other. Lin Shua hurriedly held the phone in front of her. Tang Qiaoer raised her eyelids slightly and saw 3 women fighting fiercely on the screen, the scene utterly chaotic. TSK, women really go all out when they fight each other. Third Miss Shin is quite the fighter, holding her own against 2 opponents without breaking a sweat. What a shame she didn't take up wrestling. Lin Sua chuckled with gleeful schadenfreude. Humph, just slapping faces and pulling hair, so tacky and lowbrow. What's even worth watching? Despite her words, Tang Qiao's eyes remained glued to the screen, a classic case of protesting too much. Gotta admit though, watching these three scheming bitches claw at each other is seriously cathartic. Miss, were those photos really all deleted by Shinju? Lin Su thought of how Shinjueju had held the young mistress by the waist. It was clearly an act of disrespect, and it made his eyes red with anger. Yet his heart ached as he realized they had once been husband and wife. In those 3 years, they must have done far more intimate things. If anything, he was the one who had no right to be upset over such trivial matters. He'll definitely delete it. Even if he doesn't like Shin Bailu, he'll still consider the Shin family's reputation. Put nicely, he's someone who prioritizes the bigger picture. Put bluntly, he's cold-blooded and cuts ties without hesitation. Tang Qiao sighed softly and entered the password to unlock her phone. She never expected Shinju to remember her phone password. Perhaps he had accidentally seen her unlock it one day during those 3 years, and just never forgot. But what did remembering it even mean? That man, who had never loved her from beginning to end, would never understand what 0923 truly signified. It was the day, 13 years ago, when Shinju rescued Tang Qiao on the mountain, their very first meeting. Perhaps, in his eyes, all her earth-shattering moments had never been worth a dime. Miss, what should we do now? Shinju has destroyed the leverage we had against Shin Bailu. That woman will never surrender now. Lin Shua clenched his brows and sighed bitterly. Suddenly, Tang Qiao let out a puzzled her crystal-clear eyes widening in surprise. There, among her contacts, an unexpected entry had appeared, Shinju's phone number. Damn it, what a sneaky bastard. No matter how careful you are, those bastard men always find a way. Asterisk. In the evening, Shinjurat returned to Guanchao Manor from the corporation. Rain drizzled persistently outside the window. Watching the sparkling droplets on the glass, they reminded him of Bai Xiaoxiao's brilliant, star-like eyes. Yet every pair of those eyes seemed filled with endless resentment, adding another layer of gloom to his already heavy heart. Shinjueju tilted his pale, slender neck. The neon lights traced the sharp line of his jaw, adding a bewitching allure to his otherwise stern and aloof countenance. He lifted his lean, sinewy hand to adjust the impeccably tied Windsor knot, the smooth fabric texture eerily reminiscent of that woman's slender waist. Shinjueju's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, his breath slightly ragged as he futilely tried to buy Xiaoxiao's tear-glazed, captivating eyes from his mind, yet his efforts proved worthless against their lingering presence. That woman is getting bolder. For 3 years of marriage, I never even dared to hold his hand. Now that we're divorced, he has the audacity to provoke me in front of everyone. What does he take me for? Mr. Shin. Han Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, timidly called out to him, hesitating to continue. Speak. Shinjueju thought of Bai Xiaoxiao, his heart restless and irritable, his tone extremely harsh. The incident with the third young lady causing trouble at the hotel is already spreading like wildfire. The online comments are all criticizing the rich second generation for being heartless and trampling on people's dignity. Should we perhaps leave it be? If we leave it be, I'm afraid Madam might complain to Chairman Shin. I worry Chairman Shin might make things difficult for you. Han Xian voiced his concerns anxiously. Shinju's eyes darkened slightly as he smirked. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Ding, Han Xian's phone notification chimed. President Shen, we've retrieved the surveillance footage you requested. Shinju lifted his gaze and took the phone. The footage revealed the complete confrontation between Bai Xiaoxiao and Shin Bailu. Shin Bailu's arrogant remarks behind his back, her domineering attitude completely exposed, including her furious attempt to strike Bai Xiaoxiao, only to be countered by Xiaoxiao instead. Shin Jingjua's eyebrows arched sharply, his noble and ascetic face turning cold as winter frost. What came before was merely child's play. The anger stirring within President Shin now was the real deal. Shin Jingjue had just returned home and changed his clothes when Shin Guangjing summoned him to the study. Woo-woo, Daddy, you have to stand up for me. I've been so wronged. It's so unfair. Shin Bailu threw herself onto Shin Guangjing, weeping prettily like a blossom bathed in rain. Her delicate face bore not only tears but also scratches from an earlier catfight with 2 girlfriends, and the corners of her lips were scraped raw. She presented quite the pitiful sight. Shin Guangjing sat upright on the sofa, seeing his daughter, who had always presented herself as an elegant and refined lady, reduced to such a disheveled state. He quickly reached out to stroke the top of her head in comfort. Your second brother is back. I'll ask him what's going on when he arrives. This matter is getting bigger by the day. I've received several calls today asking me about Bailu, and I don't even know how to answer them. Qin Shu's maternal love ran deep, her eyes rimmed with a faint redness. The way Bailu is being vilified online now. How will our daughter ever hold her head up again? What will the other prestigious families in Xinjiang think of us? Ashu, don't worry. I won't let our daughter suffer any injustice. Shin Guangjing's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with anger. Just then, the door opened, and Shin Jingjue walked in with an impassive expression. Jingjue, why didn't you handle the video incident promptly when it blew up so badly? As the group's CEO, aren't you being too indifferent? Shin Guangjing reprimanded harshly while holding Shin Bailu protectively. The group has public relations and legal departments, each overseen by their respective directors. Shin Jingjue's eyes remained still, his tone flat. I'm the CEO, not a nanny. I'll handle what's within my scope. What isn't doesn't warrant my interference. Jingjue, are you saying this matter isn't your concern? Bailu is your own sister. Will you just stand by and watch your sister wronged? Watch her reputation ruined? Qin Shu choked back tears, pressing a hand to her chest as if she might collapse at any moment. Shu, your health is fragile. Don't get too agitated. Shin Guangjing quickly rose to drape an arm around her shoulders, his gaze so tender it could spin silk upon her face. 20 years had passed, yet Shin Jingjue still found their public displays of affection unbearably grating, his chest constricting with each sighting. His father hadn't once mentioned his mother throughout these 2 decades, nor ever visited her gravesite. That poor woman who had loved him so deeply vanished from Shin Guangjing's life as if she had never existed, a cruelty far worse than the most intense hatred or loathing. I'm fine, Jingji. Qin Shu nestled against the man's chest, lightly coughing twice with perfect timing. Earlier, I failed to control my emotions. I was too agitated, she murmured. I suddenly realized how exhausting it must be for him, the CEO of Shin Corporation, managing countless affairs daily. I shouldn't have troubled him over such a trivial matter. I'm just afraid, maybe he still holds a grudge against me. After all, I'm not his real mother. If that's the reason he's unwilling to help, Jingji, please don't blame the child. I completely understand him. Shin Jue observed the woman's hypocritical act with cold indifference. He had been watching her perform for 20 years and was utterly sick of it. He couldn't fathom why Shin Guangjing never seemed to tire of her antics. Ash, don't overthink it. Whether this brat acknowledges it or not, you're my wife, Shin Guangjing's wife, and that makes you his mother. With Qin Shu's instigation, Shin Guangjing's anger burned even fiercer. He pointed accusingly at Shin Jueju's indifferent face. You'd better come up with a solution immediately. By tomorrow morning, Bailu's trending topics and those videos must be suppressed. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. I've had a solution in mind since early on, and I've already told third sister, the man replied indifferently, lowering his gaze. Dad, what kind of solution is second brother proposing for me? He's pushing me straight into the fire. Shin Bailu immediately flared up when she heard herself being mentioned, sticking her neck out in anger. He actually wants me to apologize to that damn waitress. Who does she think she is compared to someone of my status? Why should I apologize to her? And today Bai Xiaoxiao even came to the boutique to pick a fight with me, slapping me right in front of so many people. Boo-hoo. I'm too ashamed to face anyone now. Qin Shu and Shin Guangjing were shocked. What? Bai Xiaoxiao hit you? Look at the slap mark on my face. How could it be fake? Shin Bailu sobbed, pointing at her still swollen cheek. How outrageous. Wake up. What kind of woman have you married, a she-devil? Qin Shu was furious when she saw her daughter being bullied, her delicate expression turning slightly savage. How dare she hit Bailu? I must sue her. We cannot let this go unpunished. It was Shin Bailu who tried to hit Bai Xiaoxiao first. Bai Xiaoxiao was acting in self-defense, Shin Jingjue declared with a cold, unwavering conviction. Are you saying that girl really hit Bailu? Shin Guangjing's expression darkened as he asked in return. He silently agreed. Contact her immediately. Have her apologize to Bailu. And tell me, have you still not finalized the divorce proceedings with her? Make time tomorrow without fail and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your divorce certificate. From now on, I forbid you to have any further connection with that woman, Shin Guangjing commanded sternly. Shin Jingjue slightly furrowed his handsome brows. Divorce had already been imminent, yet hearing these words inexplicably made him feel unsettled. Almost without thinking, he retorted, no. Chapter 63, Shin Juerue Strikes Back. No? Qin Shu and her daughter were both dumbfounded. One forgot to be angry, the other forgot to cry. Shin Juerue, have you lost your mind? Shin Guangjing's blood pressure spiked in fury. This illegitimate child who's never been favored has rarely defied his wishes since childhood. How dare he, now that he's become CEO with growing influence, actually say no to him? Shin Ju paused in disbelief. He hadn't expected his own resistance to flow so effortlessly. What on earth are you thinking? You were the one who insisted on divorcing Bai Xiaoxiao. You were desperate to marry Roer. Now when I demand you divorce Bai Xiaoxiao immediately, you suddenly refuse? Do you think marriage is some flimsy seesaw game? How did I raise such a spineless son? Can't make up your mind? Ha, serves you right. Shin Ju was also provoked, narrowing his starry eyes as he mocked. Because we're father and son. Like father, like son. You disgrace. Shin Guangjing exploded like a powder keg, storming forward to deliver a brutal slap across his face. The slap was so sharp it even startled Shin Bailu. A stark red palm print immediately bloomed on Shin Jingjua's pallid cheek. Ah, brother Jing, let's talk this through properly, no need to hit the child. Jingjue is young and hot-blooded, he's bound to speak recklessly sometimes. Raising a hand would only damage your father-son bond and hurt your own health too. Isn't that terribly unwise? Qin Shu hurried forward to support Shin Guangjing, though inwardly she smirked with cold satisfaction, feeling nothing short of exhilarated by this sweet revenge. Shu, I know you have the heart of a kind mother, you've treated this brat as your own since he was a kid, but you've spoiled him rotten, never daring to scold or discipline him. Just look at him now, he's utterly shameless, all because of your indulgence. Shin Guangjing's palm still stung, and his face flushed even redder than Shin Jueju's. In my eyes, he will always be a child. Besides, I'm not his birth mother after all, so Jingjue was never that easy to accept me from the start. If I don't treat him well, won't it only create more distance between us and the child? I just want to be a good mother, that's all. Qin Shu spoke, her eyes welling up with tears, looking utterly pitiful and forlorn. These words sound like concessions, but in reality, each one is just adding fuel to the fire. Shin Jueju's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile. He'd witnessed this kind of fatal flattery since childhood. He saw through it clearly, though he never bothered to expose it. Because he knew all too well that Shin Guangjing didn't give a damn about him as a son. If not for his elder brother's chronic illness that kept him recuperating in the US year-round, the position of CEO would never have fallen into his lap. Not every crying child gets candy. The unfavored ones could cry their eyes out to no avail. Child, he's 30 already. Stop making excuses for him. Shin Guangjing pointed directly at Shin Jueju's face and roared, 2 things. You will take care of them for me tomorrow without fail. First, immediately divorce Bai Xiaoxiao and have her come apologize to Bai Lu in person. Second, suppress Bai Lu's trending topic on Weibo at once and quell this scandal. Shin Jueju smiled mockingly, his expression darkened to an unsettling degree. Father, when you negotiate in business, do you also slap someone first before making demands? What, did you say? Shin Guangjing was stunned. Even between father and son, we should settle accounts clearly, especially when it comes to the corporation's interests. There's absolutely no room for compromise. Bai Xiaoxiao and I can't divorce just yet. I promised Grandpa we'd wait until his 80th birthday celebration before making it official. I can't go back on my word. As for the negative publicity online, my solution is to have third sister make a public apology. Beyond that, I won't take any other actions. Shin Jueju, you. Shin Guangjing's eyes burned red with fury as he raised his hand high once more, but before the slap could land, Shin Jueju abruptly seized his wrist. Dad, I'm already 30. Do you really think you can still take me on? The man's eyes gleamed with cold defiance. Shin Guangjing's pupils contracted sharply as he felt a dull pain throbbing in his wrist. No, I won't apologize. No matter what you say, I'll never apologize. Shin Bailu began wailing and throwing a tantrum again. Xian, come in. Shin Jueju's deep, magnetic voice rose slightly. Han Xian, who had been waiting outside, promptly knocked and entered the study, bowing respectfully. Bring out the documents for the chairman to review. Yes, President Shin. Han Xian's gaze flickered slightly, but he still handed the prepared materials to Shin Guangjing. What is this? It's this year's and last year's financial reports for EV Boutique, jointly operated by Aunt Qin and third sister. Shin Jingjua's handsome face remained as still as water, his voice flat and steady. Both Qin Shu and Shin Bailu's nerves tensed up simultaneously, their expressions stiffening. The records show that since its establishment 3 years ago, this boutique has incurred losses nearing 10 million annually. Moreover, the yearly operational expenses were all drawn from the company's public funds. Since its establishment, the boutique has been contracted to be solely responsible for its own profits and losses under Aunt Qin's management. Since the group couldn't share in any profits when it was doing well, there's absolutely no reason for the group to cover their losses now. With that, Shinju lowered his cold, indifferent lashes. If third younger sister refuses to come forward to apologize, then I will exercise my authority as president and shut down their loss-making boutique. What? Close the shop? Shin Bailu stood petrified with fear, while Qin Shu glared with crimson-rimmed eyes. The flash of ferocity in her eyes vanished instantly as she suddenly clung to Shin Guangjing's arm, tears streaming down her face. Jingji, that boutique was the birthday gift you gave me 3 years ago. How could anyone shut it down? Shin Guangjing's jawline tensed rigidly as he stared at the undeniable evidence before him. Even as the group's chairman, he found himself momentarily speechless against his own son's accusations. I could turn a blind eye to this as a favor to you, but on one condition: third sister must publicly apologize, and Auntie Qin must repay every penny of the company funds that boutique has embezzled over these 3 years. Otherwise, I'll announce this matter at the day after tomorrow's group meeting, and by then, no one's face will save the day. Shin Juerui's expression was icy with ruthless determination. Qin Shu shot a venomous glance at this stepson of hers. The boutique must never be shut down. She still needed it as a crucial move in her grand scheme. Bai Lu, tomorrow evening you'll hold a press conference and do as your second brother says, Shen Guangjing commanded with a heavy frown between his thick brows. Shen Bailu's shoulders slumped dejectedly, her whole person as withered as eggplant hit by frost, devoid of any bouncing energy. Qin Shu watched Shen Guangjing's expression gradually darken and knew she had lost this battle completely. She could only strategize for the long term, her hate-filled gaze almost tearing Shen Jingjue's retreating figure to shreds. No sooner had Shen Jingjue and Han Xian left the study than the sound of objects being smashed and the crying of Qini and her daughter could be heard from within. Han Xian scratched his head in confusion and tentatively asked, President Shen, didn't you originally decide to stand firm against the young madam? Why the sudden change of heart? Mind your own business. Before Shen Jueju's eyes suddenly appeared by Xiaoxiao's glistening, lively gaze, and the faint fragrance that lingered in her breath whenever she drew near. His ice-cold, emotionless eyes briefly flickered with disarray. He tried to convince himself it was because he had watched the surveillance footage and heard Shen Bailu's shameless boasting that he changed his mind at the last moment, but was that truly the reason? When the Qin Shu mother-daughter duo were accusing Bai Xiaoxiao, and when Shen Guangjing forced him to divorce, why did he react so strongly? Could there truly not have been even a sliver of that buried, unspeakable selfishness in him? President Shen, after all the effort we put into gathering this evidence, just to make the third young miss apologize, doesn't that feel like a bit of a loss? Han Xian pursed his lips, still finding it hard to swallow. It doesn't matter. Even if I make this public, the chairman has plenty of ways to help Qin Shu cover it up. Their marital bond runs deep, after all. Shen Jueju coldly mocked, brushing away the image of Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate and enchanting features from his mind, his gaze dark and distant. I merely chose an outcome that both she and I could live with. After all, at the last auction, because of Roar, I missed it and blamed her. The man sighed faintly, his chest filled with suppressed bitterness. This time, consider it my way of repaying her. I don't want to owe her anything anymore. Chapter 64, How do you know I'm not as good as him? All night, Tang Qiaoer tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, Shenju's impossibly handsome face would invade her vision. She could still feel the scorching press of his hands against her waist, the flames of desire rising, climbing higher and higher. She suddenly sat up, her smooth forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat, her breathing disordered, her cheeks flushed. Even after the divorce, why is it still Shen Jingjue who can stir up these unbearable waves of emotion in her? After barely managing to sleep for 2 restless hours, Tang Qiaoer got up and spent an hour kayaking to shake off most of the stifling heat in her body. Lin Su had prepared a delicious Western-style breakfast for her. Throughout the meal, the young mistress looked thoroughly disgruntled, biting viciously into every bite of bread and fried eggs, and downing her coffee in one gulp. Young mistress, are you worried about Xiaoyun's situation? Lin Su leaned over, gracefully picking up a napkin to gently wipe the crumbs and flecks of oil from her delicate fingers, his elegance resembling that of a royal butler. I hate the feeling of losing. Tang Qiaoer took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes slightly. She left the second half unspoken. What she hated even more was being controlled by Shen Jingjue. So how do you plan to deal with Shen Bailu next? Lin Su asked. Give me some time to think this through. We've got to settle this before the hype dies down. Just as she spoke, Tang Qiaoer's phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up and was stunned. It was actually Old Wan calling. Old Wan, what's up? What's wrong? Tang Qiaoer hurriedly answered, her tone laced with tension. TCH, what's with that tone? I'm not dead yet. Tang Wanting smacked his lips leisurely and lightly coughed twice, deliberately composed. Well, when are you coming home? Your second, third, and fourth mothers want to celebrate for you. Celebrate? Tang Qiaoer was utterly confused. You've made the news for your kindness, haven't you? There are videos of you on Douyin, the most beautiful angel girl and all that. Emma, Tang Qiaoer facepalmed in exasperation. Those 3 words, most beautiful angel girl, gave her an instant headache every time she heard them. Your 3 mothers think you've brought honor to the family and want to throw a celebratory banquet for you. She was already upset about her exposure, and now Old Wan and the others actually wanted to celebrate. How thoughtful of them. No need. I'm already working on suppressing it. I don't like being exposed. It just invites trouble. Tisk, child, why are you so inconsiderate? Your mothers miss you and want to see you. I haven't seen you in ages either. Can't you even come home for a meal? Tang Wanti's voice carried a tone of complaint. Fine. I'll come back once I finish dealing with these matters in the next couple of days. Tang Qiaoer responded softly. By the way, Tang Wanqing fell silent for a moment, his tone growing sterner. Has that good-for-nothing by Jinfei come back? Yes, Tang Qiaoer could only answer honestly. If your eldest brother hadn't told me he's back, I would have planned his memorial service soon. Tang Wanqing's anger flared at the mere mention of fourth Bai. Now that you're back, bring your fourth brother with you. If he refuses to come, I'll consider him no son of mine. Don't ever let him think about stepping through the Tang family gates again. After ending the call, Tang Chower furrowed her delicate brows with subtle distress. Her slender fingers, tender as bamboo shoots after rain, reached into Lin Shua's suit pocket to retrieve a piece of chocolate, which she bit into with visible frustration. What's wrong, young miss? Lin Shua asked with concern. My father wants me to bring my fourth brother home for dinner. Oh dear. Lin Shua naturally understood fourth young master's temperament and also found the situation rather awkward. Old Wan's temper stinks like a cesspit, and my fourth brother is just a stone in that cesspit. The two of them stink together. Tang Channer savored the rich aroma of chocolate on her tongue, her irritable mood softening slightly. I know my fourth brother. He'll listen to me about anything except going home to see Old Wan. He has a temper like a mule. To coax him back, you can't force it, only outsmart him. Asterisk. After finishing her preparations, the young lady went to work. The Bugatti had just passed the hotel entrance when they noticed a crowd of reporters stationed outside. Tang Chower's brows furrowed, and Lin Su quickly called the front desk to check the situation. These reporters are all media outlets here to interview the angel girl. Who knows how they found out the girl is our hotel employee, so... Tang Chower's eyes darkened. Since childhood, nothing had annoyed her more than being exposed to the media. She wouldn't put herself in the spotlight unless absolutely necessary. Making news out of such trivial matters, do these reporters have nothing better to write about? Tang Chower took a helpless sip of coffee. Never mind, the buzz will blow over soon anyway. Besides, I've already asked eldest brother to help suppress the news. It'll take effect shortly. Let's use the back exit. Arriving at the hotel service entrance, Tang Chower had Lin Shua park the car while she prepared to take the private elevator straight up to her penthouse office at top speed. She took out her phone as she walked, scrolling through the hotel's official Weibo page. To be fair, thanks to the Angel Girl effect, the comments under the official post were numerous and overwhelmingly positive. Next time, I'm staying at a KS-owned hotel too. The staff's professionalism is amazing. The lady is so beautiful. Can we get a clear front-facing photo please? KS Group is still quite trustworthy. And then look at the Shin Corporation. I'm speechless. When will they address the issue of bullying their service staff? Tang Chower's rosy lips curled up involuntarily, with a somewhat fox-like smugness. Although she disliked being ostentatious, she had to admit she was enjoying the benefits this way brought to the hotel, free publicity included. However, the matter with Xiao Yun wasn't fully resolved yet, leaving her heart feeling as if it was weighed down by a stone. Suddenly, Tang Chao's delicate eyebrows furrowed as she keenly sensed the invasive musk of masculine pheromones breaching her safe distance. At that very moment, a man's hand landed on her shoulder. Tang Chao's bright eyes flew open as she whirled around, flinging her entire cup of coffee into the man's face. Ah! In the next second, she seized his muscular arm and executed a flawless shoulder throw. Ah! The tall, burly man crashed to the ground with a thud, effortlessly taken down by Tang Chower. Done for. Finished. Completely finished. Tang Chower took a closer look and instantly gasped, Horushi, is that you? Cough cough, as the old saying goes, how true. Horushi slumped to the ground, coughing painfully with a wry laugh. A lustful eye leads to a knife overhead, even heroes can't resist a beauty's charms. Cough, cough. Who told you to sneak around without making a sound? My body reacted before my brain could think. Fists and feet have no eyes, don't you know? Tang Chower's eyes flickered with embarrassment as she quickly knelt down to examine him. Her expression was stern as her hands moved over Horushi's body like a skilled surgeon, employing techniques so professional that even the family's highly paid masseurs couldn't compare. Horushi narrowed his long phoenix eyes in pleasure, gazing at her with tender affection. Old Shen, oh old Shen, you truly don't know what blessings you possess. Then don't blame me, your brother, for picking up this incredible bargain. Heh, not bad. You've trained this body quite well, no fractures. Tang Chower let out a sigh of relief and slapped his thigh with a loud smack. Get up already. You won't trick me that easily. I'd love to, but I really can't get up. Horushi gasped exaggeratedly, his handsome brows furrowing in pain. My bones aren't broken, but I'm in real pain here. It's gone numb. Goddess of mercy, won't you help me up? Pretty please. Blushing slightly, Tang Chower had no choice but to reach out and help Horushi to his feet. Horushi felt the woman's fragrant, delicate body pressed tightly against him. His throat tightened, his spirit soared, and he instinctively leaned closer to her. It had always been those flirtatious butterflies who actively sought his attention. Young Master Hua had never been this easily won over. Hey, former sister-in-law, having just taken advantage of me like that, how did it feel? Horushi raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he asked. Taking advantage? Huh, now I finally know where you got injured. It must have been your brain. Tang Chower sneered coldly. If you were a three-legged toad I might spare you another glance, but just another two-legged man. What exactly excites me about you? Besides, it's not like this is the first time I've touched someone with a better figure than you. The word slipped out before she could stop herself, and she froze immediately, a faint blush warming her cheeks. The scene flashing through her mind was of Shin Jueju's toned chest muscles, so tantalizing they made her blush, perfect in shape and contour, glistening with sweat like a fine mist of rain, an epitome of raw nakedness and desire. They had only done it once, but that one time was enough to haunt their dreams for a lifetime. Horushi instantly knew who she was referring to, and the jealousy in his heart flared up violently. A competitive fire ignited in his eyes as he abruptly spun around and pinned Tang Qiaoer against the wall, his gaze smoldering as it wandered over her delicate features. Slowly, inch by inch, he lowered himself closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Who's better than me, Shinju? Horushi's narrow, smiling eyes pinned her in place. There are many parts of me you haven't touched yet, Miss Bai. How can you be sure I'm not better than him? Chapter 65, Predestined Foes in the Narrowest of Paths. The pose was so intimate it threatened to ignite. After all, Horushi was practically a grandmaster when it came to flirting with women. Oh, do you really want to break your bones this time, young Master Hua? Tang Qiaoer retorted through gritted teeth, her clear eyes flashing with murderous intent. Horushi didn't dare to get any closer and hastily took 2 steps back, putting on an innocent act. Miss Bai, I was just joking with you, don't be so fierce. Besides, shouldn't I be the victim here? You've already hit me, scolded me, and ruined my clothes. I still have to have lunch with my mom later. How bad would it look if she saw me like this? At the very least, can you help me change into clean clothes? Tang Qiaoer realized she might have gone a bit too far earlier. After all, compared to the blind and foolish Shin Jingjue, Horushi was still reasonably sensible. That time when Jin Enru and her gang bullied her, he had stood up for her. These small kindnesses weren't lost on her. I'll have my secretary prepare a fresh set of clothes for you and book a room where you can shower, change, and rest. Will that do? Tang Qiaoer asked calmly, her expression cool but thoughtful. Oh, that's too much trouble. There's a department store nearby. Just walk me there to pick out a set. Who knows if I'll even like what your secretary chooses. Horushi's lips curled at the corners, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If possible, I'd love for Ms. Bai to personally select an outfit for me. Tang Qiaoer thought that even broad daylight wouldn't allow this monkey to stir up trouble before her, the benevolent goddess, so she agreed. Tang Qiaoer drove the voice of the night and took Horushi alone to the shopping mall. She drove faster than his racing heartbeat, effortlessly navigating sharp turns with style and smoothly parking in one go, completing the 20-minute journey in just 10. Young Master Hua's jaw literally dropped. Get out. Hurry up. Tang Qiaoer unbuckled her seatbelt with an indifferent expression as she opened the car door. You, young Master Hua, may be idle with wealth to spare, but I'm just a 9-to-5 worker with a pile of tasks waiting for me. Miss Bai, your driving skills are absolutely breathtaking. Well, before I met Shin Jueju, I used to drive a taxi, an old hand at the wheel. With that, she stepped out of the car. Horushi, a name to be reckoned with in the underground racing scene, instantly recognized that this woman's driving chops were top-notch. No ordinary person could drive like that. The man curled his lips. His former sister-in-law was becoming more and more amusing. Monday, slow business. The mall was practically deserted. Yet despite this, Tang Qiaoer and Horushi's strikingly handsome figures still drew a baptism of gazes the moment they appeared. Horushi's eyes crinkled with amusement at the corners. Miss Bai, I came to the hotel to see you. I was worried reporters might cause you trouble, after you trended on Weibo last time. I remember, you like to wear YSL, Tang Qiaoer remarked casually while looking ahead. How did you know? From the first time I saw you, you were wearing a YSL haute couture piece, and during your speech at the charity auction, it was a YSL haute couture smoking suit too. Oh? You've been observing me quite closely. Horushi raised his striking eyebrows, inwardly delighted. To be honest though, YSL really suits your vibe, Tang Qiaoer said with an air of nonchalance. How so? Tacky enough. Horushi, none of the haute couture you usually wear is available here, just ready to wear. Make do with it. It's alright. I'll like anything as long as you're the one buying it. Horushi's lips curled into a smile. Tang Qiaoer couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight into the boutique. The attendant, recognizing the arrival of a distinguished guest, served her with flattering attentiveness. Money is no object, pick whichever set young Master Hua likes. Tang Qiaoer lounged back on the sofa with effortless grace, crossing her stunning legs. The tailored trousers accentuated her alluring curves, stirring hearts with every glance. The waitstaff stood dumbfounded. Where did this imposing female boss come from? Her aura radiated absolute dominance. Horushi narrowed his eyes, tongue pressing against his cheek, finding the situation utterly novel. It had always been him buying things for women. This was the first time in history a woman had taken him shopping. He was being pampered indeed. At the same time, 2 lavishly dressed women happened to walk past the boutique entrance. To think they'd bump into each other, it was Jin Enru and Qin Jing. Mom, look, it's that bitch Bai Xiaoxiao. Jin Enru angrily pointed at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was chatting and laughing with Huarushi behind the glass door. Who would have thought this bitch was secretly carrying on with young Master Hua behind the scenes, making eyes at him? That shameless hussy really can't resist keeping one foot in each boat. Rower, this is our perfect chance to turn things around. Qin Jing excitedly pinched Jin Enru's arm. Quick, think of a way to get President Shen to come find you immediately. He needs to witness this scene firsthand. Only then will he completely lose faith in that little slut Bai Xiaoxiao. But Mom, Jingjue is at the corporate office right now. He barely ever went shopping with me on weekends before, let alone coming to find me now. Besides, Jin Enru lowered her voice, her eyes growing even more veiled. I just won Jingjue back by faking a severe depressive episode. These days, I need to behave well to keep his heart firmly in my grasp. I can't afford to act recklessly and stir up trouble again. You fool, you're beyond hopeless. Qin Jing jabbed her daughter's forehead with a sharp fingernail. If you bother him at work just for company, that's being unreasonable. But if you have a solid reason, then it becomes the perfect chance to bring you closer and deepen your bond. Thinking about men's needs above your own is the beginning of tragedy. Let me tell you, men are all ungrateful creatures. If you're too obedient and well-behaved, they won't like you either. Only when you think of him first when trouble arises, when you seek his help at the first sign of difficulty, will he feel dignified and valued in your presence. Your dependent strokes his ego and gives him a sense of superiority. Kim Eun-young's eyes flickered uneasily. Truth be told, she didn't quite agree with her mother's words. Back when her father held power and their family was prosperous, her mother had clung to him like morning glory vines. But in the end, her father paid less and less attention to her, keeping several mistresses outside while shouting orders at her in front of the servants at home. Her mother gritted her teeth and endured it all just to secure her position as Madame Jean. By the time she turned 50, her status was indeed solidified. But by then, the Jean family had declined, with her father chronically ill. Now, despite bearing the title of Madame Jean, she had become nothing more than a laughingstock among high society, her whole life wasted in vain. I'll call Mr. Shen in a bit and tell him you went shopping alone, saying I couldn't reach you by phone. He's already aware you've been emotionally unstable lately. If he truly cares about you, he'll drop everything to come find you. Qin Jing pressed her hand on Jin Enru's shoulder and gave a sinister smile. When the time comes and President Shen sees his best buddy getting cozy with his ex-wife, he'll despise Bai Xiaoxiao even more. Here, Shenju had just returned to his office after a meeting when he received a call from Qin Jing. Mrs. Kim. The man's tone was indifferent. CEO Shen, has Rower contacted you? Qin Jing asked nervously. No, what's wrong? Rower said she was feeling a bit down so she wanted to go out. I offered to accompany her but she refused, saying she didn't want me treating her like a patient, so I didn't follow. Several hours passed, and when I tried calling her, the phone wouldn't connect. Then it went straight to voicemail. She couldn't have gotten into some kind of trouble, could she? Remembering Jin Enru's severe depression, Shen Jingjue tensed and quickly asked in a low voice, did Rower mention where she was going to you? She said she was going to the new department store near the KS Hotel. That's all she mentioned. Alright, I understand. I'll go look for Rower right now. Nothing will happen to her. Hanging up the phone, Shen Jiao clenched his brows tightly and grabbed his suit jacket before heading out. Prepare the car. Shen Jiao arrived at the mall in the shortest time possible, walking briskly as he searched for Jin Enru while dialing her number. Finally, the call connected, and a woman's sweet, soft voice came through the line. Brother Jiao. Rower, where are you? I'm at Century Mall right now. Shen Jueju's voice throbbed with worry. My chest feels a bit tight. I'm sitting by the elevator on the second floor. Don't move, I'll be right there. Shen Jueju strode like the wind, reaching Jin Enru's side in record time. Brother Jingjue. Kim Eun-woo's eyes brimmed with tears as she suddenly threw herself into Shen Jingjue's arms. Now that you're here, I feel better. My discomfort is gone. Why didn't you answer your mother's call? Shen Jingjue asked with concern. Kim Eun-woo hastily fabricated an excuse. My phone just happened to run out of battery. I found a power bank and managed to charge it a bit. Next time you go out, make sure someone's with you. Don't wander alone, understood? Shen Jueju panted slightly as he steadied her. I just need you by my side, brother. I don't want anyone else. Kim Eun-soft rubbed her cheek against the man's chest, smirking to herself. Listening to mom this time was definitely the right call. Shin Jiak really still cared about her. She truly was still the apple of his eye. At that moment, faint murmurs of discussion could be heard. Oh my, what a handsome young couple, look how beautiful that girl is, just like a painting. That young man is quite dashing too, with such a good figure. Just one look at him and you can tell he's rich. Shinju heard the comments, but being not the curious type, he didn't turn to look. Jin Enru, however, suddenly let out a startled cry as if someone had stepped on her tail. Brother Jingjue, look, what a coincidence. Shin Jingjue turned expressionlessly, his striking features instantly registering shock. In the next heartbeat, the man's mesmerizing peach blossom eyes burned crimson as if ignited by twin flames. Chapter 66, When Beauty Beckons, Brotherhood Takes a Back Seat. Just a few steps ahead, Huorushi and Tang Qiaoer walked side by side toward them, one tall and handsome, the other elegant and strikingly beautiful, truly a match made in heaven. Shinju's brow twitched slightly as he noticed the shopping bag in Huorushi's hand. Were they out shopping together? Tang Qiaoer hadn't even noticed Shinju and Jin Enru. She was engrossed in listening to Huorushi's animated joke, their eyes meeting in shared laughter. For some inexplicable reason, Shinju's chest felt unbearably tight, and his eyes stung with suppressed emotion. Huorushi vaguely sensed this sharp, oppressive aura and suddenly looked up with widened eyes. Aju, what are you doing here? Only then did Tang Qiaoer notice the frosty-faced Shinju, her gaze sweeping past the golden-haired woman in his arms as scarlet lips curled into a mocking sneer. Jin Enru sensed the opportunity had come and clung to Shinjueja like a koala, staring at Tang Qiaoer with a covetous gaze, declaring her dominance. But Tang Qiaoer wasn't falling for her tricks in the slightest. Maybe in the past, she would have been consumed by jealousy, but now her heart was as calm as still water. A scumbag and a gold digger, a match made in heaven. That's my line, Huorushi. Shinju's voice was low, his face dark as ink. Shopping? You know me better than anyone, I love shopping more than anything, Huorushi replied with a beaming smile, blissfully unaware of the doom looming over him. Tang Qiaoer couldn't disagree. In all her life, she'd never met a man more enthusiastic about shopping than the young Master Hua. Though he kept up a lively conversation with her the entire way, his eyes constantly darted toward the shop windows. Had she not been in a hurry, he would have probably dragged her into every single store along the street. But to Shinjuer's ears, Huorushi's words clearly sounded like a provocation. I never expected Miss Bai and young Master Hua to be so close and private, even going shopping together. Jin Enru clung to Shin Jingjue's chest like a delicate little bird. Jingjue Gij, let's go back. We shouldn't be third wheels here. We're interrupting their romantic date, she cooed. Tang Qiaoer's gaze was icy cold, but Huorushi couldn't help feeling aroused when he heard the word date. Unexpectedly, Shinju slowly pushed Jin Enru away from his arms and rushed to Tang Qiaoer in quick strides. Ah, brother Ju. Jin Enru called out to him, but he didn't even turn his head, making her eyes red with anger. Tang Qiaoer tilted her fair, delicate face upward to meet his sharp gaze. Even in high heels, the man still towered over her, his cold stare bearing down on her with an overwhelming sense of oppression. What do you mean? Shinju asked icily. Just shopping, what's the matter? Tang Qiaoer's crimson lips curled slightly with evident disdain. What a small world. Are you going to blame me for not avoiding you when we happen to cross paths here, President Shen? You, and him, out shopping? Shin Jingjue's gaze darkened further, the word him emphasized heavily between his teeth. Hey, what's wrong with shopping with me? I'm not some ravenous wolf. Huorushi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Shin Jingjue's jaw tightened. Clothed, you might pass for human. Stripped, that's debatable. Damn it. Huorushi's brows furrowed in anger. Shinjueju, who I go shopping with and hang out with is my business. We're already divorced, yet you're still stirring up trouble. How ridiculous. Tang Qiaoer ignored the simmering anger in his eyes. Was he angry? What was there to be angry about? Could it be jealousy, seeing her with Huorushi? Impossible. Shinju clearly didn't love her, so why would he be jealous? We haven't even finalized the divorce yet, and you're already brazenly shopping around with my sworn brother? What will people think of the Shen and Hua families if they see this? Are you deliberately stirring up trouble again? Shinju's chest tightened with stifled anger, his eyes reddening further. Huorushi raised an eyebrow while thinking to himself, you sly old fox, can't find a way to save face yourself, so you're using me as your stepping stone? Huh. Tang Qiaoer felt like she'd just heard a joke, but it wasn't the least bit amusing. Shinju, aside from your family, who else even knows I was ever your wife? Shinjueju's eyes snapped open, the turmoil in his chest abruptly tightening. For 3 years of marriage, have you ever taken me out in public? Have you introduced me to your friends? Have you given me even a single wedding ceremony? Tang Qiaoer smiled brilliantly, as if deliberately provoking him. Don't worry, even if I plastered my face across the mall's giant screens right now, no one would recognize me, by Xiao Xiao, as your ex-wife, Shinjueju. As for embarrassing you or young Master Hua, you're overthinking it. Let's each go our separate ways. If we accidentally meet again, pretend we're strangers. After all, the best kind of ex is one who stays as quiet as the dead. With that, Tang Qiaoer resolutely brushed past Shin Jingjue. Huorushi gave it a serious 1-second consideration. Ultimately choosing to leave his bro behind, he chased after the one who held his heart. Shin Jingjue watched Huorushi's retreating figure with a sharp inhale, veins bulging on his clenched fists as his expression completely collapsed. Somehow, he felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, as if someone had stolen his love right from under his nose. They say true friends would take a knife for each other, but in Horushi's case, he'd stab his own brother twice for a woman. Animal, Jingjue, my chest feels so tight. Jinenru quickly pressed closer again, slipping her arm through his and leaning her head against his shoulder with a coquettish whimper. Now that you've come all this way, why not keep me company while shopping? You've never gone shopping with me before. Look, young Master Hua is still accompanying Miss Bai on her stroll. Shinju's face darkened, his gaze tracking Tang Qiaoer's retreating figure like a homing missile. Okay. Tang Qiaoer strode forward swiftly, her expression also somewhat unpleasant. My ex-husband is like a fly landing on a strawberry cake, totally ruining the mood. Hey, she suddenly called out. Ah, I'm here, Horushi eagerly responded, his narrow eyes sparkling. I'm in a bad mood. Tell me a few more jokes to cheer me up. Horushi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It's not that it's impossible, but if you really want some fun, how about I set up a gathering at ACE tonight and take you there? No thanks, I don't drink with men I barely know. Tang Qiaoer gave him a chilly glance. Besides, always sticking with me. Aren't you afraid your friendship boat with Shinju will capsize? Damn it, you're already divorced. Even if the paperwork isn't finalized, it's a done deal. I didn't steal her away or take advantage of the situation, so why the hell is Shinjiao giving me the cold shoulder? What a sore loser. Horushi pouted, muttering under his breath. At that moment, Tang Qiaoer noticed a sapphire necklace displayed in the window of a jewelry store, shimmering brilliantly under the lights. She couldn't resist stepping inside the jewelry store. Horushi immediately followed close behind her. Could you please let me take a look at this one? You have such excellent taste, madam. This necklace is a limited edition piece from our brand's Starry Deep Sea collection for this summer. Only 5 exist nationwide. The sales associate enthusiastically presented the sapphire necklace, lifting it from the display case. Tang Qiaoer understood jewelry too well. With just one glance, she recognized that the sapphire's quality was mediocre, neither vivid blue nor deep blue. Nonetheless, the exquisite craftsmanship and innovative design were truly exceptional, clearly revealing the designer's remarkable talent and creativity. Coupled with the brand's prestige, this necklace commanded a price tag exceeding 7 figures. Do you like it? Horushi sat on a small chair, his left leg curled up and his right leg stretched straight out. With his cheek resting on one hand, his eyes shimmered with mischief, his thin lips curling into a roguishly charming smile. The server couldn't tear their eyes away. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, and the man was effortlessly handsome. A feast for the eyes. Tang Qiaoer responded softly while admiring the necklace. Try it on. Horushi lifted his chin slightly. Ah, what a beautiful necklace. I love it. Jinenru's voice suddenly pierced through, sharp and shrill, making Tang Qiaoer and Horushi both frown. She turned her gaze, coldly watching as Jinenru approached hand in hand with Shinju. The waiter's jaw dropped in astonishment. My god, isn't this President Shen? His real-life appearance should be exhibited in the Louvre, jade-like elegance, absolute perfection. Yet the woman beside him, whether in attire or looks, paled in comparison to the ethereal beauty before them. TSK, still haunting us like a lingering ghost, Horushi muttered under her breath with displeasure. Shinju's icy gaze froze unwaveringly on Tang Qiaoer. Brother Jingjue, I really love this necklace. It's so beautiful. Can you give it to me? Jin Eun-young put on a childish act as she swayed Shin Jingjue's arm, pouting like a little girl asking for candy. Horushi rubbed his own arm, goosebumps rising on his skin. Shin Jingjue's dark pupils contracted slightly, his thin lips pressing tightly together. In the past, Jin Eun-young didn't even need to ask. Whatever she said was beautiful, whatever she expressed liking, he would silently purchase it and eagerly place it before her. But now, as he looked at this necklace, all he could think of was that humiliating auction and the flame heart pendant forever locked away in his cabinet. Thus, Shinju hesitated. Seeing the man remained unresponsive, Jin Enru's smile gradually stiffened with embarrassment. Miss, round a card. Horushi deftly pulled out a black card and handed it to the waiter, smiling as he gazed at Tang Qiaoer. Wrap it up nicely. I'm giving this to the lady. Tang Qiaoer's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. Before she could speak, another black card was pushed in front of her. Swipe it. I'll take the necklace. Shinju's deep eyes darkened as he glanced at Tang Qiaoer. Chapter 67, You Deserve Someone Better. 2 top-tier Centurion black cards. 2 men whose mere presence could make the entire city of Xinjing tremble, all fighting over a single necklace. Wow, what a world-famous masterpiece. The server blanched at the sight of the black card, stammering nervously, Gee gentlemen, there's only one necklace left. I know. Shinjue's cool gaze drifted away from Tang Xiao's beautiful face. Precisely because there's only one, that's why I bought it. Jin Enru was nearly floating with delight, waiting for the man to place the necklace in her hands. Seeing Shinjue's insistence, Tang Xiao lightly pursed her cherry lips as a dense ache rose in her chest. As expected, when it came to what Jin Enru wanted, he would still disregard everything to obtain it for her. But her affections, her feelings, this man had never cared about them. Forget him. Put it on my card and wrap it up. Horushi raised a sharp brow and rapped his knuckles against the glass counter. Rule of the game, first come, first served. Don't you know that? Horushi. Shinju's brow furrowed coldly. Horushi narrowed his eyes at Shinjueju's gloomy, handsome face and lowered his voice. Ah, Ju, you know my temper and nature. There aren't many women who could make me, Horushi, seriously want to give them a gift. Given that we've known each other for almost 20 years, can't you just let me have this one thing? Tang Qiao's watery eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Horushi's solemn expression. Jin Enru was so shocked that her jaw dropped. That slut by Xiao Xiao. She's only been away from brother Jingjue for a few days, and already she's managed to seduce every wealthy bachelor of standing in the country. What right does a divorced, discarded slut like her have to be showered with their attention? Shin Jingjue's breath hitched violently. This was the first time in his memory that Horushi had ever turned against him over a woman, risking nearly 20 years of friendship. And all for his ex-wife, the one he'd repeatedly claimed he didn't care about. Thank you, young Master Hua. Tang Qiao suddenly parted her rosy, radiant lips and flashed Horushi a charming smile. The necklace you gave me, I'll graciously accept it, she said. Horushi felt his breath falter at that bewitching smile. What's there to thank? As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Shin Jingjue's starry eyes reddened with fury, the flames of rage in his chest scalding his throat. How dare she accept something from Horushi? How dare she accept gifts from another man right in front of him? How could she do this? At this moment, Horushi had already picked up the necklace and moved behind Tang Qiao, carefully and thoughtfully fastening it around her neck. Shin Jingjue's face paled, his tightly clenched fist filled with nothing but a sense of helplessness slipping through his fingers. Wow, so beautiful. The waitress gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Yes, this necklace is beautiful. Tang Qiao smiled faintly. No, I meant you, madam, you're stunning. Others have tried this necklace before, but none could carry its presence. But when you wear it, it's different. Not only do you enhance its beauty, you're not overshadowed by it at all. It's truly perfect for you. Jin Enru ground her teeth in fury. She glared fiercely at Shinjueju, but the man showed no reaction, no sign of wanting to snatch the necklace back at all. Master Hua, I need to return to work. Let's go. Alright, let's depart. Tang Qiao consistently ignored Shin Jingjue, leaving side by side with Horushi as if they were a couple. Jingjue Gij, didn't you promise to give me that necklace? How could it end up in Bai Xiaoxiao's hands? Jin Enru asked anxiously, her eyes turning red. Shin Jueju's brow furrowed deeply as he strode swiftly after her. Bai Xiaoxiao. Tang Qiao stopped and turned back with a frosty glance. What more do you want, President Shin? Don't tell me you intend to snatch it by force now? Shin Jueju felt momentarily stung by her piercing gaze. His thin lips pressed together as he retrieved a small black velvet box from his inner pocket, extending it toward her. Tang Qiao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? The jade bracelet grandfather gave you last time, you broke it. Here, I'm replacing it for you. Shinju's tone was icy and stiff, still unable to bring himself to say the word gift. He knew full well how eagerly she had once longed for him to give her a gift, yet he deliberately chose to be contrary. I don't want to make it easy for her. Heh, no need. Grandpa said he'll make it up to me. Tang Qiao curled her lips in a cold smile. Better take it back quickly, President Shin. If your fiancé sees this, she might misunderstand. I won't take responsibility for that. You'll accept whatever Horushi gives you, so why won't you take what I'm offering? Shin Jingjue's eyes reddened as he grew agitated. Maybe it's just that I simply find you utterly repulsive. Leaving behind this seemingly casual yet devastating remark, Tang Qiao walked away without a backward glance. Ah Ju, I'll find you tonight. Horushi hurriedly followed after her. Shin Jingjue felt as if his heart had been violently stabbed. An icy chill enveloped his entire body, his mind replaying nothing but those words, you're repulsive. Jin Enru chased after them and witnessed the previous scene, her entire face twisting with hatred like a pale, venomous serpent. Tang Xiao swiftly made her way to the underground parking lot, moving as fast as the wind. Miss Bai, Xiao Xiao. Horushi dashed forward and grabbed her slender wrist in an instant. She turned abruptly, her glistening eyes regarding him with detachment. Let go. What's wrong with you? Is it because of a Jew? Horushi's throat tightened as he spoke gently yet remorsefully. I'm sorry, I didn't know he'd be here. If I'd known, I would never have brought you. Tang Qiao thought of the box Shin Jingjue had handed her, a faint, persistent ache welling up in her heart. Compensation? She didn't want it. Take this back. Tang Qiao slightly lowered her delicate head, removing the necklace from her snowy neck and handing it to Horushi. No matter what, thank you for the gift, but I'm sorry, I can't accept it. Horushi trembled for a moment. You used me? My apologies. Tang Qiao's lowered eyebrows and dimmed eyes were full of sorrow. He knew unequivocally he had been used, yet Huarushi didn't feel particularly angry. On the contrary, his heart ached for her. Beyond the heartache lay only despondency, because he could see, she still carried a lingering affection for Shinjueju. She hadn't completely let go, needing time to settle her feelings. Though he didn't know how long it would take, he was willing to wait. It's fine, really. You didn't accept Aju's gift either, so I actually feel quite balanced about it. Huarushi waved his hand nonchalantly, scooped up the necklace, and clenched it tightly in his palm. Young Master Hua, you're actually quite good. You handle many things with more clarity and perspective than Shinjingjue. You may seem frivolous on the surface, but there's thoughtfulness beneath that roughness, and you truly know how to cherish someone. You deserve a better woman. You should save your precious time for someone in the future who truly deserves your devotion. Inside, Tang Qiaoer still felt a twinge of guilt, softening her tone toward him considerably. A better person, a worthier one, has already appeared, far yet near, right before your eyes. Huarushi's phoenix-like eyes blazed with intensity as he gazed at her, his chest heaving uncontrollably. Thank you for your kindness. Tang Qiaoer smiled gracefully and turned to leave with elegant poise. Huarushi stood frozen in place, powerless and resentful. Had he just been rejected after confessing his feelings? Most likely. As evening lights illuminated the city, the ACE Club lounge came alive. Tonight, Shinjing Shuang was in an exceptionally foul mood. Huarushi had instructed the venue manager to clear out the place in advance, leaving only the two of them to be served. Shinjing Shuang sat alone at the bar, his solitary figure casting a long shadow. The icy aura radiating from him made even the bartender keep a respectful distance. Before him lay the black velvet jewelry box. For days, Shinjing Shuang had been carrying it with him, intending to gift it to Bai Xiaoxiao at the first opportunity. Yet, to his humiliation, the woman hadn't even spared it a glance. He swirled the ice-cold whiskey in his glass, images flashing before his eyes, Huarushi fastening the necklace for Bai Xiaoxiao flashing Huarushi a radiant smile, the two of them walking away side by side. Once upon a time, that smile had been reserved for him alone, but now, she gifted it to every man, except him. Bai Xiaoxiao, ever since you left me, you've been degrading yourself. You're cheapening your own worth. Shinju suppressed his fury with a heavy exhale, then downed the whiskey in one gulp. The bartender was stunned. Drinking hard liquor like water like this could kill a man. He poured another glass and was about to chug it when a slender hand reached over and covered the rim of the cup. Ju, this isn't how you drink strong liquor. It'll damage your liver. Shinjueju squinted his slightly intoxicated eyes at Huarushi beside him and smirked through gritted teeth. What's liver damage compared to having your own brother secretly steal your girl? I'll dig my ass. I'm not some damn excavator. Huarushi wasn't in the best mood either. With a swing of his long legs, he sat down beside him. Give me one too, same as his. Huarushi, Bai Xiaoxiao isn't a woman you can touch, Shinjueju said coldly. Why can't I touch her? She's already with Tang Yu. Huarushi raised an eyebrow, smirking provocatively as he asked, is it truly because she's with Tang Yu that I can't touch her? Or is it because she's your ex-wife that I can't? Shinju's throat felt parched, his chest tight to the point of explosion. If it's the former, I don't care. If it's the latter, I care even less. The stimulation of words and the catalyst of alcohol finally caused Shinju's long-suppressed emotions to erupt. He knocked over his wine glass and abruptly grabbed Huarushi by the collar, his eyes red as blood-stained knives. Huarushi, as long as I live, don't you dare set your sights on her. Unless I'm dead. Chapter 68, Shen Bailu issues a public apology. Huarushi was terrified by this man's excessively ferocious gaze. Even 3 years ago, when Jin Enro left him to go abroad, he hadn't been this furious. To be honest, Huarushi was only half joking, that's just how he was. Rich and influential with a sharp tongue, he'd freely tease and curse even his closest brothers. He'd merely been ribbing Shinju on a whim, never expecting he'd stepped on a landmine. This man's Achilles heel really is his ex-wife. The bartender turned pale with fright at the sight. In the entire Xinjiang, how many dared to grab Xing Shanghuang by the collar? Ah Ju, have you fallen for Bai Xiaoxiao? Shinju's drunkenness dissipated in an instant, his chest tightening violently as cold sweat beaded across his temples. Ju, haven't you noticed? Ever since your divorce, you've become completely unlike yourself. Huarushi gazed at him with profound intensity. From childhood till now, I've been your only friend. At this point, won't you tell me the truth? I don't like her. Shinju gritted out each word as if trying to crush them between his teeth. Fine, you don't like her. Let's just say you don't. Huarushi ignored his anger and continued, Ju, I'll say it again, if you've fallen for Xiaoxiao and want to reconcile with her, as your brother, I'll fully support you to make it happen. But if that's not the case, and you're just uncomfortable seeing your ex-wife being pursued by another man, then I hope you can give me a chance to make my move. Because I clearly understand my own heart. I know what I want. I like Bai Xiaoxiao, and I intend to pursue her properly. Shinju felt as though he'd been shot in the chest. His hand slowly fell away as he staggered backward 2 steps. Horushi straightened up briefly to compose himself, then reached into his suit pocket and pulled out that sapphire necklace. Shinju froze abruptly. She didn't accept it. Horushi frowned with a bitter smile. Xiao isn't the kind of woman who cares about material possessions as you think. She returned everything to me right after leaving you. Ah, President Shen, just how did you treat her before? Whenever Xiao sees you, it's like meeting her natural enemy. She seizes every chance to provoke you or step on you. Even saying you're sworn enemies would be putting it mildly, damn it. Shin Jingjue pressed his thin lips into a tight line, remembering how he'd repeatedly turned a blind eye to her devotion throughout those 3 years. Recalling that handmade suit jacket covered in scars, thinking of that closet overflowing with gifts, his heart suddenly clenched in sharp pain. Tang Qiao clocked out from the hotel but didn't head home. Instead, she dismissed Lin Su and went alone to the Grand Cathedral in the western district of Xinjiang. The golden radiance shimmered atop the cathedral dome, both splendidly elegant and magnificently grand. Beneath the massive cross, Tang Yu, clad in black clerical robes, held a Bible in his hands as his long, tranquil lashes lowered while preaching to the congregation. Tang Qiao sat quietly in the back row, listening attentively. Her big brother's voice was so pleasant, it felt like her mind and body were being purified from within. The sermon concluded, and the congregation dispersed. Tang Yu closed the Bible, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile as he walked toward his sister. You came without telling me? He reached out and ruffled her hair. I know you're busy, didn't want to disturb you. Tang Qiao smiled with crescent eyes, coquettishly saying, something on your mind? Tang Yu sat beside her and asked softly, that obvious? Tang Qiao let out a depressed sigh, looking listless. Big brother, I did something wrong today. I used Horushi to spite Shinjueju. I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't control myself at that moment. Seeing him with Jin and Ru, even competing with Horushi to buy a necklace for her, it just made me feel awful. I really want to make him hurt for once, but since we're already divorced, doing this would be meaningless. Still, I just want him to feel an emotion that's born because of me, even if it's hatred. Tang Yu let out a long sigh and wrapped an arm around his sister's trembling shoulders. Qiao, do you still have feelings for Shinjueju in your heart? Big brother, I admit I haven't completely let go. After all, I loved him for so very long. My entire youth burned magnificently for him, and all those unforgettable memories are filled with his shadow. Tang Qiao rested her head against her eldest brother's broad shoulder, her glistening tears dampening her long lashes. Big brother, I'm terrified that I might lose the ability to love in the future. Shinjueju has hollowed out my heart. I may never be able to love another man as deeply as I loved him. In sorrow we're born into this mortal world, through deep attachments we reincarnate. Qiao, as long as a human heart keeps beating, one can never truly lose the capacity to love. Tang Yu lowered his lashes and patted her gently. Don't be afraid, Qiao. If the sky falls, your brothers will hold it up. You just need to remain true to yourself, unburdened and pure. Be brave in pursuing what your heart desires, that's all you need to make this life worthwhile. I did pursue it, only to end up bruised and broken, crushed beneath the weight. Tang Qiao forced a bitter smile, her gaze fragile as glass. Born at the wrong time, loving the wrong person, this fleeting romance ends in emptiness, leaving no sweetheart in my eyes anymore. Tang Yu slightly furrowed his handsome brows, sensing how this young woman spoke with the disillusionment of someone who'd seen through worldly affairs. This couldn't be good, so he shifted perspective and said gently, now Chi-Chi, don't be so pessimistic. You once loved Shin Jingjue deeply, which means he must have had redeeming qualities and merits. It wasn't all for nothing, your youth wasn't wasted. It's just that, fate wasn't quite on your side. Back then, I thought I had the best judgment in the world and that the one I loved was truly peerless. But now, looking back, turns out I was probably the world's biggest blind fool. At that moment, Tang Qiao's phone buzzed. It was Lin Su calling. Sue, what's up? She answered. Miss, I finally got through to you, your signal is terrible. Lin Su swallowed hard, his voice tinged with excitement. Quick, check Weibo. Get into the live stream. Shin Bailu has called a press conference and is publicly apologizing to our hotel staff. Huh? Tang Qiao sprang to her feet, her gloomy expression vanishing as her almond-shaped eyes widened with astonishment, brimming with surprise. Their press conference was called quite abruptly. My guess is the Shin Group wants to resolve this quickly and minimize the fallout. But the livestream viewer count has already surpassed 5 million and is still climbing rapidly. If they're truly ashamed, they should have stuck to their guns. But now that they've come forward, they should at least show some sincerity. This petty, calculating approach is far from what you'd expect from a major conglomerate. They're not even in the same league as our KS Group. A sudden realization flashed through Tang Qiao's clear eyes. The Shin Group's attitude has shifted too abruptly. Yesterday, Shinbailu still seemed determined to fight her to the bitter end. There's no way she would concede defeat so quickly. Something must have happened in the meantime that forced her to change her mind. Shin Guanjing has always treated Shinbailu as the apple of his eye, and with Qin Shu shielding her, the Shin family would never allow her to lose face like this. Then who could be pulling the strings behind the scenes? Could it be him? Tang Qiaoer vigorously shook her head, trying hard to dismiss this thought. But looking around the Shin Corporation, aside from Shin Jueyue, there was absolutely no second person capable of forcing Shinbailu into submission. If it were him, why would he do this? Tang Qiaoer took a deep breath and quickly hung up the phone to enter the live stream. At this moment, the live stream was extraordinarily lively, as festive as New Year's celebrations, with bullet comments completely covering Shinbailu's deathly pale face. Shinbailu was already standing on the stage. Dressed in a black dress, she bowed to a crowd of reporters, her face pale with a sickly dark flush, like an overripe tomato about to fall apart from overrotting. Ha ha ha, the heavens watch and repay. Did they really think a conglomerate could cover the sky with one hand? Did Shinbailu put on makeup for this? Seriously? Did she install her head backwards? At least try to act the part. Tisk, TSK, so this is the legendary dumb beauty we've heard about. A genuine idiot, and as for the beauty, nothing much to write home about. Tang Qiaoer gazed coldly at the flood of negative comments, her captivating red lips slowly curling into a sinister smile. Due to the loss of personal belongings, I momentarily let my frustration out on an innocent hotel staff member, causing her to suffer an epileptic seizure that nearly led to disastrous consequences. I deeply regret my actions and sincerely apologize to that staff member. Shinbailu bowed her head, putting on a pitiful act, struggling for a long while before managing to squeeze out 2 crocodile tears. But just like everyone else, I'm an ordinary person who deals with daily frustrations and occasional emotional outbursts, so I hope you won't be too harsh on me. These past few days, I've endured unprecedented online bullying, sleepless nights, and my mental state is nearly shattered. I acknowledge my mistakes, but I hope everyone can view this rationally. Please don't drag my family into this or hurl abuse at them. I'm begging you. Seriously? So Bailu's apology is just a masterclass in performative remorse? How dare you play the victim after all your verbal abuse? The ones you attacked aren't even complaining this much. If it weren't for the public outcry against her, she would never have apologized to that girl. This matter could very well have been swept under the rug. Crocodile tears, I don't feel the slightest sympathy for her. Tang Qiaoer narrowed her fox-like eyes, her smile deepening. Shinbailu had always been the apple of the Shin family's eye, but today was undoubtedly the worst day of her 25 years. She naturally felt quite indignant, but it was best if she stayed indignant. Wouldn't it be dull if she just admitted defeat like that? Suddenly, another phone call came in, disrupting the young lady's enjoyment of the live broadcast. Chapter 69, The Ex-Husband Gets Ambushed. Tang Qiaoer quickly picked up again, calling out sweetly, "Second brother. Little sis, your phone lines are impossible to get through. Are the operators overloaded or what?" Tang Yu's voice was filled with urgency. "Has something happened?" Tang Qiaoer's delicate brows knitted together. "Has fourth brother contacted you at all today?" "No, come on, tell me what happened." Tang Su sighed with worry. "Last night, I was drinking with him and we both got pretty drunk. He started spouting nonsense again." Tang Qiaoer's heart skipped a beat. Her fourth brother had this peculiar habit. Whatever outrageous things others said while drunk couldn't be taken seriously, but every word he uttered while intoxicated would unfailingly come true the next day. Moreover, while others forget everything they say when drunk, he happens to have an extraordinary memory. Even if he's too drunk to stand, he remembers every word he's uttered, such unparalleled recall being one of the elite operative's top skills. What did fourth brother say? Tang Qiaoer grew even more anxious, sensing something ominous. He said he'd kill Shin Shimi. Tang Qiaoer felt a ringing in her head and nearly lost her balance. Had it not been for Tang Yu's quick support, she might have collapsed. Fourth brother flew all this way by plane just to avenge you. Last night he said he'd teach Shinju a lesson. If he doesn't take his life, he'll at least make sure he never has offspring. Otherwise, he can't ease the hatred in his heart. I thought he might listen to you and wouldn't act rashly against Shinju, but who would have guessed he brought it up again last night after drinking? I've been calling him all day today, but he hasn't answered. Could he already be preparing to strike against Shinju? Tang Qiaoer's heart pounded wildly. Without even bothering to explain to her eldest brother, she turned and dashed toward the church doors. Press conference venue. Since Shinbailu's apology lacked sincerity, the live broadcast chat erupted with public outrage, raining down scathing criticism on her. In truth, Qin Shu had personally drafted a statement for her to memorize beforehand and repeatedly instructed her to appear on camera without makeup. But this third young Miss Shin always follows her own headstrong ways. Too proud to bend, she stubbornly clung to her stance while arrogantly believing her stunning beauty could earn her the trending title of Most Beautiful Heiress. The outcome backfired spectacularly, failing to hunt the fox yet ending up stinking of its scent. My favorability towards KS hotels is skyrocketing right now. Not only is their service excellent, they even have outstanding employees like the Angel Girl. It's impossible for them not to succeed. I really don't have a good impression of the Shin Group. From now on, I'll never book any of their hotels when traveling. Exactly. Boycott them. Let's bankrupt the Shin Group by dawn. Just as Shin Bailu's apology ended, the reporters swarmed toward them like a frenzy, shoving microphones almost into her nostrils, each question harsher than the last. She had never experienced such humiliation growing up, frightening her to the point where her legs went weak. Shielded by 2 bodyguards, she hastily scurried off stage like a pitiful shadow. In her panic, she failed to notice the steps, her ankle twisted with a sharp ah, as she tumbled to the ground, utterly mortifying. Countless camera flashes bore relentless witness to the disgraceful scene. The 2 towering bodyguards swiftly hoisted the fallen Shin Bailu, who couldn't even get up, whisking her away like carrying a helpless chick. 5 minutes later, the top trending hashtag became hashtag Shinbailu falling flat on her face hashtag. Just as she wished, it went viral across the internet. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Shin Jueju and Hwarushi emerged from ACE Club supporting each other. Though they had arrived as bitter rivals, they were now leaving arm in arm. Truly, a shared drunk can bury 1,000 grudges. Both gentlemen had drunk quite a bit. Hwarushi, a seasoned drinker, only reached a slight buzz after mixing drinks tonight. But Shin Jingjue stuck to straight whiskey and downed far too much. Coupled with his gloomy mood, his peach blossom eyes now shimmered with a drunk glaze as he lazily narrowed them. He tugged at his previously immaculate Windsor knot, his handsome face already showing signs of drowsy intoxication. Fearing he might tumble down the stairs, Hwarushi quickly threw out a long arm to steady him. "Ju, you fucking lightweight. You done already? A man can't let others say he's no good." Shin Jueju pinched the space between his eyebrows, feeling dizzy and heavy-headed. "Why does my head hurt so much after drinking here? Is this fake liquor? Holy shit. Even a toad isn't as shameless as you, bro. Tell me, did Xiao Xiao run away because you pulled this shit on her too?" Seeing Shin Jueju's dazed, drunk and panting, and the enticing flush spreading across his exposed neck, Hwarushi couldn't help but swallow hard. Thank goodness he was straighter than steel rebar. Otherwise such a peerless young lord standing before him might tempt even a man to commit crimes. Shin Jueju exhaled a scorching, turbid breath and shoved Hwarushi away. "Let's go." Hey, want me to give you a ride? I'm not drunk. Don't look down on me. Fuck. I was just afraid some random dude would take advantage of you." Hwarushi's brows knit together as he cursed in anger. "Who do you think you are, Hwarushi? Such an animal?" Shinju narrowed his peach blossom eyes and curled his lips slightly, walking straight to his car without looking back. The Maybach glided down the deserted road. "President Shin, the press conference is over. The online criticism toward Third Miss has escalated beyond previous levels, and it's already affecting the reputation of our Shin Corporation." Han Xian reported anxiously while driving. "The impact is greater than we anticipated." "Our Shin Corporation?" Shin Jingjue lowered his gaze, his eyes shadowed and inscrutable. "Indeed. Only when troubles arise and they're forced to call me out to clean up the mess do they refer to it as our Shin Corporation." He had never considered the Shin family as his own, and aside from grandfather, no one in the Shin family ever treated him as one of them, not even his biological father, Shin Guanjing. In that case, tonight he would make Shin Bailu the sacrifice, watching with cold eyes as they crumbled. Daring to use him as a pawn, daring to lay hands on his wife, what Shin Bailu was enduring now still felt like too light a punishment. His wife. Shin Jueju froze momentarily, his heart giving a tremble at the sheer nakedness of his own thoughts. That cunning, unpredictable woman, today she had cooperated with Hwarushi to perform an ambiguous act right before his eyes. Was she trying to humiliate him or stab him straight through the heart? Shin Jueju tugged irritably at his tie once more, a fire gradually rising within him. "Asian, pull over up ahead." "Oh, okay." Han Xian quickly pulled the Maybach over to the curb next to a small neighborhood park. "President Shen, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you need me to prepare a sick bag for you?" Thinking he might vomit, Han Xian asked with concern. "You look more like a sick bag to me," Shin Jueju retorted coldly, lifting his eyes. Han Xian was inexplicably rebuked and felt terribly wronged. "Wait here, I'm going for a walk to clear my head." Shin Jueju opened the car door and stepped out, striding straight into the park. The street was empty, with only a cool evening breeze whispering through. Shin Jueju strolled leisurely along the lakeshore, squinting his eyes to feel the breeze, which slightly eased the knot in his heart, mainly because if he stayed in the car any longer, he would really vomit. Suddenly, Shin Jueju halted his steps, his expression turning sharp. "Who's there? Show yourself." Truly a dog of a man, with quite keen ears. A clear, mocking laugh pierced straight through Shin Jueju's back. He turned slowly to see a tall, poised man standing not far away, emanating an aura as sharp as winter's chill. The man was clad entirely in black, a black trench coat, black shirt, black dress pants, with a black mask covering his face. His neatly cropped black hair swayed slightly in the breeze. The whole figure looked nothing less than a child of the night. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Shin Jueju's voice was ice cold, the solid muscles of his arms taut beneath his meticulously tailored suit. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to make trouble for you." Bai Jingfei's lips twisted into a wicked smirk behind his surgical mask. "Why not?" "Because you hurt someone very important to me. She's suffering because of you." Bai Jingfei tilted his head mischievously, cracking his knuckles with deliberate slowness. "Kids are hard to comfort. I figure only if you suffer 100 times more than her will she finally feel better." Shinju exerted immense effort to focus his vision, straining to see the man standing not far away. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something familiar about the man's eyes and voice, though for now, he simply couldn't recall who he was. Bai Jingfei advanced step by step toward Shinju, a chilling aura sweeping through the space between them. "Who is this someone very important to you? When exactly did I bully him?" Shinju forced himself to stay alert, though his expression remained unreadable. I thought if you had even a shred of self-awareness, I might have shown you a tiny bit of mercy, but I suppose I was too kind. How could a heartless scumbag like you, who's rotten to the core, ever have any remorse? You won't learn that karma exists until I make you suffer a little." Chapter 70, by Xiaoxiao, "How could you do this to me?" As the words fell, Shin Jueju saw the man before him move like a phantom, charging at him with terrifying speed. Bai Jingfei was determined to cripple him, so every strike was solid and powerful, his fists swift as lightning. Shin Jingjue's expression darkened fiercely as his tall frame dodged 2 consecutive blows with difficulty. "Oh, so you've got some skills." Bai Jingfei narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with mockery. Shin Jingjue's starlit eyes burned intensely as he caught his breath twice. He had been retired for many years, and although he never neglected boxing and fitness training, it had been a long time since he last sparred with anyone. All he relied on were his solid fundamentals and muscle memory. As the 2 grown men exchanged blows, Shinju suddenly realized that his fighting style was also strangely familiar. It bore traces of the close combat techniques they had learned back in military academy. "Who the hell is this man?" "Ugh." While Shinju was momentarily distracted, Bai Jingfei delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Though the sharp pain nearly doubled him over, he refused to fall, staggering back only 2 steps. "This guy's really made of tough stuff." President Shen. Han Xian gasped in shock as he witnessed the scene, sprinting breathlessly to his side and holding him up. "Are you okay?" he exclaimed. "It's nothing." Shinju suppressed the pain and let out a light cough. "Damn it, how dare you hit our President Shen? I'll fight you to the death." Han Xian's eyes reddened with fury as he recklessly charged toward Bai Jingfei. "A Xian, come back." Shinju wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. With Han Xian's pathetic excuse for martial arts skills, he might as well be marching straight to his death. Pfft, like an ant trying to shake a tree, ridiculously overestimating himself. Sure enough, Han Xian's swinging fist didn't even graze Bai Jingfei's collar before he was knocked unconscious with a single left hook. Shin Jingjue's eyes instantly turned crimson red. "I must know you. Who the hell are you?" Bai Jingfei raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. Of course they knew each other. They attended the same military academy and were both prominent figures, though they'd never interacted outside of training. "You want to know who the most important person is to me, don't you? Fine, I'll tell you." Bai Jingfei strode past Han Xian with his long legs, closing in on him with 2 steps, his smile ambiguous yet utterly ruthless. "The one who holds my heart is none other than your ex-wife." Shin Jueju's dark pupils dilated violently, his fingers trembling as they clenched into fists, hard as iron. Looking for death, Shinju's solid muscles were tightly confined beneath his gray suit, exuding an overwhelming surge of fiery and fierce masculine hormones. In the next second, his figure lunged toward Bai Jingfei with lightning speed, their fists and feet clashing in a whirlwind of force. Bai Jingfei's eyes darkened as he realized that despite years away from military service, Shinju's combat skills hadn't deteriorated. Even constrained by his fitted, high-end suit, so tight it hindered arm movement, his attacks remained astonishingly agile, proving he was no easy opponent. Just like those impeccably dressed, devilishly handsome suit-wearing villains from Hong Kong action films. After several dozen rounds, Shinju gradually began losing ground. Still weakened by alcohol with limbs gone soft and head spinning, it was nothing short of a miracle he'd lasted this long. Finally, Bai Jingfei knocked him heavily to the ground, the explosive pain in his spine radiating through his body. "Die already, you bastard." Just as Bai Jingfei moved to deliver another vicious kick in retaliation, another man's voice abruptly cut through the air. "Dare to touch my brother Horushi in the territory of Xinjiang? Who the hell gave you the guts?" Huarushi rushed over at lightning speed to shield Shinju again, his sharp eyebrows furrowed and his elongated phoenix eyes blazing with furious intensity. Another one, how bothersome. Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes and had just shifted his stance when he abruptly froze in place. A pitch-black gun barrel greeted his gaze. Huarushi had somehow produced a pistol from nowhere, now pointed directly at Bai Jinfei's forehead. "Don't come closer, or I'll blow your brains out." Truthfully, Huarushi was panicking too. Having witnessed their fight upon arrival, he'd instantly reached a conclusion. "Damn it, we gotta pull out the weapons now. Axie, don't do anything reckless." Shinju slightly gasped, his abdomen spasming with pain. "Holy shit bro, are you okay? He almost beat you into a black and white funeral portrait, and you're telling me to go easy on him?" Huarushi glared with gnashing teeth. "Get the fuck out now if you wanna live, or I'll turn you into Swiss cheese. Our Hua family can make you disappear from Xinjiang without a trace, easier than you think." Bai Jinfei didn't care at all. Instead, with a cold and fierce glare, he took another step forward. "Run, Aju, run!" Huarushi roared, his heart pounding wildly as he pulled the trigger. "Rushi, stop!" Bang! The gun fired, but the bullet from this gun didn't hit Bai Jinfei. It hurts. Tang Chower, appearing suddenly like a ghost, tightly embraced Bai Jinfei with her body, and that steel pellet bullet consequently struck her left shoulder. Though not an actual gunshot, its lethality remained formidable. Tang Chower's smooth forehead was beaded with cold sweat from the pain, her entire body trembling. Yet even so, she clung firmly to Bai Jinfei, refusing to let go even if heaven and earth collapsed. Shin Jueju's pupils contracted violently in shock, as if stepping off a towering skyscraper. His heart plummeted with agonizing weight. Every inch of his body, every organ inside him, nothing was free from pain. Yet all the suffering combined couldn't compare to the violent impact of witnessing Bai Xiaoxiao take a bullet for that man. His wife, no, his ex-wife. Upon seeing the man who had once been her husband under attack, her first instinct wasn't to think of him, but to protect the very murderer who had tried to shoot him dead. "Bai Xiaoxiao, how could you do this to me? There should be limits to how far you'd bend over backwards for outsiders. You're practically an accomplice to murder." "Little sister." Bai Jinfei's eyes widened in shock as his large hands gripped Tang Chower's trembling shoulders. When he opened his palms again, they were stained crimson with blood. He drew a sharp breath, hatred exploding in his chest like shrapnel, his heart aching as if carved by knives. I'll fucking kill you." Huarushi was utterly stunned, the replica gun slipping from his fingers and clattering to the ground. Bai Xiaoxiao had appeared far too quickly. He hadn't even had time to react, let alone pull the trigger deliberately. "Bai Jinfei." Tang Chower leaned weakly against him, her teeth gritted as she spoke into his shoulder. "If you still want me to acknowledge you as my brother, then get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you as long as I live." "But little sister." Tang Chower widened her bloodshot almond eyes, pushing Bai Jinfei away without a word. A sharp pain stabbed through Bai Jinfei's chest. He knew he had truly angered his younger sister this time. If he didn't leave now, he might really lose her forever. So he could only leave in bitter resignation, quickly contacting their eldest brother to come and take their sister to the hospital. Tang Chower breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Without tending to her own injuries, she hurried over to examine Shin Jueju's wounds. "Mr. Hua, call an ambulance immediately. Both of them need to be sent to the hospital for treatment." "But you're injured too. You need medical attention right now." Huarushi's voice cracked with guilt. "My own condition. I know my limits. It's nothing serious." Tang Chower clenched her teeth against the pain, reaching out her hands to conduct a preliminary examination for Shinju. "Stop with the hypocritical act, Bai Xiaoxiao. Get out." Shinju lay panting on the ground, flames of anger burning in his eyes. He hated her for helping a murderer escape, but more than that, he was worried about her worsening injuries and wanted her to seek medical attention immediately. "I'll leave once I finish checking on you. Leave far, far away." Tang Chower lowered her long lashes, stubbornly using her soft hands to carefully feel his legs, checking for any signs of fractures. By his handsome face, bruises were emerging, his thin lips seeping blood, and his usually immaculate suit was now disgracefully dirty. She wasn't made of clay or wood. How could her heart not ache for him? That reckless fourth troublemaker had really gone too far this time. "I'm telling you, get out now. Can't you understand plain language?" Shin Jingjue roared at her, his fury boiling over. "No, you have old injuries that can't be taken lightly. I have to make sure you're alright before I leave." Tang Chower fired back desperately, her eyes reddening as she shouted. Shin Jingjue studied Tang Chower's stern yet beautiful face with growing suspicion, tightening his grip. How did she know about his old injuries? Could Huarushi have told her? Soon, the ambulance arrived and took Shin Jueju and Han Xian to the nearest hospital for treatment. Fortunately, Shin Jueju only suffered superficial injuries. Neither his bones nor tendons were damaged, and his old wounds didn't flare up. Only then did Tang Chower finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the hospital, Huorushi stayed by Tang Qiaoer's side the entire time. Aside from having to step away briefly during the removal of the shotgun pellet from his shoulder, he remained with her throughout. How is it? Were any bones injured? Huorushi's heart leaped into his throat when he saw her pale face emerging from the examination room. Tang Qiaoer curved her lips faintly and shook her head. Just a few stitches, nothing serious. Just a few stitches, and you call it nothing serious? Huorushi felt his heart skip a beat. His arms hung helplessly midair as waves of self-reproach churned within him. Could this develop into a chronic condition? Could there be mobility issues from lasting side effects? Xiao, don't hide the truth from me. You must tell me the truth. Pfft. Tang Qiaoer found it both funny and exasperating as she gently teased, the way you're talking. It's like I'd be letting down your concern if I didn't end up disabled. So if I really become crippled and can never lift this arm again, what would young Master Hua do then? Marry you. Tang Qiaoer's beautiful eyes widened slightly. What? Huorushi's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his eyes rimmed red as he enunciated each word hoarsely. I will take responsibility for you to the very end. Xiao, if you truly become disabled, then I'll marry you. I'll never let you suffer the slightest grievance again. Chapter 71, Her Lips Are Temptation. Holy crap. Huorushi, are you alright? Tang Qiaoer screamed inwardly, forcing out 2 dry laughs. Young Master Hua, you've been telling quite a few jokes today. I'm not joking, Xiao. I'm completely serious. Overcome by emotion, Huorushi reached out with burning hands to grasp Tang Qiaoer's shoulders, but she nimbly stepped back, evading his touch. Mr. Hua, if I remember correctly, I've already said everything I needed to say to you earlier today. Must I resort to cruel and hurtful words for you to finally understand me? I know, you've rejected me. Huorushi gazed deeply at her, letting out a bitter laugh. I also know you're with Tang Yu now, but I still want to tell you, turn around, and I'll be right behind you. I don't mind being your backup, your second choice. I'd even settle for being your concubine. Tang Qiaoer, concubine? What concubine? Do you take me for old Wan or something? But this man's phoenix eyes are truly captivating, especially now when they're tinged with faint melancholy and resentment, utterly soul-stirring. No wonder he's invincible in matters of love. Pity though, Tang Xiaoyi is completely immune. By comparison, she's always preferred Shen Jueju's peach blossom eyes, breathtakingly beautiful, more alluring in their indifference than any tenderness could be. Speaking of which, Xiao, who exactly was that man who attacked Jueju? Were you close with him? Huorushi asked nervously. Young mistress. Just as Tang Qiaoer was unsure how to respond, Han Xian walked towards them wearing his hospital gown. Why are you out of bed? Tang Qiaoer quickly moved past Huorushi to support Han Xian. Although your injuries aren't serious, you hit your head when you fell and have a slight concussion. You should rest more and avoid moving around. Young mistress, was it you who saved President Shen? Han Xian asked excitedly. I didn't really do anything, Tang Qiaoer replied in a muffled voice, guilt welling up in her heart. I knew it. I knew you still cared about our President Shen. Secretary Han, has President Shen finished his treatment? Tang Qiaoer changed the subject, unwilling to hear those words. Han Xian nodded, his eyes full of earnest pleading. Madam, please don't leave. At least, just take a look at President Shen, won't you? Tang Xiaoer took a deep breath and walked with somewhat heavy steps to see Shen Jingjue. After all, the one who hit him was her own elder brother. Everything had happened because of her. She couldn't just wash her hands of it. In the hospital room, Shen Jingjue leaned against the headboard, gazing out of the window. Even with bruises on his face, the sharply defined contours of his handsome features remained striking. His usually cold, proud brows now carried a hint of loneliness, lending an air of fragile tenderness to his demeanor. It was this face that she had loved for 13 years. Even now, her heart still raced uncontrollably, though this longing was no longer the same as before. President Shen, I'll get to the bottom of what happened tonight. Before I lose my temper, you'd better disappear from my sight. Shenju's voice was ice cold, his expression even colder. Tang Qiaoer had been stubborn as an ox since childhood. The more you tried to stop her, the more determined she became. She strode to the bedside and met the man's frosty glare without flinching. CEO Shen, I formally apologize for what happened tonight. If you're angry, direct it at me. If you want accountability, hold me responsible. After all, he only attacked you because of me, so I bear undeniable responsibility. If you prefer to settle this privately, I'll take full responsibility. But if you insist on legal action, I don't believe CEO Shen would want to face his ex-wife in court, would you? First, as a prominent figure about to marry Miss Kim, a messy legal battle with your ex-wife would invite public speculation and damage your reputation. Second, if this escalates, how would you explain it to grandfather? Surely you agree? Every word pierced Shen Jingjue's heart like a dagger. Bai Xiaoxiao was completely aligned with that murderer, speaking up for him, shouldering all the blame for him. How could she protect him like this? She even shields a murderer. Then what about him? What does Shen Jingjue count for? He's become nothing but a joke. Bai Xiaoxiao, Just who is he to you? What kind of relationship do you share that you'd willingly die for him? Shin Jingjua's starlit eyes burned red, his heart aching with dull pain. That gun wasn't real, and I didn't die. See? I'm perfectly fine. Tang Qiaoer's delicate features remained undisturbed as drifting clouds. Does it make any difference? The moment you threw yourself in front of that bullet for him, all differences vanished. Shin Jingjue struggled to rise from the hospital bed, but his battered body refused to obey. Furious helplessness made him pound the mattress. 3 years of marriage, 3 years of swearing you loved me. But just look at yourself. Which of your actions has ever had anything to do with love? Do you really think I, Shin Jingjue, am a fool? Driven by alcohol, he poured out all his pent-up resentment in one go. He was always a man of extreme self-discipline and endurance, the kind who had taken 2 bullets on the battlefield without uttering a sound. Yet now, he found he could endure no longer. So, President Shen, your anger isn't because my people struck you, nor because I nearly died from a gunshot, but because you think I deceived you, and you can't swallow that? The sharp pain twisting Tang Qiaoer's heart was suffocating, waves of crushing disappointment washing over her. Shin Jueju stiffened abruptly, pressing his thin lips together in silence. Shin Jueju, at this point we've already gone our separate ways. Why bother dwelling on these things? It's utterly meaningless. Tang Qiaoer curled her crimson lips into a frosty smile. Your anger stems solely from resentment that what was once yours now belongs to another. You despise that feeling of grasping something only to lose it, that sensation of slipping beyond your control. That's all there is to it. President Shen, for the sake of your health, let's focus our limited time on discussing the compensation matters. You want to settle this privately? Fine. Shinju closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, their crimson hue murderous. Tell me who that man is. Tell me what your relationship with him entails. Then I'll agree to settle this privately. No. Tang Mier spat out the word without hesitation. Then leave Tang Yu behind, cut all ties with the Tang family. I'll still agree to settle this privately. Humph, then you're dreaming. Pushing your luck, absolutely shameless. Tang Qiaoer's cherry lips parted slightly, red as poppies, unnaturally beautiful yet maddeningly alluring. Shin Jueju's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, whether it was his lingering drunkenness or not. At this moment he could only focus on her lips. So beautiful, seductive and provocative, radiating a playful sensuality. He comes from a wealthy family, confident that he is not easily swayed by emotions and can resist all temptations. But now, alright, since President Shin clearly has no intention of negotiating with me, I'll have my secretary handle this with you instead. I won't disturb your rest any further. Goodbye. Suddenly, Tang Qiaoer felt a dizzying sway before her eyes. The man, with an unexpected burst of strength, seized her slender arm and pulled abruptly. Her delicate frame sank deeply into Shin Jueju's firm, heaving chest. To her shame, she could even feel his suddenly quickened heartbeat and his rough, gravelly breaths. Shin Jueju, you, The next second, before she could close her lips, the man fiercely captured them in a kiss. She glared with almond-shaped eyes and struggled in his embrace, but his large hand clasped the back of her head, forcing their union to deepen. Conquer cities and seize territories. Shen, MMPH, let, MMPH. Tang Qiaoer was so frantic that fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her delicate fists pounded against his broad shoulders, but the words in her throat were entirely devoured by his kiss, transforming into intoxicating whimpers that clouded reason. Shinju was stung by her slap, his dark eyes glinting ominously before he retaliated with an even more ferocious assault, plundering relentlessly. Tang Qiaoer's cheeks flushed crimson, her entire body melting into pliant softness against the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. For 3 years of marriage, this man had never once initiated holding her hand, let alone kissing her. Yet now, he was frantically demanding kisses like a madman. Damn it, his kissing skills, how could they be this good? He must have kissed Jin Enra countless times. They must have done everything there was to do. At this thought, Tang Qiaoer felt a surge of fury in her chest, her eyes reddening as she bit Shin Jueju's lip. Ugh! The man winced in pain and pulled away from the soft fragrance. Bastard! Scum! Humiliated and enraged, Tang Qiaoer raised her hand and slapped Shin Jueju hard across the face. His strikingly handsome face, fair as jade, instantly bore the crimson imprint of fingers. Shin Jueju's fury burned crimson in his star-like eyes, yet the sight of her tear-filled gaze and lips smudged with rouge from his kiss sent his heart throbbing. His vision blurred for an instant. Shinju, what do you take me for? You trampled on my dignity when we married, and now that we're divorced, you still bully me. What will it take for you to leave me alone? Tang Qiaoer trembled with rage, fiercely wiping the damp traces and smeared lipstick from her lips with the back of her hand, her voice shaking. If you want to vent your desires, go find some hooker outside, or go to Jin Enru for all I care. But if you think you can do whatever you want with me and expect me to play along like some shameless harlot at your mercy, you'd better drop that idea right now. If this happens again, I'll make sure your reputation is ruined. With that, she shot him one last hateful glare before turning away and storming off in fury. Shin Jueju clenched his jaw tightly, his chest aching from the pain of her stare. What was he even doing? He'd actually kissed her. He must have gone completely mad. No sooner had Tang Qiao left than Huorushi arrived in quick succession. Ju, were you just arguing? The voices were so loud I could hear them from outside. Huorushi caught sight of the vivid color on Shin Jingjua's lips and immediately let out a groundhog-like scream. You, what on earth happened to your lips? You can't be. Holy shit, you're just an animal. You're about to get married, for fuck's sake. Chapter 72 I won't let you hurt him again. Shinju gritted his teeth, his pale lips stained with wine. As his headache surged, the drunkenness vanished completely. He had never taken the initiative to kiss a woman. Only twice had it ever happened, both times because Kim Eun-young took the initiative to press close, and even then he had merely allowed her to graze the corner of his lips without reciprocation. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this time, the frenzy he unleashed upon Bai Xiaoxiao's lips would rage like an unstoppable flood. He couldn't even comprehend it himself. I drank too much tonight, haven't been in my right mind all along. Shin Jingjue leaned back weakly, kneading his throbbing temples. Can't keep drinking like this. It's too easy for things to spiral out of control. Bullshit. You're just being a drunkard and a pervert. You forced a kiss on my Xiaoxiao. You're a rapist and the worst of the worst. Huorushi clenched his fists, seething with anger as he paced in circles. If he weren't already severely injured, he would have loved to throw a sack over that bastard and beat him up again. The potent liquor had pushed his emotions over the edge. Yet, he couldn't deny it, the moment his ex-wife's lips met his. That unexpectedly sweet taste had been inexplicably delightful. I'm tired, get out. Shin Jueju's brow furrowed with irritation, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Shin Jueju, you heartless bastard. Even taking advantage of someone should have some decency. Xiaoxiao is still injured with multiple stitches. How could you do this to her while she's hurt? Huorushi angrily demanded, his heart aching for his beloved. Shin Jueju's eyes widened abruptly, his heart giving a heavy thud. Tang Xiaoxiao rushed into the restroom to tidy herself up, splashing her flushed, burning cheeks with cold water repeatedly until she finally dragged her exhausted body out of the hospital. Her beautiful eyes misted with tears, shimmering with a mix of passion and indignation. They were already divorced. How could he kiss her? How dare he treat her with such disrespect? Did a few glasses of liquor turn him into a beast unleashing his desires on her? Did he see her as just a tool for his pleasure? How utterly despicable. Qiao. At that moment, a tall and slender figure rushed to her side, abruptly wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace. Qiao, I'm sorry. Big brother arrived too late. Tang Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart aching unbearably. Big brother, I'm alright. Knowing about her injured left shoulder and not daring to touch it, Tang Yu only held her loosely. Does the wound still hurt? I'll take you back to our Tang family hospital right now. We'll have the finest surgeon examine you again. It's really nothing now. Tang Qiao tidied up the turbulent emotions stirred by Shin Jueju, took a deep breath, and her gaze turned icy once more, her face as cold as frosted snow. Where is Bai Jinfei? Tell him to come see me right now. Asterisk. Tang Qiao's villa tonight had become a den of trouble, truly like the rising wind foreboding the coming storm. Tang Yu sat far away at the table sipping tea, maintaining an aloof attitude of complete detachment. Tang Su and Lin Su stood on either side of Tang Qiao like bookends, though both towering over 1.8 meters tall. The two men appeared somewhat small and helpless under the overwhelming force of the young mistress's tempestuous rage. Ahem, why young mistress? The fourth young master is your own brother. Maybe you should calm down first. Lin Su whispered nervously, sweating bullets for Bai Jinfei. Exactly, little sister. Fourth brother's a professional agent. He knows how to control his strikes. He just wanted to teach that scoundrel Shin Shimi a lesson on your behalf. Tang Su could practically feel the murderous aura radiating from Tang Qiao, feeling thoroughly intimidated. Professional agent? More like a professional killer if you ask me. Tang Qiao shot Tang Su a cold glance. Just hours ago when you called me tonight, you were trembling with fear that Bai Jinfei would make a move against Shin Jingjue. And now you're suddenly singing a different tune? So it was you who ratted me out, you bastard. Tang Su, you fucking traitor. Bai Jinfei narrowed his sharp eyes at Tang Su, grinding his teeth. I swear I'll tear you limb from limb. Damn, since when do you talk to your big bro like that? Such disrespect. Little sis, don't hold back. This unruly monkey deserves to be taught a lesson. You ought to toss him into the alchemy furnace. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Tang Su decided to pile on instead. Anyway, fourth brother wasn't going to live through the night, but Tang Su still wanted to live to 100. Bai Jinfei, how dare you drag second brother into this? Do you still refuse to admit you were wrong? Tang Qiao fumed, her delicate brows shooting up in anger. How am I wrong? Back in the day, Wu Sangue raised arms in fury for a beauty, me, Bai Jinfei, beat up a modern-day chin shimmy for his own sister's sake. Where's the crime in that? Bai Jingfei jutted out his chin, defiance written all over his face. You're despicable. Tang Qiao'er angrily slapped the armrest of the sofa in fury, but the overly forceful movement tugged at her shoulder injury. She let out a soft whimper from the pain and shrank back slightly. What's wrong, Qiao Qiao? Little sis, are you okay? Don't scare me like that. How are you, young mistress? I'll prepare the car right now to take you to the hospital. Tang Yu, Tang Su, Lin Su, and Bai Jingfei, for grown men, instantly unleashed motherly levels of concern, surrounding Tang Qiao'er in unison, as tense as if they were delivering a baby. Bai Jingfei knelt on one knee before her, carefully cradling her delicate little hand against his chest, his face pale with fright. Little sister, did your wound start hurting? It's all my fault, all my fault. Hit me, scold me, do whatever you want. This time, do you realize your mistake? Tang Qiao'er panted lightly, a sheen of sweat from pain beading on her forehead. The image of his beloved sister shielding him from gunfire flashed before Bai Jingfei's eyes. His regret burned so deeply each breath felt like needles piercing his lungs. Qiao Qiao, I just can't bear to see you suffer. Seeing my most cherished little sister endure such humiliation for that worthless scum. You're the jewel in all our palms, raised with endless devotion by this entire family, not meant for Shen Jingjue to trample upon. Now that he's broken your heart, he must pay the price. Fourth brother, let me say this one more time, the last time. Tang Qiao'er's eyes instantly reddened as she enunciated each word. Back then, marrying Shenju was my own choice. No one forced me. I knew he had someone else in his heart, and I knew he had a cold nature by birth. Back then, I naively believed my wholehearted passion could warm him, that I could make him love me. But ultimately, I still failed. Since I failed, I should take responsibility for the choice I made back then. This has nothing to do with him, it's my own problem. So I won't allow you to cause him any more trouble or hurt him. At these words, Bai Jingfei's pupils contracted violently. Fourth brother, this matter has passed the point of no return for me. Tang Qiao'er sighed faintly, her eyes brimming with sorrow. To be honest, I've loved Shin Juezu for so long that even now after the divorce, he still holds a place in my heart. Can't we just let things end calmly and peacefully? Why must you stir up such conflict just as I'm ready to move on, forcing us to remain entangled and hurt each other? When you hit him, did you ever consider my feelings, my heart? Little sister, fourth brother was wrong. Fourth brother was really wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? I'll do anything you say. I'll never bother Shinju again. Bai Jingfei pleaded repeatedly, his obsidian-like eyes glistening with tears. He had never frowned during countless dangerous missions, but seeing his sister refusing to forgive him terrified him to his core. Little sister. A mischievous spark flashed through Tang Qiao'er's sorrowful eyes as she pouted delicately. Then 2 days from now, before you leave, come home with me to see old Wan and have a meal with him. Tang Yu and Tang Su exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Bai Jingfei had 1,001 reasons not to want this, but to coax his little sister, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll go back with you.